In a twist of fate, the laborer Lin Hao unexpectedly traverses time and space, transforming into the scion of the illustrious Lin family of Jiangcheng City. However, he is not the biological offspring of the Lin family. This peculiar situation arose from a mix-up at the hospital many years ago. The Lin family harbors a preference for male heirs, and when their estranged daughter, Lin Qingyi, arrives to claim her rightful place, she is met with relentless scorn. In the original narrative, this maltreatment drives Lin Qingyi to darkness, ultimately allying with the protagonist to bring about the Lin family's downfall. Determined to preserve the opulent lifestyle of a wealthy heir and armed with knowledge of the impending plot, Lin Hao resolves to alter the course of events. The original character often directed his ire at Lin Qingyi due to the revelation of her identity, bullying her mercilessly. Lin Hao understands that if the story were to unfold as before, he too would find himself in dire straits. Thus, he chooses a contrary approach, beginning to dote on this sister who was meant to be despised. Though merely 15 years of age, Lin Qingyi possesses an extraordinary beauty that perfectly mirrors that of her biological parents, even surpassing the female lead in the tale. Orphaned and abandoned by her adoptive parents, her home has been usurped by her uncle, leaving her in a state of profound despair. Lin Hao recognizes that to prevent the tragic repetition of the original storyline, he must shift the family's perception of Lin Qingyi. When family members hurl insults at her, Lin Hao stands up in her defense. When crises threaten to push Lin Qingyi toward darkness, he deftly intervenes. Throughout this journey, he notices an unusual change in his sister's demeanor as his affection for her deepens. Her attitude toward him subtly transforms. Thus unfolds a poignant tale of sibling bonds against the backdrop of a tumultuous family history. Chapter 1. The Ascendance of a Top-Tier Heir. Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! Lin Hao groggily opened his eyes, feeling as if his entire body had been disassembled. At this moment, he lay upon a sumptuous, luxurious bed, with two young maidens vigilantly attending to him. Upon noticing Lin Hao's awakening, one of the maids hastily exited the chamber, exclaiming, "Master, madam, young master has awakened." "I was just working overtime, wasn't I?" Lin Hao pondered, surveying his surroundings with confusion. Have I truly traversed into the realm of a novel I once read? Moreover, I find myself as a premier scion of affluence. With exhilaration, Lin Hao executed a nimble leap, springing from the bed. "Xiao Hao, you have finally awakened. You are still quite weak. You must rest in bed," a woman, adorned in opulent attire, said with tears brimming in her eyes as she hurried to his side. This woman before him was Zhao Sidi, the biological mother of the original owner of this body. "Mother, I am fine in a few days. I shall be able to attend school," Lin Hao reassured her, bouncing lightly on the bed to ease her worries. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Sidi turned excitedly to the man behind her. "Old Lin, did you hear that? Xiao Hao has called me mother again." Lin Hao paused for a moment, then let out a gentle sigh. To be precise, the original owner was Zhao Sidi's adopted son. On the day of his birth, a nurse had mistakenly swapped him with another infant girl. Upon discovering his true heritage, the original owner stubbornly refused to refer to his adoptive parents as mom and dad. Instead of taking offense, his adoptive parents showered him with even greater affection and care. Lin Jiangwo, moved, wiped the corner of his eye and gazed at Lin Hao with tender warmth. "Xiao Hao, you should rest a little longer. Previously, you tumbled down the stairs, causing quite a jolt to your head. If not for the diligent pursuit of knowledge, how could such words escape your lips?" Lin Hao awkwardly scratched his head. Were it not for the Lin family's considerable wealth, the original owner would have struggled even to pass high school. "Dad, what are you saying? I have finally resolved to study earnestly, to gain admission to a prestigious university, and subsequently assist you at the corporation like my elder sister." Lin Jiangwo nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. During your holiday, I shall arrange for you to intern at the company for a few weeks. Your sister will guide you on managing the affairs of the business." Observing the harmonious atmosphere within the room, a frail girl outside began to tremble uncontrollably. The girl's name was Lin Qingyi, the one who had been mistakenly swapped with Lin Hao. The original owner had harbored resentment towards Lin Qingyi after her arrival to claim familial ties, which exposed his status as a non-biological son, leading him to frequent lip. Only her point 3 days prior, the original owner had tasked Lin Qingyi with cleaning the staircase of the villa. As he passed her, he deliberately brushed against her, then tumbled down the stairs. His intention was to employ a ruse to force Lin Qingyi out of the Lin family. But he had miscalculated, inadvertently creating an opportunity for her to seize. Noticing Lin Hao's gaze, Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Sidi turned their attention toward the doorway. Upon seeing the girl, their expressions instantly turned icy. Our family's etiquette does not condone eavesdropping in such a cowardly manner. You have brought such misfortune upon your brother. Hurry and come forth to kneel and apologize. Lin Qingyi cautiously stepped into the room, calling out, "Mom and Dad, do not address us as such. You are a harbinger of misfortune. If it weren't for you, would Xiaohao have tumbled down the stairs? With so many servants in the house, is it necessary for you, the young lady of the Lin family, to take matters into your own hands? I suspect you harbor ill intentions, wishing to bring harm to Xiaohao. Quickly fetch me the ruler. You unfortunate child, your mere presence infuriates me." Zhao Sidi scolded. "Although you are our biological daughter, you were ultimately raised in the countryside like a wild child. You are of no help in any situation, only adding chaos to the family." Lin Qingyi gazed at Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Sidi, feeling wronged, and said, "Mom and Dad, are you truly my biological parents? I too fell down the stairs that day." Zhao Sidi scoffed. "That was well-deserved. One cannot fathom how your adoptive parents raised you, producing such a malicious individual. If you were not our biological child and had dared to injure Xiaohao to such an extent, you would spend your life in prison." Lin Qingyi sniffled in distress, glaring fiercely at Lin Hao, and growled, "Are you satisfied now? By expelling me from the Lin family, are you finally content? Be silent. It is you who is the troublemaker, yet you dare to slander Xiaohao." Zhao Sidi raised her arm, poised to deliver a slap to Lin Qingyi's face. If that slap were to land on Lin Qingyi's face, it would sever her ties with the Lin family irrevocably. Casting Lin Qingyi out of the Lin household would mark the beginning of her transformation into darkness. Lin Qingyi's adoptive parents have already passed away, and the house they left behind has been usurped by her uncle. Upon discovering an ominous presence in the room, she was expelled from her home. It was declared that if she did not leave, she would be married off to the village's cripple, Lu, in a few days. In the pitch-black ravine, Lin Qingyi, clutching her meager belongings, sought refuge in a cave, enduring the howls of wolves for several years. From that moment forth, she harbored resentment towards the Lin family, vowing to bring about their utter ruin. Smack! A sharp sound echoed. Lin Qingyi tightly shut her eyes, yet the anticipated slap never met her cheek. Instead, she felt herself being enveloped in a warm embrace. "Xiaohao, are you all right?" Zhao Sidi exclaimed in panic. She had not expected Lin Hao to shield Lin Qingyi with his own body and, filled with guilt, gently rubbed his back. "It's all my fault. I know you care for your little sister, but she has caused you to be in this condition, and yet you still protect her." Lin Hao grimaced in pain, but his expression betrayed concern. Feigning anger, he directed his ire at Lin Jiangwo, saying, "Dad, how have you been caring for Mom? In just 3 short days, Mom's strength in hitting me has diminished so much it hardly hurts at all." Zhao Sidi cast a reproachful glance at Lin Jiangwo. "With a father like you, don't even mention caring for me. Simply not provoking my anger would suffice. Not everyone is as worry-free as you, Xiaohao." Lin Jiangwo was taken aback, wondering how he had become part of the conversation. Seizing the opportunity while the atmosphere was light, Lin Hao quickly clarified, "Mom and Dad, that day I noticed the stairs were dirty. After all, it's the staircase our family uses every day, so I wanted to clean it myself. Qingyi was just lending me a hand, so please don't be upset. I've already taken over my little sister's life for over a decade. Receiving care should rightly be her privilege." "No way. You're not allowed to go anywhere." Zhao Sidi exclaimed angrily, "You are Mom's biological son. Regardless of whether you are Mom's flesh and blood, she will only recognize you as her son for life." However, Xiaohao has truly matured. He knows to take the initiative to clean when he sees dirt in the house. He really shows filial piety, unlike certain unfortunate individuals who only bring distress to Mom. Lin Jiangwo sighed, "Xiaohao, you will forever be my beloved son. Since you've said that, let her stay at home." He then turned to Lin Qingyi with a cold tone. "Do not forget who allowed you to remain in the Lin family." Chapter 2. Departing in a luxurious car. After bidding farewell to his parents, Lin Hao suddenly realized he had been holding Lin Qingyi in his embrace. He released her and scrutinized the future antagonist before him. At 17, Lin Qingyi had a petite frame, clearly showing signs of malnutrition, resembling a mere 15-year-old. Her hair was unkempt, heavy bangs obscuring half of her face, giving her an overall appearance of somberness. Even a simple nightgown on oneself, soft against the skin and breathable, exudes the scent of wealth. In stark contrast, Lin Qingyi donned a thin, tattered school uniform that seemed utterly out of place in this opulent villa. He instinctively brushed aside Lin Qingyi's bangs, revealing her fair forehead, delicate skin, and slightly flustered gaze in unmistakable beauty with extraordinary allure. It was indeed a stirring moment. Alas, those captivating eyes were impossible to evade. Ding! Detection of the host altering the original storyline. Reward: supreme medical capabilities. Lin Hao's heart soared with joy, his gaze instantly igniting with fervor. The golden finger of the transmigrator had finally materialized. It appeared that by continuously modifying the narrative within the book and altering Lin Qingyi's tragic fate, he could reap various miraculous rewards. Noticing Lin Hao's intense gaze, Lin Qingyi swatted his hands away and cautiously stepped back, her expression one of disdain as she declared, "Do not assume that just because he will pet me today, I will feel grateful. Let's not forget, it was you who ordered me to clean the stairs that day, and you intentionally collided with me, causing me to tumble down the stairs. You brought that upon yourself." Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, adopting a shameless demeanor. "I care not. The fact remains that I assisted you today, and you must repay me. Otherwise, I shall inform my parents." The original character's mistreatment of Lin Qingyi was of no concern to him. This was the perfect opportunity to leverage his favor and ease the relationship with this future female antagonist. In the original tale, Lin Qingyi often suffered abuse at the hands of her foster parents. Adoptive parents, believing they were destined to have a son, were dismayed when their child turned out to be a daughter. They perceived her as usurping the place of the son they never had, directing all their resentment towards her. From the tender age of 3, Lin Qingyi was compelled to assist with various agricultural tasks, enduring near sale on 2 occasions. Had it not been for her exceptional academic performance, which garnered her the affection of teachers and the principal alike, and her frail health, often appearing on the brink of collapse, she might have been sold off as a child bride, given her beauty. Lin Qingyi clenched her fists tightly, only to release them in a wave of defeat. With her adoptive parents now deceased, she found herself homeless. Upon arriving at the Lin household, though still subjected to harsh treatment, she at least had a roof over her head. "You truly are a scoundrel," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. "What do you want from me?" Lin Hao replied with delight, "Today, you shall be my little assistant. Just follow my lead." Lin Qingyi furrowed her brow, uncertain of the manner in which Lin Hao intended to humiliate her this time. However, she found herself devoid of negotiation options, suppressing her anger as she nodded in agreement. "Prepare yourself, and I shall change into something more suitable," Lin Hao instructed. With that, he rose and proceeded to the wardrobe to select his attire. "What on earth? This is a wardrobe. It's enormous," Lin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Although referred to as a wardrobe, it spanned over 200 square meters, surpassing the size of an average home. Rows of the latest seasonal clothing were meticulously arranged by color on the racks, while an assortment of men's necklaces and watches were neatly displayed in a cabinet. He ran his fingers over the fabric, uncertain of its composition, yet it felt significantly superior to the $30 garments of his previous life. "Damn it! For the sake of these clothes, I must cultivate Lin Qingyi into a well-rounded child, excelling in morality, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. This immense fortune must not slip through my fingers." After changing into the new attire and adorning himself with the gold and silver jewelry scattered throughout the room, he finally stepped out, satisfied. At that moment, Lin Qingyi was leaning against the wall, seated on the floor. "Aren't you going to change into a different outfit?" Lin Hao inquired. Lin Qingyi pursed her lips, casting a fierce glare at Lin Hao, and shook her head vehemently. The original owner felt that their affection had been usurped, brewing a long-standing resentment. Lin Hao seized Lin Qingyi's wrist. "Enough, let's go." He'll take you to buy a couple of outfits. That as he grasped her wrist, his exceptional medical abilities instantly activated. The pulse indicated that Lin Qingyi was somewhat frail in addition to malnutrition and a stomach ailment. Her body bore various ailments from prolonged emotional distress. Arriving at the underground garage, rows of luxury cars were meticulously parked. With just 2 more models, they could host a premier luxury car exhibition. As the privileged heir of the Lin family in Jiangcheng, Lin Hao navigated through the array of opulent vehicles in search of an automatic car. After searching for over 10 minutes, he finally spotted a Lamborghini tucked away in a corner. All right, let's get in, he feigned calmness. Wow, is this a Lamborghini? This steering wheel, this genuine leather seat, this interior. Upon taking the driver's seat, a cacophony of anxiety reverberated within him, akin to 1,000 gophers in a frenzied uproar. In a previous life, he would not have even dreamed of operating a Lamborghini in his modest county town. He had never even laid eyes on one. Lin Qingyi tensed her body, barely occupying a corner of the seat. She recalled the time when she had been in Lin Hao's vehicle, and he had shot her a disdainful glance, claiming that she had sullied the car. After that, it never reappeared in the garage. Lin Hao furrowed his brow and gently pushed Lin Qingyi back in her seat, fastening her seatbelt with care. Just as she was about to protest, she noticed that he made no further moves, prompting her to resign herself to her position. The roar of the engine echoed as the Lamborghini surged out of the underground garage. The exhilarating sensation of acceleration left Lin Hao utterly captivated. However, he could not help but remark on the inadequacy of the luxury car's air conditioning, especially in crowded areas. Donning his sunglasses, Lin Hao lowered the window, allowing the rush of wind and the envious gazes of passersby to pour in. What kind of car is that? It looks absolutely stunning. That's a Lamborghini. That model costs at least 20 million. 20 million. He must be driving out the equivalent of 10 houses. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such wealth. Brother, look at me. I no longer want to strive. Though Lin Hao wore sunglasses, he erupted in laughter, his smile broader than a crescent moon. Lin Qingyi cast a glance at Lin Hao, observing that his gaze was fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to her presence. She discreetly explored the seatbelt and the upholstery, her curiosity leading her to touch the car door and prod at the central console. Realizing that her actions had been somewhat excessive, she turned her gaze towards Lin Hao, only to discover that his head remained fixed ahead. Yet, a lingering sense of unease compelled her to whimsically remove Lin Hao's sunglasses. Although his head was oriented forward, his eyes were unmistakably focused on her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yes, that I apologize, he said, tousling her hair into delightful disarray. With a playful grin, he added, now we are even. Chapter 3. Lin Hao's conspiracy. Was it all settled? Lin Qingyi felt a tumult within her heart, as if something had shifted in Lin Hao since his awakening. In the past, he would have never intervened to shield her from that slap, nor would he have permitted her to ride in his car. Yet, contemplating Lin Hao's past actions, she surmised that his current demeanor was merely a prelude to a more severe humiliation awaiting her. She patted her face, reminding herself to remain vigilant. The day stretched long ahead. She must not allow Lin Hao's schemes to succeed. Following the memories of the original owner, Lin Hao led Lin Qingyi to a hair salon named Muse. As she recalled, the original owner had always received her haircuts there. This salon catered to numerous top-tier celebrities, boasting craftsmanship that was undoubtedly among the finest in the nation. Upon entering, a staff member approached them, inquiring, "Hello, do you two have an appointment?" Lin Hao hesitated momentarily. He remembered that the original owner had never made an appointment, always being attended to directly by the manager. "Do you require appointments at your establishment? I was unaware of this. Please summon your manager to assist us," Lin Hao stated, pulling Lin Qingyi along towards the interior of the shop. The staff member obstructed their path, sizing Lin Hao up with a disdainful chuckle. "Our salon exclusively serves the elite. With your appearance, how could you possibly be acquainted with our protocols? You seem no more than 15 years old, and yet you wish to stir trouble at our entrance? If you seek to assert your authority, perhaps you should choose a more appropriate venue. Our manager caters specifically to the Lin family of Jiangcheng. Just a few words from you, and your entire family will have to beg for a living." Lin Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, this was his first experience with sudden wealth, and he lacked the necessary finesse. He adorned himself with the gold rings, necklaces, and watches from the room, even clutching a black bag, exuding the unmistakable air of a nouveau riche. The staff cast another scornful glance at Lin Qingyi, deriding her as a young lady. You should know better than to tarnish your reputation and disgrace your school. If you truly find yourself in need of money, just tell your brother. Our establishment has a penchant for schoolgirls. Your boyfriend barely has any hair on his chin. What wealth could he possibly possess? Join us, and you could easily earn a few thousand each month as pocket money. As the argument escalated, a crowd began to gather, murmuring in disbelief. Can you believe this woman is outselling herself at such a young age? I see she's wearing a uniform from the First High School. She must be a student there. I thought First High was a prestigious institution. How could someone like her emerge from such a place? We cannot allow her to set a bad example for other students. We must report this to the principal. With her head bowed, Lin Qingyi let her long hair veil her face, her body curled in on itself. Her eyes were red and brimming with tears as she shot a fierce glare at Lin Hao. It became clear why he was dressed so differently today, why he had shown her such unexpected kindness. It was all a preparation for this moment, crafted to humiliate her publicly. Now that the situation had escalated and threatened the school's reputation, she faced the very real possibility of expulsion. Are you satisfied now? Now, are you finally satisfied? I beg you, let me be. I will no longer compete with you for the affection of our parents. A wave of sorrow surged within her. Whether at her adoptive parents' home or with her biological ones, she had never experienced true love. All she yearned for was a mere fragment of care. Upon hearing Lin Qingyi's words, Lin Hao felt as though a nail had pierced his heart. His gaze turned malevolent as he glared fiercely at the staff, delivering a brutal kick to the attendant's abdomen. Damn you! With such a foul mouth, have you been feasting on excrement? You, a mere server, dare to slander a guest? Who gave you the audacity? Just because the establishment is impressive, do you believe yourself to be so? What pride do you take in serving the elite? With such deplorable manners, what service can you possibly provide? His eyes reddened as if he were prepared to fight with all his might, mounting the attendant and raining down punches upon their face. The staff cowered, cradling their head, arms shielding their face, desperately crying out for help. Murder! Help! Lin Qingyi stood in shock, unable to fathom the scene before her. She had not anticipated that Lin Hao would not merely watch the spectacle unfold, but would instead defend her honor. Had she truly misjudged him? As the commotion outside escalated, all the stylists rushed out of the salon. Who dares to cause a disturbance at our muse's doorstep? Brothers, let us unite and teach him a lesson. The scene descended into chaos, yet Lin Hao remained undeterred, continuing to unleash his fury upon the attendant. Ultimately, one's fists are no match for the multitude. He was hoisted up by a group of Tonys. You're quite bold, aren't you? Daring to strike your grandfather. A waiter spat disdainfully before delivering a heavy blow to Lin Hao's abdomen. Lin Hao felt a sharp spasm in his stomach and, in reflex, expelled a mouthful of phlegm onto the face of his assailant. Damn, this brat dares to resist, they exclaimed. Take him to the restroom and pry his mouth open. I'll teach him a lesson, they vowed. Let us see if he dares to cause trouble again. Yet, before they could carry him through the threshold of the shop, the manager came tumbling to the entrance. He delivered a resounding slap to the face of the leading waiter. Who the hell gave you the audacity to lay hands on him? Let go of the young master of the Lin family at once. The leading waiter, clutching his swollen face in confusion, retorted, Brother-in-law, you must be mistaken. Look at his attire. He is clearly a nouveau riche. How could he possibly be the young master of the Lin group? Lin Hao sneered. What does my attire matter? Am I required to report my appearance to your barber shop? He adjusted his clothes with a hint of sorrow, having just donned new garments that were now rumpled. Of course not, the manager hastily replied. It is merely that our staff did not recognize you, young master, and accidentally offended you. It was all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Upon hearing the manager's words, the expressions of the group of Tonys morphed into one of utter humiliation. Yes, we are truly sorry, young Master Lin. We knew nothing. We were merely misled by him. Indeed, had we known your true identity, we would not have dared to act against you, even at the cost of our lives. Lin Hao scoffed. So, what you're implying is that if someone were an ordinary person, you would feel free to bully them, correct? Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the group of Tonys felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes pleadingly darting towards the manager. What are you staring at? Hurry up and kneel to young Master Lin and apologize, commanded the manager. Immediately, all the Tonys fell to their knees in unison, each delivering resounding slaps to their own faces. TSK, 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 this pack of snobs, who look down on others, has finally faced retribution. It is said that a mere haircut in their establishment costs no less than 10,000 yuan, having offended young Master Lin. They may find no one daring to patronize them ever again. They brought this upon themselves. How dare they spread malicious rumors? They ought to be apprehended. Young Master Lin's attire is from a prestigious luxury brand, with a single piece valued at around 100,000 yuan. Just moments ago, someone even struck young Master Lin. They would likely be unable to compensate even if they sold their shop. Chapter 4. Is this a game of humiliation? Upon hearing the crowd reveling in their misfortune, Lin Hao cast a stunned glance at the sign of the salon. 10,000 yuan for a haircut? Surely this hair must be woven from gold. In his previous life, he refrained from visiting those extravagant salons to save money, often wandering through streets in search of establishments that catered to the elderly. Such places did not require membership cards and typically charged no more than 20 yuan. The manager, following Lin Hao's gaze, sighed deeply. After striving for over a decade in Jiangcheng, he had finally established a foothold, only to have it obliterated by a group of imbeciles. Young Master Lin, here is 5 million. Today, due to my mismanagement, this group has offended you. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness, the store manager apologized. 5 million. Lin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. To think that a mere slap could yield such an amount. He felt an overwhelming urge to hang himself up. If all else fails, perhaps he could allow them to strike him with steel bars or baseball bats. Otherwise, possessing this money felt profoundly unsettling. Assuming Lin Hao found the sum insufficient, the store manager gritted his teeth and produced another card, saying, there is also over 3 million here. This represents my entire savings after years in Jiangcheng. I implore you to show mercy. Lin Hao hastily tucked both cards into his pocket, fearful of the manager's potential change of heart. He planned to convert all the funds from these cards into gold and conceal them in a secure location. Even if the Lin family were to face bankruptcy later on, this sum of over 8 million would suffice for a comfortable living. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly straightened up, anxiously scanning the crowd for Lin Qingyi. She was hiding behind the door of the Muse, having rushed inside earlier when all the Tonys in the store had mobilized, fearing for Lin Hao's safety. Now that the commotion had subsided, she emerged from the shop, feeling lost as she concealed herself behind the greenery at the entrance. Lin Hao approached her, awkwardly scratching his head. I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? Lin Qingyi gazed deeply at Lin Hao. Although she believed that today's incident was merely a mishap, the video and rumors had already spread widely. Lin Hao shook his head resolutely, firmly refusing the suggestion, stating that it was certainly not feasible, as the day was still not over. Moreover, having subjected you to an undeserved misfortune, it was imperative that he compensates you adequately. Without allowing Lin Qingyi a moment to respond, he grasped her arm and led her towards another hair salon. Upon entering, they were greeted warmly by a receptionist clad in a white shirt, a form-fitting skirt, and black stockings. Hello, you two handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies. Do you have a stylist in mind? Lin Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hao and whispered, will it be very expensive here for a haircut? Dear lady, here is our price list. Please feel free to peruse it, the receptionist replied cheerfully. Lin Qingyi's face flushed as she received the price list. The cheapest haircut from a senior stylist was priced at 128 yuan, while a haircut from the shop manager would cost 488 yuan. This was merely for a basic haircut. Should they wish to include hair care and styling services, it would surely exceed 1,000 yuan. Shall we consider another establishment? I usually get my hair trimmed at a street-side salon, where it only costs about 10 yuan, Lin Qingyi suggested, rising on her toes to whisper in Lin Hao's ear. Lin Hao glanced at the price list, astonished that a mere haircut could be so exorbitant. No wonder he had never dared to approach such salons before. Yet, recalling that he was now among the elite wealthy heirs of Jiangcheng, having just earned over 8 million after enduring a beating, he turned with a mischievous grin. Let us get it done here. Money is no object. Call me brother, and I shall procure a membership card for you. Lin Qingyi's face turned crimson as she clenched her teeth in indignation, swiftly turning to leave. The scoundrel dared to bully me and even expected me to call him brother. What a dream, she thought to herself. Nevertheless, the sweet sound of brother still lingered in the air of the hair salon. The receptionist blushed, biting her lip, her eyes glistening as she said, Brother, you just mentioned that you'd get a membership card for your sister. You mustn't go back on your word. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He raised an eyebrow at the girl at the front desk and replied, Arrange for the manager to give her a haircut in style, ensuring everything is done to the highest standard. Before Lin Qingyi could refuse, a hairstylist had already led her to a chair, thrusting a hairstyle book into her hands. As the stylist worked through Lin Qingyi's hair, she inquired, "Which hairstyle do you fancy, beautiful? This sweet style should suit you perfectly. And this more androgynous one also complements your aura. Your hair seems a bit dry. Once we wash it, we'll provide some nourishing treatment. Your boyfriend truly treats you well." Lin Qingyi clenched her teeth defiantly and retorted, "He is not my boyfriend. He is just a scoundrel." The stylist observed Lin Qingyi's expression and then glanced at Lin Hao, a look of realization dawning upon his face. It was evident that the young couple had quarreled. He gave Lin Hao a thumbs up and nodded vigorously. The unspoken understanding between men was instantaneous. Lin Hao comprehended the stylist's implication. "Leave it to me." Leaning against the front desk, Lin Hao pointed at Lin Qingyi and inquired, "Approximately how much will this cost?" A simple haircut and styling, without dyeing the hair and merely opting for a perm, would typically cost around 1,500. The receptionist at our establishment mentioned, "We are currently running a promotion. If you recharge 2,000, you receive an additional 500, and if you recharge 3,000, you receive 1,000. Lin Hao nodded and replied, "Then please recharge me 10,000. "Thank you, dear brother." The receptionist stood up and bowed. From this single transaction alone, she would earn a commission of 500. As the recharge was successfully completed, the once soothing music in the salon transformed into an exuberant melody. All the hairstylists paused their tasks and shouted towards the reception area, "Thank you, boss, for recharging your membership. Wishing you prosperous business and a continuous flow of wealth." Lin Hao's lips twitched, and he awkwardly clapped for himself. The receptionist chuckled lightly, "Brother, I see your hair is quite disheveled as well. Your girlfriend's haircut will take a little time. Shall I tidy you up too?" Lin Hao pondered for a moment before nodding. After all, he had spent money and might as well experience the difference between a 1,000 yuan haircut and a 20 yuan one. However, as he reclined in the shampoo station, only able to see half of the ceiling, he instantly comprehended the distinction. Chapter 5. What difference could there be? As Lin Hao rose from the shampoo station, his gaze became somewhat evasive. The receptionist's technique in washing hair was rather unrefined. After a single wash, half of her white shirt was drenched, and he nearly suffocated from the shampoo foam. "Brother, let us go over to the dryer." The receptionist pointed to the adjacent seats and gently tousled Lin Hao's hair, crafting a simple yet refreshing style. Lin Hao felt a soft sensation at the back of his head, his initial skepticism transforming into understanding. Indeed, there is a rationale behind luxury. After drying his hair, he rose and approached Lin Qingyi. She sported a crisp, short haircut, her stunning beauty no longer concealed by heavy bangs, presenting herself as both beautiful and poised. After handing the recharged membership card to Lin Qingyi, he mentioned that he had come here specifically for a haircut. "Whenever you wish to come, just let me know, and I will accompany you," he offered. Lin Qingyi paused momentarily, lowering her head to bite her lip as her gaze fixated on the black and gold membership card in her hand. Here, having her hair cut did not involve the painful tugging of a brush tangled in her locks. The water during the wash was always pleasantly warm, and the stylist's touch was gentle. The hair after the cut was neatly arranged, unlike the disarray of a dog-esque chew. An unfamiliar sensation blossomed in her heart, an itch of anticipation. If he could cease his teasing, then perhaps calling him brother would not be out of the question. Lin Qingyi mused. Exiting the salon, Lin Hao grasped Lin Qingyi's wrist and led her to the entrance of a clothing store. The boutique, named Taylor, held a reputable status among luxury brands. Now in her second year of high school, Lin Qingyi still donned her middle school uniform. Though pristine in appearance, the uniform bore the signs of years of wear, its color having faded slightly. Observing the grand logo on the sign, she leaned closer to Lin Hao, whispering in his ear, "Perhaps we should visit another store to purchase clothing. Here, one garment could equate to the price of numerous others available elsewhere." Having come into sudden wealth, Lin Hao naturally wished to explore, to discern the differences between these garments and those that are merely 9 yuan with free shipping. Since we are here, let us first peruse a few outfits. After all, one cannot expect to wear a school uniform when out with their parents. Lin Qingyi hesitated for a moment before gently nodding, deciding to select just one piece. Upon entering the establishment, a middle-aged woman in a suit approached them with a beaming smile. Her name was Huang Lin, the sales assistant of the boutique. She scrutinized the duo momentarily, and her smile instantly faltered. "These garments are quite expensive. If you have no intention of purchasing, kindly refrain from entering. Should you accidentally soil anything, we would not be able to compensate for the damages by selling you." Upon hearing Huang Lin's words, Lin Qingyi instinctively retreated behind Lin Hao, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Perhaps we should opt for the clothing at the street-side shops instead. Their quality is commendable as well." The store was sparsely populated, and Lin Qingyi's words clearly reached Huang Lin's ears. With a derisive laugh, she retorted, "You ought to leave at once. With your attire, the affluent patrons would assume that beggars have entered our store. The garments here are not meant for individuals of your standing. You should stick to the commonplace, inexpensive wares." Lin Qing's face flushed crimson at the affront, summoning her courage to grasp Lin Hao's arm and gently tugging him backward. In the past, Lin Hao might have chosen to avoid confrontation, but now he stands as one of the elite second-generation wealthy in Jiangcheng City. He seized Lin Qingyi's wrist and glared fiercely at Huang Lin, demanding, "Is this how you treat your customers? Bring your manager here." Upon hearing the commotion, another young woman approached them. "Greetings, I am the manager of this establishment, Zhao Haiyan." She introduced herself. "Huang Lin, please attend to other customers." She offered a slight bow, her face adorned with a practiced smile. "I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant shopping experience. I shall arrange for another sales associate to assist you." "Shall Li, please come over to assist," she instructed before turning to leave. "Wait a moment. Is this how your store handles complaints, with such indifference?" Lin Hao questioned. Zhao Haiyan cast a dismissive glance at them, sneering contemptuously. "Must I make it explicit for you? Individuals like you, with your meager means, are not our clientele. You merely come here to take a few pictures and indulge your vanity. It's already generous of us not to have ejected you." She then leaned towards the security guard and instructed, "Keep an eye on them. Ensure they don't dirty the clothing." Lin Qingyi bit her lip and whispered softly in Lin Hao's ear, "Let us go to another store. I can spare a day next week to accompany you." Lin Hao looked at her in surprise, then nodded with a smile. "All right, but let us make a pact. No backing out next week. However, I cannot endure humiliation in silence. Let us step outside. I need to make a phone call." At that moment, a young girl approached the two of them. "Qingyi, is that you?" The girl exclaimed in astonishment. "Nianqiu, what brings you here?" Lin Qingyi responded, her voice tinged with surprise. Following Lin Qingyi's gaze, Lin Hao spotted a girl with a low ponytail. "This is Lin Nianqiu, my senior from middle school, and she is now also at Jiangcheng High School," Lin Qingyi introduced. Suddenly, she paused, questioning why she felt the need to introduce her friend to Lin Hao. Lin Nianqiu was clad in a white shirt, complemented by a women's blazer. Her ample bosom filled the shirt, accentuating her slender waist. She wore a form-fitting skirt paired with nude stockings, her curvaceous hips and elegantly long legs on full display. Adorning her feet were pointed high-heeled shoes, her gait slightly unsteady, as if she might stumble at any moment. Upon closer inspection, Lin Hao noticed that the fabric of Nianqiu's shirt was quite poor, revealing a hint of her somewhat dated undergarments. The blazer appeared slightly faded, clearly having been worn for many years. The nude stockings bore numerous holes, and the heels of her shoes seemed to have been repaired, marked by a visible ring of adhesive. Noticing Lin Hao's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Qingyi stepped protectively in front of Lin Nianqiu, warning him, "You must not entertain any thoughts about Senior Nianqiu." Lin Nianqiu nodded at Lin Hao in greeting, then linked her arm with Lin Qingyi's, inquiring curiously, "Is this your boyfriend? I never expected this little one to have blossomed with romantic feelings." Lin Qingyi's face flushed slightly as she shook her head, insisting, "He is not my boyfriend." At that moment, she found herself at a loss for how to clarify her relationship with Lin Hao. Lin Nianqiu scrutinized both Lin Hao and Lin Qingyi, her expression clearly reflecting disbelief. Lin Qingyi deftly shifted the topic. "Nianqiu, aren't you in your senior year? What brings you here?" "I'm working part-time to earn some living expenses and tuition for university." "You wouldn't believe how expensive the clothes are here," Lin Nianqiu replied, her tone laced with humor. Suddenly, she paused, asking, "You two aren't here to buy clothes, are you?" Chapter 6. Are you sure you want my money? Lin Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hao, gently nodded, and whispered, "Just one piece." Lin Nianqiu raised an eyebrow, a smile spreading across her face as she said, "Then let me show you some clothes in the store. You're so beautiful, anything you wear will look stunning." She glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then added quietly, "Even if you don't buy anything, it's all right. With the price of one piece, you could purchase several elsewhere." Lin Nianqiu approached Lin Hao, playfully saying, "May I borrow your girlfriend for a moment?" Lin Hao scratched his head awkwardly, replying, "Do you believe me when I say she isn't my girlfriend? She is actually my sister." Lin Nianqiu nodded, a knowing smile illuminating her face. "I understand, you two are siblings. Wouldn't purple attire suit her perfectly?" Lin Hao sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. "I shall step out to make a phone call. Please observe what garment she favors." Having spoken, he approached the entrance of the shop, extracted his mobile device, and dialed a number. This clothing store is situated on the first floor of Jiangcheng Square. which is entirely owned by the Lin family. The operations of Jiangcheng Square are overseen by a middle-aged man named Wang Maokai. As the phone rang, Wang Maokai hastily answered. His tone obsequious, "Hello, young master? Have you come to Jiangcheng Square for some leisure today? I have instructed them to lower the difficulty level in the arcade." Lin Hao snorted coldly, his tone unfriendly. "Uncle Wang, are we allowing just anyone to set up shop in Jiangcheng Square? I was berated by one of their sales associates at that tailor clothing store on the first floor. Bring the store owner to me. I wish to see what kind of proprietor raises such imperious staff." Upon hearing Lin Hao's plight, Wang Maokai cursed angrily. "How dare they bully our young master? I shall summon the store owner immediately. If he does not provide a satisfactory explanation, I believe his establishment has no reason to remain open." After hanging up, Wang Maokai perused his contacts, locating the store owner's number. As soon as the call was connected, he launched into a tirade. "Qianshou, what kind of employees have you hired? How dare they insult our young master Lin? You have 20 minutes to arrive at the Jiangcheng Square store, otherwise your shop may as well be closed tomorrow." My employee insulted the young master of the Lin family? The Jiang City Lin family is renowned for their fierce protection, particularly towards that inept young master, showering him with meticulous care. This cannot stand. I must hurry over. How many minutes are left? Under Lin Qingyi's recommendation, Lin Qingyi donned a black strapless mini dress. With her inherently cool and aloof demeanor, she resembled a regal black swan in that ensemble, causing Lin Hao to momentarily freeze upon seeing her. "I told you this outfit suits you perfectly. Look, even your boyfriend is taken aback," Lin Qingyi jested. Noticing Lin Hao's gaze, Lin Qingyi's cheeks flushed crimson as she sought refuge behind Lin Qingyi. Lin Hao gave a thumbs up to the two, exclaiming, "This is absolutely stunning. Since we're here, let us pick out a few more items." Excitedly, Lin Qingyi took Lin Qingyi's hand and led her to the fitting room, continuously passing her various outfits. From the poised senior to the charming neighbor girl, Lin Qingyi effortlessly embraced every style. Observing her trying on numerous garments without making a purchase, Huang Lin approached with a sneer. TSK, no wonder you're all so impoverished. You've likely never worn anything this exquisite in your lives. Be careful when changing, lest you ruin the clothes. You won't be able to afford the damages." Lin Qingyi quietly countered, "Sister Huang, they said they intend to buy one." Huang Lin scoffed. "If they hadn't claimed that, would they even have the chance to try on our clothes? I've seen plenty like them. They'll surely concoct some nonsensical excuse and leave empty-handed." Zhao Haiyan approached Lin Qingyi with a stern expression, declaring, "Your salary for this month will be reduced by 500. Lin Qingyi lowered her head, appearing somewhat lost, akin to a child who had erred. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, questioning the justification for such a deduction. Zhao Haiyan disdainfully glanced at Lin Hao, retorting, "The very state of these garments reeks of your impoverished influence, rendering them less marketable. A deduction of 500 is still lenient. You wish to defend her? If you possess the means, then purchase all of these clothes. You are merely a good-for-nothing who can only speak." She turned her gaze back to Lin Qingyi, adding, "Do not presume I am unaware of your acquaintance. Utilizing our store's items to gain favors is unacceptable. I suggest you forfeit your salary this month. If you are dissatisfied, you are welcome to leave tomorrow." Upon hearing Zhao Haiyan's words, Lin Qingyi's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Lin Qingyi, filled with compassion, embraced Lin Qingyi, gently patting her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. I will certainly assist you." She then turned to Lin Hao, her eyes pleading, "I implore you, help Senior Qingyi. If you can assist her, I will comply with whatever you say today." However, before Lin Hao could respond, Huang Lin suddenly appeared before Lin Qingyi, forcefully grasping her shoulder. "Manager Zhao, look. The shoulder of her garment is soaked with water. This has already compromised its resale value. She must purchase it." Upon hearing Huang Lin's words, Lin Qingyi, momentarily forgetting her sorrow, gazed intently at Lin Qingyi's shoulder, where indeed, a small patch dampened by tears was evident. "I am so sorry." She hurriedly apologized to Manager Zhao. "It's all my fault. Such a minor mark will be unnoticeable once it dries. Could we possibly let it go?" Manager Zhao let out a cold laugh. "Our clothing is made of a special material. Once it gets wet, it's ruined. Since you wish to assist her, this outfit, priced at 39,800, shall be covered by you." He commanded the security personnel, "Block the door. Do not allow them to leave until they gather the funds." Lin Hao scoffed, stepping forward to grip Huang Lin's wrist, and with a swift motion, slapped her chubby face. He gently pulled Lin Qingyi's wrist, shielding her behind him. "You go comfort the senior. I will handle this." You shameless rogue. How dare you hit me? If you do not compensate me with 500,000 today, you shall not leave. Huang Lin seethed, clutching her face in anger. Lin Hao, with an air of indifference, shrugged his arm and retorted, "Are you truly certain you wish for me to pay? You assaulted someone and damaged our clothing. What gives you the right to demand compensation? Today, not just that outfit, but every piece of clothing you have worn will be deemed unfit, and you shall purchase them all." "Very well," Lin Hao declared as he retrieved a bank card from his pocket, grinning. "Go ahead and swipe, including this hefty woman's medical expenses. However, while swiping my card may be simple, retrieving the funds later will prove to be quite a challenge." Upon contemplating the impending acquisition of 500,000, Huang Lin scoffed, exclaiming that they must be mad to return the money to him. "Haiyan, hurry and swipe the card. We cannot afford to find ourselves with not a single penny left." Chapter 7. Extorted for 1 million. When the notification of a successful transaction appeared, everyone, save for Lin Qingyi, was left in a state of shock. This lad truly possesses such wealth? Huang Lin gasped, her astonishment quickly transforming into an almost frenzied grin. Quick, transfer my 50,000 to me." The prospect of exchanging a mere slap for 50,000 was a business that could make her wake up laughing in her dreams. She scrutinized Lin Hao once more, noting his ostentatious gold chains and watch, exuding an unmistakable nouveau riche aura, likely a second-generation demolition tycoon, flaunting his compensation. With that thought, her unease dissipated entirely, even replaced by a tinge of glee. Lin Hao's purchase of clothing worth 50,000 would yield her a commission of 5,000. This fool was far too naive, thinking he had the upper hand, while in reality, he had merely facilitated her substantial gain. In the meantime, Lin Qingyi wiped away the tears from her eyes, gazing blankly at Lin Qingyi, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is your boyfriend truly this affluent?" Lin Qingyi rolled her eyes, for her father, Lin Jiangcheng, had granted Lin Hao a supplementary card. It was not merely 1 million. He could easily swipe even 100 billion. Lin Hao approached the two, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "Li, the beauty, having purchased so many garments, are you not inclined to assist me with the packaging?" Lin Qingyi finally snapped back to reality, declaring, "I shall package them for you right away." Seizing the opportunity while Lin Qingyi was away, Lin Hao inquired of Lin Qingyi about her good friend. Lin Qingyi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I barely get enough to eat at my adoptive parents' home, and Senior Qingyi often brings me delicious food. Moreover, her academic performance is exceptional, and she frequently helps me with my studies." She paused and asked if they could assist her. "Call me brother," Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and replied. "Brother," Lin Qingyi exclaimed decisively. Hearing her earnest tone, Lin Hao feigned disdain and remarked, "Your call of brother makes it sound as though I've joined the bandits. Since she excels academically, she should come to tutor me in the future." Lin Qingyi regarded Lin Hao with a peculiar expression and warned, "If you dare to bully Senior Qingyi, I will not let you off easily." Lin Hao playfully flicked Lin Qingyi on the forehead, bemused by the girl's whimsical thoughts. Judging by Lin Qingyi's reaction, it was evident that Lin Qingyi held significant importance in her life. Should she ever turn against him, perhaps his previous kindness towards Lin Qingyi might evoke some semblance of loyalty, securing him a comfortable retirement. After all, what could compare to the extravagant allure of romance? You should first inform her of the situation and skip class here. As for her wages, those people wouldn't dare to withhold them, not even if they had 3 lives. Lin Hao stated. Lin Qingyi nodded and hurried to Lin Qingyi to relay the news. Lin Hao then pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Maokai, exclaiming, "Uncle Wang, this establishment has extorted 1 million from me. Such banditry. Young master, please wait a moment. I shall arrive in 2 minutes." Wang Maokai gasped, having just hung up the phone and hastily made his way here. "That won't do. I have 2 lovely ladies awaiting me, and it's almost time for lunch. Uncle Wang, I must end the call now." After disconnecting, he rushed towards Lin Qingyi and Lin Qingyi, urging, "We must hurry, or we shall be caught in a jam." Without allowing the two a moment to react, he seized their wrists and dashed out of the clothing store. Barely 2 minutes had passed when Wang Maokai hurried back into the shop. "All right, leave the rest to Uncle Wang," Lin Hao chuckled. Lin Qingyi did not know Wang Maokai, but observing Lin Hao's confident demeanor, she understood he would ensure their interests were safeguarded. Inside the store, upon seeing Wang Maokai enter, Zhao Haiyan promptly approached him. "Mr. Wang, what brings you to our store today? Please take a seat. I shall prepare a cup of tea for you." Wang Maokai retorted brusquely, "Where is your boss? I instructed him to arrive within 20 minutes. Why is he still not here?" Sensing Wang Maokai's impatience, Zhao Haiyan offered a nervous smile. Perhaps he is caught in traffic. I shall call him right away to urge him. Before she could dial the boss's number, Qianshou rushed into the store in a frenzy, grasping Zhao Haiyan's shoulders. He shook her vigorously. Where is the young master? Where is the young master of the Lin family? Witnessing Qianshou's frantic demeanor, Zhao Haiyan trembled. What? What young master of the Lin family? We haven't seen anyone. Wang Maokai let out a cold snort, addressing Qianshou. You have certainly trained a remarkable employee. First, she insulted our young master profusely, and then extorted 1 million from him. I give you half a day. If you cannot resolve this matter satisfactorily, I shall send you elsewhere for reflection. Qianshou bowed and assured, Mr. Wang, rest assured, I will sincerely apologize to the young master. Upon hearing the sum of 1 million, Zhao Haiyan's pupils dilated, and her entire demeanor froze. Boss, we were unaware. He never informed us he was the young master of the Lin family. Zhao Haiyan spoke with a quivering voice. Qianshou's eyes reddened instantly, and he delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Haiyan's face. Does the young master of the Lin family need to announce his presence? Are you a fool? Zhao Haiyan covered her face, shaking her head repeatedly, choked with emotion. It was Huang Lin who insulted the young master of the Lin family. Not only did she coerce him into purchasing 500,000 worth of clothing, but she also extorted another 500,000 from him. Qianshou glared at Huang Lin, and before he could approach her, she immediately fell to her knees, repeatedly slapping her own face. Boss, I truly did not know he was the young master of the Lin family. Had I known, even with 800 lives, I would not have dared to utter a single word against him. Qianshou kicked her in the chest, sending her sprawling. I will not entertain your explanations. You are to hurry and seek out the young master of Lin. Whether you slap yourselves or kneel in apology, you must obtain the young master's forgiveness. If I am held accountable, you shall not have it easy either. Leave at once. Upon hearing Qianshou's words, Zhao Haiyan and Huang Lin hastily exited the shop. Pursuing the direction in which Lin Hao had departed, Qianshou took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. He casually picked up a belt from the counter and presented it to Wang Maokai, ingratiatingly inquiring, Mr. Wang, has young Master Lin mentioned where he intends to go next? Wang Maokai accepted the belt and replied nonchalantly, seeing that you are genuinely apologizing to our young master, I shall provide you with a hint. He just mentioned that he is accompanied by 2 lovely ladies, and it is about time for lunch. Qianshou repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mr. Wang. I shall promptly seek out young Master Lin to convey my apologies, ensuring he perceives my sincerity. Chapter 8. What is the compensation for separation? Lin Hao, accompanied by Lin Qingyi and Lin Yinxiu, entered a Western restaurant. The ambience was dimly lit, with a foreign lady clad in a long gown. Her golden hair and azure eyes captivating as she played the violin, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Upon receiving the menu from the waiter, which was replete with English text, Lin Hao glanced at it and felt a pang of headache, promptly closing it. What would you like to eat? He inquired. Lin Qingyi and Lin Yinxiu perused the menu, occasionally glancing up at Lin Hao. Each dish was priced at no less than 1,000 yuan, a level of extravagance they had never experienced before. Suddenly, they spotted an image of a steak labeled at 50. Addressing the waiter, they declared, We would like 2 orders of this steak. Is there anything else you require? The waiter asked. The 2 individuals hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the menu, pointing to a dish priced at 100, stating, We shall have another of this. The waiter nodded and turned to Mr. Lin Hao, inquiring, Have you decided what you would like to eat? Lin Hao broke into a grin, replying, I shall have the same. Very well, sir, we shall prepare that for you, the waiter said with a slight bow. Wow, truly, this is an upscale restaurant. Lin Yinxiu exclaimed in admiration. Lin Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hao, suppressing a smile, and gently nodded in agreement. Before long, the waiter approached with a cart, which bore a piece of beef adorned with snowflake patterns. This is the finest Wagyu beef, originating from the land of cherry blossoms. How thick would you like it cut? Noticing the trio's silence, the waiter continued, Would 2 fingers wide for the gentleman and 1 finger wide for the ladies be acceptable? Lin Qingyi and Lin Yinxiu turned their gaze toward Lin Hao, seeking his approval. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he acquiesced, Let it be so. The waiter deftly sliced 3 pieces of beef and placed them upon an electronic scale. The total weight of the steaks is 600 grams, at 50 yuan per gram, amounting to a total of 30,000 yuan. Sir, madam, how would you like your steaks cooked? Upon hearing the staggering price of 30,000, the 3 were momentarily stunned. Have you decided how well you would like them cooked? The waiter inquired once more. Medium rare, Lin Hao finally responded. Although he had never tasted steak priced at 50 yuan per gram in his past life, he had indulged in street steak priced at 50 yuan per serving. Lin Qingyi quietly asked, "May I have mine well done?" Lin Yanxiu echoed, "I too desire my steak well done." "Very well, 2 well-done steaks and 1 medium steak," came the response. Upon hearing the request for well-done steak, a wave of derisive laughter rippled through the restaurant. It appeared to be the act of a nouveau riche, utterly ignorant of the nuances of steak doneness. A well-done steak? Why not simply purchase a plate of stir-fried beef instead? Such exquisite Wagyu beef wasted, truly a crime against culinary artistry. Lin Yanxiu and Lin Qingyi exchanged glances, quietly pondering, should we also opt for medium steaks? It depends on personal preference. I have never tasted a well-done steak, Lin Hao interjected softly. We could share bites and discern the differences in flavor among the various degrees of doneness. Suddenly, Lin Hao raised his voice, directing it towards the source of the mockery. Indeed, how could one indulge in such fine beef well done? He continued with jest, I typically savor my steak at the moment the sun first kisses the cow, relishing every bite. Listening to Lin Hao's playful banter, Lin Yanxiu and Lin Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yanxiu remarked enviously, your boyfriend treats you rather well. He is not my boyfriend, Lin Qingyi reiterated emphatically. All right, not your boyfriend, but mine. Is that acceptable? Lin Yanxiu responded with exasperation. Unable to comprehend why they appeared to share such a strong bond, yet steadfastly refused to acknowledge it. However, the price of the beef here is exorbitant. Such a minuscule piece costs more than my annual salary, Lin Yanxiu lamented. Lin Qingyi couldn't help but nod, exclaiming how expensive it was. She gazed at Lin Yanxiu, whose face was filled with anticipation, and softly pleaded with Lin Hao. Could you refrain from leaving early today? Early departure? Lin Hao furrowed his brow in confusion. Suddenly, he recalled that the original owner had once taken Lin Qingyi to a high-end restaurant. Halfway through the meal, the original owner had made an excuse to leave, leaving Lin Qingyi alone in the restaurant. The manager almost called the police over her dining and dashing incident. Lin Qingyi merely wished to avoid being humiliated in front of her friends. With a long sigh, Lin Hao pushed a bank card toward her. This card should suffice for you. Lin Qingyi looked at Lin Hao in bewilderment and asked, why? That card belongs to the owner of the Muse hair salon. Aside from the 1 million spent on clothes, there's at least 2 million left. Lin Hao remarked. You seem to lack security. I'm sorry, this is too much. I cannot accept it, Lin Qingyi replied. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Did you not just say you would listen to me? If you refuse to accept it, then at least help me keep it safe. Should any special circumstances arise, you can access it first. Lin Yanxiu, observing the card being pushed back and forth, inquired. How much is there? Just over 200, Lin Hao answered. Qingyi, just accept it. 200 isn't even enough for our meal today. Just treat him a bit better in the future. Your boyfriend shouldn't mind such a small amount. Well, let this be regarded as your agency fee for introducing me to a job. I won't charge you for the first tutoring session, Lin Yanxiu said generously. Lin Qingyi glanced at the mischievous grin on Lin Hao's face and helplessly tugged at Lin Yanxiu's sleeve, saying, it's not merely 200, but rather 2 million. Lin Yanxiu swallowed hard and inquired, could it be that your mother disapproves of your relationship, and this is a severance fee? Lin Qingyi's face instantly flushed crimson as she clarified, he is not my boyfriend. He is my brother. Then why are you giving her so much money? Lin Yanxiu pressed. He is my brother, Lin Qingyi reiterated, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Looking at the earnest Lin Hao, she listened as he explained, previously. I have committed many wrongs against Qingyi and wish to make amends. He added, you are her closest friend. You will assist me, won't you? With a skeptical glance at Lin Hao, Lin Qingyi scoffed, Yanxiu, do not be deceived by him. He is merely attracted to beautiful girls like you. I suspect he seeks to exploit this opportunity to get closer to you. Remain vigilant while tutoring him. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yanxiu quietly asked, what is the typical severance fee your brother gives to his ex-girlfriends? Upon hearing Lin Yanxiu's words, Lin Hao suddenly recalled the storyline regarding her. A pivotal factor in the rapid growth of Lin Qingyi's company lay in its exceptionally stringent cost control. The individual responsible for managing the operational costs of the enterprise is a person named Lin Yanxiu. Initially, upon witnessing Lin Yanxiu's salary being deducted without her daring to protest, he did not connect the dots. However, upon realizing that she was preoccupied with the notion of a severance payment, all the memories came flooding back. Lin Hao recalled that during Lin Yanxiu's final year of high school, her mother was diagnosed with cancer. In a bid not to hinder Lin Yanxiu's preparations for the college entrance examination, her mother concealed her illness from her. It was only after the exams concluded that Lin Qingyi discovered her mother's condition upon finding her unconscious at home. To gather the necessary medical funds, she sold 3 years of her future to a businessman. Yet, when she brought the money to the hospital, her mother, unwilling to be a burden, leaped from the hospital's upper floor. Contemplating that Lin Qingyi might become Lin Qingyi's right-hand ally in the future, Lin Hao, without a moment's hesitation, resolved to first undermine her current relationship. He cleared his throat twice and inquired, "Are you in dire need of money at the moment?" Lin Qingyi, with a slight grimace, replied, "My mother has not been well lately, so I haven't been able to work. Previously, our meals would include both meat and vegetables. But now we only have a single vegetable dish each day. I suspect our funds are running low." Lin Hao nodded, teasingly remarking, "So your plan is to deceive a pure-hearted young man like me into having my mother fork out 5 million, thus compelling you to break up with me?" Lin Qingyi couldn't help but entertain a whimsical thought, jokingly saying, "If Auntie were to truly hand over 5 million, I would claim I am pregnant with your child. And that child would also require 5 million. Observing the playful banter between the two, Lin Qingyi felt alarm bells ringing in her mind. She was acutely aware that Lin Hao could effortlessly produce 5 million. Gently tugging at Lin Qingyi's arm, she positioned her protectively behind her and warned, "If you dare to bully Senior Qingyi, I shall inform our parents." Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. How could mutual affection be construed as bullying? Lin Qingyi jested in return, "If you truly offer me 5 million, I would even be willing to care for a pregnant mistress during her confinement." "Sir, madam, your steak is ready," announced the waiter as he wheeled the cart before the trio, a rich aroma of beef mingled with buttery cream wafting through the air. Thanks to the Maillard reaction, the steak boasted a delightful brown crust. Lin Hao grasped his knife and fork, delicately slicing into the steak, and an abundance of juices gushed forth, revealing a hint of pink within. With the first bite, the beef melted in his mouth, and the juices erupted like a burst of flavor, leaving him feeling as though he would dissolve entirely. It was simply divine. The 50-yuan street steak could not even begin to compare. He glanced at Lin Qingyi and Lin Qingyi across from him, both wearing expressions of sheer ecstasy. "Here, as promised. Let you both savor mine," Lin Hao said, slicing 2 generous pieces of beef onto their plates. Their steaks, being well done, had released most of their juices, offering a more substantial chew. Upon tasting the beef Lin Hao offered, their eyes instantly sparkled with delight. They had initially believed their own steaks to be delicious, but to their astonishment, Lin Hao's medium-rare steak surpassed them all in flavor. They cast their gazes downward at the beef on their plates, a wave of sadness washing over them, as if they had squandered 20,000 yuan. Lin Hao pushed his plate towards the two and suggested, "I believe yours would taste better. Let us exchange." Before they could decline, he swiftly transferred both of their portions of beef to his side. "You." Lin Qingyi opened her mouth, at a loss for words. Lin Qingyi also cast a lingering glance at Lin Hao, expressing her envy. "Is this what having an older brother feels like? How I long for one." Lin Hao teased, "What brother? I thought you were about to lay an egg. Eat more. Don't let the little one in your belly go hungry." Lin Qingyi's face flushed instantly, and she gently touched her abdomen, letting out a soft hum. The well-done steak was quite resilient, and Lin Hao found the knife and fork somewhat cumbersome. He summoned a waiter and requested, "Could I please have a pair of chopsticks?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding patrons couldn't help but snicker. Where did this rustic fellow come from? Using chopsticks to eat steak? They scoffed. "One must use a knife and fork for Western cuisine. That is what elegance entails. Clearly, you wouldn't comprehend such sophistication." They disparaged. What a lowbrow individual. Tarnishing the reputation of this establishment. Lin Hao raised his chin and addressed the group, mocking, "Eating a steak has given you a sense of superiority? You dress as if for a wedding just to consume a piece of meat. After all this fuss, the steak has merely sustained a superficial wound. Yet you still have the audacity to complain? Instead of meddling in my affairs, you'd be better off slicing your steak a little more." Before Lin Hao could continue speaking, Zhao Haiyan and Huang Lin rushed into the restaurant and knelt before him. "Young Master Lin, our boss has been frantic searching for you." The two exchanged determined glances, resolutely shaking their heads in disbelief. The once vibrant Lin Hao now found himself awkwardly toeing the ground, wishing desperately for a crevice to slip into. Why was he still entangled with this clothing store today? It felt akin to defecating in public. Those who had been mocked by Lin Hao could not help but erupt in laughter. It seemed he had stolen his father's money to pursue frivolities. Lin Hao shrank his neck, too embarrassed to utter a word. Lin Qingyi, witnessing Lin Hao's predicament, stifled a laugh behind her hand, while Lin Qingyi linked arm in arm with Lin Qingyi, giggled uncontrollably. You may laugh all you want. Who could outshine your laughter? Lin Hao murmured, if it weren't to vindicate you. Would I find myself in such a humiliating predicament? He cast a glance toward Zhao Haiyan and Huang Lin, suggesting they apologize, hoping they would be forgiven. The two paused for a moment, then turned around and shouted, Miss, it is entirely our fault. We truly did not recognize your identities. Otherwise, even if we had 100 times the courage, we would never dare treat you this way. Lin Qingyi and Lin Yanxiu quickly bowed their heads, covering their foreheads with their hands. Observing the awkwardness of the two, Lin Hao grinned widely, relishing the moment. As long as everyone faced social demise together, no one truly suffered. They had been apologizing for quite some time. Would they ever be forgiven? He relished in their misfortune. The two glared fiercely at Lin Hao. Had their glares been daggers, he would have been slain. Waiter, where are my chopsticks? Hurry and bring them to me. The waiter, wearing a bemused expression, handed the chopsticks to Lin Hao. Observing the awkwardness of Lin Qingyi and her companion, Lin Hao felt that the steak on his plate was somehow more delectable. Chapter 10. You want me to leave, do you? Shaoli, could you intercede on my behalf with young Master Lin? If we fail to gain his forgiveness, we shall be dismissed. I have a mortgage and car loan to repay each month, and children to support, Zhao Haiyan pleaded. Indeed. We were the ones who brought you on board. You wouldn't be so heartless, would you? Huang Lin chimed in. Hearing their words, Lin Yanxiu, still a student, felt her resolve waver, casting a hesitant glance at Lin Hao. Stop right there. Lin Hao interjected. Is it a job you lack? No, my dear. It is a salary you crave. They have withheld your wages. What use is a job without pay? How is it that your gaze is as clear as a university student's when you have yet to enroll? Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Yanxiu finally understood and protested. I have been the one tirelessly working in the store. I handle inventory, move mannequins, clean, and attend to guests. On what grounds do you justify withholding my pay? Reflecting on her past month of labor, her eyes brimmed with tears. Zhao Haiyan's face flushed with embarrassment. I will transfer the payment to you right now, immediately. As she glanced at the text message indicating a deposit of 2,000 yuan, Lin Yanxiu wiped the corners of her eyes, her heart brimming with excitement as she intertwined her fingers with Lin Qingyi's. Thank you all, otherwise, I would have been unable to receive my salary. Lin Hao, with a smirk, protested, wasn't it me who secured your wages? Why are you holding her hand? My hands are free too. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Qingyi instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Yanxiu's hands. Shaoli, do you think you could persuade young Master Lin for me? Zhao Haiyan inquired. Lin Yanxiu turned her gaze towards Lin Hao, realizing she could not make decisions for him. Lin Hao snatched her phone to glance at the deposit text, scoffing. Look at your manager, Zhao. What a shrewd individual. She returns the salary that rightfully belongs to you, while making it seem as if you owe her a favor. Lin Yanxiu shook her head. That doesn't count. I sold 200,000 worth of clothing this month. Lin Hao stretched, satisfied, and declared, I'm going out for a stroll. He turned to Zhao Haiyan. We can discuss matters further when you sincerely reflect on your actions. Recalling her past experiences of being abandoned, Lin Qingyi suddenly grasped Lin Hao's hem, pleading, Don't go. Indeed, young Master Lin, I implore you to stay a little longer. Our boss is already on her way here. Lin Hao raised his hand, gently resting it on Lin Qingyi's head. Then let us settle the bill together first. He led Lin Qingyi to the counter to pay, curiously asking, What on earth is this 100 yuan for? I feel as though I have only ever consumed steak. Sir, this is the violin piece you ordered, The Pain of Heartbreak, the waiter explained. Upon hearing his words, Lin Hao and his companions fell into silence. Truly embodying the essence of the composition, you all go to the clothing street and purchase some everyday attire. I will place these garments in the car and seek you out later, Lin Hao suggested. He paused. Turning to Lin Qingyi, select a few outfits for the senior to use as work attire. So I won't be reproached by my parents when I tutor her. Lin Qingyi hesitated for a moment, realizing that Lin Hao was merely using this as an excuse to send clothes to Lin Yanxiu. If they were to be considered work attire, she felt obliged to comply. She glanced at Lin Hao with confusion, sensing that after regaining his composure, he appeared to be an entirely different person. Her gaze then shifted to Lin Yanxiu, strikingly beautiful. With an admirable figure and exceptional academic performance, she was celebrated as the belle of Jiangcheng High School. Recalling Lin Hao's peculiar behavior, a suspicion arose in her mind. She quietly warned her senior, Do not be deceived by him. He is nothing but a complete scoundrel. Lin Yanxiu nodded, assuring her, Rest assured. No one has been born who can deceive me, now that my salary has just arrived. I shall treat you to bubble tea. She grasped Lin Qingyi's arm and led her towards a nearby bubble tea shop. Meanwhile, Lin Hao made his way to the outdoor parking lot, laden with bags of clothing. At that moment, two young women were fervently taking selfies in front of a Lamborghini. Both were students from Jiangcheng University. One was named Xiang Lan, and the other, Fang Qingyi. With well-defined figures and makeup that elevated their attractiveness to a solid 7 or 8 out of 10, they could be considered budding internet celebrities. With no shortage of admirers at school, there was nothing of great significance occurring, so Lin Hao simply chose to wait for the two girls to finish their photo shoot. It was a rare sight to behold such a luxurious vehicle. The girls perched upon the hood of a Lamborghini, striking various alluring poses. They frequently glanced at the photos they had taken, erupting into fits of excited shrieks. "Ah, sister, you look absolutely stunning. Your legs appear so elongated in this shot. Truly breathtaking. This one is simply marvelous. The car looks magnificent in the frame. I wonder to whom this Lamborghini belongs. Perhaps we could manage to pose inside it for a few shots." Suddenly, Xiang Lan noticed Lin Hao standing nearby, his brow furrowed slightly. Had he been standing there for quite some time? Following Xiang Lan's gaze, Fang Qingyi also observed Lin Hao. Indeed, it seems he has been there for quite a while. Just look at that lecherous expression. It is utterly repugnant. Even his attire is so loose and unkempt, devoid of any sense of style. I suspect he is eager to approach us for our contact information. Let us quickly send him away. I have so many more poses I wish to try. Exchanging glances, the two approached Lin Hao and expressed their discontent. Could you kindly refrain from staring at us with such a lascivious gaze? Lin Hao awkwardly scratched his head. Although the girls did not possess the striking beauty of Lin Qingyi and Lin Hao, they exuded a distinct aura of maturity. He had been so preoccupied with admiring their long, slender legs and cascading waves of hair that he was entirely unaware of how his expression appeared. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Have you finished taking your photos? Surely you don't wish to pose with that car as well? Do you know what kind of car that is? If you accidentally damage it, can you afford the repairs?" Fang Qingyi mocked. "You should hurry and leave when the owner arrives and sees you. They won't be as accommodating as we are," Xiang Lan chimed in. Upon hearing the girl's words, Lin Hao realized that the two were intent on causing trouble. "Are you certain you want me to leave?" He raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Otherwise, do you think we would want to keep you here?" They continued, "You don't actually believe that pretending to be a domineering CEO is charming, do you? Many like you have sought our contact information. It's truly embarrassing." At that moment, a middle-aged man, clad in a suit and sporting a prominent beer belly, approached the Lamborghini. He adjusted his balding hairstyle in the rearview mirror and took out his phone while standing beside the car. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. "Look, the owner has arrived. Only successful individuals like him can afford such a vehicle. A man like you will never be able to buy one." Chapter 11. The aura of a successful man. Hearing the girl's comments, Lin Hao found himself laughing in disbelief. "Do you honestly think that man resembles someone who would buy such a car? Don't you see how mismatched the car's aura is with his demeanor?" Xiang Lan scoffed. "What do you mean mismatched? Don't speak carelessly. Look at his soft belly and hairstyle. Doesn't he exude charm? This is the aura that only a successful man possesses. Moreover, despite his outwardly mature appearance, the purchase of such a sports car reveals a heart that remains undeniably youthful. In the past, I believed I was fond of youthful charm, but I have now come to realize that I am indeed more enamored with the allure of maturity." Upon expressing this, the two young women hurriedly approached the middle-aged gentleman. Xiang Lan suddenly grasped his hand, pressing it against her ample bosom, and playfully inquired, "Uncle, are you here to have some fun today? Are you two lovely ladies out for some enjoyment as well?" The gentleman, seizing the moment, wrapped his arms around the shoulders of the two girls. They feigned a slight struggle, but soon nestled comfortably against him. "Uncle, this car is so beautiful. Could you take us for a spin?" Fang Qingyi teased. The gentleman confidently reached for the car door, only to discover it would not budge. After rummaging through his pockets with a sheepish expression, he confessed, "It seems the keys to this car may have been left at the villa." He then guided the two girls toward another BMW, stating, "This vehicle is also mine. I hope you do not mind." This particular BMW, being of a lower configuration, had been purchased secondhand for a mere 300,000. The contrast between the 2 million Lamborghini and the modest 300,000 BMW was evident in the disappointment etched on Xiang Lan and Fang Qingyi's faces. However, the prospect of cultivating a good rapport with this gentleman, which might lead to a visit to the villa or a ride in luxury cars, brightened their spirits. They gently reassured him, "Uncle, how could you think that of us? We are not drawn to you for your wealth. The gentleman's heart swelled with joy as he replied, "Then let me take you for a drive. The night view at the nearby five-star hotel is quite splendid, and we can enjoy it together." The girls' faces flushed as they admired the night view from the five-star hotel. They grasped the subtle insinuation from the older man, yet they merely nodded gently. Just as the man wrapped his arms around the two lovely ladies and strolled towards the BMW, Lin Hao abruptly stepped in front of the trio. "Who is this beggar blocking my way? Hurry up and get lost." He spat with a harsh tone. "You, a lowly man, should give up on such thoughts." Xiang Lan rebuked. "We've already stated that we won't share our contact information, so why are you still lingering? We're simply not interested in your type. Your relentless pursuit only makes you appear more ridiculous." Fang Qingyi chimed in. The ensuing altercation drew the attention of numerous passers-by, who observed Lin Hao with derision, remarking, "Brother, women like that are beyond your reach." Lin Hao disregarded their taunts and turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man, inquiring, "Is this car yours?" The middle-aged man snorted disdainfully. "It's not mine. Could it possibly be yours? Keep your distance from my car. If you leave even a scratch, you'll spend your lifetime repaying it." Xiang Lan leaned closer to the middle-aged man, speaking softly. "Darling, he merely wishes to take a couple of photos to boast to his friends. Have some pity on him. After all, he may never encounter such a fine car again." "Fine, you may take a couple of photos, but don't get too close to my car," the middle-aged man replied with a sneer. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed a handful of Xiang Lan's chest, saying, "See, I'm listening to you. Shouldn't you show some gratitude?" "How annoying," Xiang Lan retorted playfully. Lin Hao felt a chill run down his spine, and he absent-mindedly scratched himself in front of the three. "Hey, you don't have fleas on you, do you? That's utterly revolting. Quickly, move away, lest you infect us." Lin Hao remained silent, quietly retrieving the Lamborghini key from his pocket. The emblem of the bull gleamed blindingly in the sunlight, captivating the attention of several bystanders. "What the hell? This kid actually has a key? Could he possibly be the owner?" Such a notion seemed implausible. He had never earned enough since birth to afford such a luxury. "Do you have any idea of the value of that car?" Surely, he must have procured it online, a mere trinket to deceive naive young girls. The onlookers regarded Lin Hao with disdain, as if he were a con artist. To their surprise, he appeared well-equipped for his deception. In these times, there are far too many fraudsters. One could easily imagine him luring victims to a hotel only to claim that his project failed and that they need to invest. Let us not waste our time on such unscrupulous characters. "A new Japanese restaurant has opened in South City. Let me take you there," suggested the older man. Upon hearing about the Japanese cuisine, the two girls grew even more excited. "What is the point of flaunting a fake keychain? You deceitful scoundrel. I bet today the true owner will expose your lies." Lin Hao remained reticent, merely pressing a button on the key. Instantly, the Lamborghini's lights flashed twice, silencing the previously raucous crowd. Lin Hao hummed a cheerful tune as he opened the car door, carelessly tossing all his bags inside. Before shutting the door, he cheekily gestured as if to invite everyone to admire the spectacle. Goodness, this car truly belongs to him. Having opened the door, how could it possibly be anyone else's? What on earth was that middle-aged man's situation? It was all too clear that he was taking advantage of a young girl's naivety. Did you all catch sight of the bags he threw into the car? Those were from the luxury clothing store at Jiangcheng Square, with each garment costing no less than 20 or 30,000. I counted at least a dozen bags he carelessly discarded. He could easily purchase outfits that would amount to several years of my salary. TSK, do not challenge a young master's pocket money with your meager wages. The two girls stood transfixed, watching Lin Hao's actions, suddenly finding his gesture of shutting the Lamborghini door incredibly suave, a blow to the heart. They struggled to break free from the middle-aged man's hold, glaring at him with indignation, in a cold voice demanding, "Didn't you say that car was yours?" Xiang Lan stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to the man's face, exclaiming, "You filthy scoundrel." Ultimately, the man, realizing his guilt, merely scoffed, retorting, "What do you think you are? Just two opportunistic tramps." Chapter 12. Who is the true owner of the car? After the middle-aged man departed, the onlookers began to murmur and point at the two girls. TSK, these two despise the poor and adore the rich. They know the Lamborghini isn't that man has, and their betrayal of him was quicker than flipping a page. Their attire was so revealing that it was evident they were not respectable individuals, attempting to allure others with their bodies. Just moments ago, they had treated the young man poorly, unaware that he was, in fact, the true hidden elite. How astonishing it must have been for them. Upon hearing the surrounding crowd's scornful remarks, the two girls tearfully approached Lin Hao. "Oh dear, Kind sir, we have been deceived, and it has left us heartbroken. We initially mistook you for a fraud, which is why we treated you so poorly. We hope you can forgive us. It makes sense now why you were trying to stop that man. You were protecting us. We, the victims, are now being maligned in this manner. And it pains my heart terribly. Might you assist us with a gentle rub? Lin Hao assessed the two of them, his thoughts drifting to Lin Qingyi, who was still out shopping. With tears brimming in his eyes, he shook his head, having just awakened his supreme medical skills. He was confronted with patients before him yet felt powerless to provide aid, which weighed heavily on his heart. Indeed, you are a true gentleman, one of the girls exclaimed. Do you have a girlfriend? Asked Xianglan. Being pursued so actively by two beautiful young women was an experience Lin Hao had never encountered in his past life. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Actually, I am not the owner of this vehicle. Please, do not deceive us. If you were not the owner, how could you possibly have the keys? Xianglan remarked. We are not superficial individuals. It was merely that your earlier gesture of closing the Lamborghini door was so strikingly handsome that it captured my heart. Fang Qingqin chimed in. I was astounded to discover that this young man, whom I had initially mistaken for a prominent figure, was merely a chauffeur. The two young ladies were utterly taken aback, having misguidedly attempted to win over the wrong individual. Just moments ago, they had remarked on how handsome he looked while closing the car door, experiencing a sudden infatuation. But now, their hearts must have plummeted. How mistaken they were. The crucial matter lay in shutting the door of the Lamborghini, for other doors were inconsequential. The onlookers reveled in their misfortune, expressing their schadenfreude. The girls' expressions fluctuated, and upon scrutinizing Lin Hao's attire, they incredulously inquired, Are you truly not the owner of this vehicle? Lin Hao tugged at his clothing, retorting, Do you truly expect a wealthy individual to wear such ill-fitting garments? Young man, please contact your master and urge him to arrive promptly, Xianglan commanded. Such matters concerning the master are beyond the purview of a mere driver, he replied. Did you not just mention experiencing chest pains? I happen to possess a bit of ancestral skill that could alleviate your discomfort, Lin Hao jested. The two young ladies recoiled in disdain, exclaiming, Do not lay a finger on us, you lowly individual. Alternatively, provide us with your master's contact information. Should we successfully forge a connection with him, we shall reward you handsomely, Fang Qingqin proposed. Lin Hao chuckled, My goodness, miss, your promises are indeed grand and round. If things do not work out, and I were to be dismissed because of it, would you support me? Why should we support you? You are a grown man, fully capable, yet you fail to seek employment. Xianglan retorted with contempt. Lanlan, we shall wait here by this vehicle. I doubt their young master will not come. What is there to discuss with this servant? If your young master discovers that you nearly missed us, your position will undoubtedly be at risk. Fang Qingqin scoffed coldly. At that moment, Qianshou rushed towards the open-air parking lot, accompanied by Zhao Haiyan and Huang Lin. Qianshou, in his 30s, regularly engaged in fitness, and his skin was impeccably maintained. He was clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuding the essence of a domineering CEO. Just observe his demeanor. It harmonizes perfectly with this car. I recognize him now. He is the proprietor of the Taida luxury clothing store. No wonder he can afford such an extravagant vehicle. Xianglan exchanged glances with Fang Qingqin, tossed her hair, and approached Qianshou. Hello, sir. May we have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Your car is truly stunning. We would love to see the interior and capture a few photographs. Would that be agreeable to you? We promise not to do so in vain. If you grant our request, we would be willing to fulfill one of yours. Xianglan proposed. Qianshou waved his hand dismissively. This car does not belong to me. He lifted his head, scanning the crowd until he finally spotted Lin Hao. Young Master Lin, I am Qianshou, the manager of the Taida clothing store. It is my failure to manage my staff properly that led them to offend you. He turned to Zhao Haiyan and Huang Lin, You two rascals. Kneel and apologize to young Master Lin at once. Zhao Haiyan and Huang Lin immediately knelt on the ground, striking their faces with their palms. Young Master Lin. It is entirely our fault. Leaning against his Lamborghini, Lin Hao inquired, Do you understand where you went wrong? We should not have looked down upon others. The customer is king. As service staff, we ought not to treat individuals differently. And what else? Lin Hao pressed. Huang Lin and Zhao Haiyan exchanged glances, their expressions marred by inner turmoil. What other mistakes have you made? Hurry and confess to young Master Lin. Qianshou admonished. He was aware that the two employees had clashed with Lin Hao, yet he remained oblivious to further issues. He had brought the two to apologize to Lin Hao, only to discover they were concealing more. I should not have deducted the employee's wages and assigned all the dirty and heavy work to her, Zhao Haiyan admitted. It seems I have not visited the store often enough. Do you think this place is your family business? When did it become your prerogative to decide on wage deductions? Qianshou yelled. How many more foolish acts have you kept from me? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he continued, Young Master Lin. I was unaware of their unauthorized hiring of staff and wage deductions. However, since this occurred in my establishment, I shall bear the responsibility. I will ensure that the employees receive their wages in full, including their rightful commissions and bonuses. Here is 10 million as my apology. His gaze then shifted back to Zhao Haiyan and Huang Lin, clenching his teeth as he added, As for them, I will pursue further accountability. Upon hearing Qianshou's words, Zhao Haiyan and Huang Lin felt a sudden despondency. Chapter 13, a single sentence that led two girls to follow me. Lin Hao joyfully accepted the proffered bank card. Exclaiming in admiration at boss Qian's generosity, Qianshou let out a sigh of relief. Lin Hao's acceptance of the money signified that this matter was now behind them. The greatest fear was that Lin Hao would refuse the money and insist on pursuing the issue further. He earned 10 million just like that? He was merely scolded a few times and made 10 million. Why is my boss always berating me when I only earn 3,000 a month? If someone offered me 10 million, I wouldn't mind being beaten half to death. The onlookers expressed their envy. Lin Hao cleared his throat and stated coldly, Boss Qian, your establishment is situated in our Jiangcheng square. Should any negative remarks arise, our Jiangcheng square will inevitably be implicated. Do you understand my meaning? Qianshou nodded repeatedly, assuring him that he would personally oversee the store to ensure no similar incidents occurred. Satisfied with Qianshou's contrite demeanor, Lin Hao called Wang Maokai. Uncle Wang, the matter has been resolved. Spend some time with Boss Qian over tea. I'll be at the open-air parking lot in Jiangcheng Square. Lin Yinshou's mother should now be diagnosed with cancer. By intervening early, perhaps a tragedy could be averted, regardless of Lin Yinshou's future developments. His impression of her during their brief interaction was quite favorable. Upon receiving Lin Hao's call, Wang Maokai responded eagerly, well aware that Lin Hao was pleased with the speed of his resolution. In the future, should the company offer promotions and salary increases, his experience alone will grant him a distinct advantage over his competitors. Qianshou's face also revealed a look of delight. Although Wang Maocai's invitation for tea carried an air of supervision, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to secure a meeting with him. If others were to learn that he merely spent 10 million to establish a connection with Wang Maokai, they would undoubtedly be envious. Lin Hao casually tossed his Lamborghini car keys to Qianshou, instructing him to pass them to Uncle Wang. He paused momentarily before adding, do not forget to settle the commission for the saleswoman who was dismissed. She sold 700,000 worth of clothing. Qianshou nodded repeatedly, assuring, young master, rest assured. She will receive her commission along with severance pay. I will not deprive her of a single penny. Her ability to sell such a volume of clothing indicates her competence. If she wishes to continue working, I can readily offer her a position as a duty manager. Lin Hao shook his head with a smile, saying, there is no need for you to poach my staff, Mr. Qian. He stretched lazily, preparing to head to the pedestrian street in search of Lin Qingyi and Lin Hao. Young master, may we exchange contact information? Xiang Lan inquired softly. Lin Hao waved his hand towards Mr. Qian, 100 for a photo in the car. Xiang Lan and Fang Qingqin displayed expressions of joy, and Xiang Lan turned to seek out Qianshou. Having already lost face in front of Lin Hao, they dared not linger. Upon arriving at the pedestrian street, Lin Hao quickly located Lin Qingyi and her companion. Their stunning looks naturally attracted a considerable crowd, all seeking their contact information. Lin Qingyi hid behind Lin Yinxiu, her face a picture of helplessness. Lin Yinxiu wore a cold expression, shaking her head like a rattle, persistently rejecting the advances of those around them. Lin Hao noticed one individual who was particularly insistent, endlessly persuading despite having been turned down. Hey, buddy, if she is not giving you her contact information, you should really stop pursuing her, Lin Hao said, patting the man's shoulder. You don't understand, man. I genuinely like these two girls. They must be testing me. If I can just show them my sincerity, they will surely agree. The man insisted. Lin Hao glanced over the crowd at the two girls, who had now noticed him as well. Brother, let me demonstrate my charm, with just one sentence. I can have them both follow me. Do you believe it? Lin Hao declared. Just you? They've already turned down countless suitors. Don't humiliate yourself further. If you can pull it off, I'll let you kick my head like a ball. The man retorted. With a smile, Lin Hao stepped forward to the two girls and extended his arm. Lin Yinxiu's eyes sparkled with mirth as she intertwined her arm with his. Lin Qingyi, her gaze a mixture of fear and hope, reached out, grasping Lin Hao's wrist like a lifeline amid a storm. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow at the earlier suitor and said with a grin, "Brother, I'm off." Once liberated from the throng, Lin Qingyi released Lin Hao's wrist, intending to latch onto Lin Yanqiu. However, Lin Hao swiftly grasped her wrist, preventing her escape. His entire focus was fixated on the elbow of his left arm, resolutely refusing to be disturbed by anyone. Lin Yanqiu subtly raised her head and inquired, "I noticed an additional sum in my card. Did you have a hand in that?" "I merely reminded the boss to settle your commission," came the reply. "Thank you. Without your assistance, I surely would not have received this money. At the very least, allow me to return your share." Lin Yanqiu insisted stubbornly. "All right then," Lin Hao conceded, deciding not to dwell on the matter. "Let us first explore the clothing store." In contrast to the lavish boutiques, the shops along the pedestrian street were decidedly more suitable for the two of them. Particularly as Lin Yanqiu had received an unexpectedly generous salary, her spirits were exceedingly high. Each time she donned a new outfit, she would twirl before Lin Hao, eagerly seeking his opinion on her appearance. She would also drag Lin Qingyi along to try on clothes, striking playful poses. Occasionally, she would clasp Lin Hao's hand and act coyly, her emotional exuberance reaching its peak. It dawned on Lin Hao that he did not actually mind shopping as much as he had thought. Upon exiting the clothing store, both Lin Qingyi and Lin Yanqiu were adorned in their newly acquired garments. Lin Yanqiu wore a crisp white shirt layered with a light blue knit sweater, complemented by a JK-style short skirt and black stockings that accentuated her long legs, finished with a pair of dainty leather shoes. Lin Qingyi, on the other hand, donned a deep blue sailor-style JK uniform, exuding a cool and serene aura. Lin Hao carried an assortment of bags, resembling a gallant protector of blossoms. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown less averse to calling Lin Hao brother now. Lin Hao's third sister, Lin Shaoxian, was a physician at the Jiangcheng City Hospital. Though young, her acupuncture skills were nothing short of extraordinary. In the original narrative, today at the Jiangcheng City Hospital, a prominent figure is expected to arrive for an emergency. During the acupuncture procedure, Lin Shaoxian inadvertently overlooked the patient's internal injuries, nearly resulting in the patient's demise. In a moment of dire urgency, the male protagonist, Zhou Han, intervened. Although the patient's life was ultimately saved, he was left with a permanent disability. The Lin family incurred significant costs to appease the wrath of the esteemed individual. And as a gesture of gratitude for Zhou Han's assistance, they generously compensated him. Meanwhile, Lin Shaoxian, in her pursuit of medical knowledge from Zhou Han, eventually became one of his consorts. Chapter 14, Urgent. The first meeting with the parents. In an open-air parking lot, Lin Hao received the keys to a Bentley from Wang Maokai. "Uncle Wang, I appreciate your help today." A sycophantic smile spread across Wang Maocai's face. "Young master, your affairs are my affairs. There is no trouble at all. Today, thanks to you, I have the pleasure of driving both a Bentley and a Lamborghini. I have never driven such exquisite cars in my life." Lin Hao tugged at Lin Qingyi's arm, introducing her. "This is my sister, Lin Qingyi. Qingyi, this is the person in charge of Jiangcheng Plaza. You can simply call him Uncle Wang as I do. If you ever need assistance, feel free to seek Uncle Wang's help." With half her body concealed behind Lin Hao, Lin Qingyi timidly called out, "Uncle Wang." She then quietly inquired, "Does that mean I cannot seek your help in the future?" Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback and affectionately ruffled her hair. This little girl was utterly endearing. He truly could not fathom how the original owner of this identity thought. "You can seek anyone's help you wish," Lin Hao replied with a smile. Lin Qingyi's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head, yet her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. She mused to herself, "If only this rascal could be like this every day in the future." Wang Maokai cast a glance at Lin Hao, then at Lin Qingyi, before retrieving a business card from his pocket and smiling as he said, "Miss Qingyi, should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Hao took the card and placed it into Lin Qingyi's hand, waving at Wang Maokai. "Uncle Wang, we shall take our leave now." Driving along, the group swiftly arrived at an old residential area on the outskirts of the city. This was where Lin Yanqiu resided. "Lin Hao, why don't you drop me off first?" Lin Yanqiu suggested. "My home is nearby, just a short walk away." Lin Hao glanced at Lin Yanqiu, sensing her apprehension about him seeing her dilapidated home. Though she usually appeared carefree, her humble background made her feel somewhat insecure. "Shall we let the senior sister off first?" Lin Qingyi clenched her fists tightly. The moment Lin Hao stepped out of the car, he looked at the yard littered with chicken and duck droppings and the mud brick houses, his disdain evident. While the place where Lin Yanqiu lived was an improvement over her rural abode, it certainly paled in comparison to his own grand villa. He worried that any unintentional display of his distaste might hurt the senior sister. Are we almost there? Lin Hao inquired. Lin Qingyi nodded. Just a 2-minute walk to home. After parking the car, Lin Hao strolled over to a nearby convenience store. Upon his return, he carried 2 boxes of milk and some fruit. Qingyi, could you help me determine if I have brought enough items for meeting the parents for the first time? Lin Hao inquired nervously. Lin Qingyi cast a pleading glance towards Lin Qingyi, astonished to discover this audacious side of Lin Hao. Lin Qingyi chuckled lightly, remarking, "It's not as if you're proposing marriage. What are you preparing all this for? I just thought the senior was exceptionally beautiful, and I feared that once you entered university, someone else might woo her away. If that happens, I'll be left to live a solitary life." Lin Hao jested. Lin Qingyi's face flushed instantly. She bit her lip and replied, "But let us make it clear that you mustn't disdain my home." Lin Hao nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Rest assured, a dog does not scorn a poor home." The moment those words left his mouth, he regretted them. Upon hearing Lin Hao's remark, both Lin Qingyi and Lin Qingyi erupted into laughter. Lin Qingyi wiped away the tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes, saying, "Let us proceed together." As they ventured into a narrow alley, turning 2 corners, they finally arrived at Lin Qingyi's residence. It was a quaint 2-story wooden house, each floor barely 2.5 meters high. With a little effort, one could easily leap to the 2nd floor. The house was a faded grayish-yellow, its color having dulled with age. In front of the house lay a small, level patch of cement where heavy quilts were currently being aired. Behind the house was a modest plot of land, lush with green fruits and vegetables. In front of the house, 3 elderly ladies were gathered, busily sorting through freshly harvested vegetables while basking in the sun and sharing tales of daily life. At that moment, both Lin Qingyi and Lin Qingyi anxiously looked towards Lin Hao, hoping to read his emotions through his eyes. Gazing at the house before him, Lin Hao's eyes shimmered with nostalgia. He recalled a time from his childhood, on balmy summer nights, when his grandmother would hold him in her arms, gently fanning him with a palm leaf as they sat together in the open space before the door, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. He noticed Lin Qingyi and Lin Qingyi both gazing at him. "What are you staring at? Has a flower blossomed on my face?" The absence of disdain on Lin Hao's countenance inexplicably lifted Lin Qingyi's spirits. Lin Qingyi tugged at his sleeve, murmuring her gratitude. In response, Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair and softly uttered an apology. This belated expression of remorse still brought tears to Lin Qingyi's eyes as she choked out, "Can you always be as kind as you are today? It doesn't matter if Mom and Dad don't like me, or if my sister doesn't care for me, brother. As long as you are good to me, that's all that matters." Lin Hao gently wiped her tears away, reassuring her, "You are the beloved daughter of Mom and Dad, and the cherished sister of your sister. How could they possibly dislike you? They simply struggle to express their feelings. Now, dear one, try not to dwell on it too much. Let's go see Andy." Lin Qingyi rubbed her eyes, steadied her emotions, and smiled, "Let us go together." As they proceeded, she frequently glanced at Lin Hao, finally mustering the courage to link her arm with his. Upon entering Lin Qingyi's home, the simplicity of the room's layout struck them. The ground floor housed a modest kitchen, comprising merely a table and a stove. The kitchen is a rustic hearth found in a farmer's home, relying on firewood for cooking. On the 2nd floor are the bedrooms of Lin Qingyi and her mother. Upon seeing Lin Hao and Lin Qingyi enter, Lin Qingyi's mother, Lu Xiang, warmly greeted them. "You must be Qingyi's classmates? There isn't much food at home, but I can fry you an egg." Lin Hao took a moment to assess the middle-aged woman before him, who had likely been diagnosed with cancer and endured daily suffering. He placed the milk and fruit he had brought on the floor. "Hello, Auntie. I am Lin Hao." Lin Qingyi peeked out from behind Lin Hao, adding, "Auntie, I am Lin Qingyi. You shouldn't have brought anything. You're just classmates," Lu Xiang chided gently. "Remember to take it with you when you leave." Lin Hao shook his head with a smile. "Auntie, I merely wish to ask you for a favor. Thus, I brought a small gift. I hope you won't mind." Lu Xiang looked at Lin Qingyi with a puzzled expression before turning back to Lin Hao, her demeanor shifting to one of caution. "Pray tell, what is it that you wish to discuss? I shall see if I can assist." Chapter 15. Is there truly such a wonderful opportunity? Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Qingyi felt a surge of anxiety. Wasn't it simply a matter of tutoring him? Why did it seem so formal? Lin Hao stepped forward, revealing Lin Qingyi, who had been hiding behind him. "Auntie, my sister is now in her 2nd year of high school. However, her academic performance leaves much to be desired. Senior Lin Qingyi consistently ranks in the top 3 of her class, and we would like to invite her to tutor my sister." Lin Qingyi stared blankly at Lin Hao, astonished that he could utter such absurd words. Ever since entering high school, she had consistently maintained the top position in her grade. While Lin Hao submitted blank papers during every examination, perpetually languishing at the bottom, Lin Qingyi tilted her head in confusion, questioning whether tutoring Lin Hao was indeed the plan. Suddenly, she realized the implications. Evening tutoring sessions tended to extend late, and if it involved a boy, her mother would likely worry. Upon hearing about the tutoring, Lu Xiang relaxed her brow, yet still declined, stating, "Our Nianxiu is now in her crucial third year of high school. With the college entrance examination looming in just 6 months, I fear we cannot spare the time for her to receive additional tutoring." In the original narrative, Lu Xiang had refrained from informing Lin Nianxiu of her illness to avoid hindering her studies. When Lin Hao made his request, he already anticipated Lu Xiang's refusal. Yet he pressed on, "Auntie, this place is quite distant from the school, and the environment is not ideal. I have a vacant apartment right across from Jiangcheng High School. Perhaps we could arrange for the senior to stay there, saving commuting time for my sister's tutoring." Lin Qingyi recognized Lin Hao's intention to provide Nianxiu with better study conditions and chimed in, "Auntie, it absolutely will not impede senior Nianxiu's time. Moreover, tutoring me could simultaneously reinforce the knowledge from her first and second years." Lu Xiang found herself momentarily swayed, yet her gaze shifted back to Lin Hao. Her apprehension about him being a potential threat, seeking to lure her daughter into cohabitation, lingering in her mind. Lin Hao noticed the expression on Lu Xiang's face and realized that she was already wavering. He spoke up, "Auntie, the matter I wish to trouble you with is to ask if you could move in with Senior Nianxiu." He continued, "While my sister is receiving tutoring, I hope you both can look after her." Lin Nianxiu stared at Lin Hao in astonishment. He had never mentioned this matter during their journey. It is worth noting that houses near Jiangcheng High School are rented out for at least 5,000 yuan each month. If they were to move in, it would be akin to giving them that 5,000 yuan. Although she longed to reside in a new house with her mother, she felt she had already accepted too many favors from Lin Hao and could not shamelessly continue to take advantage of him. "Lin Hao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? I cannot keep taking advantage of you," Lin Qingyi said. "What advantage?" Lin Hao retorted confidently. "Of course, the rent will be deducted from your tutoring fees." Lin Hao added, "I heard your aunt has been resting at home recently. I have a hospital that is in need of a clerk to handle deliveries. Your aunt could work there as well. Should she feel unwell, it would also be convenient at the hospital." Lu Xiang regarded Lin Hao with a deep gaze. Her concerns entirely alleviated. With her daughter nearby, Lin Hao would not dare to act inappropriately. "Since you have mentioned it so earnestly, it would be rather ungracious of me to refuse," she conceded. Lin Hao smiled. "Very well. Auntie, please begin to pack your things. Tomorrow I will arrange for someone to assist you with the move. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further." 3 individuals meandered through the narrow alley, and Lin Nianxiu occasionally cast a glance at Lin Hao, reproaching him. "Why did you not inform me of the plan to relocate to Jiangcheng High School?" Lin Hao rolled his eyes, replying, "Had I revealed it, would you have allowed me to meet your mother?" The journey continued in silence until they reached the end of the alley, where the silhouette of a Bentley emerged in their line of sight. Gathering her courage, Lin Nianxiu suddenly stepped forward and embraced Lin Hao tightly. She buried her head in his chest and whispered, "Thank you." Lin Hao reciprocated the embrace, enveloped by a fragrance reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. "Senior, my heart aches terribly," Lin Hao confessed. What's wrong? Did I hold you too tightly?" Lin Nianxiu instinctively attempted to free herself from his grasp. "Every time I think of the beautiful clothes I purchased for you, only to have them go to Lin Qingyi, my heart aches." Lin Nianxiu's cheeks flushed as she stood on her tiptoes and softly murmured in his ear, "When I have the time, I will wear them just for you." As they drove toward the hospital, Lin Hao recalled the earlier embrace. The soft sensation lingered on his chest, and a smile tugged at his lips. More difficult to suppress than any urge, he resolved to maintain his relationship with Lin Nianxiu while ensuring her mother's illness was treated. After her graduation, he intended to recruit her into the Lin group. He glanced at Lin Qingyi, realizing that this young girl was blissfully unaware that she had just lost her most trusted ally. For some reason, she felt a flicker of irritation at Lin Hao's dazed expression. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the entrance of Jiangcheng City Hospital. The Jiangcheng City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital comprises the main facility and the Huatua Pavilion. The main facility is accessible to the general public, allowing anyone to seek medical treatment there. In contrast, while the Huatua Pavilion is also open to outsiders, the registration fee alone amounts to a staggering sum of at least 100,000, rendering it unaffordable for the average person. The exclusivity arises from the fact that Lin Hao's elder sister, Lin Xiaoxian, has garnered the recognition of all the senior traditional Chinese doctors in the pavilion due to her exceptional talent and solid foundational skills. After submitting an application to the board, she was granted entry through a special channel into the Hua Tuo Pavilion. This marks the first time in over 30 years since the pavilion's establishment that someone has successfully navigated this special pathway. Upon disembarking, Lin Hao grasped Lin Qingyi's wrist, guiding her toward the Hua Tuo Pavilion. His superior medical abilities had already unveiled the nature of Lin Qingyi's ailment, requiring only a visit to the medical facility for some herbal remedies to aid her recovery. He also intended to gently remind Lin Shaoxian to be attentive to any potential internal injuries while administering acupuncture to patients. Lin Shaoxian's proficiency is beyond question. However, the complexity of this particular patient's condition, compounded by the presence of foreign objects within, had led to an inadvertent deviation in her needlework. Just as Lin Hao and Lin Qingyi were making their way toward the Hua Tuo Pavilion, two medical personnel rushed past, bearing a stretcher. Upon the stretcher lay an elderly man clad in a gray Jiangcheng suit, unconscious. Make way. Make way. The patient is in critical condition. Urgent situation. Please clear the path. Chapter 16. The protagonist's entrance. Upon observing the man on the stretcher, Lin Hao recognized him as a prominent figure from Haicheng. The man was named Xie, one of the founding fathers of the great Xia nation, who had achieved remarkable feats in the establishment of the nation. Although he has now taken a step back, his influence within the military remains extraordinarily formidable. Lin Hao grasped Lin Qingyi's hand tightly, hastening their pace towards the Hua Tuo Pavilion. The pavilion's interior was adorned in a purely traditional Chinese style, drawing inspiration from Su-style garden design. Upon entering the main gate, one is greeted by an enormous medicine cabinet, housing an assortment of herbal materials collected by the Lin Group from all corners of the land. On either side of the entrance, corridors led to various consultation rooms, furnished with antique tables and chairs, alongside traditional instruments for processing herbal medicine. Medical personnel hurriedly carried a stretcher into the pavilion, where a robust middle-aged man bellowed, "Quick! Bring forth your finest doctor." The man, named Xie, is the son of Xie and currently serves in the military as well. In the corridors, several elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners emerged, yawning as they left their consultation rooms. Among them, a young girl with frameless glasses, clad in a white lab coat, stood out distinctly. She was Lin Hao's third sister, Lin Shaoxian. "Who is your best doctor? My father is currently unconscious. Please, treat him urgently." Several elderly doctors exchanged glances, discerning from the attire of Xie and Xie that they were of considerable significance. "Shaoxian, why don't you take a look at this patient first?" one of the elder doctors suggested. Lin Shaoxian nodded and assisted in moving him to a nearby bed. Can this young girl truly comprehend the situation? The old man has suffered from this condition multiple times. We have consulted numerous doctors to no avail, Xie remarked, furrowing his brow. Lin Shaoxian harbored a profound disdain for those who resorted to age and gender as points of reference. She cast a sharp glare at Xie and coldly declared, "I am currently taking the pulse of a patient. Please maintain your silence." Once she had completed the pulse examination, her expression remained stoic as she addressed Xie, saying, "With a few acupuncture needles, the elderly gentleman will regain consciousness. However, full recovery will require several more visits." Other seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners approached to examine the patient's pulse as well, nodding in agreement with Lin Shaoxian's findings. "I apologize, young lady. I underestimated your capabilities," Xie remarked, his tone laden with regret. "Please proceed with the acupuncture for the old gentleman." At that moment, as Lin Shaoxian prepared to sterilize the silver needles, a middle-aged woman rushed in, exclaiming, "Elder brother, where is our father? How is he faring?" The woman, named Xie, was the daughter of Xie and a prominent jeweler in Jiangcheng. "Father has fallen into a coma and is in a precarious condition. The doctor is preparing to administer acupuncture," Xie indicated, gesturing towards the young physician busy with the sterilization. Upon observing the youthful doctor, Xie brow furrowed with skepticism. "Can we trust such a young girl?" she mused aloud. Then, she shifted slightly to reveal a young man standing behind her. "Elder brother, I just returned from the First People's Hospital of Jiangcheng, where I encountered this young fellow. I witnessed him administer just 3 needles, curing a patient who had languished for years without improvement. Upon learning that our father had fallen ill again, I hastily invited him here. Since father has not yet administered the injection, it would be prudent to leave this matter to the young man." The young man, with his sharp brows and bright eyes, possesses an impressive stature that exudes a robust masculinity. He clasped his hands in greeting towards Xiaohu and said, "Greetings, my name is Johan. Just now, Sister Yu Jing bestowed me with undue praise. The patient's condition has already improved significantly under the care of the doctor. I merely awakened the latent medicinal properties within the patient. Even in my absence, the patient would eventually recover." Xiaohu nodded, clearly pleased with Johan's humble demeanor. However, his gaze hesitated as it turned towards Lin Shaoxian. Before he could speak, a group of elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners emerged, expressing their indignation. "What does this mean? Have you brought a young man here to challenge us? We have already stated that we can treat this condition if you wish to change doctors now. Are you doubting our clinic's capabilities? Young man, from whom have you learned, and how many years have you studied medicine? You look barely old enough to understand the essence of traditional Chinese medicine." Lin Xiaoshuan's expression remained icy. "Since you do not trust me, then so be it. This treatment room is available for your use, but I shall not intervene further." Upon observing Lin Shaoxian's stern demeanor, Johan's eyes brightened momentarily. Clad in a light pink knitted sweater with a white lab coat draped over it, her figure was both elegant and slender, paired with a set of white sneakers. She radiated the vitality of a spirited young woman. Noticing Johan's gaze upon her, Lin Shaoxian shot him a disdainful glare, tightening her lab coat around herself. "Make a decision swiftly. The patient's condition cannot afford any delays." She spoke coldly. Xiaohu glanced at Lin Shaoxian and then at Johan, momentarily unsure of how to decide. "Let them attend to the patient first," he suggested. After all, they had already brought him to their clinic. "If the treatment is inadequate, I can still take the patient's pulse," Johan offered modestly. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shaoxian scoffed. "You won't have that opportunity." She turned to Xiaohu and instructed, "Undress the patient." As the clothing was removed, the myriad of knife and gun wounds on Xia Zhan's body was laid bare before everyone. These injuries were not merely marks of pain, they were testimonies of his past and of his valor. Despite her dissatisfaction with Xiaohu, Lin Shaoxian felt a surge of profound admiration for Xia Zhan. Just as she was about to focus intently on her acupuncture, Lin Hao burst into the treatment room. Panting heavily, once again interrupted, Lin Shaoxian shot a glare toward the door. Upon seeing Lin Hao standing there, she frowned in displeasure. "What are you doing here?" In the original narrative, Lin Shaoxian harbored a disdain for the unlearned original character, particularly because their parents favored sons over daughters. Even knowing that Lin Hao was not their biological son, they continued to unjustly favor him, which only intensified her aversion towards her brother. "Can't you see I'm treating a patient? If you barge in like this and I mistakenly puncture the wrong acupoint, do you have any idea how dangerous that could be? The patients coming to our Huatua clinic are either wealthy or noble. We cannot bear the consequences of your mischief every time. Do not forget your own standing," Lin Shaoxian admonished. Lin Hao smirked, inwardly lamenting that the money squandered over the years by the original owner paled in comparison to the losses incurred by a single injection. He donned a guilty expression and apologized. "I beg your pardon, third sister. I did not intend to intrude. I merely observed the numerous wounds on the elderly man's body and suspected there might be internal injuries. There could potentially be shrapnel lodged within. Perhaps we ought to take him for an X-ray first?" Chapter 17. One injection, blood gushing forth. The surrounding traditional Chinese medicine practitioners recognized Lin Hao's identity. Yet upon hearing his suggestion to utilize Western medical diagnostic equipment, they furrowed their brows. "Young master, our practice of Chinese medicine relies on observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, which sufficiently allows us to grasp the patient's condition. Relying on those instruments may, in fact, interfere with our judgment. Indeed, young master, this is a treasure passed down from our ancestors. Since you have not studied medical principles, it would be prudent not to meddle in our diagnosis." Lin Hao cast a disdainful glance at the group. In truth, if they spent a bit more time taking the pulse, they would certainly uncover the clues. However, given the elderly man's critical condition and the presence of Johan observing, they were eager to expedite the treatment. "Enough. You shall remain silent and refrain from making any sounds. We cannot afford to delay the patient's condition. If anything goes awry due to your interference, I will inform our parents and have you expelled," Lin Shaoxian said coldly. Lin Hao raised both thumbs in acknowledgement toward Lin Shaoxian and promptly exited the examination room. Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of spirit. How much more so does he, who is not fashioned from mere mud? Since Lin Shaoxian and those stubborn old souls refuse to reason, they must first endure some hardship. This is what one might call respecting the fates of others. Exiting the consultation room, he clenched his teeth in indignation. The compensation amounting to billions was transferred from Lin Jiangwo's account, with Lin Jiangwo's supplementary card now in his possession. In essence, it amounted to him spending an exorbitant sum to settle Lin Xiaoshuan's debts. Lin Qingyi noticed that Lin Hao seemed to be in a rather foul mood, and out of trepidation, she gently tugged at the hem of his shirt. She feared that Lin Hao's kindness towards her was merely a fleeting whim, and now that his spirits had soured, everything would revert to its former state. Observing Lin Qingyi's timid demeanor, Lin Hao reached out, ruffling her hair affectionately. The short haircut he had painstakingly arranged was now in disarray, resembling a bird's nest. Feeling a pang of guilt, he tenderly attempted to smooth her hair. "Brother, if you're feeling down, you can take it out on me. I am already delighted that you are looking after Senior Nian Xiao," she said, tilting her head to reveal a cautious smile. Lin Hao, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. "I just couldn't help but ruffle your hair because you are simply too adorable. If you dislike it, I shall refrain from doing so in the future." I like it," Lin Qingyi murmured, lowering her gaze as a blush adorned her cheeks. Lin Hao gently pinched her cheek. "Once Sanjia finishes attending to her patients, I will ask her for a comb to fix your hair." Lin Qingyi excitedly clenched her fists, feeling as though the void within her heart was gradually being filled. Subsequently, Lin Hao and Lin Qingyi began to peer through the crack of the door, observing the process of Lin Xiaoxian administering acupuncture within the treatment room. Xie Zhan was covered in various wounds, with some areas hardened, requiring considerable force to insert the needle. Xiaoshuan's technique had markedly improved, both in speed and precision. The younger generation was surpassing the older. In just a couple of years, with further experience, she might even eclipse me. "Miss Lin is undoubtedly the most talented individual I have ever encountered," murmured the observing traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in hushed tones. Witnessing Lin Xiaoshuan's professional needlework, both Xie Hu and Xie Yujing breathed a sigh of relief. Johan's gaze was intense, unabashedly appraising Lin Xiaoxian from head to toe. Particularly when Lin Xiaoxian slightly bent forward, Lin Hao could even see Johan's feet subtly rise onto their toes. Curiously, Lin Hao nudged Lin Qingyi with his chin, inquiring, "What do you think of that man?" Lin Qingyi covered her head, pouting in dissatisfaction, and followed Lin Hao's gesture to look. Shaking her head, she expressed her disdain. "He's ogling third sister, and he's fixated on her chest and backside. Should we warn her?" In the original narrative, Lin Qingyi's extraordinary beauty caught Johan's attention. While he was captivated by her allure, he simultaneously disdained her past, choosing to maintain merely a physical relationship with Lin Qingyi. Having never experienced true affection, she mistakenly believed that Johan's occasional concern constituted the love she yearned for. Ultimately, the final deception was unveiled, and Lin Qingyi, consumed by madness, embarked on a relentless quest for revenge against Johan, transforming into the principal antagonist of the narrative. "Sanjia is currently administering acupuncture. We must not disturb her," Lin Hao remarked. "Oh," Lin Qingyi nodded, her face quickly contorting into a visage of concern. Observing her expression, Lin Hao helplessly urged, "Do not make any noise." He grasped Lin Qingyi's wrist and led her into the treatment room, positioning them squarely between Johan and Lin Xiaoxian. Johan furrowed his brow, a flicker of irritation crossing his features, yet as his gaze fell upon Lin Qingyi's striking beauty, he began to scrutinize her silhouette. "Is this man a ravenous beast of desire?" Lin Hao mused inwardly, noting Johan's lingering stare. He pulled Lin Qingyi closer, one hand firmly holding her wrist while the other rested gently upon her shoulder. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Qingyi retreated slightly, resting her head against Lin Hao's chest. He remained engrossed in Lin Xiaoshuan's deft movements with the silver needle, oblivious to Lin Qingyi's subtle gesture. Wiping the perspiration from her brow, Lin Xiaoxian retrieved the last silver needle. The final acupoint lay at the center of the chest. Once penetrated, the patient would awaken completely. She carefully aimed for the acupoint and slowly inserted the needle. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual resistance as the needle met an obstruction within. Puzzled, she re-examined the acupoint, confirming she had not erred in her placement. Before she could ponder further, Xie Zhan's eyes flew open, and he expelled a copious amount of blood. The silver needle embedded in his chest was gradually forced out, the wound oozing crimson in a gruesome display. "What has transpired? How could this happen? Did you not claim it could be cured?" Xie Hu exclaimed in disbelief. I am at a loss," Lin Xiaoxian stammered, her complexion draining of color. She wished to check the patient's pulse once more, yet Xie Yujing struck her hand sharply. "Do you, a mere child, truly comprehend the art of acupuncture? Are you using my father as your practice? Is this how the Lin family treats their patients?" Xie Hu extended his hand to staunch Xie Zhan's chest wound, casting a furious glance at the gathered elderly traditional Chinese doctors. "If my father succumbs today, I shall ensure the Lin family pays the ultimate price. Who among you will come forth to provide treatment? Chapter 18. A small fist against your chest at this moment. The elderly doctors exchanged glances, none daring to take a step forward. Should Xiezhen perish now, the blame for this medical mishap would rest solely upon Lin Shaoxian. However, if they intervened, they would also bear a share of the responsibility. They had all previously checked Xiezhen's pulse, and they believed Lin Shaoxuan's method to be without fault. It could only be surmised that the patient possessed a unique constitution, and unfortunately, Lin Shaoxian was the unfortunate one in this instance. Lin Shaoxian bit her lip, her gaze pleadingly directed towards the other elderly doctors. Yet, they all averted their eyes, unwilling to meet hers. Are you quacks truly prepared to stand idly by and watch my father die here? The old man has made remarkable contributions to the great Xia, and he is to be undone by your incompetence. If my father were to perish here, it would not only be your hospital that bears the consequences, but also the Lin family that shall accompany him in burial. Xia Hu threatened. May I be allowed to feel the old gentleman's pulse one last time? Lin Shaoxuan's eyes shimmered with tears, her urgency palpable. The Lin group embodies the labor of 3 generations of their family. Should she inadvertently cause a death, her life would lose all meaning. Get lost. It is you, wretched woman, who has brought my father to this state. You filthy wealthy families revel in adorning your daughters with gilded experiences, merely to ascend the social ladder and align with those even wealthier. You may embellish as you please. But why must you bring death to my father? What are your true intentions? Xie Yujing bellowed. No, I am not. I implore you, grant me another chance. Lin Shaoxian pleaded. Xie Yujing scoffed. Another chance for you to bring about my father's demise? You venomous woman, be gone. According to the unfolding narrative, Zhou Han would soon intervene, rescuing Xiezhen's life. However, he would leave a hidden consequence, not fully healing Xiezhen, instead ensuring he suffers from the aftermath of a disability in both legs. Subsequently, under the pretense of treating Xiezhen, he would frequently visit the Xie family. Cultivating their relationship, Lin Shaoxian, grateful for Zhou Han's timely intervention, would develop an affinity for him, drawing nearer through discussions of medical techniques. Despite this near-fatal incident leaving her with profound psychological scars, she dared not treat another patient. This indeed was a medical mishap. I beseech you, grant me another opportunity for redemption. Lin Shaoxian bit her silver teeth, poised to kneel on the ground. At that moment, Zhou Han stepped forward, asserting that her earlier treatment had not been flawed. It might be due to the patient's unique constitution. Allow me to take his pulse first. Lin Shaoxian cast a grateful glance at Zhou Han, astonished that after the incident, the venerable physician from the Tua Pavilion avoided her, leaving only Zhou Han willing to speak on her behalf. Zhou Han checked Xiezhen's pulse, frowning as he remarked. Although the old man has regained consciousness after the recent mishap, he may unfortunately suffer from permanent disability in his legs. Hearing that there was still hope, Xie Yujing and Xie Hu turned their pleading eyes to Zhou Han, urgently imploring, Please, you must save my father. As long as he survives, we can endure the disability. Zhou Han nodded and directed a disdainful gaze at the aged physicians of the Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, mockingly challenging them. Shall I grant you a chance to diagnose him? Surely, as seasoned practitioners steeped in medicine, you can effortlessly resolve this predicament? The elderly physicians exchanged glances, their heads bowed in shame. Even if they possessed an 80% certainty of treating Xiezhen, they dared not approach to take his pulse. This young man has never studied under a renowned master. He has merely dabbled in his own theories for a few years. After years of medical study and lineage from esteemed schools, is this all you can do? How lamentable it is to have lived so long only to end up like this. Zhou Han scoffed. Lin Shaoxian bit her lip, casting an admiring glance at Zhou Han. At that moment, she felt a twinge of discontent towards the elderly physicians, who resembled turtles retreating into their shells. Noticing Lin Shaoxuan's gaze, Zhou Han glanced over, raising an eyebrow and flashing a crooked, mischievous smile. Suddenly, a sharp laugh echoed in the tranquil treatment room. How dare someone, having failed to provide treatment for a disability, still have the audacity to mock? Such a thick skin is truly wasted on anything less than a garbage bag. It can hold more than anything else. Lin Hao yawned and approached Xiezhen. Lin Hao, what exactly do you intend to do? Your usual antics might be tolerated, but our parents have spoiled you. The Lin family has been our ancestral heritage for 3 generations. If you bring it to ruin, I swear I will not let you off easily. Lin Shaoxian scolded angrily. Indeed, young master, this patient is beyond our help. It is imperative that we transfer them to someone else for treatment. The matter of life and death cannot be delayed. The elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners echoed in agreement. They were well aware of Lin Hao's lack of diligence and irresponsibility, but this was not the time for frivolity. Should the elder perish here, even the Lin family might struggle to withstand the wrath of those present. Zhou Han regarded Lin Hao's youthful demeanor with evident disdain. Since you refuse to yield, then let it fall upon you to treat him. However, I must caution you that the elder's pulse has grown exceedingly faint. He cannot withstand any further delays. Knowing the elder is on the brink of death, did you just intend to blame us for hindering your treatment once he passes? So, you are nothing but a charlatan seeking fame? Lin Hao rolled his eyes and retorted. As he spoke, he reached out and grasped the old man's wrist. Just as Zhou Han had mentioned, the elder, having lost an excessive amount of blood, exhibited an exceedingly faint pulse, without prompt medical intervention. He was at imminent risk of death. You are nothing but a fraud. I witnessed him heal and save lives with my own eyes. How could that possibly be false? What could a mere child like you possibly understand? Get out of my way and allow Dr. Zhou some space, commanded Xie Yujing. Is this a black market clinic? Unable to heal yourselves, yet denying others treatment? Must you drag a perfectly fine patient to their demise? Xiaohu remarked, his tone laden with hostility. Lin Shaoxian stepped forward, ready to forcibly pull Lin Hao away. You, an uneducated waste, have never studied medicine. How could you possibly know how to treat patients? Ultimately, you are not even a true son of your parents. What right do you have to enter our Lin family's hospital? Leave at once. Lin Hao paused, casting a deep gaze at Lin Shaoxian, and suddenly broke into a grin. Third sister. The money I have squandered over the years pales in comparison to what you have lost this time. His eyes then landed on Xie Zhan's chest, and he extended his hand into a fist, lightly tapping it against Xie Zhan's heart. Chapter 19. The Dominant Protector. Witnessing Lin Hao's action, everyone present gasped in astonishment. You seek death, Xiehu exclaimed as he sprang from the bed, seizing Lin Hao by the neck, intent on slamming him against the wall. Lin Hao swiftly countered, applying pressure to the acupoint on Xiehu's hand, freeing himself from the vice-like grip around his throat. However, under the formidable force of Xiehu, he was still slammed against the wall. Lin Hao spat, realizing that if he had not seized Xiehu's acupoint, that blow would have cost him half his life. Xiehu rubbed his somewhat numb palm and charged towards Lin Hao once more. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Qingyi spread her arms to shield Lin Hao, declaring, "Do not harm my brother." Though her body trembled with fear, her voice remained resolute. "Get away. I refuse to strike a woman." Xiehu retorted angrily. "My father is on the brink of death, and this scoundrel still dares to attack him." Seeing Lin Qingyi standing protectively in front of Lin Hao, Lin Shaoxian stepped forward as well. "Qingyi, this scoundrel should bear the consequences of his own misdeeds. Have you forgotten all the harm he has inflicted upon you?" Lin Qingyi shook her head. "I do not care. He has changed." "Oh, foolish sister, he only desires our family's wealth, which is why he is attempting to ingratiate himself with you. All of us sisters are well aware of his true nature. Only our parents still support him. Otherwise, he would have been driven away long ago. Do you know what his recent actions amount to? That is attempted murder. The patient is so frail, and with that punch, he could very well have caused the patient's immediate demise." At that moment, Zhou Han stoked the flames, saying, "I cannot fathom how such a beautiful girl like you could have such a malicious brother. It seems he must realize he can no longer lay claim to our wealth. Hence his desire to ruin the Lin family." Lin Shaoxian glanced at Lin Hao and sighed. "I initially believed you were merely a mischievous troublemaker. Yet I never imagined you could resort to murder." Lin Qingyi shook her head defiantly, saying, "Do not refer to me as your sister. You have never shown any concern for me. If brother leaves, then I shall leave with him." Lin Shaoxian scoffed, "A bastard, a wild child. It is well that you two depart from the Lin family." Lin Hao gently ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair, resembling a little lion, and closed her outstretched hands. This little girl certainly was not unworthy of his affection. In such a situation, the onlookers would not afford him the luxury of slowly treating Xie Zhan. Only by taking bold measures and administering potent remedies could he demonstrate the efficacy of the treatment and silence the critics. His gaze turned icy as he shot Lin Shaoxian a glare, mockingly retorting, "Do refrain from your incessant prattling. Your tongue is as venomous as poison. To attempt to mask your own failings with hysteria is a futile dream. Even if I were to land a fatal blow on this old man, do not forget it was you who first pierced his skin. If the Lin Corporation were to collapse, it would be your doing." He then cast a glance at the menacing Xiehu. "Are you certain you do not require my assistance in treating the old man?" Xiehu snorted derisively. "What do you know of treatment? If the old man dies, I will ensure you accompany him to the grave." Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "It appears there is no need for me to intervene. His gaze shifted to the elderly Chinese medicine practitioner. Bring me a comb. The elderly physicians exchanged glances, their eyes involuntarily drifting towards the sullen-faced Lin Shaoxian. Moments ago, Lin Shaoxian had revealed during the heated argument that Lin Hao was not the biological son of the Lin family. They could not risk offending Lin Shaoxian by bringing Lin Hao a comb. Lin Hao sighed softly, feeling like a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by mutts. A molting phoenix was inferior to a mere chicken. He tugged at Lin Qingyi's wrist and gestured with his lips, understanding his silent cue. Lin Qingyi nodded and addressed the elder physicians, requesting, "Fetch me a comb." The elder physicians exchanged wary glances, recognizing the delicate position they were in, as both parties belonged to the Lin family, making it difficult to offend either side. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Xie Yujing suddenly exclaimed, "Elder brother, look. Isn't it apparent that our father has stopped bleeding?" All eyes had been fixed on Lin Hao, but now they were astonished to observe that Xie Zhan not only had ceased to bleed but also appeared slightly more vibrant. Could it be that the young master was treating the patient? Has anyone heard that the young master had taken to studying medicine? Was he supposed to be a good-for-nothing, always causing trouble? How then could he cure an ailment that even the third young lady could not? The elder physicians began to speculate among themselves. Lin Shaoxian, taken aback, turned her gaze towards Xie Zhan, intending to check his pulse again, but before she could approach, Xie Yujing's glare stopped her. "Little divine physician, could you assist us in determining if the old gentleman's condition has improved?" Xie Yujing inquired of Zhou Han. Zhou Han took a pulse and found that Xie Zhan's heartbeat was indeed stronger than it had been moments before. He gazed at Lin Hao in astonishment, hesitating for a moment before gently nodding. Lin Hao turned to Lin Shaoxian and remarked, "Can you now fetch me a comb?" Lin Shaoxuan's expression darkened as she retorted, "Since you possess the means to treat that patient, you should promptly attend to this one. Do not forget that all you have is bestowed by the Lin family. Should the Lin family face ruin, you shall find no solace either." Lin Hao shrugged, replying, "Did not Dr. Lin say that one must bear the consequences of their own mistakes?" The young master simply wished to assist the third young lady, having just endured a scathing reprimand. Who could feel at ease now? The third young lady had even asserted that the young master was not a member of the Lin family and sought to expel him. Alas, the young master was truly pitiable, his kindness misconstrued as folly, murmured a group of elderly traditional physicians. Lin Xiaoxuan's countenance fluctuated between anger and despair as she cast a fierce glare at the group of old doctors, silencing them instantly. Upon hearing that the elder's condition had improved, Xie Hu approached Lin Hao, awkwardly scratching his head, and apologized. "My apologies, young brother, I was impulsive just now. If you wish to treat the old gentleman, you could have simply informed me in advance, and we could have avoided such a significant misunderstanding." Lin Hao could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Am I mad? Do you think I wanted to treat him? Have you forgotten how you just spoke to me? To reiterate, you have not misinterpreted my intentions. I merely sought to ascertain whether the old gentleman's health was robust. Regardless, the mediocre doctor you brought can still attend to the old man. At worst, he can simply lie in bed, and you are not financially constrained from hiring a caregiver." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Zhou Han shot a fierce glare at him. He was fully capable of curing Xie Zhan, however. He was reluctant to do so in one go, as he sought to establish a connection with the Xie family of Haiqing. Upon hearing Lin Hao's taunting remarks, expressions of delight appeared on the faces of Xie Hu and Xie Yujing. "Little brother, are you suggesting that you can completely cure the old gentleman?" he inquired. Gently taking Lin Qingyi's hand, he expressed his regret. "I accidentally disheveled your hair again." Seeing that the two were genuinely about to leave, Xie Hu hurriedly stepped forward to halt them. "Little brother, it was all my fault just now. I implore you to save my father. As long as he can be cured, I will fulfill any condition within my power." Xie Yujing also took out an emerald jade comb from her bag and pressed it into Lin Qingyi's hands, saying, "Little sister, you are so beautiful. Please accept this comb as a token of greeting from your aunt." Lin Qingyi turned her gaze towards Lin Hao. She was not oblivious to the circumstances, but if Lin Hao did not consent, she would not accept the gift from the woman before her. "It is up to you to decide," Lin Hao gently replied. Lin Qingyi pondered for a moment, and though they had been unkind to them earlier, it was clear they loved their father dearly. "Brother, shall we help them?" Chapter 20. Little Quack, what are your thoughts? Lin Hao accepted the jade comb handed to him by Xie Yujing and placed it in Lin Qingyi's hands. "Once I finish administering the acupuncture, I will help you comb your hair. Your hair is in disarray, resembling a bird's nest." Lin Qingyi lightly huffed and quietly complained. "Isn't it because of you that it got messy?" Lin Hao's gaze shifted to Lin Shaoxian as he coldly commanded, Prepare a set of silver needles for me. Get him a set of silver needles. Lin Shaoxian gritted her teeth and ordered the elderly Chinese doctor beside her. She had always perceived Lin Hao as a person lacking in knowledge, one who was perpetually embroiled in trouble. Yet today, she discovered that he not only possessed medical expertise, but also seemed to have a mastery that might surpass her own. A realization she found difficult to accept in the moment. A set of silver needles was soon sterilized and handed to Lin Hao. He conducted a brief inspection before preparing to administer acupuncture to Xiezhan. As he picked up the silver needles, he hesitated for a moment and abruptly halted his actions. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Xiaohu asked anxiously. If you have any further requests, please feel free to voice them. I will do my utmost to assist you, he added. Lin Hao shook his head and turned to Lin Shaoxian, saying, Come here and check the patient's pulse so you can understand the situation clearly. Lin Shaoxian had longed to check Xiezhan's pulse to identify where her acupuncture technique might have faltered. However, Xiaohu and Xie Yujing suspected that she was the cause of the elder's deteriorating condition, remaining on guard against her. She hesitated as she glanced at Xiaohu and Xie Yujing. Though both wore displeased expressions, neither intervened. The young man is urging you to check the pulse. Why are you still standing there? Xiaohu scoffed. Look at the potential of your brother. Despite having just insulted him, he still contemplates imparting medical knowledge to you. With a brother like that, how can you not cherish him, yet you still think of casting him out of your home? If your Lin family does not want him, our CF family would gladly adopt him, Xie Yujing scolded. Lin Hao shook his head, expressing gratitude for Aunt Yujing's kindness, stating that his parents treat him well. And as long as they do not expel him, he has no intention of leaving the Lin family. Lin Shaoxian took the pulse of Xiezhan once more. Apart from being slightly weaker than before, there was not much difference. During the process, she suddenly recalled Lin Hao's earlier words when he had pressed against the door, warning her to pay attention to the patient's internal issues, particularly concerning any residual shrapnel within. Lin Xiaoshuan's eyes brightened as she extended her hand to explore the elderly man's body. At the final acupuncture point, she detected a minute-hard object within him. The object was exceedingly small, barely thicker than the tip of a silver needle. In an instant, she realized why the sensation fell off when she had inserted the needle moments ago. Recalling her earlier reprimand towards Lin Hao, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I apologize, she murmured softly. Now that she understood the cause, she was fully capable of treating the elderly man. Lin Hao paid no heed to her apology. Instead, he held the silver needle over several acupressure points on the elderly man and turned to Zhou Han, inquiring, Should I puncture these specific spots? Do you have any better insights, my humble colleague? Zhou Han furrowed his brow, uncertain of Lin Hao's intentions. Xie Yujing assumed that Lin Hao was discussing a more effective treatment plan with Zhou Han, casting an anxious glance in his direction. Little divine doctor, is that so? Do you have a better treatment solution? Zhou Han shook his head, stating that he would have employed the same acupuncture technique. A wave of relief washed over Xie Yujing. Since they shared a consensus, it suggested that this acupuncture method was indeed the most viable remedy at present. Subsequently, before each needle was inserted, Lin Hao sought Zhou Han's input, imparting an impression of competence, albeit modest. As the final needle was placed, the elderly man's eyes gradually fluttered open. Xiaohu immediately knelt before Xiezhan, his eyes reddened with emotion. Father, how are you feeling now? Is your health improving? Xie Yujing also crouched at the edge of the bed, her expression fraught with worry. Father, what exactly ails you? I was nearly terrified to hear from my elder brother that you had fallen into a coma. Although Xiezhan appeared frail, his eyes radiated authority, as he reprimanded Xiaohu. Yet, when addressing Xie Yujing, his tone softened considerably. These are merely chronic ailments. I just saw your mother. She inquired about how the children are faring. I told her that the son remains as ineffectual as ever, yet the daughter is increasingly resembling you. His gaze was tender, as if he were peering through Xie Yujing to glimpse the shadow of another. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, his brow knitting in concern as he looked down at his own legs. Father, is something wrong? The two individuals noticed something amiss with the elderly man. Xiaohu turned to Lin Hao, his brow furrowed in confusion. Did you not claim you could completely cure the old gentleman? Lin Hao, however, directed his gaze towards the modest physician Zhou Han. You managed to treat the earlier fainting spell. Surely you can alleviate this mere stagnation in his leg and restore the flow of his meridians? Zhou Han clenched his teeth, his hands forming tight fists. At that moment, he finally grasped why Lin Hao had previously inquired about his approach to acupuncture. The earlier treatment had indeed been his plan. If he now asserted he could cure the elderly man, it would imply he possessed a comprehensive treatment strategy. This would contradict his earlier statement that the elder would ultimately suffer a disability, thereby exposing his ulterior motives of seeking to ingratiate himself with the CF family. He inhaled deeply, shaking his head slightly, and confessed, "I am but a self-taught novice, having pondered for a few years. Yet there are certain ailments I have yet to explore." Lin Shaoxian regarded Zhou Han with unabashed disdain. For individuals like Xie Hu and Xie Yujing, there might still be a belief in the principle of expertise. However, for someone studying traditional Chinese medicine like her, the elderly man's condition merely represented foundational practice. As a scion of a prominent family, she instantly comprehended the intricate undercurrents at play. As long as the elderly man remained untreated, Zhou Han could continuously extract benefits from the CF family, leaving the Lin family helplessly subjected to his parasitic demands. She longed to expose this scoundrel to his face. Yet she recognized that her words would bear little persuasive weight. Just as Lin Shaoxian anticipated, Xie Hu and Xie Yujing felt no sense of impropriety. They turned to Lin Hao and spoke, "Little brother, we must trouble you further." Chapter 21. Still unconvinced? Lin Hao shrugged and addressed Xie Yujing and Xie Hu, saying, "It's no trouble at all. The remaining issues are merely minor ailments, fundamental skills of traditional Chinese medicine. Everyone here is capable of treating the old gentleman. Aunt Yujing, one must not place undue trust in the so-called miracle doctors on the streets. While financial deceit is unfortunate, delaying treatment can endanger lives." Xie Yujing cast a glance at Zhou Han, her expression tinged with doubt. She began to suspect that Zhou Han had merely encountered a textbook case of illness, enabling him to effect a cure. Alternatively, he might be concealing his true capabilities, seeking to ingratiate himself with the CF family through this opportunity. Noticing Xie Yujing's growing skepticism towards Zhou Han, Lin Hao further fanned the flames. He seized Lin Shaoxuan's arm and gently nudged her towards the mistake she had recently made, suggesting that it was now her responsibility to rectify it. Lin Shaoxian looked at Lin Hao in astonishment, surprised that he was willing to afford her a chance to prove herself. Xie Yujing and Xie Hu furrowed their brows, clearly not placing their trust in Lin Shaoxian. Lin Hao turned to Xie Zhan and inquired, "Old gentleman, does your family know about the bullet fragment still lodged in your chest?" Xie Hu was taken aback, asking, "Dad, you still have a bullet fragment in your chest?" Xie Zhan snorted, "What good does that knowledge do? So many esteemed doctors have declared it impossible to remove. Do you think knowing will change that?" Xie Hu recoiled slightly, "Dad, I am merely concerned for you. Your concern is unnecessary. My health is quite robust. Focus on your training and contribute to our nation as soon as possible. Do not tarnish the reputation of the CF family," Xie Zhan admonished. Lin Hao cast a discontented glance at Xie Zhan, reproaching, "You are unaware of your own health condition, and yet you fell into a coma without informing anyone. Do you have any idea how many medical mishaps occur each year due to patients concealing their medical histories? If you were to pass away, it may not matter given your advanced age. However, do you comprehend the profound psychological impact that the death of a patient can have on a physician? Your negligence nearly jeopardized the future of medical advancement in our great Xia." Upon hearing Lin Hao's explanation, Xie Yujing and Xie Hu finally understood that the issue lay not in Lin Shaoxuan's medical skills, but rather in their father's unique health complications. Lin Shaoxian lowered her head, gently biting her lip. She had not anticipated that Lin Hao would not only clarify her position but also express concern over the potential psychological toll of this incident on her. A wave of guilt surged within her. Lin Hao, however, did not dwell on these thoughts. He merely sought to absolve Lin Shaoxian of any responsibility regarding the elderly man's medical mishap. After all, the financial repercussions would fall upon him. He paused briefly before continuing his emotional tirade. "It is clear that the medical mishap stemmed from your own concealment of medical history. And yet your son threatens that the entire Lin family should pay the price. Our family has provided over 1 million jobs for Jiangcheng. If the Lin family were to fall, would you have those hundreds of thousands of people left to suffer?" Xie Zhan was reprimanded, his face flushed with indignation. He turned to Xie Hu, angrily exclaiming, "You little rascal. 3 days without discipline, and you think you can run amok. How dare you threaten others?" He glanced around, seemingly searching for something. Xie Hu, feeling sheepish, shrank his neck and pleaded, "Dad, there are others present." Lin Hao timely interjected, "Uncle, he mentioned using his belt. Discipline breeds filial piety. If a son is disobedient, a few strikes will suffice." Xie Zhan, as if struck by enlightenment, spread his hands towards Xie Hu. Xie Hu cast a resentful glance at Lin Hao, realizing this boy bore a grudge. Silently, he unfastened his leather belt from his waist and handed it to Xie Zhan. The belt, crafted from genuine cowhide, possessed remarkable resilience and swished through the air with vigor. "Uncle, let me apply some iodine to the belt. It would be unfortunate if our child were to suffer any harm. However, As you come from a military family, we must not coddle him, lest he develops the habit of bullying others. Xie Zhan nodded, the belt slicing through the air with a whistling sound as it struck Xie Hu's back. Xie Hu gritted his teeth, determined to remain silent, while his gratitude towards Lin Hao evaporated, leaving only deep resentment. Dad, you haven't fully recovered. Don't exhaust yourself. Xie Yujing urged. Brother was merely anxious and made a mistake. Lin Hao, sensing the lesson had been imparted, chimed in. Uncle, calm down. It's not wise to exert yourself while seated. Once your leg is healed, you will find it more convenient. Just look at my elder brother. He barely uttered a sound earlier, clearly exhibiting his defiance. To this day, he still refuses to acknowledge his mistakes. If this child does not receive a beating soon, he will be utterly ruined. Listening to Lin Hao's words, Xie Hu was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. He had undergone rigorous training to endure torment. And even if captured, he would never divulge a shred of information. Such steadfast resolve was unjustly tarnished by Lin Hao's accusation of insubordination. Xie Zhan tossed aside his belt, clutching his chest as he gasped for breath. He turned to Lin Hao and inquired, Do you truly believe that girl can assist in healing my leg? Lin Hao nodded, introducing her as my third sister, Lin Xiaoxian. The little one's medical skills were cultivated under her influence. Very well, then. I kindly ask that girl to come and examine me, Xie Zhan stated. Lin Xiaoxian approached cautiously, once more checking the elder's pulse. Her initial confidence had been eroded by the recent mishap. Before each needle was inserted, she would glance at Lin Hao as if seeking validation. Noticing her distraction, Lin Hao simply brought over a stool and began to tend to Lin Qingyi's hair. Lin Qingyi appeared to be in high spirits, her delicate legs gently swinging in the air, her head occasionally swaying in a playful manner. Observing Lin Hao's indifference towards her, Lin Xiaoxian let out a soft sigh. She understood that Lin Hao was still upset, yet he chose to maintain the greater good, refraining from undermining her in front of others. However, she had just trampled upon his dignity and pride. It is imperative that I find a way to compensate Xiao Hao. As the silver needles pierced into him, Xie Zhan felt an itch in his legs, and soon enough, sensation returned. Noticing Lin Xiaoxian withdrawing the last silver needle, he nodded at her, and he carefully supported himself against the edge of the bed to rise. Witnessing his father's recovery, Xie Hu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes as he hurried to assist. Trembling, Xie Zhan picked up the belt that had been set aside and scolded, You little rascal. The older you grow, the thicker your skin becomes. How dare you remain defiant after being taught a lesson? Chapter 22. A coward among cowards. After enduring a lengthy education in love, Xie Hu had learned his lesson. Each time Xie Zhan struck him with the belt, he would emit a muffled grunt, a sound that seemed to embody both restraint and the inability to endure. After a couple of strikes, feeling a pang of sympathy, Xie Zhan tossed the belt aside. You will surely be the death of me, you little rascal, he huffed. Xie Hu donned a charming smile. Dad, you must live a long life. Please refrain from such morose remarks. Xie Yujing retrieved 2 checks from her bag, addressing Zhou Hanji, little divine doctor. I am grateful for your company from the First People's Hospital to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. This is but a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Upon seeing the modest sum of 100,000 yuan on the checks, Zhou Han's brow furrowed slightly before quickly returning to its previous calm. Sister Yujing, I didn't actually treat the old gentleman, so how could I possibly accept your remuneration? Xie Yujing observed Zhou Han's expressions keenly, and his subtle movements did not escape her notice. A flicker of displeasure arose within her, yet she maintained a smile, saying, That does not mean you should accompany me for nothing. Zhou Han intended to say a few words to foster a closer relationship with the Xie family. However, Xie Yujing did not grant him that opportunity and promptly turned to Lin Hao. I have heard you are Lin Hao. My aunt is being overly familiar. I shall call you Xiao Hao. My elder brother was indeed a bit impulsive earlier, and I apologize on his behalf. Thank you for saving my father. Here is 10 million. Please accept it, Xie Yujing said sincerely. After speaking, she scrutinized Lin Hao's expressions and demeanor. In an instant, a smile illuminated Lin Hao's face, as if the earlier discomfort had never transpired. How could I possibly accept this? He replied, though his body instinctively reached for the 10 million. After securing the check, he waved it in front of Lin Qingyi with a proud grin, exclaiming, I just made 10 million. Aren't I impressive? Lin Qingyi gazed at Lin Hao with admiration, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Aunt Yujing, could you please exchange it for 2 checks of 5 million each? Xie Yujing paused momentarily, but then retrieved her checkbook to issue 2 checks of 5 million. Lin Hao accepted the checks and handed one to Lin Qingyi, ruffling her hair playfully. Now you are a little tycoon too. Observing Lin Hao's demeanor, Xie Yujing couldn't help but chuckle, after all. Children ought to retain a semblance of their youthful innocence. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Han, who, despite being of a similar age to Lin Hao, addressed her as sister, contrasting starkly with Lin Hao's unpretentious reference to her as aunt. Zhou Han appeared somewhat overly worldly and mature in comparison. At that moment, Zhou Han seethed with resentment. The million yuan and the connections with the Xie family had originally belonged to him. Little did he expect a formidable rival to emerge. As Lin Hao had completely intercepted his opportunity, Lin Hao, unfazed by the tension, examined the check in his hand before turning to Xie Zhan, hesitantly suggesting, "Sir, perhaps I could assist in removing the bullet lodged in your chest. Otherwise, I find it unsettling to hold on to this money." Both Xie Hu and Xie Yujing were taken aback by his words. "Can you truly help my father remove the bullet from his chest?" they asked in unison. They understood that given their father's status, if it were deemed impossible to extract the bullet, it would mean that every renowned physician in the country had concurred on that conclusion. Xie Zhan expressed his astonishment. "Young lad, removing a bullet requires surgery." The seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners at Hua Tuo Hall unanimously advised against it, exchanging knowing glances with Lin Hao. "Young master, surgery is far different from acupuncture. A slight miscalculation could be fatal," they warned. While one might argue that self-taught skills could suffice in traditional medicine, surgery necessitates extensive hands-on experience. Lin Shaoxian gently pulled Lin Hao's shoulder, tiptoeing to whisper in his ear, "Merely awakening the elder from his coma has already placed an immense obligation upon our Lin family. Should the elder perish during the operation, not only would that debt of gratitude vanish, but it could also breed animosity, which is hardly worthwhile." Lin Hao felt a soft sensation pressing against him, accompanied by a gentle, tingling warmth brushing against his ear. It must be said that Lin Xiaoshuan's beauty and figure were truly exceptional, surpassing even Lin Qingyi's allure by several degrees. Lin Hao took 2 steps back, increasing the distance between himself and Lin Shaoxian, and turned to Xie Hu, suggesting that they take the old man for a film shoot to evaluate the situation. After all, the final decision would rest with the old man himself. There is always a first time for everything. "Do not worry, I shall remain composed." Xie Hu's face showed hesitation as he inquired, "If we do not remove it, how much longer can my father survive?" Lin Hao took Xie Zhan's pulse and replied, "Approximately 3 years. His body will likely not endure beyond that." In the original narrative, Xie Zhan passed away 3 years later. "Then I shall bring my father back in 3 years to remove the bullet," Xie Hu declared resolutely. Lin Hao let out a soft sigh, turning his gaze towards Xie Zhan. The old man's face flushed with indignation as he coldly demanded, "Take me for the shoot. It is rare to encounter someone bold enough to perform surgery on me. The other doctors have all shied away upon seeing my condition. Even if it leads to my demise, I accept it. None of you are permitted to trouble them." Upon hearing Xie Zhan's words, Lin Hao praised, "The old man is forthright." He then glanced at the group of elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, looked back at Lin Shaoxian, and shook his head, declaring, "A timid soldier breeds a timid army. It is time for the director to step down and allow someone more daring to take charge. I understand your desire for self-preservation, but the decision to treat, and the method of treatment, should ultimately lie with the patient." After concluding his words, he approached the medicine cabinet and selected several doses of traditional Chinese medicine, casually handing them to an elderly physician. "Prepare these herbs, and be sure to add a generous amount of honey and cane sugar." Xie Zhan furrowed his brow, remarking, "Old man, I have endured hardship for half my life. I do not require honey or sugar. This is for my sister," Lin Hao explained with a smile. Suddenly recalling something, he instructed the physician who had received the herbs, "Prescribe a few doses for the old gentleman to invigorate his energy and nourish his blood. He is not afraid of hardship. Add some huanglian to clear heat and fire." Xie Zhan gritted his teeth. "Although I am not averse to hardship, there is no need to endure it unnecessarily." Under Lin Hao's guidance, Xie Zhan obtained his medical imaging in just half an hour. The images revealed 3 remaining shrapnel fragments embedded in his heart and lungs, positioned in a perilously dangerous manner. Such injuries, if sustained by another, would likely be fatal even if just 1 fragment were present. The fact that the old gentleman had survived 3 is nothing short of miraculous. Upon seeing the images, Lin Shaoxian could not help but furrow her brow in admiration. The doctors at the Hua Tuo clinic also shook their heads, acknowledging the difficulty of addressing these 3 locations, as the surgical risks were exceedingly high. In truth, as long as the patient maintained a calm mindset and refrained from strenuous activity, he should still have a couple more years to live. Xie Hu, with an anxious expression, inquired, "Can you remove them? What are the chances of recovery?" The group fell silent, exchanging glances and shaking their heads. This was not mere self-preservation, but rather a limitation of their medical expertise. In terms of the position of the bullet fragments, extracting even one would be akin to a miracle, and such miracles would need to occur thrice consecutively. Observing the furrowed brows of the crowd, Xie could only offer a wry smile and shake his head, resigned to fate. Xie Yujin clenched her fists tightly, her heart unwilling to yield as she gazed at Lin Hao. Is it possible to remove the fragments? Lin Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, Old man, you must be experiencing considerable pain while breathing and with your heartbeat, am I right? Chapter 23. Finding a father for father. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, all eyes turned towards him, for matters of life and death overshadowed any concern for pain. Xie unexpectedly chuckled at Lin Hao's inquiry. When everyone first beheld the remnants of the bullet fragments within him, their gazes were filled with sorrow and sympathy. Who would have thought this young lad would express concern for his well-being? I heard you are not the biological son of the Lin family? He asked. At this, Lin Qingyi and Lin Shaoxian approached cautiously, their expressions alert. Lin Qingyi gently took hold of Lin Hao's hand. Within the family, he was the only one willing to show her kindness. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, Old man, do not attempt to sow discord. My parents are very good to me. Even though I skip classes daily to visit nightclubs and flirt with young ladies, they still believe I am a good child. He grasped Lin Qingyi's wrist and shook it playfully. See, my family could never bear to part with me. Upon hearing Lin Hao refer to her as family, Lin Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. A warm sensation blossomed within her heart. Is this what it feels like to have family? Xie curled his lips in disdain. If their familial relations were strained, he might have interjected. However, given their harmonious ties, he could not bring himself to disrupt another's household. Lin Hao's eyes twinkled, and he suddenly exclaimed, Grandfather Xie, I have an idea. Since my grandfather has already passed away, why not adopt my father as your godson? One son begets 7, all as endearing as I am. What do you think? The stringent upbringing of the Xie family made it exceedingly difficult for him to breach their walls. If one were to maintain a disciplined routine, balance nutrition, and diligently pursue knowledge, what then would be the allure of sudden wealth? Upon hearing Lin Hao refer to him as grandfather, Xie felt a flicker of delight in his heart. Yet, as Lin Hao continued, his expression swiftly fell. The notion of finding a father for his own father was indeed absurd. Grandfather Xie, my grandfather was a soldier. My father has always held soldiers in the highest esteem, especially those like you, with remarkable military achievements, Lin Hao elaborated. Little Hao, please do not put the old man in a difficult position, Xie interjected. However, what Little Hao said is true. My father has the utmost respect for soldiers. If given the honor, we would love to invite you to our home for a visit. Lin Shaoxian chimed in. After contemplating for a moment, Xie replied, then let us wait until the old man recovers before we impose. Lin Hao sighed softly, feeling a twinge of regret. In the original text, a significant reason behind the bankruptcy of the Lin Group was the absence of a formidable backing. After Xie established connections with the Xie family, he acquired shares in Lin Qingyi's company through their influence. Lin Qingyi relentlessly invaded the Lin Group. Yet the latter found itself powerless to mount a substantial defense, helplessly watching as its entire business was gradually siphoned away, ultimately leading to its downfall. All right, old man. Prepare for the surgery first. Then sign 3 copies of the consent form. One for the hospital's records, one as a backup, and one to be kept by you. Additionally, record a video to ensure there are no disputes later, preventing you from coming back to trouble me, Lin Hao stated. Xie lips twitched. He had not anticipated this young man would turn on him so swiftly. Just moments ago, he had referred to him as Grandpa Xie, and now he was calling him old man. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he shot Lin Hao an indignant glare. Although this fellow indeed piqued his interest, he was equally infuriating. After confirming that both the video and handwriting were legible, he waved his hand, signaling his readiness for anesthesia and surgery. As Xie departed, Lin Shaoxian approached Lin Hao, inquiring, Have you ever undergone surgery before? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, responding in a detached manner, Dr. Lin, I am merely a bastard, unworthy of standing alongside a lady of your stature. Afterward, he cautioned Lin Qingyi not to wander far as he began his preoperative preparations. Lin Shaoxian pressed her lips together, watching Lin Hao's departing figure, a wave of bitterness washing over her. Drawing a deep breath, she silently vowed to earn Lin Hao's forgiveness. On the other side, Xie identity was astonishing. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital summoned all the most skilled medical personnel to attend to him. when they beheld that the lead surgeon was a mere young man. They could not help but furrow their brows. However, Lin Hao swiftly captivated everyone present with his professional techniques. Lin Xiaoxian, serving as the assistant nurse, observed in awe the entirety of Lin Hao's surgical process within the operating room. Lin Hao's thought process was exceptionally clear, and his hands were remarkably steady, as if he had performed thousands of surgeries before. Outside the operating room, Xiehu paced anxiously, unable to remain still for a moment. Sister, do you think Dad's wound will heal? Xie Yujing's eyes were red-rimmed, her voice trembling as she replied, I just sent Dad's scans to a doctor friend overseas. He said that given the positions of the 3 shrapnel pieces, the best option is not to operate. With today's medical technology, it is virtually impossible to remove the shrapnel. However, if he survives, the patient will endure unimaginable pain daily. Xiehu stood frozen in place, lost in thought. He could not bear to witness his father's demise. Yet he also did not wish to see him continue to suffer. His eyes too turned red, for he understood that when his father decided to undergo surgery, he had already made a choice. Lin Qingyi sat quietly on a bench at the entrance of the operating room. Seeing the sorrow etched on the faces of Xie Yujing and Xiehu, she hesitated for a moment before retrieving 2 candies from her pocket. Andy, uncle, please have some. These were bought for me by my brother. He said he would definitely be able to cure Grandpa's illness, Lin Qingyi offered in comfort. Xie Yujing accepted the candy, tears already streaming down her face. Big brother, Xiao Hao will surely be able to save our father. Indeed, Xiehu sighed heavily. The fragments embedded in Xie Zhan's body were positioned precariously. Any additional millimeter of damage during extraction could spell disaster for the patient. Lin Hao approached each incision with utmost caution. With 3 metallic clinks resonating, 3 bullet fragments, no larger than a fingernail, were retrieved and placed upon a tray. The most arduous phase of the extraction had concluded. Now, only the suturing remained. Lin Hao had never anticipated that performing a single surgery could be so exhausting. The suturing proceeded with remarkable speed, as if he had executed the procedure thousands of times before. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, he swiftly concluded the operation. At last, the lights in the operating room dimmed, and Lin Hao exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the floor. Upon seeing the door to the surgery room swing open, Xiehu and Xie Yujing hurried inside. Xiehu's eyes were red-rimmed as he knelt beside the elderly man, quietly sobbing. Lin Qingyi was also in search of Lin Hao within the operating room. Upon spotting him, drenched in sweat and seated on the floor, she took out a tissue to wipe his brow. Brother, how are you feeling? She asked, her voice laced with concern. Lin Hao shook his head, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Quick, help me up. I want to capture this heartwarming scene of filial piety on camera. Chapter 24. A Song for You. Jiangcheng Xiehu leaned against the operating table of Xiezhan, initially holding back his emotions, before quietly beginning to sob. Lin Hao, with his phone in hand, meticulously recorded every movement and expression of Xiehu from various angles, wide shots, close-ups, and intimate details. Xie Yujing was initially overwhelmed with sorrow, yet upon observing Lin Hao's actions, she cast a puzzled glance at the instruments beside the operating table. Noticing that the patient's heartbeat had not ceased, a flicker of excitement graced her features. Xiao Hao, did my father's surgery succeed? Lin Hao shushed her gently and nodded slightly. The astonishment on Xie Yujing's face widened as she registered Lin Hao's response. The physician friend she had consulted was renowned internationally, and his prognosis had essentially condemned her father to an inevitable demise. Just then, Lin Xiaoxian approached, carrying a tray containing the bullet fragments. Xie Yujing stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the 3 thumb-sized shards, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She could hardly fathom the torment these fragments would inflict within the body. Aunt Yujing, the positioning of these 3 fragments is far more perilous than it appeared in the X-rays. A slight misstep could result in the patient's instant death, Lin Xiaoxian remarked, her voice filled with admiration for her brother, who had executed the surgery. He has wrought a miracle in the annals of medicine. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with respect as she glanced at Lin Hao. After gathering sufficient video footage, Lin Hao finally remembered to alert Xiehu. He patted Xiehu's shoulder and said, Brother, in 2 hours, my uncle will witness your mourning in person. Would you like me to buy you a couple of belts in advance? Xiehu wiped away a tear and looked up at Lin Hao in confusion, pondering how every word he uttered was familiar, yet when strung together, it became somewhat incomprehensible. His gaze turned towards Xie Yujing, who, despite the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, were a smile tinged with schadenfreude. Brother, our father is fine. According to Xiao Hao, he should awaken in a couple of hours, Xie Yujing remarked with a grin. Upon hearing her words, Xiehu excitedly enveloped Lin Hao in a bear hug. Thank you. Thank you. The old man has endured too much hardship in his life. It is a relief to finally witness the day when our nation is strong and prosperous. Lin Hao grimaced in pain. I've just undergone surgery, and here you are, trying to dismantle my old bones. You must know that it is improper for men to engage in such intimate exchanges. Xiehu released Lin Hao, scratching his head in embarrassment. I apologize. I got a bit carried away. Lin Hao added, the old man still needs to be observed in the hospital for a few days. I will come by again when I have the time. He looked up at the sky, noting the late hour. You should head off to dinner soon. With that, he changed out of his surgical attire and approached Lin Qingyi, inquiring, Are you hungry? Lin Qingyi shook her head, retrieving a piece of milk candy from her pocket and pressing it into Lin Hao's hand. He tossed the candy into his mouth and playfully flicked her forehead, admonishing, You mustn't snack too much before meals. Not eating properly will hinder your growth. Lin Qingyi, appearing somewhat malnourished and slender, with a delicate and fragile demeanor that tugged at the heartstrings, gently rubbed her forehead and nodded, responding with a soft laugh, I will listen to my brother. Just moments ago, Lin Qingyi was reminded of the importance of a hearty meal, yet in the nocturnal streets of Jiangcheng, where could one truly dine well? The roadside barbecue stalls were bustling with patrons, the tantalizing aroma of grilled beef and lamb wafting through the air, intoxicating Lin Hao. His eyes sparkled with indecision, and after much contemplation, he finally halted the vehicle. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Tonight, I shall treat you to an indulgent feast. We shall savor our meals properly starting tomorrow. He paused briefly before adding, You shall begin. With that, he grasped Lin Qingyi's wrist and led her to the roadside barbecue stall. It must be noted that while the grilled beef here lacked the exquisite quality of steak, and the ambience paled in comparison to that of a fine restaurant, the experience of dining on the curb, with the night breeze brushing past and the occasional whiff of automobile exhaust, was indeed delightful. A chill bottle of soda from 1982 would effortlessly dissolve a day's worth of worries and anxieties. As Lin Hao savored a secret recipe chicken leg, an unexpected message flashed through his mind. Alter the original narrative of the story, heal Xiejian's injuries, and be rewarded with exceptional musical talent. He glanced at the time, estimating that the old man must have awakened. Could altering the fates of others also yield rewards? He dismissively shook his head. After all, his wealth was his most dazzling attribute, and everything else merely supplementary. As a renowned scion of Jiangcheng's elite, infamous for his debauchery, he had no need to acquire skills to curry favor. It was always others who sought to please him. After finishing the barbecue, the clock struck around 9 in the evening, marking the peak of activity on this bustling street of culinary delights. A young man with long hair traversed the barbecue stall, carrying a worn wooden guitar on his back. Around his neck hung a wooden sign inscribed with song requests, 10 yuan each. Lin Qingyi nibbled delicately on grilled vegetables, yet her gaze frequently wandered towards the young man. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, pondering the original tale where Zhou Han possessed a myriad of musical talents, his proficiency commendable. He remained perplexed as to what might have sparked the young woman's affection for the male protagonist. Do you fancy him? Lin Hao inquired. Lin Qingyi's cheeks flushed faintly as she shook her head gently, though she couldn't resist stealing glances at Lin Hao, murmuring, I merely think that if my brother could play the guitar, he would undoubtedly appear quite dashing. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. He had just acquired top-tier musical skills, and playing a guitar was a trivial endeavor, merely a means to amuse his sister, nothing to be ashamed of. He gestured to the young man, 10 yuan. May I borrow your guitar for a song? The young man glanced at Lin Hao's hand and asked, Can you play? Without the requisite skill, I would not dare to take on such a task. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself in front of such a lovely sister, as it would tarnish my lofty image, Lin Hao replied with a chuckle. The young man glanced at Lin Qingyi and promptly handed the guitar to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took out his phone and handed it to Lin Qingyi. Here, help me record a video. He donned a mask and gently strummed the guitar, allowing a melodious tune to waft through the air. Looking at Lin Qingyi behind the phone, he smiled and declared, an original song, Jiangcheng, dedicated to my beloved sister. What brings me to tears is not merely the wine from last night. In this drizzly little town, I have never forgotten you, Jiang City. All that remains unattainable is you. Chapter 25. Being a full-time son. As the song concluded, a crowd had already gathered around. They eagerly pulled out their phones to record videos, many activating their flashlight functions and gently swaying in time with the melody. Lin Hao took the phone from Lin Qingyi, realizing that she had yet to turn off the recording. The final image on the screen captured her flushed face, her eyes sparkling with light. Lin Hao silently took a screenshot, saving it as wallpaper on his desktop. A few timid girls approached Lin Hao, asking, Brother, May I have your contact information? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, beginning to understand why the affluent indulge in such extravagant displays. There is an inherent difference between winning someone's heart through talent and buying their affection with wealth. However, he shook his head and gently placed his hand on the back of Lin Qingyi's hand. His social circle was filled with the opulent lifestyle of luxury cars and mansions. If they were to see it, their admiration would surely become tainted. Though the girls faced rejection, their spirits soared even higher. Well, not only does he sing beautifully, but he is also incredibly heartfelt. I'm in love. Brother is truly handsome. Have you heard this song before? No, it seems to be an original piece. At this moment, Lin Qingyi's face was flushed, her gaze intensely fixed on the hand that Lin Hao covered. Although she was aware that Lin Hao was using her as a means to reject others, she felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Nearby, an older gentleman assertively placed a platter of grilled meat skewers on the table shared by Lin Hao and her. And even the proprietor presented them with a generous serving of meat and a large bottle of soda. Lin Hao repeatedly shook his head in refusal, insisting that he could not consume any more, yet he could not withstand the enthusiasm of those around him. He had no choice but to grasp Lin Qingyi's hand and flee in haste. The streets were bustling with traffic, illuminated by bright streetlights. Yet Lin Qingyi's gaze remained fixated on Lin Hao's retreating figure, as if following him would enable her to escape this cacophonous world. At last, they reached the vicinity of the vehicles, where Lin Hao, panting, glanced back to see if anyone was in pursuit. Lin Qingyi, unable to stop in time, collided with him. Stumbling forward, clumsily, Lin Hao ruffled her hair affectionately and opened the car door for her. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. With their plan having failed, Lin Hao sheepishly retracted his neck, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed as he entered the living room. Dad, Mom, you're still awake? He greeted them. Dad, Mom, Lin Qingyi murmured, clutching Lin Hao's shirt. Zhao Sidi, noticing Lin Qingyi's demeanor, couldn't help but frown. Day after day, you seem oblivious to your studies, frolicking outside like a wild child. She then turned to Lin Hao and gently inquired, Xiao Hao, did you have a tiring day playing outside? I'll have Aunt Wang heat up a cup of milk for you. It will help you sleep better tonight. Lin Jiangwo raised his gaze to Lin Hao, saying, Xiao Hao, I heard from Wang Maokai about what happened to you at Jiangcheng Square today. Jiangcheng Square is open to all members of society, and it is absolutely intolerable to have employees who discriminate against customers. You have handled this matter exceptionally well. You truly embody the qualities of my son, Lin Jiangwo. He removed the Patek Philippe watch from his wrist. Did you not mention your fondness for this particular piece of my collection? Now that you have grown, I shall gift you this watch. Zhao Sidi nodded repeatedly, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Qingyi. Look at your brother. Even during leisure, he remembers to address the lapses in grassroots management. And look at you. Apart from indulging in frivolity, you seem oblivious to everything else. Lin Hao took the watch, adorning his wrist, and gently shook it towards the two of them. Mom, Dad, isn't it exquisite? I told you I am even more suited to this watch than Dad. Zhao Sidi nodded in agreement, playfully chiding Lin Jiangwo. Indeed, I have long suggested you should have given this watch to Xiao Hao. You treat it like a treasure. After accepting the watch, Lin Hao, feeling a twinge of guilt, took Lin Qingyi's hand. She, with her head bowed, seemed to have lost the day's cheerfulness in an instant. Why don't you go take a shower first? Get to bed early tonight. Tomorrow I will take you to school. If I happen not to awaken, please do remember to call me. Hearing Lin Hao's willingness to escort her to school, Lin Qingyi nodded excitedly, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Upon returning to his room, Lin Hao washed away the scent of barbecue and then made his way back to the living room. Xiao Hao, why are you still awake? Zhao Sidi inquired, puzzled. Before I left today, I specifically sought out some traditional massage techniques from a doctor. In recent days, I have been in a state of unconsciousness, and my mother has tirelessly cared for me, while my father has also been diligently working. I wish to offer them a massage to help them relax, Lin Hao remarked. He glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Even someone unfamiliar with the value of watches could discern its exorbitant price at a glance. In the original narrative, Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Sidi consistently favored the original owner, even worrying about how they would manage after the Lin Group's collapse. Unlike the original owner, who lacked conscience and could comfortably enjoy their sacrifices without offering them even a semblance of gratitude, he aspired to fulfill the role of a dutiful son while his parents were at home. Zhao Sidi and Lin Jiangwo exchanged astonished glances, cautiously inquiring, You haven't gotten into any significant trouble today, have you? Lin Hao shook his head vigorously, his expression earnest as he swore to the heavens that he had caused no trouble whatsoever. The couple sighed, suspecting that Lin Hao had indeed found himself in some predicament but was too embarrassed to admit it. Nevertheless, as his parents, they would always support him, regardless of the circumstances. Then let us start with a massage for your mother, Zhao Sidi suggested. Lin Hao instructed Zhao Sidi to lie on the bed, and he took his place beside her to begin the massage. After the session, Zhao Sidi's cheeks were flushed, and she sank into the sofa, utterly relaxed. Darling, Xiao Hao's skills are truly exceptional. It's far more comfortable than any massage I have ever received. Lin Jiangwo cast a glance at Lin Hao. Realizing that he had yet to speak, it seemed the trouble he had stirred up was considerable, and it would require his personal intervention to resolve it. He reclined on the sofa, an expression of heaviness etched on his face. As Lin Hao continued the massage, the tension in his demeanor gradually softened, interspersed with occasional groans. Dad, your shoulders are quite stiff. Work must have been exhausting lately, Lin Hao remarked. Lin Jiangwo sighed softly and replied, I have grown accustomed to the company's affairs. Xiao Hao, just tell me what you wish for. Otherwise, my heart remains in a state of unease. Lin Hao shook his head and said, There's truly nothing of great concern. It's just that I feel incredibly fortunate to have you as the head of our family. Xiao Hao has finally matured. Lin Jiangwo sniffled, sensing a slight sting in his eyes. Lin Hao gently sighed, It's a pity that Grandpa is no longer with us. Without a father, you cannot fully grasp my feelings. In this world, there is no one quite like a father. Children without fathers are like withered grass. Grandfather, in spirit, must feel comforted seeing how understanding you are. Lin Jiangwo lamented. Prompted by Lin Hao's words, he too began to reminisce about his father. Lin Hao nodded. To help you rediscover the essence of paternal love and my sentiments, I have taken the liberty of finding you a godfather. Chapter 26. The video went viral. Ouch. That hurts. Lin Hao lamented. Mom, why didn't you stop Dad just now? After Lin Hao mentioned finding his father a godfather, Lin Jiangwo suddenly seized his leg. There was no escape. Absolutely no escape. He recalled the times when the original owner got into trouble. Lin Jiangwo had acted similarly, swiftly grasping the original owner's leg. Though he endured the punishment, Lin Jiangwo did not strike hard, and each time he would assist in resolving the situation. What mischief you've caused. Attempting to find your father a father, Zhao Sidi chuckled. Lin Hao shook his head solemnly, stating, This prospective grandfather has been chosen with meticulous consideration. I assure you it will please Dad and elevate our Lin group to new heights. Pa, I only have one father. How could I possibly acknowledge another as my godfather? Lin Jiangwo shouted from outside. Dad, you said it. Don't you dare regret it. When you meet him, I will let him know you think little of him. Lin Hao declared loudly. You underestimate your father's resolve. How could I ever seek another to fill that role? You can call him right now. Lin Jiangwo insisted resolutely. Just don't come begging me for leniency later. Lin Hao retorted with a scoff. Zhao Sidi, intrigued by Lin Hao's words, gently patted his backside. Xiao Hao. What does your god-grandfather do? 3 days from now, when the elder is discharged from the hospital, I shall bring him home for a visit. I'm telling you now. It will be quite amusing to see Dad's reaction. Zhao Sidi nodded. You must tread carefully, if he turns out to be unsuitable. Mom won't be able to shield you from Dad. Lin Hao waved his hand, bidding Zhao Sidi good night as he escorted her to the door. Just as he lay down on his bed, a gentle knock echoed from the room's entrance. Lin Hao rose in confusion and opened the door to his room. Lin Qingyi, clad in a delicate pink bunny pajama set, stood nervously at the threshold. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she suddenly reached out and embraced her brother Lin Hao, whispering, Thank you, good night. Lin Hao scratched his head, a smile unable to suppress itself at the corners of his mouth. This little girl is simply adorable. It's hard to fathom what the original owner of this body was thinking. Reclining on the vast, soft bed, Lin Hao retrieved his phone and made slight edits to the video he recorded earlier, posting it on the social media account of the Douyin platform before nestling into his pillow to sleep. Wow, what is this song? It's absolutely enchanting. I remember there was a girl who recorded the entire song. The whole internet is offering a reward to find her. Is there an Uncle Hat? I left my things there. Could I request to review the surveillance footage? With the release of his video, the account's follower count skyrocketed to 500,000. Is this the video recorded by that girl? The boyfriend perspective is simply phenomenal. The young man is so handsome, and he even wears a mask. This song is unbelievably captivating. It's music to my ears. Young man, I'm a 3060. Could we stroll together through the streets of Jiangcheng? The footage extracted from the operating room captured the entire surgical procedure performed by Lin Hao and Xiaozhan. A miracle. The surgery was a marvel of modern medicine. His technique was so exquisite that even with another decade of practice, I could never replicate it. If he could remove the bullet fragments from General Xie, could he not also heal the ailments of the other generals? Do you regard him as a deity? The other seasoned generals rely on traditional Chinese medicine to sustain their lives. Each field has its own expertise. Without over a decade of rigorous training, one cannot possibly possess such adept skills. Where would he find the time to delve into traditional Chinese medicine? Those are generals who have rendered remarkable services to our great Xia. How could a novice be entrusted with their treatment? Yet, I have heard that this chief surgeon is merely 17 years old, and he has an elder sister working at a traditional Chinese hospital, who is well aware of his situation. 17? The following morning, Lin Hao was awakened by a gentle knock on the door. He grabbed his phone, tousled his hair resembling a bird's nest, and sleepily opened the door. Lin Qingyi was dressed in a light pink shirt paired with a pleated skirt exuding a collegiate charm. Her slender legs, as delicate as chopsticks, were prominently displayed before Lin Hao. A small floral hairpin held back the wisps of hair at her forehead, revealing her fair complexion. "Good morning, brother," she said, her cheeks flushed, speaking timidly. She feared that Lin Hao might revert to his former self after a night's sleep. Lin Hao reached out to tousle Lin Qingyi's hair, but then remembered that school awaited them. However, Lin Qingyi bowed her head and took a gentle step forward. Lin Hao patted her small head and suggested, "Let us have breakfast together, and afterward, we shall head to school." He stepped aside to allow Lin Qingyi to assist him in selecting his attire from the wardrobe. After yesterday's experience, he realized it would be wiser not to choose his clothes himself. In the picturesque city of Jiangcheng, a once distinguished scion of affluence found himself transformed into the guise of a nouveau riche. Lin Qingyi, with a blush gracing her cheeks, entered Lin Hao's wardrobe, selecting a refined, collegiate-style white shirt adorned with a tie, paired with sleek black trousers. Once attired, Lin Hao stood beside Lin Qingyi, exuding an air reminiscent of a couple's attire. Upon entering the dining area, the housekeeper was taken aback by Lin Qingyi's presence at breakfast, having neglected to prepare a meal for her. Occasionally, the original occupant would dispose of leftover food, leaving Lin Qingyi to endure hunger within her room. With her gaze cast downward, she gently pressed her lips together, feeling somewhat ill at ease as she stood to the side. "Aunt Wang, please ensure there is an extra breakfast prepared for Qingyi from now on," Lin Hao said, pulling Lin Qingyi by the wrist and guiding her to the dining table. He arranged the sumptuous breakfast between them, signaling for Lin Qingyi to join him. However, apprehensive that he might not be satiated, she hesitated to lift her chopsticks. Lin Hao furrowed his brow and, with a resolute gesture, turned Lin Qingyi's face toward him, feeding her breakfast. A flicker of alarm appeared on her countenance as her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "I can eat by myself," she protested shyly, with a twinkle in his eye. Lin Hao gazed at his sister and chuckled. "My endearingly naive academic sister, you must eat well, engage in regular exercise, and maintain your health. Your unlearned brother will soon depend on you." Chapter 27. Half a set of lychee from a sweet? After their meal, Lin Hao opted for a brand new Ferrari, whisking Lin Qingyi off to school. Having been preoccupied with purchasing clothes for her the previous day, he noticed the small holes at the bottom sides of her backpack. Embarrassed, Lin Qingyi concealed her bag to her side, sitting demurely in the passenger seat, sipping her herbal medicine. Despite the abundant sugar and honey in Lin Hao's traditional Chinese medicine, it still possessed an odd flavor. While waiting at a red light, Lin Hao retrieved a few lychees from his pocket and placed them into Lin Qingyi's hands. "Had I known the medicine would be so unpalatable, I would have brought you this instead," he chuckled, gazing at the lychees in her hands. Lin Qingyi gently bit her lip, pondering whether this was what it felt like to be cared for. She peeled one lychee and popped it into her mouth. The sweet juice burst forth, and the lychee's unique fragrance immediately enveloped her palate. It was her very first experience with lychee. She peeled another lychee and, taking advantage of the red light, playfully poked Lin Hao's arm. He accepted the lychee and bit into it, his eyes instantly sparkling with delight. In his past life, the only lychee he had tasted was the Fei Zi Xiao, which varied greatly in flavor, some overly sweet and others rather sour. However, this lychee was different. Its sweetness was infused with a hint of osmanthus fragrance. The flesh was firm and crisp, the juice abundant, and the pit remarkably small. It was the most delectable lychee he had ever tasted across both his lives. "Do you know what this lychee is called?" "Make sure to have Mom buy more for my room," Lin Hao casually inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingyi responded, "I believe it's called Gualu. I've heard my mother mention it." Lin Hao's hand on the steering wheel trembled slightly. Gualu is known as the Rolls-Royce of lychees. He recalled seeing one auctioned for an astronomical 50,000 in his previous life. He swallowed hard and quipped, "I hope I haven't just eaten half a house." Lin Qingyi was equally taken aback as she gazed at the lychees in her hand. She took out her phone to check the price and, with a sigh of relief. Remarked, "These are probably around 1,000 yuan per chain. The quality bought by my mother is likely to be a bit better. Thus the price may be a tad higher." Lin Hao nodded, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "The malevolent nature of capitalism. Bring me another one. I want to see if these lychees, costing dozens of yuan each, can transport me to the heavens." Lin Hao had brought out a total of 6 lychees. He consumed 2, Lin Qingyi devoured another 2, and she reserved the remaining 2 to share with her classmates. The Ferrari soon arrived at the entrance of Jiangcheng High School. Lin Hao greeted the security guard at the gate, then confidently drove into the campus. The young security guard stared in astonishment at Lin Hao. For this young master typically arrived at school only around lunchtime. At that moment, it was merely 10 minutes past 7. Lin Hao parked the car, yawned, and walked toward his classroom alongside Lin Qingyi. Lin Qingyi belonged to Class 1, while he was in Class 10, with the 2 classes situated on different floors. Lin Hao playfully patted Lin Qingyi's head, bid her good night, and turned to enter his classroom. Just as he laid his head down on the desk for a brief rest, his classmate knocked on his desk, excitedly asking, "How go? Was that your girlfriend who just dropped you off? She's incredibly beautiful. How come I've never seen her before? Accompanying your girlfriend to school, no wonder you arrived so early today." Lin Hao, puzzled, lifted his head to regard his somewhat plump classmate, pondering the unfolding of this narrative. The plump fellow was named Cheng Yuan. In the original narrative, he was one of the few who chose to assist the protagonist even after the latter's misfortunes. However, Cheng Yuan's family was not affluent, and during his attempts to help, the protagonist often perceived his actions as a form of humiliation, treating him with disdain and, at times, resorting to physical confrontations. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and jested, "Cheng Yuan, that's my biological sister. You better not harbor any thoughts about her, lest you face my wrath." Cheng Yuan chuckled awkwardly, replying, "How go? I thought you had finally given up on Liang Wanwan." Upon mentioning Liang Wanwan's name, Lin Hao was suddenly reminded that the protagonist's daily attendance at school was solely to catch a glimpse of her, struggling to rise in the morning. He had given Cheng Yuan a sum of money to ensure that he brought breakfast to Liang Wanwan every day. In the original story, Liang Wanwan held the protagonist in contempt for his lack of academic prowess. Each time he attempted to gift her something, he had to don an exaggeratedly cheerful demeanor for an extended period before she would accept. If she outright refused, she would occasionally dangle a glimmer of hope before him, encouraging him not to give up. Over the course of more than a year, the protagonist had gifted Liang Wanwan items worth over 500,000 in total. "Cheng Yuan, how much do I have left with you?" Lin Hao inquired. The protagonist was indeed a sycophant, yet he did not suffer from any significant ailments. Why should he squander the hard-earned money he made as a son to support others as if he were a grandson? Cheng Yuan pulled out a handful of cash and said, "How go? This is all the money that remains." Lin Hao frowned and counted the bills, discovering approximately 2,000 left. "Didn't I give you 30,000 at the beginning of the semester? How is it possible that merely half a semester has elapsed, and one has already spent over 20,000 on breakfast? Does she indulge in extravagant delicacies every morning?" Cheng Yuan, with a perplexed expression, turned to Lin Hao and quietly inquired, "Brother Hao, do you truly not harbor any feelings for Liang Wanwan?" "I am utterly indifferent to her," Lin Hao retorted vehemently. Suddenly, he noticed the breakfast tucked away in Cheng Yuan's drawer and seized it with determination. "My sister hasn't even had her fill this morning. Yet she appears to be dining quite well," he remarked before rising and making his way upstairs. At this moment, there were only 10 minutes remaining before morning self-study began, and most students were either enjoying their breakfast or reviewing their notes. Lin Qingyi was seated next to a girl who was breaking a bun in half to offer her a portion. Without hesitation, Lin Hao snatched the bun and stuffed it into his mouth, chuckling, "So, this is what you typically have for breakfast?" The girl frowned, her eyes glistening as she stared at Lin Hao. "Brother, what brings you here?" Lin Qingyi exclaimed, her surprise evident. She glanced at the girl beside her and introduced, "This is Jiangshan, my brother." Jiangshan looked at Lin Qingyi in bewilderment, entirely unaware that she had a brother. Lin Hao nodded at Jiangshan and said, "Allow me to treat you to a nutritious breakfast." He placed a sandwich, filled with lettuce, bacon, eggs, tenderloin, and meat floss, on the table. An enticing aroma instantly enveloped the classroom, drawing everyone's attention. Jiangshan swallowed hard as she gazed at the sandwich. "Make sure to finish your breakfast promptly. Do not disturb other studies," Lin Hao advised. Lin Qingyi nodded and handed half of the sandwich to Jiangshan. Lin Hao handed the 2,000 yuan in change he received from the chubby boy into Lin Qingyi's hands. "This is your pocket money. If you do not wish to use your card, you may start with this," he said. "I will be helping Senior Nian Qiu move this afternoon." so I will not accompany you for lunch. He playfully pinched Lin Qingyi's cheek and added, treat your friends to something nice today. Do not be afraid to spend. If you are too stingy, do not blame me for punishing you tonight. Lin Qingyi's face instantly flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, softly nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. Before they reached the door, a cacophony of voices surged forth. Qing Yuan, were you not supposed to bring breakfast? What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to starve us? You cannot even manage such a simple task. Do you believe we will tell Lin Hao and have him sever ties with you? Chapter 28. Your class is the loudest in the entire building. Standing at the classroom door, Lin Hao coughed forcefully twice and admonished, what are you all doing? You are the loudest class in the entire building. Can you not feel any shame? Have you no regard for your dignity? At that moment, all the students in the classroom glanced up at Lin Hao, their faces a mixture of astonishment. Had the sun risen from the west? When had it become possible to see Lin Hao during the day? The realization dawned upon the students that Lin Hao was likely at school to catch up on some sleep, which explained his intolerance for their noise. Hey, Lin Hao, are you going to manage this or not? You entrusted Qing Yuan with the task of bringing us breakfast each day, yet he shockingly failed to do so this morning. Is he intent on starving us? What if Liang Wanwan does not eat enough and becomes distracted during class? A sharp-tongued girl, Zhang Shiding, questioned vehemently. Zhang Shiding, a close friend of Liang Wanwan, often leveraged her relationship with her to extract various benefits from Lin Hao. She turned to Qing Yuan, commanding him. You still have 5 minutes. Hurry outside the school and fetch us breakfast. We want 2 servings of the assorted rice balls from that shop outside. Qing Yuan cast a glance at Lin Hao, sighed softly, and made his way toward the classroom door. Lin Hao abruptly grasped his shoulder and confronted Zhang Shiding. I distinctly recall stating that I would only buy breakfast for Liang Wanwan. How dare you presume upon my generosity, if you cannot afford a meal? Perhaps you should kneel and bow to me a couple of times. I might, in a moment of mercy, grant you a morsel. Caught off guard. Zhang Shiding's face flushed crimson as she retorted, Wanwan is watching her figure and has a small appetite. I merely wanted to avoid waste. Which is why I finished the leftovers. Lin Hao, suddenly enlightened, scoffed. So, you are merely a beggar who feeds off other scraps? He slammed his hand on the table. Rising in indignation, Qing Yuan is my buddy. Who do you think you are? Just now, what were you barking like a dog for? Do you truly believe that I? Lin Hao, lack temper? Upon being reprimanded by Lin Hao, Zhang Shiding's already flushed face seemed as if it would burst forth with tears. With a fierce glare, she threatened. Lin Hao, don't expect me to relay any messages to Wanwan for you in the future. After all, that is a sum of 500,000. Based on my previous salary, it would take me a decade to save such an amount. At that moment, Liang Wanwan, who had initially remained an outsider to the conflict, furrowed her brows in displeasure. Lin Hao, Zhang Shiding is my close friend. How can I trust that you will treat me well in the future if you treat my friend this way? I believe it would be best for us to cease all contact. I previously thought you were a good person, someone I might consider dating after graduation. Lin Hao assessed Liang Wanwan with a discerning gaze. Her fair, translucent skin and delicate features indeed made her quite attractive. However, in terms of beauty, she paled in comparison to Lin Yanqiu, and the disparity was even more pronounced when compared to Lin Qingyi. Moreover, Liang Wanwan's figure was rather slender, lacking the alluring curves that characterized Lin Yanqiu. Noticing Lin Hao's gaze lingering on her chest, Liang Wanwan instinctively shielded herself and took a couple of steps back, feeling repulsed. Lin Hao, I'm speaking to you. Are you even listening? You need to apologize to my friend immediately, and perhaps buy her a small gift as compensation. Otherwise, I want to speak to you for an entire week. As he looked at Liang Wanwan standing before him, Lin Hao slapped his own face with a resounding crack. If it weren't for his exceptional medical skills, he would have considered visiting a hospital to check if there were any tumors in his brain. That slap was painfully loud. Is Lin Hao truly this sincere in his apology? The young scion of the Lin family slapped himself in a gesture of apology. His infatuation with Liang Wanwan far too overwhelming. All the classmates gazed at Lin Hao in astonishment. Qing Yuan grasped Lin Hao's wrist, initially believing he had regained his senses, only to realize he remained ensnared in his romantic fantasies. Lin Hao firmly pressed down on Qing Yuan's shoulder, while the original owner might trample upon their friendship. He would not. He was now contemplating the prospect of leading Qing Yuan to untold riches. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, he would possess a hidden treasure trove. Casting another glance at Liang Wanwan, he recalled the substantial sum he had spent on her over the past year, perceiving her as a living embodiment of 500,000. With feigned profundity, Lin Hao declared, Wanwan, you must be aware that I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Yet, You have offered me no response whatsoever. I can no longer afford to wait. I fear that after your college entrance examination, you may depart from my life. I wish to propose a betrothal, with the intention of marrying once we reach adulthood." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, all eyes turned in astonishment towards him. Lin Hao and Liang Wanwan were merely in their second year of high school, and yet they were already discussing marriage. Liang Wanwan's face flushed instantly, and with a resigned sigh, she expressed her disappointment. "Lin Hao, although our age difference is minimal, I have always regarded you as an elder brother. At this stage in our lives, it is paramount to focus on our studies and strive for excellence. How could we entertain the notion of early romance? Your words leave me quite disheartened." Lin Hao, in a fit of rage, kicked the table before him and demanded, "Liang Wanwan, what do you mean by this? At the beginning of this semester, I gave Cheng Yuan 30,000, and now, just over a month later, you claim there's only 2,000 left. Over the past year, I have spent a total of 500,000 on you, purchasing countless clothes and bags. And you dare to tell me you only regard me as an older brother?" In his fury, he kicked the table once more, exclaiming, "You can't possibly be one of those gold diggers, maintaining a facade of intimacy while keeping me at a distance, dangling me along just to extract money?" With her eyes reddened, Liang Wanwan sniffled and replied, "This semester, I merely bought a new notebook and tablet for my studies. Unlike your affluent Lin family, I aspire to earn a better future through diligent learning. Am I in the wrong? As for the other items you mentioned, I clearly stated I did not want them. It was you who insisted on giving them to me. Indeed, Lin Hao, we are merely classmates. Is it necessary to speak so harshly? Everyone knows those gifts were forced upon me. Why make an issue out of it? Young Wanwan is striving for her education. What is wrong with that? Your family certainly doesn't lack for money, so why act so miserly? It seems your expenditure was merely a pretext to win her over. Yet her acceptance of your gifts does not equate to acceptance of your courtship." The classmates in the classroom rallied in defense of Liang Wanwan, indignant at her plight. "Lin Hao, do you not see how distressed Wanwan is at this moment? I have heard that recently, Pineapple has released their latest mobile phone. You should purchase one for both me and Wanwan. Perhaps then I might utter a few kind words in your favor." Zhang Shitting interjected. Lin Hao's lips involuntarily twitched. They were already bickering, and this person still had the audacity to seek personal gain. How amusing. However, recalling the 50,000 he had previously spent on Liang Wanwan, he gritted his teeth and feigned a sulking demeanor, stating, "I have already lavished upon you numerous bags and garments, gifts meant for my girlfriend. Since you refuse to be my girlfriend, you ought to return everything." Chapter 29. Is this what it means to be a little actor? Yang Wanwan observed Lin Hao's demeanor closely. Noticing his robust and composed appearance, she could not help but let out a cold laugh inwardly. Subsequently, she donned a mournful expression, saying, "Since you do not wish to be my brother, I shall return all the gifts I have received over the past year." Yet, at that moment, her eyes were red, a tapestry of anger, disappointment, and sorrow etched across her face. "Lin Hao, are you truly set on this course?" he suddenly roared. "Those items you have used hold no value now." Liang Wanwan scoffed disdainfully in her heart, understanding from Lin Hao's demeanor and words that he was reluctant to part ways with her. The greater the price she paid now, the more she would gain when Lin Hao eventually wavered. With a sorrowful expression, she said, "Lin Hao, I believed you would always cherish and protect me. I never anticipated that you, like other affluent heirs, merely desire my presence. In light of this, I shall return all the gifts you bestowed upon me. For the span of a year, I will calculate the value of the gifts at an 80% discount, and for the remaining amount, I will provide you with an IOU. Though I, Liang Wanwan, may not be wealthy, I shall never be with you for the sake of monetary gain." Upon hearing Liang Wanwan's words, all her classmates cast scornful glances at Lin Hao. "Your background may be slightly superior to ours, but once we graduate, we will undoubtedly surpass you. Do you truly believe that money can bend us to your will? Money is not omnipotent." Contemplating the impending sum of 500,000, his emotional composure nearly unraveled. He resolutely reflected upon all his past sorrows, managing to suppress any laughter. However, the moment he opened his phone and beheld the image of a girl with flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, his despondency was instantly revitalized. Brother Hao's infatuation with Yang Wanwan has finally been cured. Yang Wanwan, taken aback, clutched a pen and paper, astonished that Lin Hao genuinely expected her to write an IOU. Surely, he was not merely speaking in jest. "It seems you were confident that Brother Hao would not compel you to write an IOU, which is why you made such statements earlier. I thought you truly would not bow for mere grains, yet it appears you were simply emboldened." Cheng Yuan mocked. Yang Wanwan shot Cheng Yuan a fierce glare, stating, "I simply do not know how to write an IOU." Before she put pen to paper, She stole a glance at Lin Hao, who bore a sorrowful expression tinged with reluctance, yet maintained an air of obstinacy, refusing to offer an apology. This sight provided her with a peculiar sense of solace. From her past experiences, she knew that if she ignored Lin Hao for 3 days, he would inevitably approach her like a faithful hound. After completing the promissory note, she tossed it at Lin Hao's face and coldly remarked, "Are you satisfied now?" Lin Hao took the note, glanced at it briefly, and in a fit of rage, tore it in half. "Young Wanwan, how long do you intend to create this ruckus?" The note contained only the insipid phrase, "Liang Wanwan owes Lin Hao 500,000. It was devoid of essential details, including the repayment timeline, rendering it utterly meaningless. "I am not causing a scene. You are the one attempting to insult my dignity with money," she retorted passionately. "If you desire a promissory note, I shall write you another, but I will not permit you to trample upon my self-respect." A cold smile crept onto her lips as she contemplated her next move. Having just pinned the note and resolved to sever ties with Lin Hao, his inability to endure the situation was evident. She mused that by tomorrow, he would likely be begging for mercy. With that thought, she tore off another sheet of paper and began anew. Lin Hao turned to Chang Yuan, fuming. Since she insists on writing, find her a template to use. Chang Yuan, who had been puzzled about Lin Hao's lingering feelings for Liang Wanwan, suddenly grasped the situation. It became clear that Hao Gu was employing a strategy of retreat to advance. He learned quickly. He retrieved his phone and, after a moment's search, handed Liang Wanwan a legally binding template for a promissory note. At this moment, Liang Wanwan's complexion was as grim as that of someone suffering from constipation, and she faintly sensed something amiss. The promissory note she had just seen was devoid of any significance. Even if it were handed over to Lin Hao, it wouldn't matter. However, the promissory note crafted in this manner bore genuine legal validity. She had clearly extended an olive branch to Lin Hao, anticipating that he would soften in a couple of days, perhaps by purchasing some gifts to placate her, allowing her to acquiesce to the situation. Yet, why did the unfolding narrative feel so off-kilter? Cheng Yuan picked up the torn remnants of the promissory note, unable to suppress a scoff. Liang Wanwan, you ought to at least write the words promissory note. Even if you lack knowledge, you should possess a modicum of common sense. I see you are merely taking advantage of Brother Hao's affection for you, which emboldens your reckless behavior. Noticing that Liang Wanwan remained unyielding, Lin Hao feigned a heartfelt tone. Wanwan, I knew you would find it difficult to part with me. You know I have no desire to attend school. I only came for you. Zhang Shiding leaned closer, softly suggesting, I noticed some new bags that would be perfect for you. Liang Wanwan nodded decisively, completing the promissory note and affixing her fingerprint. Are you satisfied now? Lin Hao, let us speak no more. I shall never, ever forgive you, she declared coldly. Lin Hao examined the note, secured it properly, and ensured the video footage was clear before sending both documents to the company's legal department for record keeping. Among the 500,000 that Liang Wanwan owes, 100,000 is to be repaid with all the gifts originally bestowed upon her by the previous owner, while the remaining 100,000 must be settled within 10 days. However, he does not intend to take this too seriously, as Liang Wanwan's spending habits make it impossible for her to afford such luxuries. It is merely a manifestation of the previous owner's misguided thinking. Yet, since Liang Wanwan has brought this up, it serves as a fitting lesson for her. He glanced at the clock. There was still about half an hour until class began. Approaching Liang Wanwan's desk, he gently tapped it. Ah, Lin Hao truly possesses an audacity that is unparalleled. I thought he could endure for 2 days. Yet he faltered after merely 5 minutes. To reach this level of servitude is truly remarkable, the classmates mocked. Liang Wanwan disdainfully snorted, furrowing her brows as she glared at Lin Hao, saying, Classmate, we are now strangers. Please do not disturb my studies. With the IOU now in hand, Lin Hao no longer needed to play the part. He coldly retorted, You might not have yet recognized your position. I am now your creditor. Are you attempting to intimidate me into submission with your status as a creditor? That is truly revolting. Liang Wanwan exclaimed in disgust. You wouldn't want to shirk your responsibilities, would you? Or were your previous words merely empty rhetoric? Chapter 30. Authenticity is superior. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Liang Wanwan gasped in shock, her mouth agape. Lin Hao, if you continue like this, I shall never, ever forgive you, she threatened. Lin Hao could not help but frown. Did this girl truly believe he was jesting with her? He pondered for a moment, a look of panic flashing across his face. But he quickly clenched his teeth and threatened her. Lin Hao's threats were feeble and ineffective, prompting a cold chuckle from Liang Wanwan. She had initially believed that Lin Hao had slipped from her grasp, yet it appeared he was merely a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Lin Hao sought to create trouble for himself, hoping to elicit her attention. Absolutely not. I have declared that we shall henceforth be strangers. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy, yet feigned a sulky demeanor as he turned and exited the classroom. Yang Wanan followed closely behind, taking her seat in the passenger side of the Ferrari. I warn you, do not speak to me in the car. It is only because your vehicle lacks a back seat that I am occupying the front. Do not harbor any delusions. Her voice was frigid. Lin Hao pretended to be infatuated, softening his tone. Yang Wanan, just how long do you intend to carry on with this? Hearing the affection in Lin Hao's words, Yang Wanwan's tone grew even icier. Do you think that wealth grants you the right to trample upon my dignity? Lin Hao, we are equals in spirit. The journey was shrouded in silence, as Lin Hao understood Liang Wanwan's resolve. He no longer had the inclination to indulge in this melodramatic charade with the young girl. Yang Wanan resided in a newly constructed community near Jiangcheng High School. The environment was picturesque, with comprehensive amenities and being close to a prestigious high school. The property prices hovered around 30,000 per square meter. Lin Hao had also arranged accommodation for Lin Qingyi in this very community. Just wait downstairs. I will fetch the items, Liang Wanwan stated. After a considerable pause, she descended the stairs, carrying 5 bags and threw them down before Lin Hao, exclaiming, "Take all your belongings and leave." Lin Hao glanced at the bags. These were the least expensive gifts he had presented to Liang Wanan, their combined value scarcely exceeding 200,000. He furrowed his brow and sneered, "Liang Wanan, I am aware that you cannot bear to part with me. How about this? If you sincerely apologize to me in Qingyuan, perhaps I might forgive your actions today." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Yang Wanan let out a disdainful scoff. His remarks had already hinted at a desire for reconciliation, yet his pride prevented him from offering an apology. She thought to herself that after leaving him to stew for a couple of days, he would surely come scurrying back to her. Yang Wanan gritted her teeth and declared, "You must be dreaming. The remaining bags are worn out. Even if you take them, they would merely be discarded." Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Discarding them is my concern. If you truly cannot bear to part with them, perhaps you should consider offering me a proper apology. I can arrange for the principal to vacate the broadcasting room for you." To prevent Liang Wanwan from forgetting anything else, Lin Hao chose to follow closely behind her as they ascended the stairs. "Why are you following me?" Liang Wanwan exclaimed in anger. "I fear you may leave something behind again. Class is about to commence, and it would be unfortunate to impede your studies," he retorted. "After all, you have dreams and aspirations, a desire to learn that could alter your fate. As for me, aside from a bank balance with several digits, I possess nothing." Lin Hao remarked with an air of mock humility. Liang Wanwan's home is a small apartment within the community, approximately 60 square meters. Inhabited by a family from the western region, Lin Hao curiously glanced around the interior, although the rooms were smaller than his own dressing room. They were adorned with a warm ambience. On the sofa, he noticed several children's books and toy trucks. "Do you have a younger brother?" Lin Hao inquired with curiosity. Upon reopening the door to the room, Liang Wanwan had already organized all the gifts that the original owner had given her. To her astonishment, she realized that, aside from the gifts from Lin Hao, her room felt remarkably empty. Lin Hao inspected the space and asked, "Didn't you also receive money from Cheng Yuan to buy a tablet and a notebook?" Bang! The door was slammed shut once more. "That's enough, Lin Hao. I never imagined you could be this kind of person." Liang Wanwan expressed her disdain. Lin Hao hesitated, scrutinizing Liang Wanwan from head to toe. "What do you intend to do?" Liang Wanwan retreated a couple of steps, warning, "If you dare to act recklessly, I will call for help." Lin Hao's lips twitched into a smirk as he replied, "Do I truly seem so desperate? However, it seems that the outfit you are currently wearing was purchased by me." Hearing his words, Liang Wanwan's previous disdain transformed into a look akin to that of someone encountering a pervert. "I will return this dress to you after I wash it," she said, her face slightly flushed. "No worries, the original scent is preferable," Lin Hao blurted out. "You are shameless." Yang Wanwan's face turned crimson, yet at that moment, she no longer wished to engage with Lin Hao any further. "This time, I shall ignore Lin Hao for an entire month." In her mind, she thought. Bang! The door to the room slammed shut once more. When it opened again, Liang Wanan hurled her recently changed clothes straight at Lin Hao's face. It must be noted that the clothes, freshly removed, were still warm and carried a delightful fragrance. "By the way, have I ever bought you any stockings or anything?" Lin Hao inquired. "You pervert. Get away." Liang Wanwan's face flushed with embarrassment. As if it were about to drip with water, she couldn't fathom when Lin Hao had become so shameless. She locked the door behind her and swiftly descended the elevator alone. As she watched the elevator doors gradually close, Lin Hao wanted to remind her that those shoes were also purchased by her. He scratched his head, thinking to himself that perhaps he should just give her the shoes. After all, they only cost 1,000 yuan. His gaze shifted to the clothes Liang Wanwan had just discarded, reflecting on it now. He realized he might indeed be somewhat perverse. Yet, despite having treated his own clothes with a special perfume, he could not shake the feeling that they lacked the alluring sin of hers. Meanwhile, Liang Wanwan, with a cold expression, stood beside the Ferrari waiting for Lin Hao. At that moment, several young girls had gathered by the car, posing for photos. They expressed their displeasure towards Liang Wanwan, who had suddenly intruded upon their shot, saying, "Hey, little sister, could you step away from the car? You're blocking the camera, can't you see?" Liang Wanwan felt a surge of grievance. After all, this was Lin Hao's car. But upon reflection, Lin Hao and she were merely ordinary classmates, with no deeper connection. She bit her lip, gazing toward the elevator entrance. Lin Hao appeared as though he were a thief, laden with bags of various sizes, even wrapping the clothes he had just shed around his neck like a scarf. In Chapter 31, Who Dares to Touch My People? He approached a group of young girls gathered around a Ferrari and licked his lips, asking, "Ladies, would you like to purchase some bags?" They were bought from high-end boutiques, absolutely authentic. These are second-hand items, all at a 20% discount. The girls, observing Lin Hao's peculiar appearance as he descended from the upper floor, were uncertain about the authenticity of the items but suspected the source might be questionable. Puzzled, Lin Hao scratched his head, wondering if the discounted price was still too steep. He noticed the girls seemed intrigued yet hesitant to make a purchase. He laid the bags out on the Ferrari's hood and opened the car door, adding, "By now, and you can take 3 photos inside the car." The onlooking girls exchanged glances. If the multi-million-dollar Ferrari belonged to Lin Hao, then the origins of these bags must surely be legitimate. With 10 bags available at a 20% discount, even a single sale would yield a profit. All at once, they rushed forward to snatch the bags. One girl stepped closer, grasping Lin Hao's hand, and inquired, "Young man, I would like to buy your contact information. How much would that cost?" At that moment, Lin Hao's attention was captivated by the girl before him, clad in a sports tank top. Her ample bosom, slender waist, and long legs were striking. As she spoke, her chest swayed gently like pudding, exuding a delightful charm. Caught off guard by her boldness, Lin Hao couldn't help but furrow his brow. Reluctantly bidding farewell to the group of enchanting women before him, he ushered Liang Wanwan into the Ferrari. Before entering the vehicle, Liang Wanwan cast a fleeting glance at the girls present, letting out a provocative hum. "Lin Hao, the only reason those people approached you was for your wealth." Observing the substantial sum of 600,000 credited to his account, Lin Hao felt quite elated. With a nonchalant smile, he remarked, "It's all good. At this point, I'm left with nothing but money." The Lin Group's assets, exceeding hundreds of billions, could potentially reach trillions with the right connections to Xiejiang. As long as he refrained from self-sabotage, maintained control over the antagonist Lin Qingyi, and subdued the male Li Zhouhan, there would be no end to the wealth at his disposal. As he passed by a mobile phone store, he suddenly halted the car and purchased 2 of the latest pineapple phones, tossing them into the vehicle. Earlier that morning, when Lin Qingyi had checked the price of green lychees, she had taken out her phone, an antiquated, but an operated model long past its prime. With the paint chipped and the markings on the keys faded beyond recognition, Liang Wanwan's heart leaped with joy at the sight of the 2 modern phones. Yet thoughts of the handbag Lin Hao had sold that morning kept her expression stern. "Don't think a mere phone can win my forgiveness," she mused inwardly. Occasionally glancing at the phones and then at Lin Hao, she reminded herself to remain composed, determined to wait until Lin Hao broached the subject first. Liang Wanwan felt a bit dazed. Unlike his usual slow driving, today Lin Hao sped along as if racing, and throughout the journey, he had not uttered a single word to her. Uncertain of how long she had been lost in thought, Cheng Yuan patted his shoulder and called out, "How go? How? It seems someone is searching for you." Lin Hao rubbed his eyes, stifled a yawn, and chuckled. Could it be that the news of my fallout with Liang Wanwan has spread, and now another girl is confessing her feelings? He directed his gaze towards the doorway, where a petite girl stood, her eyes glistening with tears, peering into the classroom. Lin Hao recognized her as Jiangcheng, the girl who had shared steamed buns with Lin Qingyi earlier that morning. He sprang from his seat and rushed to Jiangcheng's side. "What happened? Is something wrong with Qingyi?" Suddenly, he heard the violent scraping of desks and chairs from the classroom above. Lin Qingyi's class was right above him. "Fatty, come with me," he shouted to Cheng Yuan and dashed upstairs. At that moment, Lin Qingyi found herself encircled by 5 girls, her desk having been kicked aside. She hung her head, desperately clutching the hem of her skirt with trembling hands. The leader of the group sneered at Lin Qingyi's pitiful state, remarking, "No wonder you could afford new clothes today. Turns out you sold yourself for them. This disgrace has been broadcast online, tarnishing our school's reputation." She pulled a stack of money from her backpack and threw it at Lin Qingyi's face. "Is this enough for you? Hurry up and take off your clothes so everyone can witness. You've already committed such shameless acts. What do you have to fear now?" Lin Qingyi shook her head repeatedly, choking on her words as she pleaded, "No, I didn't sell myself. These clothes were all bought for me by my brother." The girl at the forefront let out a disdainful snort, still pretending to be pitiful, claiming something about brother and sister, since she was unwilling to act herself. "We shall lend her a hand." 5 individuals surged forward, tugging at Lin Qingyi's hair, gripping her arms, and tearing at her clothing. Nearby, a boy jeered, questioning whether they could manage, as 5 of them struggled to remove a single person's garments. "Lift her skirt. Isn't that far simpler than ripping her clothes?" Enlightened, the 5 redirected their efforts towards Lin Qingyi's skirt. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the room. The classroom door was forcefully kicked open, and Lin Hao stormed in, exuding an aura of menace. At the sight of Lin Hao's fierce countenance, everyone froze momentarily. Lin Qingyi gazed at him as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens, her pent-up grievances spilling forth uncontrollably. She struggled free from her captors, clutching her clothing tightly, and dove into Lin Hao's embrace. He gently patted her back, striving to suppress his fury, and quietly inquired, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Lin Qingyi could not contain her sobs, whispering, "Brother, I swear I did not go out to sell myself. These clothes are all gifts from you. Can you please help me explain this to them?" Lin Hao turned to Qing Yuan, who had rushed in behind him, and coldly commanded, "Block the back door, fatty." He tidied Lin Qingyi's hair and reassured her, "Brother will help you clarify this." "Ah, so this must be the man who spoiled you yesterday? I never imagined he would be from our school." Their bodies were intertwined, yet they still referred to each other as brother and sister. How hypocritical. The leading girl mocked. "Brother, how much for a night? Is it the genuine article? How did she perform last night?" Another boy jeered. Lin Hao tightly embraced Lin Qingyi and slowly ascended the podium. With a sudden kick, he sent the podium flying. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed, and the classroom fell into an immediate silence. Lin Hao surveyed the crowd, exuding arrogance as he declared, "I am Lin Hao. You dare to touch my people? Now, I shall elucidate. You all kneel and listen." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, all the students scoffed disdainfully. Wasn't Lin Hao merely a sycophant of Liang Wanwan? It was rumored that he had fawned over her for over a year, squandering his family's money, yet he hadn't even held her hand. Now he seemed to have shifted his affections to Lin Qingyi. One couldn't deny that Lin Qingyi was far more attractive when dressed up than Liang Wanwan. Lin Hao's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that the original owner of his body was quite notorious. He glanced across the assembly with a cold smile and said, "Did you not hear me when I commanded you to kneel and listen to my explanation? A group that spreads malicious rumors and bullies classmates, have you all read your books to the dogs? What is there to explain? The video of her selling herself has already been posted online. She possesses the capability to act thus. Why should we remain silent?" Sneered the girl at the forefront. "If you have the ability, refrain from engaging in such despicable acts." The girl was Gu Cancan, who had previously taken pleasure in mocking and tormenting Qingyi. The boy beside her was Liao Feiwen, Gu Cancan's boyfriend. Today, Liao Feiwen noticed how stunning Lin Qingyi appeared and was intent on pursuing her. Unable to contain her frustration, Gu Cancan resumed her torment of Qingyi. Jiangcheng approached Lin Hao and quietly recounted the unfolding events. Lin Hao nodded, his gaze falling upon Lin Qingyi, who trembled in his embrace like a frightened little rabbit, stirring a deep sense of compassion within him. Qingyi had been bullied at home and tormented by her peers at school. Her past had been steeped in shadows. It was no wonder that in the narrative, even when aware that the male lead was merely infatuated with her physicality, she regarded him as the sole beacon of light in her life. With this thought, Lin Hao tightened his hold on Lin Qingyi. He longed to charge forward and confront that group of insufferable bullies. Yet he could not abandon the trembling Lin Qingyi. Turning to Jiangcheng, he instructed, "Summon your homeroom teacher. We must determine how to address this matter." Jiangcheng hesitated, glancing at Lin Hao, questioning if he truly intended to call her. Lin Hao affirmed with a nod, without the homeroom teacher's oversight. How could such a group of miscreants be cultivated? "Today, I shall ensure that all who have bullied Lin Qingyi face the consequences." Jiangcheng cast another glance at Lin Hao, recalling that students were not meant to defy their teachers. However, upon perceiving Lin Hao's frigid gaze, he swiftly exited the classroom. Lin Hao seized a chair and sat down, lost in his own thoughts. Lin Qing nestled in his embrace, her shirt already dampened by the tension. Lin Hao retrieved his mobile phone and searched for the principal's contact information. The principal of Jiangcheng High School, Huang Durun, was the very person who had arranged for the original owner to attend this institution. Once the call connected, Huang Durun's obsequious voice resonated through the line. "Young Master Lin, are you attending classes today? If it's uncomfortable to lie down in the classroom, I have procured a new sofa for my office. You are welcome to come and rest." Lin Hao scoffed. "I give you 10 minutes to come to class too, 1. You better observe how a principal ought to conduct himself." He disregarded whether Huang Durun comprehended his words and abruptly terminated the call. Upon hearing Lin Hao's declaration, the surrounding students exchanged bewildered glances. Did he just contact the principal? How is that possible? Is it customary to speak to the principal in such a manner? Who does he think he is, demanding the principal meet him in 10 minutes? What audacity! Lin Hao paid no heed to the mockery of his peers and proceeded to make a second call. "Team Chen, this is Lin Hao. A severe bullying incident has occurred in Class 2-1 at Jiangcheng High School. Please dispatch a team to address the situation." The classmates in the classroom regarded Lin Hao as if he were a jester. Who did he call this time? The city guard. As if he could command a team to come. Does he think the city guard is his personal service? I observed that he had not actually made the call. He was merely putting on an act. This is quite evident, as how could the other party possibly answer the phone so promptly? Moreover, considering his tone, how could a principal, accompanied by a city guard, command them to take action? That is indeed a farce. And it is likely how he deceived Lin Qingyi into his grasp. Lin Hao cast a glance over the students present and remarked with a smile. "Aren't you all going to kneel and listen to my explanation?" Yao Feiwen scoffed. "Who do you think you are? It was nothing more than bluster. Didn't you say the principal would arrive in 10 minutes? Block the door for him, if he doesn't show up in 10 minutes. Let him witness the consequences of provoking our class." Lin Hao's expression turned icy as he dialed one last number. "Little Knife? Summon the brothers from number 30 to Jiangcheng High School, Class 2-1. Brother Hao has spoken. We'll be there in 20 minutes. The man known as Little Knife, whose real name was Lu Dao, was notorious in the area as a thug." "Little Knife? I'm still just a small cannon," he quipped. "Who else are you summoning? Are you expecting them to carry you out?" The onlooking classmates erupted in laughter. "You said 10 minutes, and already 7 have passed. If the principal doesn't arrive soon, we might have to take matters into our own hands." Yao Feiwen grinned maliciously. He glanced at Lin Qingyi, who was nestled weakly in Lin Hao's embrace, and couldn't help but lick his lips. "Brother, will everything be all right?" Lin Qingyi asked softly, her eyes reddening. "If things truly take a turn for the worse, you should run first, brother." She gritted her teeth as she spoke. Lin Hao sensed that Lin Qingyi trembled slightly while speaking. He gently wiped the corner of Lin Qingyi's eye and reassured her, "As long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to bully you." Lin Qingyi felt a pang in her nose, forcing out a smile as she replied, "I believe in you, brother." Lin Hao playfully pinched Lin Qingyi's nose, chuckling. "Remember the faces of everyone here. Later, do not show any mercy." Noticing Lin Hao's affectionate gesture, Lin Qingyi's cheeks flushed, and she murmured, "I will listen to you, brother." Suddenly, the sound of urgent high heels echoed down the corridor as a middle-aged woman with prominent cheekbones entered the classroom. "What is all this commotion? This class is the loudest in the entire school." The woman, named Wu Hui, was the homeroom teacher of the class. Surveying the chaotic scene in the classroom, she bellowed, "Who is responsible for this? Have you all lost your voices?" Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Lin Hao and the cowering Lin Qingyi nestled in his embrace, and she scolded. "Lin Qingyi, how is it you again? Dressed like a seductress, who are you trying to entice? Look at your age. How can you shamelessly cling to other men in public? You dare to bring your boyfriend into the class to cause trouble? Someone like you, a troublemaker, should have been expelled long ago. Hurry up and call your parents. I want to see what kind of parents could raise such a disgraceful child." Chapter 33. Just say, "Can a single palm make a sound?" Upon hearing Wu Hui's scathing rebuke, Lin Hao finally understood why the students in this class dared to bully Lin Qingyi with such impunity. Clearly, this poor child had said nothing, her clothes torn, presenting a striking image of a victim. Yet, without any investigation, Wu Hui immediately placed the blame on Lin Qingyi. Fearfully, Lin Qingyi shrank back, burrowing deeper into Lin Hao's embrace. Lin Hao's gaze shifted as he altered his confrontational demeanor, adopting a pitiful expression. "Teacher Wu, I am her brother. If you wish to contact a parent, you may reach out to me. Look at my sister. Her clothes have been torn, and she is suffering from severe psychological distress. She is clearly the victim here." Observing Lin Hao's cowardly demeanor, Wu Hui scoffed. "It takes two to tango. If your sister were not so provocative, would anyone have torn her clothes? Why don't they come and tear my clothes instead?" At such a young age, she dresses like a seductress. And I see the two of you entangled together. You are not a good influence either. The onlooking classmates could not contain their laughter. Lin Hao, we preferred your earlier arrogant self. Why do you look like a mouse before a cat now that the teacher is here? Didn't you just call the principal and the city guards? Hurry, summon them here. Lin Hao gently pinched Lin Qingyi's cheek and leaned in to whisper in her ear. Brother is going to have a little fight now. You just stay here. Upon finishing his words, he donned an expression of a victim and slowly rose to his feet. As he stood, Lin Qingyi instinctively protected her chest with one hand while gently grasping the hem of his clothing with the other. Noticing the gaze of Lin Hao, she plaintively uttered, "Brother, I am afraid." Lin Hao scratched the back of his neck, feeling a surge of irritation. He approached Wu Hui, smiling innocently. "Teacher, are you implying that it takes two to clap?" No sooner had the words left his lips than he swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Wu Hui's face. Truly, experience yields wisdom. Lin Hao chuckled. Isn't that quite a sound? Wu Hui, covering her face, looked at Lin Hao in shock, unable to fathom that a student had struck her. Tell me, does one hand make a sound or not? Lin Hao sneered, with gritted teeth. Wu Hui seemed poised to charge at Lin Hao once more. Lin Hao's gaze turned icy as he retorted, if it weren't for the excess flesh on your body, which makes me fear the emergence of needle-like blemishes, I would strip you naked and toss your clothes onto the playground. According to your reasoning, even if I were to tear your garments, it would be your own fault for provoking such attention. A teacher, brazenly enticing a student. How disgraceful. Observing the glint of cold fury in Lin Hao's eyes, Wu Hui dared not advance further. She turned to the classmates in the room, exclaiming in anger, "Are you all a bunch of cowards? After all this time, the teacher has educated you, and you stand idly by while an outsider bullies me. He must be a rogue from outside, sneaking into the school to steal. Hasten, seize him." Liao Feiwen had long been restless, and upon receiving Wu Hui's command, he charged towards Lin Qingyi. Lin Hao swiftly grabbed the small tail and delivered a powerful kick to Liao Feiwen's chest. Bang! A resounding thud echoed. Liao Feiwen was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the podium before rolling onto the floor. Witnessing such a dire scene, everyone momentarily halted their movements. You useless bunch. What are you standing there for? This villain has taken hostages and injured a fellow student. Why aren't you all rushing in? Cheng Yuan, sensing the danger to Lin Hao, swiftly dashed from the back door of the classroom to Lin Hao's side. Brother Hao, when the fight breaks out, you take your sister and retreat, Cheng Yuan advised. Lin Hao glanced at the time and shook his head, declaring it unnecessary. If Huang Durun did not appear within 10 seconds, he would no longer need to show his face in Jiangcheng. Do you still think you can make our principal Huang disappear? Wu Hui couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. It's better if the principal comes. It will be the perfect opportunity to expel both of you. Our Jiangcheng High School has no need for your disruptive presence. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, smirking. Indeed, I am the stick, while you are nothing but a repulsive pile of foul excrement. Sharp-tongued. Is that how your parents taught you to respect your teachers? Wu Hui retorted angrily, just as she led the students to encircle Lin Hao and the others. A sudden rush of breath echoed from the back of the classroom. A plump man with a round face leaned against the back door frame, panting heavily as he shouted, "Stop. Everyone, cease at once." Upon seeing Principal Huang, Wu Hui's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. She glanced at Lin Hao and explained to Huang Durun, "These ruffians have invaded our school and injured students. We have them surrounded." Huang Durun cast an angry glance at the surrounding students and hurriedly approached Lin Hao, exuding an air of a tardy servant. "Young master, are you unhurt?" The reaction of Huang Durun left everyone present astonished, their mouths agape. Although Huang Durun possessed a kindly demeanor, he was known for his sternness and strict management of students. During his tenure as principal for over 5 years, he had expelled no fewer than 50 students each year from his conduct. After ridding the school of these troublemakers, Jiangcheng High School experienced a remarkable improvement in both its admission rates and academic discipline, earning him the moniker of the Iron-Willed Principal. Is this truly the same stern principal we are accustomed to seeing? Look at his obsequious demeanor. Could he be under some peculiar influence? Hush. Aren't you afraid of being expelled? Yet, it was evident that Principal Huang was acting unusually today. Observing the trembling Huang Durun before him, Lin Hao took a seat on a stool, his demeanor casual. Huang Durun shook his head repeatedly, ingratiatingly stating, "Young Master Lin, I have been remiss. You must take care to rest well." Lin Hao rubbed his forehead, gazing at the humble Huang Durun, unable to muster any anger. He waved his hand, urging him to promptly investigate the matter. Huang Durun responded with a cheerful smile before turning to Wu Hui. though he longed to berate her for her lack of awareness. He restrained his fury, fearing it might startle Lin Hao. With great effort, he managed to suppress his irritation and said, "What on earth has transpired?" Chapter 34. Do you believe no one can hold you accountable? Upon hearing Huang Diren's stern inquiry, Wu Hui's lips began to quiver. Huang Principal, I know nothing. Lin Hao leaned out from behind Huang Diren, teasingly remarking, "Did not Teacher Wu just clarify everything? It was all my sister's fault for being provocative. She deserved to have her clothes torn. I believe Teacher Wu's statement holds merit. After all, one hand cannot clap alone. We are justified, so what is there to fear? Or do you acknowledge your own guilt, thinking my sister would act recklessly without support?" At Lin Hao's words, Huang Diren deduced the situation. In a fit of anger, he slapped Wu Hui against the wall, exclaiming, "I told you, one hand cannot clap alone. Have you conducted an investigation before hastily drawing conclusions? I have painstakingly cultivated a civilized campus, only to have it tainted by individuals like you, who masquerade as educators while embodying the very essence of a beast in human clothing. It is evident that you have taken advantage of the numerous students I have expelled over the years, wielding your authority like a local tyrant within the classroom. Let me assure you that each and every student I dismissed had significant issues, and I stand unrepentant in my actions. Not only do I possess the audacity to expel students, but I also have the resolve to dismiss teachers. Now, leave my presence. There is no rush." Lin Hao replied with a cold smile. He gently patted the back of the little one in his arms and inquired whether she had previously endured any mistreatment from you. Upon entering, Wu Hui unleashed a barrage of insults towards Lin Qingyi with remarkable proficiency, clearly indicating that such behavior was not uncommon for her in the past. Lin Qingyi huffed a couple of times and subtly nodded at Lin Hao's chest. At this moment, Wu Hui was genuinely afraid. She had not anticipated that, just like before. Her scathing remarks towards Lin Qingyi would result not only in a few harsh slaps but also in the loss of her job. She knelt on the ground, clutching Huang Diren's leg, and pleaded, "Principal, it is all my fault. I should not have defamed a student without proper investigation. I vow to amend my ways. I will certainly change." Huang Diren hesitated, glancing at Lin Hao. In terms of teaching proficiency, Wu Hui's capabilities were indisputable. Noticing Huang Diren's gaze, Wu Hui crawled over to Lin Hao's side. "Young Master Lin, I promise to treat your sister well in the future. Qingyi, the teacher has been instructing you for quite some time, hasn't she? Could you please intercede with your brother on behalf of your teacher?" Lin Qingyi remained silent, merely nestling further into Lin Hao's embrace. At that moment, she felt that the safest haven in the entire world, aside from the corner of the bed in her room, was within Lin Hao's arms, which radiated warmth. Observing Lin Qingyi's reluctance to approach Wu Hui, Lin Hao spoke with a tone laced with discontent. "Mr. Wu, you still fail to recognize your mistakes. If my sister were to bully someone today, I would certainly give her a proper lesson. By treating my sister with such favoritism, are you implying that, in your eyes, students are merely classified into ranks? Moreover, is it not your duty to educate my sister? Or do you reserve special time for additional tutoring sessions with her? The only special treatment you've afforded her is to slander her at every opportunity. What gives you the audacity to expect my sister to plead on your behalf?" Lin Hao then turned his attention to Huang Diren, stating, "Before acquiring knowledge, one must first learn to be a decent human being. Under such tutelage, I question the moral character of our school's students." Huang Diren smirked and nodded, then reprimanded Wu Hui, "You are no longer a teacher at our school, so do not linger here." Realizing her dismissal, Wu Hui quickly rose from the ground, glaring at Huang Diren with malice. "Since I am no longer a teacher here, you have no authority over me." She then turned her ire towards Lin Hao, shouting, "You and your sister are clearly involved with each other. With the way your sister dresses, who could blame anyone for taking advantage of her? They have all gone out to sell themselves, yet here you are, pretending to be pure." Lin Qingyi was adorned in a delicate pink blouse paired with a pleated skirt reminiscent of a schoolgirl's charm, embodying a sweet demeanor entirely at odds with her provocative attire. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly remarking, "Wu, the teacher, must be unaware, right? Maliciously spreading rumors is also a criminal act, which could land you in prison for several years. Do you truly believe that just because the school turns a blind eye, you are beyond reach?" Wu Hui scoffed. "My husband works in the city defense force. If you have the guts, have him come and arrest me. I've already called him, and this matter will not end today." No sooner had she spoken than a squad from the city defense force arrived at the entrance. Spotting her husband among them, Wu Hui rushed forward, bursting into tears. "Zhou, your wife has been tormented by this little beast. He just slapped me several times. Look at the marks on my face. This little wretch has even cost me my job." You must apprehend him and lock him away for a decade or two. Upon hearing that his wife had been wronged, Zhou Long's anger flared instantly. Following Wu Hui's, he noticed his captain exchanging pleasantries with Lin Hao. His neck involuntarily recoiled as he quietly inquired, "The one who bullied you?" "It couldn't be young Master Lin, could it?" Wu Hui nodded vigorously, her voice sharp. "Yes. That little beast. Husband, please help me capture him." Zhou Long swiftly covered Wu Hui's mouth. "You truly are my savior. Come, let us hasten to apologize to young Master Lin. If we fail to earn his forgiveness, our family is doomed." At that moment, Lin Hao cast a knowing smile in our direction. "Teacher Wu, is that your beloved? Were you not intending to have him apprehend me?" Following Lin Hao's gaze, Captain Xin Fu of the city guard noticed Zhou Long and Wu Hui at the back of the line, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "Zhou Long, since when has the city guard become your personal domain, allowing you to capture whomever you wish?" Wu Hui stood in a daze, glancing between Lin Hao and Xin Fu by his side, finally realizing the extent of the trouble she had caused. Her eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Husband, what should we do?" "I recognize my mistakes." Zhou Long held his head high, grasping Wu Hui's hand as he stepped forward, bowing deeply to Lin Hao. "Young Master Lin, I am well aware of my wife's temperament. She bears significant responsibility for today's events, and I apologize on her behalf." Lin Hao turned to Huang Duran, instructing him to retrieve the surveillance footage from this classroom to dispel any notion that I am abusing my power. Huang Duran had already contacted someone to obtain the recordings prior to arriving here. Watching the video, it was evident that Lin Qingyi had been unjustly bullied, while Wu Hui mercilessly berated her without understanding the situation. As Lin Hao witnessed this scene once more, his fist clenched tighter. He looked at Wu Hui and remarked, "Teacher Wu, a single hand cannot clap alone. Let us see whether this hand truly makes a sound. This is a video I just retrieved." Following my decision to dismiss her, in the footage, Wu Hui, incensed by her termination, lashes out with reckless abandon, hurling insults at others. Zhou Long's face flushes with embarrassment as he glares at Wu Hui beside him. Wu Hui buries her head in her chest, averting her gaze, too fearful to meet Zhou Long's eyes. Chapter 35. A duality of black and white. Zhou Long takes a deep breath and steps forward to apologize. "Young Master Lin, all of this is my wife's fault. How do you wish to handle it?" Lin Hao shrugs. "You truly put me in a difficult position. I suppose I should consult the legal department of the group to determine the appropriate course of action. Principal Huang, I trust we can retrieve nearly a year's worth of surveillance footage." Upon hearing Lin Hao's intention to access an entire year's worth of recordings, Wu Hui immediately kneels down. Today, she merely insulted Lin Qingyi. Over the past year, ever since she discovered Lin Qingyi's tattered clothing and her family's indifference, she had often vented her frustrations on her. Xin Fu pats Zhou Long's shoulder. "Let your wife clarify everything from this past year. It will save us some effort." Zhou Long sighs deeply. "Indeed, Captain." As the prospect of potential imprisonment looms before her, tears stream uncontrollably down Wu Hui's face. "Husband, you cannot abandon me like this. If I am incarcerated, how will my relatives and friends perceive me? Please, beg young Master Lin on my behalf. I truly did not intend for any of this." Zhou Long cast a fierce glare at Wu Hui and bellowed, "I have long urged you to amend your ways, yet you have remained obstinate. Why do you take pleasure in tormenting an innocent child? Is any child not made of flesh and blood? When you choose to mistreat others, you must anticipate a day of reckoning. Now, come with me at once." As the city guards escorted the homeroom teacher away, the classmates present were left in a state of shock, their gazes fixated on Lin Hao. Did the principal and the city guards truly come at his behest? What kind of background does Lin Hao possess? Is it possible for a mere sycophant to wield such influence? After a mere reprimand of Lin Qingyi, the city guards took him away for interrogation. What fate awaited Liao Feiwen and Gu Cancan? Would they not end up languishing in prison? Liao Feiwen and Gu Cancan exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a palpable fear. They had assumed that bullying Lin Qingyi was merely juvenile mischief, something they had engaged in before. A simple apology would suffice. Little did they know that Lin Hao had reported the incident to the city guards, intent on holding them accountable. If they were branded with the label of bullying and acquired a criminal record, their lives would be irrevocably ruined. Finally, a girl following Gu Cancan could no longer bear the pressure and sank to her knees. "Lin Hao, I was coerced by Gu Cancan. I never intended to bully Lin Qingyi, but if I did not partake in it, I would be the target instead." With this display of vulnerability, the other three girls promptly joined her on the ground, echoing in unison, "Indeed, it was Gu Cancan who compelled us. We were left with no choice." Gu Sansang gazed in astonishment at the foreign individual kneeling before her. though Lin Qingyi had been complicit in the bullying. She was now left to bear the brunt of the blame alone. With a fierce determination, she kicked each of them in the chest, exclaiming, "You were the ones who told me Lin Qingyi was selling herself. You said she was enticing my boyfriend. Now you claim I coerced you into this? When have I ever forced you?" After receiving a kick, the group exchanged glances, rising to charge at Gu Sansang in unison. "Gu Sansang, I have endured you for far too long. Just because you come from a family of wealth, you act all high and mighty, looking down on others. Are you not merely envious of Lin Qingyi's beauty, seeking to bully her?" They continued, "We stripped her of her clothes together. Let us see how she maintains her arrogance after this." As they all lunged forward, seizing Gu Sansang's arms, tugging at her hair, and tearing at her clothes. She struggled desperately. Yet, ultimately, her fist proved powerless against their combined strength. The sound of fabric ripping echoed in the air as her garments were shredded to pieces in an instant. "Enough!" Lin Hao suddenly interjected with a cold scoff. At his command, the assailants halted immediately. Gu Sansang, now reduced to her undergarments, curled up in a ball, unable to suppress her quiet sobs. Just then, a playful whistle resonated from outside the classroom door as a gaunt-faced man leaned against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow. "How go? Have we arrived too late?" Upon seeing the man's face, a stir erupted among the onlookers. No way. The little knife that Lin Hao just mentioned, could it be the knife brother? With the city guards summoned and knife brother involved, Lin Hao seemed to be playing both sides. The city guards might only detain them for a few months. But with knife brother in action, they would likely be lying low for the foreseeable future. Lu Dao entered the classroom and ridiculed Principal Huang Duran. "It's high time your school's security personnel were replaced. What can a bunch of old folks accomplish?" He then glanced at Qin Fu beside him and jested, "Captain Qin, are you also here to assist my brother Hao today?" Qin Fu's demeanor was grave as he replied, "We received reports of a severe bullying incident occurring here." Lu Dao shrugged, "Captain Qin, I am but a law-abiding citizen. Should you defame me, I will have no choice but to take legal action." Lin Hao intervened, separating the two, and smiled at Qin Fu. "Captain, you may find the ensuing scene somewhat inappropriate for your eyes. I kindly ask you to step outside for a moment." Qin Fu glanced at Gu Kan, who was sobbing on the ground, then looked back at Lin Hao. Seeing that Lin Hao did not permit the others to strip Gu Kan, it indicated that he possessed a certain level of restraint. Nodding, he led everyone out of the classroom temporarily. Lin Hao cast a knowing glance at Lu Dao, who comprehended immediately and instructed everyone to encircle the area. He slowly approached Gu Kan, delivering a resounding slap to her face. "Crying, are we? What face do you have left to feign pity here? Had I not just arrived, have you ever pondered the fate of my sister?" "We were merely engaging in playful banter," Gu Kan asserted defiantly. Lin Hao scoffed. "So my presence has interrupted your refined amusement, has it? Shall I allow them to continue entertaining you for a while longer?" No, please. I can offer you money, an abundance of it. I implore you, spare me." Gu Kan pleaded desperately. "Money, you say?" Lin Hao rose and approached Lin Qingyi's desk, carefully extracting her backpack. Within the crevice of the bag, he discovered the card he had gifted Lin Qingyi the previous day, along with a check for 5 million. "Do you see how much this amounts to?" Lin Hao remarked disdainfully. "The balance in the bank account may not be readily visible, yet the check explicitly states 5 million. With a swift motion, Lin Hao struck Gu Kan across the face, exclaiming, "Do you believe I am in need of your trifling offerings?" Gu Kan was taken aback, realizing that Lin Qingyi, whom she had always looked down upon, possessed more wealth than she did. "No, this cannot be true. That check must be a forgery." Lin Hao generously thrust the check into Gu Kan's hands, saying, "If it is indeed a forgery, then feel free to tear it apart." Gu Kan hesitated, her hands trembling as she refrained from accepting the check, clenching them tightly instead. Lin Hao spat. "You don't feel the pain because the knife isn't piercing you, do you? Had I not arrived in time, my sister would have been stripped bare by you. Who knows what else you would have done afterward? Playful antics among classmates? When it comes to you, would you dare to play? Are you aware of the severity of your actions?" Lin Hao exclaimed, forcefully kicking her in the chest. "Even if I were to end your life, it would be a mere trifle. You are ruining my sister's life forever." Chapter 36. I have every right to vent my anger, so what? Listening to Lin Hao's intense heartbeat, Lin Qingyi could sense the depth of his fury. She tilted her head to glance at him, gently patting his back as if soothing a restless beast. Lu Dao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly interjected himself between Lin Hao and Gu Kan with a forced smile. "Brother Hao, it's not worth it for a worthless person." He exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinates, who promptly assisted in ushering Gu Kan away. Lin Hao softly patted Lin Qingyi's back, his gaze coldly fixed on the others. Witnessing Lin Hao's retribution toward Gu Cancan, they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. It was truly that vile Gu Cancan who coerced us into this. We have severed ties with her and will never speak to her again. Please, grant us clemency. Lin Hao scoffed, retorting, you claim it was Gu Cancan who compelled you. Just moments ago, you were nearly stripping her bare. How could she possibly threaten you? As Lin Hao prepared to strike again, Lu Dao interjected, Brother Hao, let us handle the punishment. That's our forte. We'll ensure the city guards remain oblivious. He was anxious that Lin Hao, in his wrath, might inflict irreversible harm. Although it is ultimately possible to suppress this matter, as he stated, it is not worth it for a few despicable individuals. After a piercing wail, the individual was dragged out, utterly limp. Lin Hao took a seat on a stool before Liao Feiwen, his expression frigid. So, you wished to harass my sister and incited those others to bully her, did you? Liao Feiwen shook his head repeatedly, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. No. It was not me. I merely complimented your sister on her appearance today, and they assumed she was flirting with me. I swear, it had nothing to do with me. Lin Hao scoffed. Then why did you just encourage them to strip her? Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Liao Feiwen's face turned awkward, and he hastily slapped himself twice. Young Master Lin, it was my loose tongue. I was just speaking carelessly. Lin Hao seized Liao Feiwen by the hair, forcing his head to the ground, and jabbed 2 fingers in a sword-like manner into his lower back. A sharp, piercing pain rendered Liao Feiwen's complexion pale. The pressure on the acupoint was akin to suffering from kidney stones, a torment he would remember during his visits to the restroom for the next few years. Lin Hao carelessly tossed Liao Feiwen aside, stripping him of his trousers and discarding them. I was merely speaking carelessly, he added. Lu Dao signaled to his subordinates, who understood immediately and decisively gave Liao Feiwen a thorough beating before ultimately stripping him bare and discarding him outside the classroom. All those who had bullied Lin Qingyi have been dealt with, and the students present all breathed a sigh of relief. Liao Feiwen, who constantly harassed girls, deserved to be stripped of his arrogance. Yu Cancan and her gang, who perpetually wielded their power to intimidate others, have finally faced consequences. And that class teacher, who favored wealth and mistreated students, should have been apprehended long ago. With these miscreants now eliminated, we can finally focus on our studies. Lin Hao slowly approached the podium, delivering a fierce kick to the already toppled stand. The resounding noise drew everyone's attention once more. Do you really think this matter is settled? He declared ominously. I told you. Kneel and listen to my explanation. Lin Hao, this is too excessive. We haven't done anything to Lin Qingyi. Why should we bear the brunt of your anger? Aren't you worried your sister will be ostracized in the future? Lin Hao shot a glance at Huang Dirun, inquiring. Our school prohibits mobile phones, correct? Huang Dirun hesitated for a moment. Although the school had never explicitly stated such a rule, he complied with Lin Hao's assertion. Indeed, phones can disrupt learning, and the school forbids their possession. Lin Hao then turned to Lu Dao, fixing his gaze on everyone, instructing them to surrender their phones. I do not wish for today's events to be spread beyond this room. The matter is now in your hands. With that, he carried Lin Qingyi out of the classroom. He took a moment to compose himself and turned to Qin Fu, inquiring, Captain Qin, I have heard that you hold a deep admiration for several founding generals of our great Xia. Qin Fu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Lin Hao's intent. Yet he nodded in agreement. It was my reverence for them that led me down this path. He exclaimed. What about General Xie Zhan? Lin Hao asked. His campaign in Haicheng expelled the invading forces completely. Capturing Haicheng, a strategic stronghold, ultimately liberated our supply routes from their blockade, contributing immensely to the establishment of our great Xia. Qin Fu spoke with fervor, as if he had truly participated in that battle. Lin Hao nodded thoughtfully. It seems there has been a rise in petty thefts at the traditional medicine hospital lately. This afternoon, would you kindly accompany me for a stroll? Qin Fu was taken aback, his mouth agape, fully aware of the underlying meaning in Lin Hao's words. Overcome with excitement, he stammered, Brother Hao, I have already reviewed the phone. Everything that could be found has been deleted. However, there may still be backups in the cloud. Lin Hao nodded and glanced at the group of students kneeling in the classroom. Upon seeing Lin Hao, one student rose and angrily berated him. Is it our fault we didn't assist your sister? Why should we bear the brunt of your anger? She didn't resist. Why should we be expected to fight on her behalf? We simply chose not to intervene. There is no law mandating that we must. Lin Hao rolled his eyes, retorting. The law does not stipulate that I cannot require you to kneel while I explain. To constrain your actions through the law. Do you possess not a shred of moral integrity? You may feel aggrieved, yet I must elucidate this matter. Thus, listen attentively and humbly. Firstly, while you may lack courage, is it not your duty to refrain from obstructing those who wish to act heroically? To cower before the assailant and impede those who seek to assist is nothing short of complicity in their wrongdoing. How can you prove your disassociation from the aggressor? The audacity of the perpetrator is bolstered by your cowardice. Secondly, by remaining in the classroom, are you not merely anticipating my sister's humiliation? You expect others to bear the brunt of action while you await the spoils, all the while hoping to disavow any association should trouble arise. Your calculations are so transparent that they are akin to slapping me in the face. Thirdly, I shall direct my ire towards you. What of it? Chapter 37. Let me see what unfolds. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, all the students exchanged glances, most viewing the bullying of Lin Qingyi as mere entertainment. Lin Hao glanced at Lu Dao, grateful he had not recorded a video. For those who had, they would receive their due lesson. He paused before continuing, tonight. You shall visit the usual spot. Charge it to my account. Understood. Brother Hao, leave it to me. I assure you they will think twice before meddling again. Lu Dao replied with a grin. Lin Hao patted Lin Qingyi on the back. Let us take a day to rest. I shall first take you to change your clothes. In the afternoon, accompany me to help senior Lin Xiao move. Lin Hao approached Huang Direns, requesting to transfer Qingyi and Jiang Shan to my class. His gaze then shifted to Jiang Shan, hesitatingly asking, would you mind joining Qingyi today? Taken aback by Lin Hao's sudden invitation, Jiang Shan felt somewhat flustered. However, she still had classes to attend. Huang Direns interjected, saying, it's all right. If you miss any lessons today, I will arrange for a teacher to provide you with guidance. Jiang Shan hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Qingyi before gently nodding. Lin Hao slung Lin Qingyi's backpack over his shoulder and led the two of them out of the classroom. Before departing, he specifically reminded Qing Yuan, Fatty, it's just you here at school. Make sure to study hard. Once outside the classroom, Lin Hao patted Lin Qingyi's little head, saying, Qingyi, you hanging on to me makes it difficult for me to walk. Lin Qingyi pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then tightly clung to Lin Hao's arm. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Hao glanced at Jiang Shan and awkwardly apologized. Qingyi was quite frightened today. It's all my fault. I hadn't paid attention to her before, causing her distress. Jiang Shan shook her head, curiously looking at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, is Qingyi truly your sister? She has never mentioned having an older brother. And how did you manage to gather so many people? Lin Hao cast a glance at Lin Qingyi and replied, I am the son of the chairman of the Lin Group. Qingyi is my half-sister. Unanticipated, the once unfortunate young girl is, in fact, the cherished daughter of a prestigious family. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Jiang Shan instinctively nodded. As for why Qingyi was behaving that way, Lin Hao was about to elucidate when Lin Qingyi interjected, Brother, let us hasten our departure. Lin Hao hesitated, realizing that Lin Qingyi had yet to fully embrace the Lin family, and thus refrained from continuing his explanation. The trio swiftly made their way to the parking lot. Upon encountering a two-seater Ferrari, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Lin Hao's face. While supercars were indeed splendid, they seemed to harbor a fear of moral decay among their owners. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He opened the car door and tossed the two newly purchased pineapple phones to the pair. These two phones are for you. Familiarize yourselves with their operation while I fetch another vehicle. Jiang Shan gazed at the latest pineapple phone in her hands, its premium version valued at around 10,000 yuan. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it, she quickly declined. Yet, as she rebuffed, her gaze lingered on the unopened phone. Please accept it. Had it not been for you today, my sister's life would have been irrevocably marred, Lin Hao generously insisted. Lin Qingyi also nodded toward Jiang Shan, softly murmuring, thank you, not just for today. Hearing Lin Qingyi's words, Jiang Shan finally acquiesced and accepted the phone. Lin Hao playfully ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair and took back the phone he had just given her to record his contact number. Lin Qingyi nodded repeatedly, obediently stating, Brother, drive safely. Once seated in the car, Lin Hao opened his Douyin platform. Today, there are rumors circulating online about Lin Qingyi's video of selling himself, and he is eager to discern the truth of the matter. After staring at the unresponsive platform interface for an extended period, Lin Hao could not help but furrow his brow. I recall this is the phone I purchased just last month. Is the quality of mobile devices in this world truly so dismal? After more than 10 minutes, he arrived at Jiangcheng Square, parked his Ferrari, and sought a ride. Just as he was about to start the engine, the Douyin platform finally opened, and a deluge of messages erupted forth like an avalanche. Young man, your singing is truly enchanting. Young man, would you care to stroll the streets of Jiangcheng with me? Accompanied by a photo, a picture in black stockings. Hello. We are from Tianyi Entertainment. and we hope to collaborate with you. Bro, me 50, let us see your prowess. This person must be exceedingly unattractive. If he were even slightly handsome, he wouldn't be wearing a mask. Lin Hao clenched his teeth in frustration, as the alluring image in black stockings had yet to load before being overshadowed by a barrage of messages. How infuriating. Out of curiosity, he glanced at the account's follower count, which astonishingly reached 2.28 million. Just a single video of a song had propelled him to gain over 200,000 followers. Lin Hao had always considered himself devoid of vanity, yet upon witnessing such a staggering number of admirers, he found himself inadvertently grinning widely. With 2 million followers, a mere advertisement could potentially yield tens of thousands. Although it pales in comparison to his current lifestyle, it certainly provides an additional safety net. He scrolled through over a dozen short videos, most of which featured transformations or covers set to his audio, and he found no videos related to Lin Qingyi. Suddenly, he remembered that the Douyin platform had a local video recommendation feature. Upon opening it, he discovered that the most trending video was his, with Lin Qingyi's video in second place. The title of the video read, "High School Girl Chooses to be Sponsored to Experience Expensive Hair Services." The content showcased Lin Hao's profile alongside a wealthy man's appearance, while the remainder depicted Lin Qingyi with her head bowed, subjected to scorn. The narration described the establishment as a high-end salon, where a girl opted to be supported by a wealthy second-generation heir just to get her hair done. Lin Hao clicked on the comments, which were filled with distasteful remarks. Today's girls are incredibly vain, selling their bodies just for a haircut. She's just a student. That man really hit the jackpot. My friend wants to know how much for a night? Seriously, my friend is asking. Last time I saw, it was 500 for a night, and she looked so young. What a disgrace to Jiangcheng. Can't you just leave Jiangcheng? As Lin Hao watched the video and read the comments, his expression grew increasingly grim. The baseless video had indirectly led to Gu Cancan's bullying of Lin Qingyi, nearly ruining her life. Damn it, these blood-sucking beasts. He cursed vehemently. He then made a call to the manager of the Muse's salon, determined to obtain the full video from that day. Young Master Lin, you wish to view that video from yesterday, correct? Upon seeing it this morning, I promptly organized the surveillance footage. I shall send it to you now. The store manager deduced Lin Hao's intentions and spoke first. The manager is indeed astute, Lin Hao remarked with a smile. He forwarded the defamatory video he had downloaded online, along with the acquired surveillance footage, to the group's legal counsel, Qin Lan. Along with a message, Sister Qin Lan, please assist in securing evidence against those who have slandered my sister and me this morning. Prepare for the litigation against all parties involved. Chapter 38. Something is amiss with his sister. Lin Qingyi appeared somewhat distracted, her gaze frequently drifting towards the school gate. Upon seeing a car approach, she hurriedly ran to its side. Lin Hao exited the vehicle, handing her the clothes he had just purchased from Jiangcheng Square. Change into these first. I will help you with your hair shortly. Taking the clothes, Lin Qingyi gently embraced Lin Hao before swiftly entering the car. While awaiting Lin Qingyi to change, Lin Hao inquired with Jiang Shan if there were any places they wished to visit. In his past life, Lin Hao was merely a humble worker, lacking any experience in dating. They had only just finished breakfast, making it an unsuitable time for a movie or a leisurely stroll. It would be too abrupt to leap to the final step, after all. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shan hesitantly remarked, I once heard Qingyi mention that she wanted to visit the zoo. Lin Hao estimated the time. It was around 9 in the morning. He had arranged for a moving company in the afternoon, allowing for approximately 3 hours of leisure. Youth is priceless. Let us embark on our journey. Just then, Lin Qingyi opened the car door and handed Lin Hao a jade comb. Dressed in a loose-fitting white shirt adorned with a small illustration of a rabbit clutching a carrot, she paired it with similarly loose athletic pants that concealed her long legs entirely. Lin Hao noticed the elastic band around her waist was tied particularly tight, a clear indication of the psychological impact from the events of the morning. Taking the comb, he gently brushed her hair. As the strands flowed, he noticed patches of her scalp below were distinctly pale, evidently a result of severe pulling. A sense of anguish pierced his heart. He could not comprehend why someone as wonderful as Lin Qingyi had to endure such torment in the narrative of life. Lin Qingyi swayed her head slightly, relishing the moment as Lin Hao combed her hair, seemingly forgetting all her unhappiness. Is your belt too tight? Would you like me to loosen it a bit? Lin Hao inquired. Lin Qingyi looked at him in confusion, hesitatingly lifting her shirt slightly and playfully asking, Brother, can you help me with it? Her smooth, flat abdomen was revealed, prompting Lin Hao to awkwardly avert his gaze. Let Jiang Shan handle it, he suggested. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Jiang Shan quickly stepped forward, saying, Qingyi, let me help you retie it. However, Lin Qingyi abruptly yanked her shirt down and pouted, "I don't want it tied." Lin Hao scratched the back of his head and said, "All right, then I shall retie a bow for you." He swallowed hard and glanced around, feeling as if he were engaged in a clandestine act. It is worth noting that during his college entrance examination, he had successfully solved the last challenging math problem. Yet he had never untied a girl's waistband. Upon drawing closer, he discovered just how exquisite the skin of the book's primary antagonist was. The moment he approached, a subtle, refined fragrance enveloped him, nearly overwhelming his senses. Lin Qingyi seemed to worry that he might struggle with the bow, so she quietly lifted her top slightly. Amidst a flurry of flushed cheeks, Lin Hao finally managed to secure the bow. His heart raced faster than it did after completing a 1,000-meter dash. Rising to his feet, he gently patted Lin Qingyi's head, reminding her that she should handle her own matters next time. "Let us go. We shall venture out now." Lin Hao planned to take the two of them to the Wild Ambition Zoo located on the western side of Jiangcheng, spanning 3,000 acres. Wild Ambition Zoo is the largest wildlife park in the Daxiao realm, boasting the richest variety of animal species and numerous themed parks. Lin Hao intended to take Lin Qingyi to the interactive parent-child venue, hoping that the adorable little creatures would soothe her wounded spirit. The trio soon arrived at the Wild Ambition Zoo. Being a weekday, the zoo was not particularly crowded, yet Lin Hao held tightly onto Lin Qingyi's wrist. Without allowing the two any time to wander, he promptly led them to the interactive venue. Upon witnessing the plethora of young animals, their hearts were instantly melted by the sheer cuteness. "Qingyi, look over there. It's a baby brain monkey. And there are panda cubs too. Here, we can also feed them." Lin Qingyi clung to Lin Hao's arm, unable to contain her excitement as she pulled him in various directions. Suddenly, Lin Hao's phone emitted a sound. He retrieved his phone to find a message from Qin Lan. "Young master, the evidence has been secured and we can proceed with the lawsuit at any time." Lin Hao glanced at it, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Tonight, he would launch a public relations offensive against those bloggers who feed on the blood of others, ensuring they experience the bitter taste of online harassment. If they chose to apologize willingly, he would consider it. However, if they remained obstinate, he would ensure they faced the consequences. Abruptly, he sensed Lin Qingyi's gaze resting upon him, prompting his inquiry, "Is something wrong?" Lin Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied, "Brother, your phone screen." Lin Hao scratched his head and explained, "I saved it during the last recording because it looked nice. If you don't like it, I can change it now." I like it," Lin Qingyi quickly asserted. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and suggested, "Brother, let us take a photo together." Lin Hao nodded and took out his phone to prepare for a selfie. "Brother, use mine. I want to save it too," Lin Qingyi insisted. Accepting her phone, Lin Hao activated the selfie mode, while Lin Qingyi held a panda cub in her arms. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Lin Qingyi unexpectedly rose on her toes and pecked Lin Hao's cheek. Lin Hao's gaze was innocent, his eyes blinking uncontrollably as they flitted between Lin Qingyi and the photograph. Lin Qingyi's face flushed slightly as she snatched the phone and set it as her wallpaper. Observing the panicked expression on Lin Hao's face alongside her rare display of courage, her heart swelled with uncontainable joy. She glanced at the still-dazed Lin Hao and explained, "Brother, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get a little closer to you. But the panda was too heavy, and I lost my balance while walking." Lin Hao looked curiously at the panda cub in Lin Qingyi's hands. This furry little creature didn't seem particularly heavy. "Brother, let me hold it," she said, handing the panda cub over. The moment it was in his grasp, a heavy sensation enveloped him, estimating it to weigh around 20 pounds. To his surprise, this little fellow was solid. No wonder Lin Qingyi had struggled to hold it earlier. Chapter 39. Andy, you wouldn't want the senior to find out, would you? "Qingyi, I discovered that here, feeding the tigers a chicken costs only 10 yuan. The same chicken outside would cost at least 30. During lunch, Jiangcheng excitedly spoke to Lin Qingyi. "Moreover, I noticed that the quality of the chicken here is exceptional, far superior to what we're served." Lin Qingyi seemed somewhat distracted, her demeanor nonchalant as she repeatedly checked her phone. The food provided to the animals is restricted in quantity to maintain their health. If you secretly buy 2 chickens, the tiger will have to reconcile the day's accounts with the caretaker tonight. Jiangcheng playfully stuck out her tongue, realizing that my plan had failed. After lunch, several of them took a few photos at the zoo entrance, concluding this brief excursion. As Lin Hao glanced at the pictures, he felt a peculiar sensation. It seemed that Lin Qingyi's gaze was never directed at the camera but rather fixated upon him. He shook his head, attributing it to an overabundance of self-consciousness. Checking the time, he noted that it was nearly 1:30 in the afternoon. His scheduled moving company would arrive at 2 o'clock, prompting him to hastily drive to Lin Qingyi's residence. In truth, his own apartment near Jiangcheng High School was already furnished with all essentials, and he could easily move in with merely a few changes of clothes. However, he was determined to win over Lin Qingyi, intending to seize this opportunity to empty her home while concurrently terminating the lease on his current place, and to find a way to persuade her mother to accept treatment. After navigating through several turns, he finally arrived at Lin Qingyi's house under Lin Qingyi's guidance. Lin Qingyi had taken a day off from school to prepare for the move and was sitting in the courtyard, reviewing her studies. Today, she donned a white, waist-cinched sundress that accentuated her fair neck and smooth shoulders. Her bosom rose prominently, and the delicate shoulder straps seemed to bear the weight of existence itself, threatening to snap at any moment. Lin Hao approached with a smile, teasingly asking, "Senior, you look stunning today. Are you planning to go on a date?" Lin Qingyi tilted her head to gaze at Lin Hao, smiling as she replied, "I was just waiting for your invitation." Lin Qingyi embraced Lin Hao's arm and stepped forward, creating a space between Lin Hao and Lin Qingyi, while simply offering a greeting. Observing the affectionate interaction between Lin Qingyi and Lin Hao, Lin Qingyi remarked with envy, "How wonderful it is to have an older brother. I wish I had one too." Playfully, she linked her arm with Lin Hao's and coquettishly exclaimed, "Lin Hao, my brother." Releasing her hold on Lin Hao's hand, Lin Qingyi then wrapped her arms around his waist, asserting her claim, "Ningqiu, he is my brother. You cannot steal him from me." Witnessing Lin Qingyi's jealous demeanor, Lin Hao gently patted her on the head. He turned to Lin Qingyi and inquired, "Have you organized everything?" Lin Qingyi tugged at his arm and led him into the house, calling out, "Mom, Lin Hao is here." Upon hearing her voice, Lu Xiang hurried down the stairs, carrying 2 bundles made from bed linens filled with a multitude of daily necessities. Noticing the beads of sweat on Lu Xiang's forehead, Lin Hao understood that she was enduring considerable pain. He quickly stepped forward to take the cloth bundle from her hands, discreetly checking her pulse in the process. The pulse revealed that, aside from her battle with cancer, Lu Xiang's health was exceedingly frail. Years of labor had taken a toll on her body, resulting in numerous ailments and severe malnutrition. "Auntie, I have already arranged for a moving company. You just need to inform them which items belong to you," Lin Hao said. Lu Xiang furrowed her brow. "We cannot trouble them. We can manage the packing ourselves. Aunt, the house is simply sitting idle. Having you here would certainly bring more vibrancy. I've heard from the older generation that a house left uninhabited for an extended period is not good for it. As for these moving companies, they are merely our family workers. Since they are also without work, it would be better to have them assist." Lin Hao chuckled. Just then, a truck arrived in the vacant lot. 6 individuals clad in blue work uniforms and donned with white gloves descended from the vehicle. The burly leader approached Lin Hao promptly, inquiring, "Young master, is this the residence?" Lin Hao nodded and instructed Lin Qingyi, "Just inform them about the items that need to be moved. For personal clothing, you can ask those 2 female workers. They will assist with the packing." The robust man retrieved a stack of thick cardboard from the truck and began to assemble boxes with tape as he organized the items for transport. "Ningqiu, you may go spend time with your classmates. I'll handle things here," Lu Xiang said. "Aunt, this house has been vacant for several months. It might be wise to terminate the lease with the landlord. Before the college entrance exam, you can stay at my place. Once she enrolls in university, you could rent another place in her city, which would save you a few months' rent," Lin Hao interjected. Lu Xiang paused, uncertain if her health could sustain until then. However, terminating the lease now would free up several hundred yuan each month, which could help Lin Qingyi recuperate. "All right, Aunt, I will heed your advice. We shall go seek the landlord to terminate the lease," Lu Xiang concluded. "Auntie, I will accompany you," Lin Hao said. Lin Qingyi pouted, reluctant to part from Lin Hao, but ultimately acquiesced with an "oh." The landlord resided not far down the alley, and Lu Xiang led Lin Hao there. As they walked, Lin Hao inquired, "Auntie Lu, are you aware of your current health condition?" Lu Xiang's expression faltered momentarily before she replied with a smile, "I have been working tirelessly these years, and my health is indeed not at its best. I can hardly manage any strenuous tasks now." Lin Hao shook his head and remarked, "Auntie, I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Your current ailment is not merely poor health, it is cancer." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lu Xiang fell into a brief silence, then sighed deeply. "I fainted while working previously, and the town's old physician suggested I might have cancer. I am aware that I cannot accompany Nian Qiu for long. With her approaching college entrance examination, this is a pivotal moment in her life, and I cannot allow her to be distracted. I have not provided her with a complete home. I do not wish to hinder her future." Listening to Lu Xiang, Lin Hao's eyes shifted, and he smiled. Auntie, you wouldn't want the senior to know about your illness, would you? Hearing Lin Hao's words, Lu Xiang instantly furrowed her brows. Her tone tinged with displeasure. What are you trying to do? Lin Hao shook his head and explained, Aunt Lu, your condition is still in its early stages. With proper treatment, it can be cured. I sincerely hope you will cooperate with my efforts. Lu Xiang relaxed her brow and replied helplessly, There is no need, Xiao Hao. I know you are a good child, but I cannot owe you too much. My life is as it is. Lin Hao sighed softly. Understanding Lu Xiang's fear of being indebted to him, knowing it would eventually become a burden for Lin Qingyi. After pondering for a moment, he continued to persuade her. Aunt Lu, I have harbored feelings for senior Lin Qingyi for quite some time. He stole a glance at Lu Xiang, who not only appeared unsurprised but seemed to find it entirely expected. Xiao Hao, once Lin Qingyi is admitted to university, I will not oppose her pursuing a relationship. However, for now, you are still in high school, and the college entrance examination is the most crucial opportunity for her to change her life. I do not wish for anyone or anything to affect her. Lin Hao nodded earnestly, stating, I will absolutely not interfere with senior studies. Moreover, I hope I can keep my feelings a secret. Although Lin Qingyi possessed exceptional beauty, figure, and character, they had merely just met. His so-called infatuation was merely a pretext to make Lu Xiang more amenable to his goodwill. He only wished that if he and senior Qingyi were to be together, he could receive her blessing at their wedding. Aunt, you surely wish to see your daughter step into the realm of marriage, do you not? He said, feigning a lovesick demeanor. Lu Xiang closed her eyes, envisioning her daughter clad in a pristine white wedding gown. Auntie, Qingyi cares for you far more than you can imagine. After your illness, you will often endure excruciating pain, perhaps even slip into a coma. When that time comes, do you think Qingyi could bear to watch you perish? Surely, you wouldn't want her to resort to selling herself to an old man just to afford your medical treatment while you lie unconscious, would you? In the original tale, even knowing Lu Xiang's fate was sealed and that treatment would only extend her life by a few years, Lin Qingyi chose to enter a relationship with a benefactor to secure funds for Lu Xiang's medication. Lu Xiang's expression was fraught with conflict as she glanced at Lin Hao, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Xiao Hao, Auntie will heed your counsel. I won't oppose your romance with Qingyi, but I do hope you can wait until she completes her university studies. Lin Hao readily agreed, unable to suppress his joy as he nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, as Lu Xiang suspected, if he could cure her illness, given Lin Qingyi's relationship with Lu Xiang, he would be set for life. Lu Xiang thought him infatuated, yet he was surprisingly clear-headed, his ambitions overshadowing any romantic notions. What could love offer compared to such prospects? Once Lin Qingyi graduated, he would bring her into the Lin Group, eliminating competitors and elevating the company's growth to new heights. Upon reaching the landlord's door, an elderly woman with graying hair expressed her sorrow at the news of Lu Xiang's impending departure, asking, Have you found a more affordable place? If this group of individuals were to learn that they were moving into Lin Hao's residence, it would undoubtedly lead to whispered gossip, questioning her propriety or insinuating that she was selling her daughter. Lin Hao stepped forward with a smile, reassuring his grandmother, I understand your concerns about Aunt Lu. She has secured a job at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, handling parcel deliveries. They have a dedicated room for storage, and fitting in a couple of small beds is quite feasible. The elderly lady nodded in understanding, expressing her relief. Oh, is that so? Then I can rest easy. If you are moving out today, please ask Qingyi to write a rental sign to hang on the door, she added. When Aunt Lu requested my assistance with the move, I initially thought she was relocating to a new home. I considered a housewarming to be a significant event and even went through the trouble of hiring a moving company, only to realize it was a misunderstanding, Lin Hao said, scratching his head in embarrassment. The neighbors had already begun to circulate rumors upon seeing Lin Hao visit Lu Xiang's house yesterday, followed by the arrival of the moving company today, suggesting that Lin Qingyi was being kept by a wealthy benefactor. However, they felt no embarrassment, merely expressing curiosity. Well, this is convenient. Moving companies certainly make it easier, but it must cost quite a bit, right? Lin Hao nodded, acknowledging, this entire endeavor has cost me a week's salary. And I even took a day off specifically for this. Yet, she is my distant aunt, and I am alone in this city. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he bid farewell to the gossiping neighbors. Lin Qingyi, holding onto Lin Hao's arm, looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, Brother, why did you say that? Lin Hao glanced around and noticed that no one was nearby. He softly explained, these elderly ladies are rather idle and take pleasure in gossiping about others. Aunt Lu is particularly concerned about her reputation. Even though she will no longer have contact with this group after moving, she might stubbornly refuse our good intentions to save face. Moreover, do you really believe that their inquiry about Aunt Lu's situation stems from genuine concern? On one hand, it satisfies their curiosity, and on the other, they seek to foster connections for potential future benefits. Later, during the new year, the neighbors persistently requested his assistance in setting up their shops. They mistakenly believed that it was akin to a physical store, where one merely needed to display items online and wait for profits to roll in. Fortunately, he cleverly stated that he had incurred losses of over $1 million for the owner and was still required to compensate him, which effectively halted their shameless requests. This led to his mother being shunned when she sought to engage in conversations, fearing that she might borrow money from them. His mother scolded him twice for this, claiming that his reputation was tarnished and that it would hinder his prospects in finding a partner. Observing Lin Qingyi's contemplative expression, Lin Hao gently pinched her little nose and remarked, "However, I take things lightly and would never compromise my own well-being for the sake of appearances. If you become successful in the future and wish to support me, I would gladly do anything, even lick your feet." After saying this, he unconsciously licked his dry lips. Lin Qingyi lowered her head, glancing at her feet concealed by her shoes. Her face instantly flushed. She shook her head gently and whispered, "That's not acceptable. It's dirty." Chapter 41. The decor of the hospital room is quite impressive. Lin Hao blinked in confusion. Shouldn't he be reprimanded as a pervert at this moment? He couldn't help but steal another glance at Lin Qingyi, sensing that she seemed genuinely contemplating the matter. Could it be that I have led this little girl astray? He pondered inwardly. Upon returning to Lin Qingyi's residence, having lived there for quite some time, there were many belongings that he was reluctant to part with. The moving company was diligently assisting in categorizing and repacking everything. "Lin Hao, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude," Lin Qingyi remarked. "Their assistance has certainly made things much easier." Lin Hao covertly glanced at Lu Xiang and jested, "When I went with Annie to return the rent, she already consented to our arrangement." "Our arrangement?" Lin Qingyi tilted her head in confusion. Almost immediately, as if she had grasped the implication, her face flushed a deep crimson. I shall go assist," she exclaimed, hurriedly fleeing the scene. "Brother, what exactly transpired when you both stepped out?" Lin Qingyi released Lin Hao's hand, her tone tinged with displeasure. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao realized that if he wished to keep this from Lin Qingyi, he might eventually need Lin Qingyi's cooperation. So he decided to disclose everything candidly. Lin Qingyi, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered her head and gently tugged at Lin Hao's sleeve, inquiring, "Brother, we have a way to help Annie, do we not?" Lin Hao nodded, relieved that they discovered it early. If they had waited 3 more months, it would have been too late. The moving process would take a while longer, and he thought it wise to first take Annie to the hospital for a checkup. Coincidentally, he had promised Captain Shen that he would take him to meet General Xie in the morning. He cast a glance at Lin Qingyi and inquired whether she wished to join them. Lin Qingyi looked at Lin Hao, then at Lin Qingyi, expressing her desire to accompany her senior. Lin Hao playfully pinched her cheek, remarking that her expression betrayed her true feelings. "If discovered, can you withstand Senior Qingyi's rigorous interrogation?" Lin Qingyi clung to Lin Hao's arm, saying, "Brother, then I shall accompany you both." Upon arriving at Lin Qingyi's residence, Lin Qingyi's face flushed crimson as she feigned composure while tidying up the surroundings. "Aunt Lu, the other house has been uninhabited for quite some time, and I neglected to arrange for cleaning. Could you please assist in clearing it up?" Lin Hao suggested. "Lin Hao, let me take care of the cleaning. My mother cannot handle strenuous tasks," Lin Qingyi interjected. Just as Lin Hao was about to concoct a casual excuse, Lin Qingyi stepped forward, stating, "Senior Qingyi, my brother and I will assist as well. Moreover, we can help Aunt Lu familiarize herself with the neighborhood. Otherwise, by the time you move in, it will be dark, and Aunt Lu won't even know where to purchase groceries." Observing the concerned expressions of Lin Hao and Lin Qingyi, Lin Qingyi remained somewhat apprehensive and glanced at Lu Xiang. "Qingyi, tidying up won't require much effort, especially with their help. This way, once you arrive, you can promptly commence your studies. The college entrance examination is the most pivotal turning point in your life. You must give it your all," Lu Xiang urged. With that, the 3 of them boarded the vehicle. Once the car set in motion, Lin Hao revealed the true purpose of their visit to Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang let out a soft sigh, her expression immediately turning grave. "Xiao Hao, may I inquire about the approximate cost of this treatment? What are the chances of a successful recovery? If it is prohibitively expensive, even if there is a possibility of healing, I would hesitate to proceed." Lin Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "Auntie, you need not worry about the expenses. The majority of the treatments, including acupuncture, will be administered by me. The herbs and equipment are sourced from my family's supply, so you will only need to cover the cost price, which I can deduct from Yin Chio's tutoring fees later on. As for the chances of success, I can only say that I will do my utmost and leave the rest to fate. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lu Xiang felt reassured that the cost wouldn't be exorbitant. She gently nodded, reflecting that as long as she could survive, she would be able to work harder in the future to repay the treatment expenses. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of Jiangcheng City Hospital. Just as Lin Hao was about to call Chen Fu, he noticed Chen Fu sitting in the security room. He lowered the car window, waved his hand, and called out, "Uncle Chen, get in the car. Let us go together." Holding a large bouquet of flowers, Chen Fu entered the back seat of the vehicle. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and joked, "Uncle, does your wife know about you giving flowers to a man?" Chen Fu chuckled awkwardly, "That's just my private stash. You'll understand when you get married." As they drove towards Huatua Pavilion, Lin Hao inquired, "Uncle Chen, have you interrogated those individuals? They claimed they were misled by rumors online, which led them to bully your sister." Chen Fu responded, "Uncle Chen, I have obtained the surveillance footage from that day. I hope you can issue a statement this evening to exonerate my sister. Additionally, due to the online harassment, my sister has faced bullying at school, leading to severe depression. It is imperative to remind them that the internet is not a lawless realm." Chen Fu nodded, recognizing that Lin Hao's account of the events was largely accurate. He promptly called a colleague stationed in the City Defense Army to draft a statement. The vehicle came to a halt in front of the Huatua Pavilion, and a group of Westerners traversed a lengthy corridor into the establishment. Lu Xiang followed closely behind, trembling. She had never known such a place existed within the Chinese medicine hospital. The opulent decor suggested that the cost of treatment here was certainly not modest. Lin Qingyi also noticed Lu Xiang's unease and released Lin Hao's hand, linking arms with her. "Aunt Lu, my brother is merely here to see a patient, not to receive treatment from the doctors here." Upon hearing Lin Qingyi's words, Lu Xiang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Upon entering the Huatua Pavilion, Lin Hao instructed the elderly Chinese medicine practitioner at the front desk to prepare several prescriptions for herbal medicine and to provide a set of silver needles. "Aunt Lu, please wait for a moment in the consultation room over there. It would be inconvenient for you to go further in," Lin Hao said apologetically. "Brother, I will accompany Aunt Lu," Lin Qingyi replied. Lin Hao nodded and proceeded with Chen Fu towards the internal wards of the Huatua Pavilion, which were adorned with exquisite decor reminiscent of the grand mansions of ancient palaces. The furnishings within are meticulously custom-made, harmoniously blending with the antiquated ambience without appearing out of place. Upon entering, a subtle fragrance of sandalwood envelopes the senses, swiftly calming one's spirit. Today, the caretaker, Xie Zhan, is accompanied by Xie Yujing and his third sister, Lin Xiaoxian. For reasons unknown, the male lead, Zhou Han, is also present, earnestly engaging in conversation with Lin Xiaoxian. Despite her internal aversion towards Zhou Han, Lin Xiaoxian finds herself intrigued by the traditional Chinese medicinal knowledge he imparts, occasionally interjecting with agreement. "How could your brother treat you this way? It's simply outrageous. If I had a sister as beautiful as you, I would never dream of acting so poorly," Zhou Han remarked. "You've already apologized in person. What more does he want? We are family. Must you truly kneel before him?" Lin Xiaoxian huffed in response, clearly displeased. She suspects that Lin Hao is deliberately avoiding her. Lin Hao, with a scrunched nose, inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "The decor of our ward is truly remarkable. It is indeed a testament to pure Chinese design, where the rich scent of sandalwood mingles with a hint of green tea." Chapter 42. Can the brainless also receive subsidies? Who are you calling green tea? Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Zhou Han abruptly stood up. Lin Hao rolled his eyes, suggesting that if ears were of no use, they could be donated to those in need. "Xiao Hao, how can you be so impolite?" Lin Xiaoxian furrowed her brows in discontent. "But Dr. Lin, what kind of relationship do we share that warrants such familiarity? Have you forgotten so quickly that you pointed at my nose and called me a bastard yesterday?" Lin Hao scoffed. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Han, sneering, "Dr. Lin, you surely don't wish to be a case of an old bull chasing after tender grass, do you? A mere charlatan has managed to deceive you with just a few words? That individual possesses genuine medical skills." Lin Xiaoxian retorted. "Do you truly have medical skills?" Lin Hao inquired, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Zhou Han. A smirk crept onto Lin Hao's lips, revealing his cunning plan. "Are you hoping to have the old man join you in claiming disability benefits?" He paused, then turned his gaze back to Lin Xiaoxian. "Is it possible that a simpleton like you can now receive benefits?" Zhou Han's face shifted through shades of green and white. He indeed had the capability to treat Xiaozhan, but he could not possibly acknowledge it in front of everyone. Since young Master Lin does not welcome me, I shall take my leave, Zhou Han declared angrily. Lin Hao surveyed the surroundings and remarked in confusion, yet no one seems to wish for your stay. Zhou Han clenched his teeth in fury, glaring at Lin Hao. The latter's words had made him feel like a self-starring clown. After Zhou Han departed, Lin Hao pondered for a moment before turning to Lin Xiaoxian, offering a cautionary note. If Zhou Han possesses true skills, then his intentions are certainly not pure. Such a person you should keep at a distance. If he lacks genuine ability, then he is merely a fraud, and you ought to distance yourself even further. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Xiaoxuan's previously somber expression brightened instantly. Xiao Hao, are you genuinely concerned about me? Sister acknowledges her mistakes. It was all my fault yesterday. Since you disapprove of that person, I shall instruct the security to expel him henceforth. Lin Hao shook his head dismissively. If Lin Xiaoxian and Zhou Han were to become entangled, it would be considerably easier for Zhou Han to acquire intelligence about the Lin Group. In the narrative, the commercial empire established by Zhou Han was built upon the very lifeblood of the Lin Group. Even the slightest possibility of this occurrence compelled him to intervene. After all, in his previous life as a diligent worker, he understood that immense wealth was of paramount importance. Meanwhile, Chen Fu stood across from Xiaozhan's hospital bed, holding a bouquet of flowers, his posture impeccably straight. Faced with his idol, he found himself at a loss, glancing toward Lin Hao with a look of helplessness. Lin Hao approached the bedside and inquired with a smile, "How is your health, old man?" Upon realizing it was the young fellow Lin Hao, Xiaozhan was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether to express gratitude or annoyance. He felt grateful because Lin Hao had ultimately cured his ailment. Esteemed physicians from all over the country had examined his wound and only recommended conservative treatment. It was Lin Hao who had the audacity to perform surgery, successfully treating a condition that had baffled many renowned doctors. He held a genuine fondness for Lin Hao and even entertained the idea of adopting him as a grandson. However, to his surprise, this young man had refused his proposal and instead insisted on being acknowledged as his godson. Xiaozhan scrutinized the middle-aged man before him and questioned, "Is this the godson you wish for me to recognize?" Lin Hao shook his head fervently. "Old man, please do not speak nonsense. Such an outrageous reversal of roles cannot possibly be my suggestion. It seems your esteemed title carries little weight in this matter." Xiaozhan let out a cold snort, stating that once he was discharged from the hospital, he would pay a visit to see if his esteemed title still held any weight. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Fu, introducing him as the city guard responsible for maintaining security in the area. "Uncle Chen has shared numerous tales of your youth. Old sir, your prowess is remarkable. The fact that you managed to lead troops to conquer Haicheng is impressive. You broke through the enemy's blockade, establishing a comprehensive logistical support route for our great Xia. For such achievements, I must pay you my respects with 2 needles." As he spoke, he produced a silver needle and aimed it at Xiaozhan's acupoint before swiftly inserting it. Xiaozhan looked at Lin Hao with confusion. He had witnessed toasts and offerings of rice, but never had he encountered the offering of silver needles. Nevertheless, hearing Lin Hao's praise lifted his spirits immensely. Particularly after the removal of the shrapnel, he found his breathing significantly eased. He kindly nodded in acknowledgement to Chen Fu. Seeing this, Chen Fu took a couple of steps forward, placing the fresh flowers he had purchased into the vase in the hospital room, and then offered a salute to Xiaozhan. Although the old general lay in bed, he raised his right hand in return. Observing the slow, deliberate movements of the veteran, Chen Fu's eyes began to glisten with emotion. "General Xie, it was your documentary that inspired me to embark on this path." Lin Hao, unable to grasp the camaraderie shared among soldiers, had transformed Xiaozhan into a veritable porcupine with needles, then turned to Chen Fu and inquired, "Uncle Chen, would you like to take a photograph with the old sir?" Chen Fu looked at Lin Hao with excitement and then turned his gaze to Xiaozhan. As Chen Fu gazed at him with eager anticipation, Xiaozhan nodded gently. Lin Hao accepted the phone that Chen Fu handed over and captured a photograph of the two. In the image, Xiaozhan reclined on a hospital bed, his back slightly curved due to his advanced age. In contrast, Chen Fu stood tall, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Lin Hao, upon reviewing the photograph, nodded in satisfaction. The picture was nothing short of exceptional. It did not reflect the bent backs of the older generation, who toiled and struggled through hardships. Instead, it showcased the unwavering spines of our generation, unyielding in their stance. The once ordinary photograph, when articulated by Lin Hao, suddenly revealed a profound essence. Xiaozhan, increasingly pleased with Lin Hao, inquired, "Xiao Hao, have you become engaged?" Lin Hao looked at the elder with confusion, suddenly recalling the narrative from the book. Xie Zhan had a granddaughter named Xie Shuangxiu, who was also one of Zhou Han's concubines in the original story, grateful for Zhou Han's intervention that saved his life. Xie Zhan felt that Zhou Han's character was commendable and contemplated uniting him with his granddaughter. However, Xie Shuangxiu, in her rebellious youth, vehemently opposed her grandfather's arranged marriage plans. Yet, she dared not argue with him directly, instead seeking to outsmart Zhou Han, hoping he would withdraw. Nevertheless, Zhou Han was no novice, and Xie Shuangxiu found herself unable to contend with him. Their initial encounters were devoid of conflict, and they soon became as close as comrades. Xie Shuangxiu, ever loyal, once intervened to comfort Zhou Han during a quarrel with the female protagonist. But she realized her slender arms and legs were no match for the turmoil caused by her spirited nature. He hastily interrupted the old man, "I am still underage." "What are you trying to do?" In Chapter 43, Lin Hao has someone he likes. As if caught off guard, Xie Zhanliwei glanced awkwardly at Lin Hao, surprised by the boy's cleverness. He chuckled sheepishly. "It is beneficial for young people to interact. Perhaps you share common interests? Not to boast, but my granddaughter is exceptionally beautiful. Certainly on par with the girl you brought yesterday." Lin Hao nodded, recalling the book's frequent descriptions of Xie Shuangxiu's long legs. While he was curious about their true length, he was not as reckless as Zhou Han. Frankly speaking, if Xie Shuangxiu were to strike him, he would undoubtedly end up on the floor. There was no way he could withstand it. He looked around, seeking help, but alas, there seemed to be no one in this ward who could rein in the old man. Xie Yujing regarded Lin Hao with a smile, noting that he was not unattractive. If he were to marry her daughter, their offspring would surely be handsome, especially with his remarkable medical skills. It was said that the doctors at the Great Siam Medical Research Institute had been obsessively reviewing videos of his surgeries, endlessly questioning how he achieved such feats, nearly pulling their hair out in confusion. "Uncle Chen, is it true that someone here is arranging marriages? Will you intervene?" Lin Hao gritted his teeth and asked. "General Xie." "Young Master Lin, I must take my leave to patrol," Chen Fu replied hastily. Both individuals were not ones he could afford to offend, and remaining here could lead to unfortunate consequences. "Aunt Yujing, the old man intends to sell your daughter. I trust my father's judgment. It is undoubtedly infallible," Xie Yujing remarked with a smile. Her current perception of Lin Hao resembled that of a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law, growing increasingly favorable. Lin Shaoxian had just mysteriously darted out, leaving him isolated in the hospital room. "No, my brother has someone he admires." At that moment, Lin Qingyi unexpectedly appeared. She rushed to Lin Hao's side, clasping his arm, while casting a wary glance at the two. Xie Zhan's gaze flitted between Lin Qingyi and Lin Hao. He had learned from Xie Yujing the previous day about Lin Hao's background. Lin Hao was not the biological son of the Lin family and had lost both of his parents. His initial integration into the Lin family would not disrupt his life. Perhaps it was indeed the most advantageous choice for him. Lin Hao nodded repeatedly, gently patting Lin Qingyi's head. He surmised that Lin Qingyi was referring to Lin Hao. Truly, she embodied the most formidable antagonist in the narrative. Her intellect was commendable. However, to Xie Zhan and the others, this affectionate gesture suggested that the two young individuals might be romantically involved. Lin Qingyi's cheeks flushed as she stood on her tiptoes, whispering into Lin Hao's ear. "Andy has been waiting for quite some time." Lin Hao nodded, saying, "Old man, I still have patients to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he swiftly grasped Lin Qingyi's wrist and made an exit. Observing their departing figures, Xie Zhan remained undeterred, declaring, "Summon that girl Shuangxiu to Jiangcheng. If she fails to ensnare Lin Hao's my grandson-in-law, I shall dispose of all the firearms in her room. Lock them away." Meanwhile, Lin Hao hurried to the consultation room, wearing an apologetic expression. "Andy, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Let us commence the treatment." After a brief interval, the acupuncture concluded, and Lin Hao exhaled deeply. Lin Qing, with gentle hands, extracted 2 tissues to dab away the beads of sweat upon his forehead. Unaccustomed to such tender care, Lin Hao's body stiffened instantly, rendering him immobile. Lu Xiang, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, donned her clothing, at a loss for words. Yet, following this session of acupuncture, she undeniably felt a significant alleviation in her physical discomfort. The tormenting affliction that had plagued her now seemed to ease, even without the aid of painkillers. Glancing at the sky, she noted that it was nearly time for school to end. Surmising that Lin Yinxiu was likely wrapping things up as well. "Let us go. The medicine should be ready now," Lin Hao declared, stretching as he rose. Upon reaching the front desk, the elderly physician handed Lin Hao the concoction he had instructed to be prepared, along with the silver needles. Additionally, The old doctor presented him with a bag containing several packets of traditional Chinese medicine. This is a special sour plum soup brewed for you by the third young lady. It has been chilled and is ready for consumption, the old physician remarked. Lin Hao nodded, aware that this gesture was an olive branch from Lin Shaoxian. After being harshly reprimanded by her the previous day, did she truly believe that a few bags of sour plum soup could mend their rift? Contemplating this, he feigned a heartbroken expression and replied, "Please tell the third sister not to waste her efforts. I am well aware that I am not a member of the Lin family. However, my parents have raised me for many years. Blood ties, though fractured, remain connected. I still grapple with the reality that she is my third sister. Regardless of her acknowledgement, she will always hold the title of my sister." Having spoken, he let out a deep sigh and departed from the place with Lin Qingyi and Lu Xiang. In the pharmacy, Lin Shaoxian quietly concealed herself in a corner. Observing the front desk, she longed to discern Lin Hao's reaction upon seeing the sour plum soup she had meticulously prepared for him. Upon hearing Lin Hao's earlier words, she felt as though shards of broken glass had lodged themselves in her heart. It dawned upon her that Xiao Hao had never held her accountable, still regarding her as his sister. Reflecting on her previous remarks about his excessive behavior, she acknowledged that his reluctance to forgive her was entirely justified. The fault lay with her. Nevertheless, she vowed, "Xiao Hao, I will ensure you find it in your heart to forgive me." The thought of Lin Hao huddled alone in his cold sheets, nursing his wounds in solitude, made her eyes well up with tears. Yet, Lin Hao was not the original character. He was currently reveling in the euphoria of sudden wealth. If he could recline on an 800-square-foot bed, devoid of sorrow, merely rolling about would elicit laughter from him. Upon leaving the Hua Tuo pavilion, Lin Hao handed a package of sour plum soup to Lin Qingyi and Lu Xiang. Encased in a sealed bag typically used for traditional Chinese medicine, its exterior appeared unremarkable. However, the moment it touched his lips, the sweet and sour flavor, infused with a fragrant hint of osmanthus, and the cool sensation dispelled the slight warmth of late spring. This was undoubtedly the finest sour plum soup he had ever tasted. Lin Qingyi was equally taken aback by the exquisite flavor, her eyes seemingly sparkling with delight. As they returned to their vehicle, Lin Hao drove Lu Xiang around the neighborhood, pointing out various shops and encouraging her to explore during her leisurely moments in the days to come. Upon arriving at the designated residence, Lin Yinxiu found herself languidly sprawled on the sofa at the entrance. Lin Hao's gaze was irresistibly drawn to an inky chasm that seemed to consume his entire attention, leaving him with the sensation of being utterly engulfed. Lin Qingyi, too, observed this scene and tugged at Lin Hao's arm, inquiring, "Brother, where are our slippers?" Suddenly, Lin Yinxiu became acutely aware of something, her complexion flushing a deep crimson as she promptly adjusted her posture, one hand resting over her heart. Lin Hao cast a resentful glance at Lin Qingyi, for the slippers were neatly arranged on the shoe rack to his right. Chapter 44. You actually followed me? All the items they had brought were neatly stacked in the storage room. Aside from extracting her toiletries and a change of clothes, Lin Yinxiu had left the rest untouched. Lin Hao took a cursory glance around the apartment. It was equipped with the essentials for daily living, the only thing lacking being provisions. He glanced at Lu Xiang and Lin Yinxiu. Although Lin Yinxiu had received a considerable salary, it was likely she intended to save it for her university education. Approaching Lin Yinxiu, who was still clutching her chest, he chuckled softly, "Senior, did you not say you were waiting for my invitation to go on a date? Let us venture to the supermarket together." Lin Yinxiu's face flushed with embarrassment as she furtively glanced into the room before calling out, "Mom, Lin Hao and I are heading to the supermarket." Lu Xiang promptly emerged from the room, looking at Lin Hao with an inviting smile. "Xiao Hao, will you and Qingyi be joining us for dinner tonight? We will trouble your aunt this evening." Lin Hao smiled in response. Lu Xiang nodded, pulling a crumpled wad of change from her pocket. She then rummaged through her trousers and handed all her money to Lin Yinxiu. Lin Yinxiu playfully hummed a tune, teasingly saying, "Mom, I can't even tell who your child is." The supermarket was right across from the west gate of the community, merely a few steps away. The trio descended the stairs, with Lin Qing tightly clutching Lin Hao's arm, positioning herself between him and Lin Yinxiu. Suddenly, two familiar figures appeared in the distance. Zhang Shiding was linking arms with Yang Wanan, also heading towards the supermarket. "Wanan, Lin Hao has gone too far this time. We must not forgive him easily," Zhang Shiding exclaimed. "Did you not say this morning that he bought 2 of the latest pineapple phones to apologize? Even if he were to gift me one, I wouldn't easily convey any messages for him," Zhang Shiding declared. "He even sold many of my bags." "Seriously? Sister, this Lin Hao is utterly shameless. Does he think that by giving gifts, one must become his girlfriend?" There are so many admirers at our school, countless academic elites. He is merely a reckless spendthrift, relying on his family's wealth. Zhang Shiding expressed with sympathy. Suddenly, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette behind them and gasped, "One on. Could that person behind us be Lin Hao? Isn't his family not from this community?" Yang Wanon furrowed her brow, suspecting that Lin Hao was deliberately trailing her, hoping for an opportunity to encounter her. However, even if he were to apologize to her face-to-face at that moment, she was in no mood to forgive him. Her pace quickened slightly as she urged, "Shitting, let us depart. He has irritated me today, and I shall leave him to stew for a while." Zhang Shitting tugged at Liang Wanwan's arm, exclaiming, "Wanon, the situation seems rather different. Lin Hao is currently surrounded by 2 girls." Upon hearing Zhang Shitting's words, Liang Wanwan abruptly halted and turned to glance behind her. Lin Hao was now accompanied by a girl on each arm, engaged in conversation, and the trio appeared quite harmonious. Moreover, in terms of looks, her own beauty paled in comparison to the 2 girls, especially in the presence of Lin Yanqiu's striking figure. Liang Wanwan's own physique seemed rather insubstantial. Lin Hao had long noticed Zhang Shitting and Liang Wanwan ahead. However, after their earlier confrontation, he deemed it best to ignore them and proceeded to walk past. Liang Wanwan swiftly closed the distance, stepping in front of Lin Hao and blocking the trio. Her voice icy as she declared, "Lin Hao, do you think that by pretending not to see me, you will capture my attention?" She cast a disdainful glance at Lin Qingyi and Lin Yanqiu, scoffing, "You even went so far as to pay 2 female classmates to assist you in this charade. How utterly childish. If you sincerely apologize to me, I may grant you an opportunity to pursue me." It appeared that the original persona of a devoted admirer had left a lasting impression, and the events of the morning had done little to alter others' entrenched perceptions. He reached out and embraced Lin Qingyi's shoulders, then wrapped an arm around Lin Yanqiu's waist, chuckling, "Thank you, but no need. Why should I forsake this vast forest for a crooked tree?" Lin Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Hao, nuzzling against his chest. Lin Hao gently pinched Lin Qingyi's cheek, acknowledging her as the quintessential antagonist, quick to grasp the situation, with commendable acting skills. Lin Yanqiu appeared detached from the fray. Her hands nervously clasped together, her gaze drawn to the hand that had encircled her waist. Liang Wanwan glared at Lin Qingyi and Lin Yanqiu, her teeth clenched in indignation. "Do you really think Lin Hao likes you? He is merely using you to provoke me. Once we reconcile, you will both be cast aside." Upon hearing the prospect of abandonment, Lin Qingyi looked up at Lin Hao with her big, watery eyes and asked, "Brother, will you abandon me in the future?" Lin Hao gently shook his head, smiling, "Brother will accompany you as you grow. I will not abandon you." At his words, Lin Qingyi felt as if her heart had been struck, her expression instantly softening. Liang Wanwan shot Lin Qingyi a fierce glare, huffing, "A man's words are but deceitful tricks. Do you truly believe Lin Hao brought you here for any other reason? His home is not here. This neighborhood is mine. He is deliberately following me, seeking to apologize and earn my forgiveness. You two are merely pawns, and only you would fall for his sweet talk." Lin Qingyi made a playful face at Liang Wanwan, exclaiming that her brother was certainly not a stalker. Instead, it was you who, despite your evident disinterest in him, stood in his way. She then turned to Lin Hao, playfully imploring, "Brother, let us hurry. Auntie is waiting for us to buy groceries and prepare dinner." Lin Hao nodded, embracing both girls as they made their way to the supermarket. Upon hearing Lin Qingyi's words, Liang Wanwan stood frozen in place. Zhang Shitting approached and inquired, "Wanwan, could it be that Lin Hao's mother is preparing a meal for the 2 of you? The private lives of the wealthy can indeed be quite chaotic." She paused, then asked, "Has Lin Hao ever invited you to his home for a meal?" With a haughty scoff, she retorted, "With the way he looks at me, how could I possibly agree to go to his house? His mother isn't a professional chef. What could she possibly cook that would be worthwhile?" Chapter 45. I boil water like a pro. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Hao pushed 2 shopping carts all by himself. In the past, while shopping, he would meticulously compare prices and even resort to using a calculator for snack purchases. If the flavors were similar, he would limit himself to just 1 item, regardless of the different snacks available. However, now he was completely liberated, selecting everything he fancied without a care for the price. One cart was laden with items reflecting his past regrets, while the other was filled with snacks chosen for Lin Qingyi and Lin Yanqiu. After exploring the snack section, the group proceeded to the vegetable aisle. Lin Yanqiu carefully selected seasonal vegetables, and even picked up some pork belly and a small piece of beef. In the evening, one could render lard to saute some vegetables, prepare a dish of braised pork, and perhaps a small plate of shredded ginger beef. She cast a glance at Lin Hao, uncertain whether these dishes might seem rather meager to him. However, at that moment, Lin Hao's attention was entirely captivated by the lively seafood in the fresh produce section. Have you made your selection? I'm planning to purchase some seafood for a release, Lin Hao remarked with a smile. During checkout, due to the abundance of their purchases, the supermarket manager even dispatched staff to assist in delivering their items home. As they walked along the path, admiring the bright moonlight, Lin Hao let out a long sigh. He had just realized that his indulgence had cost him merely 283 yuan. It was astonishing to think that with just 283 yuan, he could embark on a shopping spree at the supermarket, relishing the joy of consuming all the snacks he desired. Yet, prior to his transition, he had been so reluctant to spend even that amount, perpetually suppressing his desires. Lin Qingyi also noticed Lin Hao's melancholy and inquired, "Brother, what is troubling you?" Lin Hao shook his head and replied, "I merely feel that life is currently so wonderful that it seems somewhat unreal." Lin Qingyi nodded vigorously, echoing his sentiment. These past few days had indeed felt surreal to her. Suddenly, she embraced Lin Hao, tilting her head back, her eyes shimmering like a sky full of stars. "Brother, can you feel my embrace? Does it feel real now?" Lin Hao affectionately ruffled her hair, pondering how the original owner of this life had managed to be so unkind to such an adorable child. He chuckled, "You walk like a crab. At this rate, we will both end up on the ground." Lin Qingyi observed the two with a look of envy, wishing she too had a brother like him. Unintentionally, she gently linked her arm with Lin Hao's and softly remarked, "It seems a bit too extravagant. My mother wouldn't know how to prepare it, and it would go to waste." Lin Hao shook his head, his expression proud as he declared, "Exquisite ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. Such lively seafood deserves only to be steamed. If you're unsure how to proceed, leave it to me. To speak frankly, I possess decades of experience in boiling water. Even a 5-star chef wouldn't dare claim to boil water better than I do." Hearing Lin Hao's playful banter, everyone couldn't help but smile. Upon returning home, Lu Xiang was seated on the couch, contemplating how to watch television. "I'll prepare a delicious meal for you," she announced. "Andy, I'll help," Lin Hao offered. Before Lu Xiang could decline, he had already entered the kitchen with the seafood in tow. Lin Qingyi, accustomed to helping out in her foster parents' home, followed closely behind Lin Hao. Seeing everyone bustling in the kitchen, Lin Qingyi felt awkward sitting alone in the living room, so she too joined them. The kitchen was spacious, and even with several individuals inside, it did not feel crowded. Lin Hao observed as they moved with practiced ease, some chopping vegetables, others slicing meat, his own culinary skills feeling rather inadequate in comparison. He retrieved a dozen fresh oysters from the shopping bag, produced an oyster knife, and began to pry open the shells. This particular variety was suitable for eating raw, each priced at an impressive 39 yuan. As he opened the shell, he revealed the plump, pearly flesh of the oyster within. After squeezing a bit of lemon juice on top, he slurped it down, savoring the smooth, briny delicacy sliding into his stomach. The briny essence of the sea mingled with the tartness of lemon, accompanied by a subtle hint of creamy richness. This exquisite flavor illuminated his eyes instantaneously. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. In the past, when he was overcome by cravings, he could only indulge in the $10 garlic grilled oysters available at his doorstep. Those were delightful in their own right, regardless of whether they contained oysters or not. After savoring two, he began to share with the other three. Everyone extolled the virtues of these oysters, yet both Lu Xiang and Lin Qingyi, after tasting one, declined further. However, Lin Hao was undeterred. He playfully threatened Lu Xiang with a few quiet words, while with Lin Qingyi, he seized the rare opportunity for intimate interaction with a stunningly beautiful senior with a remarkable physique. He approached her with a teasing demeanor, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, rendering her unable to refuse his offerings. As for Lin Qingyi, she had previously opened her mouth willingly when Lin Hao approached. But upon witnessing Lin Qingyi partake in the oysters, she ceased to eat. Lin Hao surmised she wished for Lin Qingyi to enjoy more, so he graciously offered her additional oysters. After a sumptuous dinner, Lin Hao assisted in tidying up and prepared to leave with Lin Qingyi. "Xiao Hao, aren't you supposed to tutor Qingyi?" Lu Xiang inquired, puzzled. "There are matters to attend to tonight. We shall begin tomorrow," Lin Hao replied. This predicament was of his own making, yet it unfairly burdened Lin Qingyi. She had committed no wrongdoing. Why should she endure their slander? In the living room, the absence of his parents was palpable, replaced instead by a young girl clad in an orange crop top and athletic shorts, reclining on the couch. The girl, named Lin Xiaolan, is the elder sister of Lin Hao. Upon hearing the sound at the door, Lin Xiaolan instantly straightened her posture. She knelt upright, her ample bosom pressed against her long thighs, causing a slight distortion. It was not just some trivial elective course. I had chosen one related to social media. We were tasked with establishing a social media account within a semester, with 1,000 followers deemed satisfactory and 10,000 considered excellent. I heard that a barbecue restaurant in Jiangcheng was particularly popular yesterday, and I planned to shoot a short video there. However, there were too many people checking in, making it impossible to squeeze in. Wait a moment. Lin Xiaolan pulled out her phone and tapped on the screen, revealing the very establishment. On the phone screen, a masked young man strummed a guitar while singing. Chapter 46. Am I pretending to be myself? Listening to the melodious voice emanating from her phone, Lin Xiaolan suddenly paused. She glanced at Lin Hao, then turned her phone to inspect the young man in the video, her expression morphing into one of astonishment as she looked back at Lin Hao. Furrowing her brows, she lifted Lin Hao's chin, scrutinizing him from top to bottom, and finally let out a long sigh. Observing Lin Xiaolan's complex demeanor, Lin Hao wore a perplexed expression, likely surmising her thoughts. She was probably questioning whether he was that young man, but upon reflection, concluded that he could not possibly compose such exquisite songs. The resemblance was merely superficial, particularly since her video had geolocation enabled, revealing that it was recorded in a remote county where local housing prices were merely 2,000 yuan per square meter. In a remote town, an unparalleled beauty suddenly attracted the attention of numerous young men. During this time, the Lin group was also on a downward spiral, causing widespread anxiety among its members, who dismissed her struggles with depression as mere affectation. Ultimately, unable to withstand the online harassment, she chose to end her own life. According to the original owner's memories, Lin Xiaolan and he were both extravagant individuals, sharing a profound sibling bond. However, Lin Xiaolan frequently faced criticism for her reckless spending, while he enjoyed preferential treatment and largely escaped reprimand. After some contemplation, Lin Hao resolved to reveal his true identity and assist Lin Xiaolan with her assignments, thereby circumventing any character-related issues and preventing the tragic conclusion of her being driven to suicide by online abuse. However, before he could speak, Lin Xiaolan's eyes lit up as she swiftly clutched his leg. "Xiao Hao, I have a once-in-a-lifetime request," Lin Xiaolan implored. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt as though the original owner's memories were awakening within him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He recalled that the last time Lin Xiaolan had made such a request was when she purchased a book about BL, which their parents discovered, leading to the original owner being forced to take the blame. Their parents, fixated on the idea of lineage, nearly sent the original owner to the hospital in their outrage upon finding that book. "Let go," saying that can only lead to trouble. Lin Hao gritted his teeth. "I will not let go unless you agree to my terms first," Lin Xiaolan insisted. The commotion downstairs startled Lin Qingyi, who had just finished her shower and hurried down from upstairs. Observing their interaction, she inquired with a puzzled expression, "Brother, what are you two doing?" She was clad in a white bunny-themed nightgown adorned with puffed sleeves, complete with 2 fluffy bunny ears on the hood. She wore a matching white bunny bud skirt, with a plump rabbit tail adorning the back. Her hair was damp, and she clutched an old hairdryer in her hands. Upon seeing Lin Qingyi hastily descending the stairs, Lin Hao sighed softly, exclaiming in resignation, "All right, I have agreed, but you must exchange it for your hairdryer." With a stern expression, he admonished Lin Qingyi, "Next time you use the stairs, do not be so hasty. You are still holding something. What if it tumbles down with you?" Lin Qingyi lowered her head, yet a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. Although she had been scolded, her heart felt warm. "Enough of the gloom. Come here, and I shall dry your hair," Lin Hao said with a gentle laugh. "This hairdryer is a precious item, a reward for your brother's sacrifice." Lin Xiaolan's hairdryer boasted powerful airflow without damaging the hair, and soon, Lin Qingyi's tresses were thoroughly dried. Lin Hao tousled his freshly washed hair, releasing a delightful scent of shampoo. Lin Qingyi swayed slightly, glancing at Lin Xiaolan and inquiring, "Sister Shi, is there anything I can assist you with?" "You needn't trouble, brother." Lin Xiaolan looked at the two of them in confusion. She recalled that Lin Hao had once harbored a strong dislike for Lin Qingyi. How had their relationship transformed so remarkably? Shaking her head, she replied, "This matter can only be resolved by your brother." Lin Hao curled his lips in resignation and said, "Enough with the suspense, just tell me. What is it that you need?" Lin Hao suddenly realized and nodded. It turned out that Lin Xiaolan wanted him to impersonate the boy playing the guitar online, essentially to be himself. Initially intending to be honest, Lin Hao found this development rather amusing, a perfect opportunity to tease her about her insistence on putting on an act. "Xiao Hao, quickly put on the mask and let me see if it resembles him," Lin Xiaolan urged. Lin Hao nodded and unfolded the crumpled mask. A delightful fragrance wafted from it, accompanied by a faint lipstick mark. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and glance at Lin Xiaolan again. One must respect their elders. He reminded himself. Although she was his half-sister, she was still an elder. Just as Lin Hao was preparing to don the mask, Lin Qingyi snatched it from his hands. "Brother, I have a spare mask. I'll go get it." While descending the stairs, she suddenly recalled Lin Hao's reminder and carefully watched her steps to prevent slipping. Upon receiving the mask, Lin Hao looked at Lin Qingyi with curiosity. Though the mask she brought was not crumpled, it bore a crease around the nostrils, suggesting it had been previously used. "Brother, I don't have a new mask," Lin Qingyi murmured. "You won't mind, will you?" Lin Hao ruffled her hair, estimating that this mask hadn't been worn for long. After all, it was just for a short video. It wouldn't take much time. Once he put on the mask, Lin Xiaolan repeatedly compared the boy in the video with Lin Hao, nodding in satisfaction. "Xiao Hao, you might as well weld the mask to your face. I'm sure many lovely ladies will take a liking to you." Lin Hao pursed his lips, urging for a swift resolution. Lin Xiaolan emerged from the room, presenting a guitar to him. "Just strike a few poses. I will overdub the guitar in post-production. And during the filming, make sure to showcase your right profile at a 45-degree angle. Remember to slightly lower your head, or else there will still be a noticeable disparity." Lin Hao sighed deeply, feeling exasperated. Being asked to portray himself was one thing, but being criticized for not doing it convincingly was another. Lin Qingyi observed Lin Hao's woeful expression from her seat on the couch, where she hugged her knees and gently swayed. She had stumbled upon yesterday's video and had been listening to that song while showering. She suspected that she was seeking to capitalize on the hype. Aware that her brother had not revealed his identity to her, only she knew the true identity of the boy whom the entire internet was desperately trying to uncover. This secretive role of safeguarding her brother's little mystery sent a delightful thrill through her, like a seed planted in the soil that had suddenly blossomed into a resplendent flower. Chapter 47. How Can I Keep You? The video was filmed for a solid half-hour before Lin Xiaolan, with great reluctance, nodded in approval. Lin Hao appeared utterly disenchanted. Having shot a 1-minute video over 30 times, he had not anticipated that portraying himself would prove to be such a challenge. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyi sat nearby, one foot perched on a stool, her head resting against her knee, while the other foot gently swayed in the air, clearly in high spirits. Lin Hao approached her, playfully placing her hat on her head and giving it a vigorous rub. He paused, satisfied, as he observed her hair frizzing out like a dandelion in bloom. Lin Qingyi tilted her head back, gently biting her lip, her pair of peach blossom eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Lin Hao, as if she had borne some grievance. Lin Hao, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile, suggesting, "Why don't you fix your hair first? Once I finish my shower, we can record a video together." Upon hearing that Lin Hao also intended to shoot a video, Lin Xiaolan raised an eyebrow, playfully challenging. "Xiao Hao, you're not trying to steal your sister's spotlight, are you? Did you just realize that you bear a striking resemblance to that online sensation? Do you require my guidance? Otherwise, I sense you might still be lacking a little in charm." Having just breathed a sigh of relief, the little tail, Lin Qingyi, dashed in with excitement. She entered the dressing room and retrieved a set of big bad wolf pajamas she had purchased during their last shopping spree. "Brother, wear this one," she declared. Lin Hao nodded, took the pajamas, and stepped into the bathroom. It seemed that having Lin Qingyi assist him in selecting outfits earlier that morning had been taken by her as her mission, he mused. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao emerged from the shower, ready to begin recording the video. Lin Qingyi leaned against the bed, seated on the floor, a small comb in her hand. Lin Hao donned a mask, adjusted the angle of his phone to focus on both of them, and while he combed Lin Qingyi's hair, he recounted the entire sequence of events. To enhance the video's appeal, he picked up his guitar and strummed a song about standing against bullying. After filming the video and executing a brief edit, he promptly published it on the Douyin platform. When will the blogger, Xiao Hao, release a new song? It has already been 24 hours without any updates. Even the pigs in the production team would not dare to rest so long. After listening to the song Jiangcheng, I can't help but feel that the music industry lacks depth. Can he release a new song every day? I've been listening to it on repeat for an entire day. I mentioned to my boss that I wanted to stroll through the streets of Jiangcheng tomorrow, and he told me to get lost. Isn't that a bit much? Though I am over 2,000 kilometers away from Jiangcheng, Lin Hao songs have not been produced into audio for streaming platforms, leaving netizens to repeatedly refresh the short video. As they do so, they leave comments below, urging the creator to update promptly. Suddenly, a new video notification pops up, and over 2 million fans simultaneously click on the latest content. How can there be such a despicable person who dares to attempt to strip a girl in public? Isn't that enough to ruin a young girl's life forever? Thankfully, the creator saved his sister. Otherwise, the psychological trauma she would have endured would be severe. Indeed, bullying in schools needs to be addressed. Some individuals exploit their minor status with reckless abandon. If anyone dared to treat my daughter that way, I would risk everything to drag them into the depths of despair. Am I the only one concerned about why so many people were present, yet not a single one dared to intervene? Subsequently, Lin Hao picked up the guitar and began to sing with a deep voice. You have forgotten the cold wind that grazes over wounds. You believe that a life lived without pain or ache is sufficient. Why do you feel compelled to sing upon witnessing the snowflakes fall? Why do tears cascade at the moment of letting go? The blogger's performance remained remarkably stable. Though this song felt somewhat oppressive, I seemed to grasp the sensation of being bullied. Those children must feel utterly helpless too, yet they have committed no wrong. Lin Hao's voice continued to resonate from the screen, reveling in its brilliance while enduring its decay. You implore not to love, yet you find it hard to part. Thus, life unfolds, bitter as a song. The comments on the video refresh rapidly. Terrible song. Utterly atrocious. Could the blogger not share something more cheerful? Life is already arduous, and you make me weep in the dead of night. Oh, I feel as though the blogger has subjected me to musical bullying. Life is too harsh. The blogger is a villain, yet I find it difficult to unfollow. Brothers, the room is dim. The night breeze is cool. I am on the balcony. Is anyone willing to share a smoke with me? Suddenly, the music in the video shifted dramatically, becoming fervent. Do you wish to witness the blooming of flower fields? Do you long for the return of the swallows? For whom should I exist? Although the music surged with intensity, the lyrics still bore a hint of confusion, nevertheless. It seemed the protagonist of the story had begun to discover a sense of direction. It appears that all viewers of the video are harboring an intense fervor within, as if a seed buried deep in their hearts is yearning for a torrential downpour, longing to break free from the confines of darkness. Gradually, the song approaches its conclusion. You must witness the blooming of flowers. You must await the return of the swallows. You exist resolutely for these reasons. Lin Hao's song awakens the inner beast in everyone. They have endured workplace bullying and life's adversities for far too long, to the point of becoming accustomed to it. At this moment, it seems they all emit a roar from deep within. Dear blogger, I'm in awe of you. This is truly enchanting. I eagerly anticipate your song tomorrow. Just now, who dare to call it a terrible song? Let the critics step forward. Although life is bitter, we exist for those beautiful moments. May I inquire if the blogger has a fondness for pink sacks? I, too, have been bullied in the past. If only I had an older brother like the blogger, I wouldn't be afraid to step outside my home now. Be brave just once, come to Jiangcheng, and I will show you around. Has the esteemed blogger made an appearance? In fact, I was just dismissed by my boss. Could you take me along? Sister, I implore you to capture a photo of the blogger. I am utterly curious. My pink sack will be at your disposal. We shall bind the blogger and have him sing for us every day. With the release of this song, the account of Jiangcheng experienced a meteoric rise from over 2 million followers to nearly 6 million, hinting at a potential surpassing of 5 million. Lin Qingyi lay on her side on the bed, gazing at Lin Hao's profile, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that flowed uncontrollably. She sniffled softly, longing to burrow into Lin Hao's embrace. Noticing the slight redness around Lin Qingyi's eyes, Lin Hao reached for a damp tissue from the bedside and gently wiped her tears away. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock at the door. After a brief pause, Lin Xiaolan burst in without hesitation. Xiao Hao, I have but one request in this lifetime. In chapter 48, can this really be defamed? Lin Qingyi and Lin Hao sat upright in the room, her cheeks still tinged with a hint of blush. Lin Xiaolan surveyed the two with a knowing smile, boldly seating herself beside Lin Hao. Xiao Hao, that blogger just released a new video. She leaned over, resting her head on Lin Hao's shoulder, and raised her phone to place it between them. Lin Hao felt his elbow brush against something soft, but he found himself unable to focus on the video playing on the screen. Lin Qingyi, feeling displeased, exclaimed, Sister, I want to watch too. Lin Xiaolan nodded and extended her hand towards Lin Qingyi, which brought her entire body snugly against Lin Hao. Lin Qingyi then stood up and positioned herself between them, saying, This way you won't have to tire yourself holding the phone, sister. Lin Xiaolan realized, indeed, how quickly a high school student's mind could work. Lin Hao let out a soft sigh, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Qingyi, who was obediently sitting in the middle. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, suspecting he was merely overthinking. As the video concluded, Lin Xiaolan felt a profound heaviness in her heart, unable to fathom that such events could transpire in Jiangcheng. The plight of that young girl was truly heart-wrenching. Fortunately, the blogger had arrived just in time. How she wished for a brother who would care for her in such a manner. She exhaled softly, striving to regain her composure as she turned her gaze towards Lin Hao. Suddenly, she froze, noticing the resemblance between Lin Hao's attire and that of the blogger's. What a coincidence! Your pajamas are indeed identical to those of the blogger. Rising to survey the layout of Lin Hao's room, she compared it meticulously with that of the video, her face instantly flushing crimson. In a sudden rush, she lunged forward, pinning Lin Hao beneath her and seizing a pillow from the bed, striking it against his head. How dare you deceive me? Were you merely seeking to amuse yourself at my expense? Lin Qingyi attempted to intervene, but Lin Xiaolan forcefully pushed her onto the bed. You two aided your brother in fooling me. How despicable! In response, Lin Hao shielded Lin Qingyi beneath him, exclaiming, if you wish to strike someone, let it be me. The pillow, remarkably soft, merely imparted a gentle sensation upon impact. Lin Qingyi's cheeks flushed a vivid red as her hands, which had been defensively clasped before her, courageously embraced Lin Hao. After a playful tussle, Lin Xiaolan finally rolled off Lin Hao. He became acutely aware that their position was somewhat inappropriate, considering they were on the bed, and he was atop Lin Qingyi. Lin Xiaolan forcefully pulled him away and embraced Lin Qingyi, who lay on the bed with flushed cheeks. She indignantly remarked, TSK, 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 bullied by outsiders and also tormented by you at home. My little sister, your fate is truly unfortunate. Lin Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, Lin Qingyi had lived a life like that. No, brother did not bully me, Lin Qingyi softly protested. Lin Xiaolan tidied her hair and turned to Lin Hao, asking, what do you intend to do? Although our parents have yet to acknowledge the seventh sister, we, the Lin family, cannot allow ourselves to be bullied like this. Lin Hao nodded and replied, the people who bullied Qingyi today have already been apprehended by the city guards. As for those who spread rumors online, I mentioned in my video that they have 3 days to come forward, clarify, and apologize. Lin Xiaolan nodded, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Then, could you ask your fans to pay attention to me? That way, I can skip classes this semester. Huh. Lin Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Is your purpose in studying merely to earn credits? ISNT it for knowledge? Lin Xiaolan rolled her eyes. At least I got into university on my own merit. You finished high school because our parents bought your way. Lin Hao opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. For the original owner had indeed been quite disappointing. Lin Qingyi, nestled in Lin Xiaolan's embrace, couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Hao's flustered demeanor. The video Lin Hao posted spread rapidly, particularly due to its innovative theme against campus bullying, instantly sparking a wave of commotion online. Numerous prominent influencers have taken a stand, urging schools, parents, and the city's guardians to collectively pay heed to the well-being of children, ensuring that the tragedy of bullying does not transpire. Many bloggers have tearfully recounted their own experiences of being bullied. Fortunately, they are still able to stand before the camera and share their stories, while countless children have been deprived of even that opportunity. Some impressionable bloggers, heeding the requests made in the videos, have sincerely apologized. However, they ought to meticulously scrutinize the sources of information and verify its authenticity, regardless of whether their sentiments are genuine or feigned, at least on the surface. They have provided clarification for Lin Qingyi. Nevertheless, many netizens remain perplexed by Lin Hao's actions. They too have been deceived by influential figures and certain bloggers. And as fellow victims, why should they be compelled to apologize? They have deleted their comments and videos, feigning silence. Jiangcheng University's Jiang Xiwan, who initially filmed the farce outside the Taida clothing store, has seen Lin Hao's clarification video. Her previous video harshly condemned Lin Qingyi for allegedly compromising herself for trivial gains, asserting that such objectification and degradation of women must be met with an apology from her. Upon the release of this video, her follower count surged by 20,000, allowing her to commence live streaming sales. Just after concluding her first broadcast, where she earned nearly 3,000 yuan, she glimpsed Lin Hao's clarification video and, with a flicker of inspiration, conceived a plan. She sensed an opportunity, amidst a wave of apologies across the internet. If she could orchestrate a reversal, it would undoubtedly capture even more attention. Thus, she began to meticulously analyze the video frame by frame, dissecting the lyrics word by word, and subsequently shared her interpretations online. Dear family, I did not wish to bring this matter to light. However, I fear that if I remain silent, no one will dare to speak on this issue again. Moreover, amidst the crowd present at the time, it was evident that the pricing for the young women was audible to all. How could anyone possibly tarnish her reputation over something as precious as her virtue? I do not intend to discredit the blogger, the Qing Xiaohao. I hold great admiration for his musical talent. Nevertheless, one must consider, why does he involve himself in a matter that does not pertain to him? What immense price did the girl in the story have to pay? I sincerely hope for the eradication of bullying in schools. Yet the blogger's exploitation of his vast following to distort the truth deprives us of our right to know what truly transpired. Is this not a form of bullying against us as well? Chapter 49. Is my father everywhere? Upon the release of Jiang Shiyuan's video, it swiftly ascended to trending status, capitalizing on Lin Hao's popularity. The online spectators, unaware of the truth, swiftly divided into two factions. Sister, I stand with you. Were it not for your voice, who would have known that the blogger is a hypocritical beast? They vilified the girl as well, claiming that after selling herself, she shamelessly entangled herself with men to clear her name, truly a case of being both the perpetrator and the victim. Yet, did I alone notice the girl's peculiar behavior during the blogger's video shoot? It is indeed perplexing to witness a younger sister, on the cusp of matrimony, still so attached to her brother that she requests him to style her hair. Allow me to speak fairly. While a melodious song may be delightful, the notion of composing such enchanting melodies daily seems implausible, does it not? Are our entertainers truly devoid of talent? Perhaps their musical creations are merely imitations of others. With such questionable character, what extraordinary feats can one expect from such individuals? Moreover, some netizens have stepped forward to counter your claims. Do you not even trust the announcement from the city guard regarding Xiaohao? This blogger appears to speak with conviction, yet lacks any substantial evidence. Relying solely on empty rhetoric, only a fool would believe such nonsense. I possess a dictionary. Shall we not accuse him of plagiarizing from it? In light of the rebuttals from netizens, the initial group of keyboard warriors can no longer maintain their stance. The announcement from the city guard merely indicates that the girl was a victim of bullying. It does not exonerate her from any misconduct. If she has engaged in such behavior, is it not reasonable that she would face bullying? Would you truly wish to share a classroom with someone of her ilk? Yet, it seems, this is precisely what you gentlemen fancy. Beneath this comment, numerous others echo the sentiment of divine retribution, declaring their aversion to gambling and drugs. Jiang Shiyuan, witnessing her rapidly growing follower count approaching the significant milestone of 100,000, feels an exhilarating surge of emotion. For a blogger with 100,000 followers, even if she were to secure but a single advertisement per month, her earnings would far surpass those of an ordinary worker. Even without securing advertisements, hosting a few premieres each month can still yield substantial profits. As for the girl who has been slandered, who can assure us that she is without fault? Ultimately, a mere apology video could suffice, for I have only expressed my conjectures and have not explicitly accused the girl of any wrongdoing. All is but the conjecture of netizens. Even if public opinion were to be swayed, with the passage of time, this matter will soon fade from collective memory. Meanwhile, Lin Hao is currently providing a massage to Zhao Sidi and Lin Jiangwo. Zhao Sidi, with her eyes closed, emits soft sighs of comfort. Lin Jiangwo nods in agreement, remarking that our Xiaohao has simply developed later than others. Once he has had his fill of play, he will naturally mature. Zhao Sidi wipes the moisture from the corner of her eye, lightly exclaiming, "When will Xiaolong grow up like Xiaohao? After all, we are both sisters." Yet she remains so juvenile. "Hey, I'm still here," Lin Xiaolong retorts indignantly. She sits on the sofa beside them, her feet pressed together. Casting a resentful glance at Lin Hao, she feels a sense of betrayal. Despite both being spendthrifts, Lin Hao's progress makes her seem particularly immature. "I'm merely speaking to you," Zhao Sidi continues. "You are nearly of marrying age, yet you lack proper decorum. By your age, your second sister had already been born." Lin Xiaolong sheepishly retracts her neck and immediately straightens her posture on the sofa. Lin Jiangwo sighs lightly, noting that the projects in Jiangcheng have nearly reached their conclusion. If the group wishes to thrive, it must venture into the markets of other cities. Recently, operations in those locales have encountered some challenges. Lin Hao nodded. Although the Lin Group is vast, its true influence is confined to Jiangcheng and its surrounding areas. Expanding into other cities is akin to encroaching upon others' territories. And encountering resistance and trouble from local powers is to be expected. Mom and Dad, our family is already quite wealthy. Why would we seek out discomfort in other cities? Inquired Lin Xiaolin. The essence of capital lies in its appreciation. If it cannot appreciate, it will ultimately be forsaken by capital itself. For instance, while wages in other cities are on the rise, wages in Jiangcheng remain stagnant. Who would choose to work in Jiangcheng in the future? Lin Hao interjected. Lin Jiangwo looked at Zhao Sidi in astonishment, and she mirrored his expression of shock. She realized that remaining there would not only be childish but would also render her somewhat foolish. Lin Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the validity of the argument. He suddenly became curious about Lin Hao's perspective, asking, "What do you think we should do?" He articulated the troubles currently facing the Lin Group. The Lin Group is in the process of developing a resort in another city. Contracts had been signed, and the villagers had already relocated. However, midway through construction, land prices surged, and the villagers collectively demanded compensation for the difference, threatening to obstruct the work otherwise. Although they reported the situation to the local city guards, the response was merely perfunctory. After all, the villagers are of an age where apprehending them is impractical. They can easily resort to lying down in protest. In the original narrative, Lin Jiangwo fell ill due to a certain incident, and it was Lin Shaoxian who personally attended to his ailment, without any interference from him. Lin Shaoxian had already become entangled with Zhou Han, and this matter was naturally disclosed to Zhou Han. Utilizing the connections of the Xie family, Zhou Han resolved the issue, albeit at the cost of relinquishing 30% of the shares in the resort, which amounted to nearly 1 billion. A flicker of inspiration ignited in Lin Hao's eyes. For if Zhou Han could act in such a manner, so too could he. "Father, this matter is quite simple. In just a couple of days, I shall acknowledge a new father coming to our home. The remaining issues will then be effortlessly resolved." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Jiangwo's expression darkened instantaneously. He had just thought that Lin Hao had matured. "Get out, you ungrateful wretch. Are you suggesting that your father will merely recognize a new father for every city project he expands into? Should that mean there will be a father in every corner of the nation?" Chapter 50. Do you wish to sleep in my room? He couldn't recall the original host ever being beaten, let alone hearing harsh words. How could it be that only 2 days into his transmigration, he had already endured 2 beatings? Did love truly fade so swiftly? Moreover, Comrade Lin Jiangwo displayed an exceedingly low level of awareness. Could he not, like himself, embody the ideal of a true gentleman who is both flexible and resilient? Upon hearing the door creak open, her cheeks flushed crimson as she promptly knelt upright on the bed. Peeking out from behind her pillow, she revealed a pair of glistening eyes and spoke softly. "Oh." Lin Qingyi lamented. She slowly descended from the bed, her head bowed in despondence as she made her way towards her room. Before departing, she paused momentarily to cast a lingering glance at Lin Hao. Her room, nestled in the corner, resembled a caretaker's quarters, cluttered with an array of items no longer in use. Amidst the disarray, she managed to carve out a small sanctuary, where her belongings were meticulously arranged. Faded school uniforms, a tattered backpack, and slightly delaminated shoes were all present. There was also a chip canister, containing her meager savings, 132. 5 yuan. Just 2 days prior, she had contemplated using this money to forge a new life away from the Lin household. Her previous possessions had occupied merely a space on a table, yet now she found herself compelled to clear out a larger area. Over the past few days, Lin Hao had generously provided her with numerous items, sharing half of the snacks he had purchased today. As she prepared to push a cardboard box near the bed into the corner, a sudden knock on the door startled her. Puzzled, Lin Qingyi opened the door. Since entering the Lin residence, no one had ever entered her room apart from the caretaker. Lin Hao stood at the threshold, scratching his head awkwardly. "I sensed something was amiss when you left your room. I was concerned that you might still be affected by this morning's emotions." He recalled having heard that it was vital to stay close to someone who had been bullied, lest they fall into despair or contemplate drastic measures. Realizing the genuine concern in Lin Hao's words, Lin Qingyi's eyes welled with tears, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Why am I crying?" she wondered. She thought to herself, "I should not be crying. I ought to be smiling. Now that I have my brother's concern, I should be smiling." Yet, the more she thought this way, the more uncontrollable her tears became, and she repeatedly wiped them away with her palms. Lin Hao grasped Lin Qingyi's wrist and embraced her tightly. Unsure of how to console her, he sensed that she needed a shoulder to lean on. He sighed with relief inwardly, thankful that he had noticed her emotional turmoil. Otherwise, she would likely be curled up in bed, wiping her tears alone. Lin Hao peeked curiously into Lin Qingyi's room, only to frown once more. Although the housekeeper's quarters were considerably better than the cramped quarters he had rented before, they still paled in comparison to his own room. "Why don't you sleep in my room?" Lin Hao hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking up. "But what about you, brother?" Lin Qingyi sniffled softly, her voice choked with emotion. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed with warmth as she imagined Lin Hao's large bed, spacious enough for both of them to sleep together. Her hands, which were wrapped around Lin Hao's back, instinctively clenched into fists. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, excitement evident in his voice. My room even has a gaming area. Surprised, aren't you? I checked the setup. It's fantastic. Tonight, we can watch a movie and snack together. You'll sleep on the bed while I take the gaming room. He had already planned in his mind that after lulling Lin Qingyi to sleep, he would indulge in a late-night gaming session. The following day, he would accompany Lin Qingyi to school, allowing her to indulge in a little extra sleep in the morning. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Qingyi's body momentarily stiffened. Although they shared a room, the separation of beds left her with an inexplicable sense of loss. Yet, the prospect of enjoying snacks and watching movies with her brother ignited a flicker of anticipation within her. Lin Qingyi buried her head against Lin Hao's chest, her voice muffled. As they entered the esports room, the dim lighting enveloped them. Lin Hao fumbled in the darkness to locate a switch. Suddenly, a hexagram magic circle illuminated the floor. A cascade of pink and blue luminescence flowing along the intricate patterns, climbing the walls. The ambience of the room exuded a distinct cyberpunk essence. Lin Hao glanced at Lin Qingyi, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had not anticipated revealing such a whimsical side of himself. To the left stood a height-adjustable computer desk adorned with a massive curved screen, giving Lin Hao the impression of witnessing the brilliance of others' possessions even within his own home. On the right, a wall-mounted giant television awaited, capable of seamless interaction with various devices for screen mirroring. The remaining walls were adorned on one side with an entire collection of figurines, while the other half housed an array of gaming equipment along with a cabinet brimming with snacks and beverages. Lin Hao surveyed the giant television, then the curved screen, momentarily tempted to embark on separate ventures, letting Lin Qingyi enjoy the film while he reveled in the thrill of the Summoner's Rift. A glance at the figurine cabinet revealed an encouraging nod from the esteemed teacher. However, upon observing the pitiful expression of Lin Qingyi, familial affection ultimately prevailed. He connected his phone to the giant screen television, preparing to select a classic comedy by Stephen Chow. Suddenly, the sound of a notification chimed. Lin Qingyi's gaze fixated on the image projected from Lin Hao's phone. She quickly recognized the profile picture of a girl. Liang Wan, I want to eat the family-style hand-grabbed pancakes at the school gate tomorrow. Upon seeing Liang Wan's message, Lin Hao was somewhat taken aback. She had never taken the initiative to message him before, as it was always the original owner who reached out. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao opened the chat box and replied, "No need to thank me, I am Lei Phone." "Brother, you're being so naughty," Lin Qingyi playfully complained, while Lin Hao affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, settle down on the sofa and let your old servant attend to you." He then selected the classic Stephen Chow film, Flirting Scholar, and tossed a mountain of snacks onto the sofa. He also fetched a cup filled with ice and poured in a generous amount of soda. "Princess, please enjoy your drink," he said with a smile as he handed the soda to Lin Qingyi. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted. "Brother, how annoying." Chapter 51. I love you 3,000 times. The film played on, and Lin Qingyi's posture gradually shifted from hugging her knees to leaning against Lin Hao's shoulder. He thought little of it and simply pulled her into his embrace, recognizing that after enduring bullying earlier, she was understandably frightened. As the 2-hour film came to a close, the clock was nearing midnight. "Good children should be going to bed now," Lin Hao remarked. He now merely wished to lull Lin Qingyi to sleep, savoring the sensation of covertly observing the neighboring crystal from the comfort of his own home. Lin Qingyi gazed at her brother Lin Hao with confusion. "Aren't you going to sleep?" "Sleep? Of course I should sleep." Lin Hao's eyes wandered, his words lacking sincerity. His anticipation had already reached a fever pitch. Tonight, he yearned for a gratifying hunt. "I don't believe you. Then I'm not tired either," Lin Qingyi retorted with a light huff. As she spoke, she stifled a tremendous yawn and rubbed her eyes. The ears of her rabbit pajamas twitched adorably, making her appear just like a chubby little bunny. "You call that not tired? Your eyelids are practically in combat. You have school tomorrow. If you don't study diligently, how will you support me in the future?" Lin Hao chided gently. "Now, you should obediently lie down and sleep. I shall join you shortly," he said, taking Lin Qingyi by the wrist and guiding her to bed, tucking her in warmly. "Good night, brother, love you," Lin Qingyi whispered softly. Upon finishing her words, she pulled the blanket over her head. Inside the cocoon of warmth, she felt her cheeks ablaze, her heart racing fervently, as if a little train were roaring through her entire world. Lin Hao nodded, feigning a farewell. Good night, good night. I love you 3,000 times." Upon hearing the sound of the esports room door closing, Lin Qingyi flung back the covers, breathing in the fresh air in great gulps. Reflecting on Lin Hao's earlier words, she covered her burning cheeks with her hands, her little feet unable to restrain themselves as they flailed about beneath the blanket. Lin Hao opened the game, logged into the original account, and accessed the hero interface. Indeed, this account boasted every hero and skin. He initiated a ranked match, determined to dominate the Summoner's Rift that night. However, half an hour later, as he stared at the screen displaying the penalty notice, he fell into a prolonged silence. The system had detected his reckless play and imposed a 24-hour ban on the account. He could not engage in a single game. It was utterly unplayable. The entire match was either a descent into demise or the path leading to it. He sighed deeply, contemplating whether a tenacious silver player could truly infiltrate the realm of Eternal Diamond was, in fact, an insurmountable challenge. He then retrieved his phone and opened the Acme Mart platform, eager to see how the evening's events had unfolded. The moment he accessed the platform, a deluge of vitriolic comments bombarded him. TSK, TSK, TISK, calling each other brother and sister. Is this how you find excitement? Blogger, have you never encountered a woman? What kind of detritus do you seek? I only followed you because of your song, yet I am appalled by your character. I resonated with your music, but now I feel nothing but disgust. Your haphazardly stitched together songs, with such skill in sewing, why not pursue a career as a tailor? Lin Hao furrowed his brow in confusion. Were these individuals unwell? Why insult him for no reason? Out of curiosity, he scrolled through the videos and stumbled upon Jiang Shiyuan's baseless claims, devoid of any evidence. Watching her self-righteous demeanor on the screen, Lin Hao felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. He opened the comments section, which was filled with praises for the blogger's courage in defying authority and bravely speaking the truth, alongside a multitude of accusations and insults from uninformed netizens. Lin Hao initially intended to ask the blogger if the blood dumplings were delicious, but upon reflection, he realized that doing so would only serve to elevate the blogger's profile. Just as he grappled with how to address the situation regarding the blogger, the door to the gaming room was gently opened. Lin Qingyi stood timidly at the threshold, clutching a pillow and a small blanket. Noticing the light still aglow in the room, she inquired, "Brother, are you still awake?" Seeing Lin Qingyi in this state, Lin Hao instantly understood that she had come specifically to bring him a blanket. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and replied with a smile, "I was just about to sleep. Brother, why don't you join me in bed? Your bed is quite large, enough for both of us," Lin Qingyi suggested softly, biting her lip. Lin Hao gasped in shock, his mouth agape, as a wave of confusion washed over him. Though he had no siblings in his previous life, sharing a bed at their age seemed rather inappropriate. Moreover, if they had grown up together with a close relationship, it would be one thing. But Lin Qingyi and the original owner's relationship had been far from cordial. He scratched his head in puzzlement, casting glances at Lin Qingyi, momentarily at a loss regarding the situation. With a quiver in her voice, Lin Qingyi sniffled, "Brother, I'm scared." Upon hearing her words, Lin Hao felt a sudden clarity wash over him. The recent bullying incident has left Lin Qingyi with profound psychological scars. She now finds herself unable to sleep alone in a dark, empty room. In this household, she can rely solely on herself. The bed belonging to Lin Hao is quite spacious, allowing ample distance between the two when they lie down. Lin Qingyi lies on her side, dutifully facing Lin Hao, and gently clasps the sleeve of his shirt with one hand. Meanwhile, Lin Hao ponders how to exact revenge on the blogger responsible. Ultimately, the most likely resolution would involve the blogger issuing a clarifying video and an apology. During the ensuing disputes, the blogger can easily capitalize on the ensuing traffic, thereby further increasing their fan base. The internet has no memory. After some time, followers will likely forget this incident. Yet, the blogger stands to gain an active account with hundreds of thousands of followers. Lin Hao is unwilling to let someone who feeds off the misfortunes of others escape unscathed. He is determined to ensure that the offender pays a hefty price. In a hazy state, he begins to feel drowsy, only to be startled by a soft, warm, and fragrant pillow that nudges into his embrace. Instantly, his sleepiness dissipates, and his body tenses. He had nearly instinctively attempted to trap the pillow with his leg. Lowering his gaze, he observes Lin Qingyi curled up beside him and gently brushes her hair aside. He shakes his head in resignation, surprised by her poor sleeping posture. It seems he must find a way to ease her relationship with the other sisters. Otherwise, it is he who may end up frightened by their sleeping arrangements. Lin Hao muses to himself. Lin Qingyi kept her eyes firmly shut, her eyelashes fluttering gently, feeling her heart racing with fervor. Noticing that Lin Hao neither recoiled nor pushed her away, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. It seemed she had indulged in a delightful dream. Lin Hao chuckled, suggesting that all the chaotic matters should be entrusted to him, her older brother. Chapter 52. How could this be so unshakable? The following morning, upon awakening. Lin Hao discovered that Lin Qingyi was no longer in bed. He stretched languidly, every bone in his body creaking in protest. He had an inkling that he might have dreamt of being pinned down by a ghost the previous night, unable to move. Spotting a shirt adorned with Nick Wilde hanging by the bedside, along with a pair of loose blue jeans, he changed his attire and stepped out of his room. Lin Qingyi had been waiting at the door for an indeterminate amount of time. She wore a shirt featuring Judy hops, the hem artfully tied, accentuating her slender waist, while her form-fitting jeans clung to her long, delicate legs. During breakfast, their parents had already departed for work. Lin Xiaolan, her head drooping and hair in disarray, poked at a bun with her chopsticks, her enthusiasm noticeably lacking. Upon observing the attire of the two, her eyes brightened instantly, her expression one of eager curiosity. Lin Hao glanced down at his own clothing, perplexed, and inquired, "What's the matter?" He recalled that he had purchased these outfits alongside Qingyi and her classmates. Lin Xiaolan raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Lin Hao rolled his eyes, clarifying that this was a theme from Zootopia, and added that one of Qingyi's classmates had also acquired a sloth lightning shirt. In the future, the three of them decided that their outings would be more visually appealing. He grasped Lin Qingyi's wrist, and they settled together at the dining table. Lin Xiaolan's expression suddenly fell. She planned to leave after finishing her meal since she had an early class at 8. Abruptly, she halted, casting a glance at Lin Hao, and inquired, "Xiao Hao, did you see that video online yesterday?" Lin Hao nodded. His demeanor darkened as he replied, "I have already seen it. Let the dust settle for a moment. Since she wishes to indulge in the bloodstained buns, I shall ensure she can no longer savor this delicacy." Lin Xiaolan shot Lin Hao a sidelong glance, emphatically nodding in agreement. When she had first viewed that short video yesterday, she had been on the verge of exploding with rage. With her chopsticks pointed like a microphone, she extended them towards Lin Hao, asking, "Xiao Hao, in light of this slanderous situation, what do you intend to do?" Lin Hao took a bite of the bun he had brought close to his mouth, cleared his throat, and declared, "The script has already been conceived." He then turned to Lin Qingyi, who was quietly nibbling her bun with her head bowed, and asked, "Are you prepared to take the stage, the heroine of our tale?" Lin Qingyi, seemingly detached from the situation, was absorbed in observing Judy hops on her clothing. Suddenly questioned, she looked at Lin Hao in confusion, silently offering him her bun. In a fit of indignation, Lin Hao bit into the bun, only to realize that Lin Qingyi had mistakenly thought he desired her bun. But this bun was merely half. "Wait, what? Half?" With her head lowered, Lin Qingyi's face flushed crimson as she daintily sipped her milk. Lin Hao awkwardly scratched his head, his gaze fixed on the remnants of breakfast in the plate. Lin Xiaolan cast a glance at the two, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips, as she felt an undeniable chemistry between them. The trio finished their meal and set off to school. As they passed by a bustling pancake stall at the school entrance, Lin Qingyi whispered, "Brother, I wish to treat Jiangcheng to a pancake." He bought 2 servings of the family special, one for Lin Qingyi and Jiangcheng, and the other as a reward for the chubby Qing Yuan. After all, given the events of the previous day, a little appreciation was warranted. Upon arriving in the classroom, the enticing aroma of the pancakes filled the air. Jiangcheng waved at Lin Qingyi, saying, "Qingyi, your seat is here." Lin Hao glanced over and noted that Lin Qingyi's seat was conveniently located to his right. Excitedly, Lin Qingyi settled into his seat and began to enjoy breakfast with Jiangcheng. Lin Hao took a quick look around, realizing that Qing Yuan had yet to arrive, and placed the pancake on the table. "He's truly infuriating," Lin Hao exclaimed. "I clearly messaged him yesterday, expressing my desire for pancakes." Liang Wanwan vented her frustrations to her best friend, Zhang Shiding. Zhang Shiding nodded in agreement, replying, "Sister, your patience is astonishing. He followed you to the neighborhood yesterday and even brought along 2 girls to provoke you. If it were me, I would have completely ignored him. You went out of your way to speak with him that night, giving him an opportunity to apologize, and yet he wouldn't even acknowledge his mistake? Such a girl, possessing beauty, excellent academic performance, and a pleasant temperament, truly deserves far better than someone like Lin Hao." Liang Wanwan indignantly nodded, resolving never to initiate a message to Lin Hao again. Upon entering the classroom, Zhang Shiding was suddenly enveloped by the enticing aroma of a handheld pancake. Following the scent, she spotted a large handheld pancake on Lin Hao's desk, which prompted her to scoff. "It seems he merely put on a brave front yesterday. Today he has indeed bought you a handheld pancake." Furthermore, this was not something he had asked Qing Yuan to bring, indicating he must have had a change of heart. Liang Wanwan huffed. "Does he think that by personally buying me breakfast once, I would forgive him?" She approached Lin Hao's desk and forcefully tapped it. Noticing Liang Wanwan's approach, Lin Qingyi swiftly moved his chair beside Lin Hao, glaring at Liang Wanwan with discontent. Liang Wanwan glanced at Lin Qingyi, frowning slightly. What brings you here, you vixen? Did we not agree that he prefers me, and you are merely tools in this? She continued. Have you not seen that even the other girl has given up? How can you still be so shameless? Suddenly, as if coming to a realization, she nodded. Indeed, after all, aside from being a wealthy heir, Lin Hao has little else to offer. She added, people like you, as long as there is money, would not hesitate to pursue even an elderly man in his 60s or 70s. Lin Hao yawned, looking up at Liang Wanwan with displeasure. What is the matter? Are you still clinging on like a stubborn gum? Liang Wanwan let out a cold snort, addressing Lin Hao. Do you truly believe your words are humorous? I shall grant you 3 more minutes. Speak your mind swiftly. Lin Hao, perplexed, glanced at Lin Qingyi and inquired, what should I say? Lin Qingyi shook her head, offering the remnants of her handheld pancake towards Lin Hao's mouth. Brother, I can no longer consume this. It would be wasteful. Lin Hao pouted. Next time, I won't buy you such a large one. He accepted the pancake and stuffed it into his mouth, suddenly astonished as he glanced at it. No wonder this place is thriving. There is so much filling even at the end. Liang Wanwan's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. She stood before Lin Hao, her demeanor fierce, feeling like a mere jester in light of their affectionate display. At that moment, Cheng Yuan strolled past them. Lin Hao casually patted the rotund man's backside and handed him the pancake. Here, a little gift for you. Cheng Yuan received the pancake, his expression one of disbelief. Are you serious? Father. Chapter 53. Had God truly closed that door for her? Upon witnessing Lin Hao bestow the pancake upon Cheng Yuan, Liang Wanwan felt tears welling in her eyes. Lin Hao, you are utterly unreasonable. Cheng Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Liang Wanwan, letting out a scoff. He held a poor impression of her, someone who spends Lin Hao's money yet speaks to him with such coldness. He then turned to Lin Qingyi, grinning, brother. Has your sister transferred to our class today? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, correcting him. This is my sister. You must address her by her full name, Lin Qingyi. Do not even think of abbreviating it. Well, if you wish to reach out to her, it is best to relay your message through me, as I am her agent. Cheng Yuan shrugged, conceding. All right. For the sake of the breakfast you brought me, I shall heed your wishes today. Lin Qingyi acknowledged Cheng Yuan with a gentle nod. Due to the arrival of a new student transferring into the class, the homeroom teacher requested Lin Qingyi to introduce herself briefly. Lin Hao noticed that the knot at the hem of Lin Qingyi's oversized garment had unraveled, completely concealing her impressive figure. However, her striking beauty and serene demeanor captivated the attention of all the boys, even though her voice remained cool during the introduction. Since Lin Qingyi enrolled, her scores have consistently placed her at the top of our grade, the homeroom teacher added. I hope everyone will strive to learn from her and elevate their own scores. Upon hearing that Lin Qingyi was ranked first, the entire class gasped in astonishment. She is the top student in our school? Shouldn't the first place be held by a girl with thick glasses and greasy hair? How is it possible that she excels academically while also possessing such beauty? What doors has God shut on her? Oh no, I feel as though I am falling for her. Liang Wanwan furrowed her brow. Her gaze towards Lin Qingyi filled with envy. She had initially thought that Lin Qingyi was merely a seductress entangling Lin Hao, but she had not anticipated that the latter's academic prowess would surpass her own. Lin Hao, a typical scion of privilege, was someone even she looked down upon, let alone Lin Qingyi, who surpassed him in every aspect. Deep down, she was increasingly convinced that Lin Qingyi was merely hired by Lin Hao to provoke her. Now, let us commence our lessons. Upon hearing the phrase class, Lin Hao felt as though he had been struck by a spell, collapsing onto his desk in an instant. As he drifted in and out of slumber, he felt a gentle prod on his face. Brother, school is over for the morning, came Lin Qingyi's soft, melodious voice. Lin Hao yawned widely, stretching luxuriously. Groggily, he tilted his head, surveying his surroundings with a dazed expression, and inquired, is it time for lunch? With a smile, Lin Qingyi linked her arm with Lin Hao's. Yes, brother, we should eat together. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Hao turned to Cheng Yuan, the plump classmate. Let us go. Father will treat you to a feast. He then glanced at Jiangcheng. Come on, let us grab a meal together. The cafeteria of Jiangcheng High School was divided into 2 floors, the first for ordinary students and the second for faculty. To ensure the quality of the meals, Principal Huang Durun mandated that both staff and students dined on identical fare. Faculty members would order on the first floor and then carry their trays upstairs to eat. Upon entering the cafeteria, Cheng Yuan took the initiative, saying, Brother Hao, you all go ahead and secure a table. I will wait in line for you. Just then, young Wanan passed by their group. She commanded Lin Hao, I want the usual dishes. Once ordered, deliver them to my table. Today, I shall reluctantly allow you to sit across from me. Lin Hao cast a puzzled glance at Liang Wanwan, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded earnestly. All right. Once I finish, I shall definitely deliver it. Liang Wanwan provocatively shot a glance at Lin Qingyi, seemingly asserting her claim. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Qingyi let out a gentle sigh. Initially, he believed that Hao Gu had finally liberated himself from Liang Wanwan's grasp, only to find that merely sharing a meal opposite her had ensnared him once more. Hao Gu, you two go ahead and take a seat. I shall assist Liang Wanwan with her order as well. Lin Qingyi lowered her head, a look of despondency washing over her as she tightened her embrace around Lin Hao's arm. Brother, I can help with the food too, she whispered. Preventing her brother from queuing for food was the only method she could conceive to preserve his dignity. Lin Hao seized the fabric of the chubby individual's attire, chuckling. With our status, why bother queuing? He instructed the others to wait momentarily before striding towards the food counter. Qingyi swallowed hard, astonished as he gazed at Lin Hao's retreating figure. Truly, my Hao Gu is audacious, exhibiting such shamelessness. No, that's not quite right. It's sheer arrogance. In the face of so many, he dares to cut in line. Onlookers were equally astonished, watching as Lin Hao effortlessly advanced to the front of the queue. They hadn't anticipated that such a blatant disregard for order could manifest in a school setting. Hey, fellow student, you're not seriously thinking of cutting in line, are you? Which class are you from? Can't you see everyone is waiting patiently? This is rather shameless of you, cried one student. Andy, don't serve him food. Otherwise, we will report this to the principal. The ant cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hao and coldly remarked, Classmate, do not waste everyone's time. Hurry up and queue. Lin Hao, disregarding the crowd's comments, loudly called towards the kitchen, Chef Lu, one Western soup, delivered to the private room. The chef, known as Chef Lu, poked his head out from the kitchen and, upon recognizing Lin Hao, swiftly approached him. Young Master Lin, what brings you to the cafeteria today? Had I known sooner, I could have prepared some ingredients for you, he said. Lin Hao smiled and praised. It has been too long since I enjoyed Uncle Lu's cooking. It's merely a whim. He added, Uncle Lu, just prepare it as you see fit. If it's too much trouble, I can wait in line. Chef Lu shook his head repeatedly, insisting. Not at all, not at all. You and your classmates should go rest in the private room for a while. I will bring the dishes up to you once they are ready. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Lin Hao replied with a smile. He then turned to the classmate who had accused him of cutting in line, flashing a smirk that radiated arrogance as he strode forward. Approaching Lin Qingyi and the others, he made a peace sign and led the trio towards the second floor's private room. All the students waiting in line stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. So Chef Lu's attitude is actually this good? One remarked. Nonsense. Have you forgotten the last time someone said his cooking was bad? They nearly got into a fight. Another retorted. I didn't know we could actually order food at our school. The next student in line, seeing the leftover dishes at the counter and feeling uninspired, mustered the courage to shout towards the kitchen. Yet, this moment of boldness only deepened a lifelong sense of inferiority. Master Lu did not even poke his head out. But he scolded, Would you like me to chop myself up for you to eat? Chapter 54. It turns out it's not that you cannot, but that I am unworthy. During lunchtime, all the teachers and students gathered in the cafeteria to dine. The school's exhaustion was not very effective, and Master Lu was busy frying dishes in the kitchen, the rich aromas wafting into the dining area. Suddenly, a sizzling sound echoed, reminiscent of hot oil splashing onto something. Following that, a delightful blend of Sichuan pepper, chili, and tender fish wafted from the kitchen. It was boiled fish. This flavor was simply authentic. Before long, the clattering of utensils could be heard from the kitchen, accompanied by the enticing scent of debanjiang mixed with pork. A student, inhaling deeply, lamented. It turns out it's not that he cannot, but that I am unworthy. Just a moment ago, I seem to have spotted some crayfish, and they were garlic-flavored. Wow, this is absolutely mouth-watering. Is our school chef truly this skilled? As the students inhaled the delightful aromas wafting from the kitchen and gazed at their bland soup, they couldn't help but bemoan their unfortunate fate. At that moment, Principal Huang Dirun, having finished his tasks, entered the cafeteria. Upon catching a whiff of the rich fragrance, he leaned out the window and called to the kitchen, Master Lu, what are you cooking that smells so good? Please make me some. Master Lu peeked out and, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, Principal, this is prepared for young Master Lin. The portions have already been calculated. Principal Huang twitched his lips and silently joined the queue to get his meal. Ha ha ha. Dear brother, you are quite fortunate. Neither you nor the principal can partake. Yet when rounded off, you are akin to the principal. Truly, Master Lu shows no deference even to the principal. Who was that student just now? That the principal dared not indulge in the dishes served to him? Upon overhearing the student's chatter, Huang Diren instinctively recoiled, unable to suppress a disdainful grimace. Clearly I am. Well, I shall concede, I am indeed timid. That young master, few dare to turn the table on him in Jiangcheng. Before long, Master Lu emerged from the kitchen, bearing a grand tray. The kitchen had but one exit, conveniently located at the diagonal of the dining hall stairs. The tray was laden with delectable dishes, twice-cooked pork, garlic prawns, spicy boiled fish, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, Westlake fish soup, and a rich Western-style broth, all artfully arranged. Navigating through the cafeteria, he presented the bounty to the private room on the second floor, under the watchful eyes of all the students. Meanwhile, Lin Hao sat in the private room with 3 companions. This room is typically reserved for honored guests visiting the school and is not open to the public. Lin Hao playfully flicked Lin Qingyi on the forehead, adopting a serious demeanor as he advised, "You are quite grown now. In the future, when you have a boyfriend, do not hold on so tightly, understand?" Lin Qingyi lowered her head, covering her forehead, and reluctantly released her grip, feeling aggrieved. In that moment, she suddenly clutched her chest, her face flushing. She softly retorted, "It is because you are my brother that I embrace you so tightly." Lin Hao pinched her cheek, seizing the opportunity to impart some legal knowledge. In cases of female victimization, the probability of crimes committed by acquaintances surpasses that of strangers by a significant margin. Thus one must remain vigilant. Henceforth, you must learn to sleep and use the restroom alone. As he spoke, he began to hum a tune, declaring that from today onward, he would manage the restroom independently. "Mom and Dad, do not underestimate me." Lin Qingyi gently hummed a few lines. After all, it was still early, and when evening arrived, she could always discreetly knock on her brother's door. Upon hearing Lin Hao's intention to have Lin Qingyi sleep alone, Jiangcheng furrowed her brow. Lin Qingyi was so innocent and naive. She hoped that no one would deceive her, even if that person were Lin Hao. However, upon hearing the song Lin Hao hummed afterward, her expression softened, as she presumed he was merely jesting. "What kind of dreadful song are you singing? How go?" Chen Yuan mocked. He paused and inquired, "But what about Liang Wanwan? Is it really acceptable not to buy her lunch?" Lin Hao shrugged helplessly. "Did I not say that I would bring her whatever dish she craved once I managed to catch it? Unfortunately, I haven't succeeded." He added dismissively, "Well, she can't possibly starve just because I failed to bring her lunch, can she?" Lin Qingyi could not help but chuckle. "Brother, you are becoming increasingly mischievous." Lin Hao ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair. "This afternoon, I will accompany Auntie and that old man to see a doctor. You behave well at school." He turned to Cheng Yuan. "Eat heartily at noon, and if anyone comes looking for trouble, give me a call." Cheng Yuan patted his chest in assurance. "Leave it to me, my godfather." Lin Qingyi, feeling aggrieved, pouted her lips and softly uttered an "O." "Study diligently. Do not end up like me, uneducated and merely squandering my parents' money. You even expect your sister to earn money for you in the future, you know?" Lin Hao teased. Lin Qingyi nodded and replied with a smile, "When I earn money, I will spend it all on my brother." Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she lowered her gaze to her toes. "Brother, does this count as raising you?" Lin Hao nodded repeatedly. "Of course it does." Hearing Lin Qingyi's words brought him a sense of comfort. His efforts to pamper her were not in vain. There was finally a hint of success. The door to the VIP room creaked open, and Master Lu placed dish after dish on the dining table. "Young Master Lin, if it's not enough, or if you desire anything else, just let me know," Master Lu said with a smile. Lin Hao nodded and called to everyone. "The dishes cooked by Uncle Lu are exceptional. You are all in for a treat today." He glanced at Master Lu and inquired, "Uncle Lu, isn't your granddaughter Jiajia about to start elementary school? I haven't seen her for quite some time." After pondering for a moment, Lin Hao asked, "What do you think of Jiangcheng No. 2 primary school? It's closer to our school, making it more convenient for you to take care of her." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Master Lu's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. He had made numerous trips regarding his granddaughter's education and had even pleaded with the principal. Yet the issue of her household registration remained unresolved. He scanned the room and found a bottle of beer tucked away in the corner. "Young Master Lin, I won't say much more." He pried open the bottle with his teeth and downed the entire contents in one go. "Uncle Lu, what are you doing?" Lin Hao said helplessly. "You should have Jia prepare for the exam at the second primary school. If she passes, she can stay. Otherwise, she will fall behind. Forcing her to stay would only harm her." Master Lu nodded repeatedly, assuring, Jia will definitely pass. She is quite intelligent. If she fails, I will never trouble young Master Lin again. Lin Hao nodded and waved his hand at Master Lu. He glanced at the dishes on the table and then at Master Lu's retreating figure, inwardly marveling at the value of money. It is truly a remarkable thing. Matters that others labor over for countless hours can be resolved with just a word from oneself. He gently ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair and reminded her to study diligently and progress daily, advising her to steer clear of chaotic thoughts. Your brother has a weak heart and desires nothing more than to hold on to hundreds of billions in savings, living a life of simplicity. Chapter 55. Shouldn't he know anything? Don't think about chaotic matters? Lin Qingyi suddenly paused, tilting her head to glance at Lin Hao, then gently shaking her head. Brother seems oblivious. He shouldn't have noticed anything, she pondered. Observing Lin Qingyi's dazed expression, Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Silly Lin Qingyi. Just remain content as the little princess of the Lin family. Do not even think of seizing my boundless wealth. Lin Qingyi delicately picked up a small crayfish with her chopsticks, savored a sip of the broth atop it, and gestured towards Lin Hao, requesting, Brother, please help me peel it. Lin Hao accepted the crayfish, skillfully removing its shell, and dipped it once more into the broth before placing it back into Lin Qingyi's bowl. Thank you, brother, Lin Qingyi said with a sweet smile. She thought to herself, it seems my brother truly knows nothing. After a while, the table was cleared of the Western dishes and soup. Even the broth from the crayfish was thoroughly mixed with rice and consumed. Brother Hao, I never imagined that Master Lu from our school could cook so remarkably. The flavor is simply exquisite, he exclaimed. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Master Lu was originally a chef at a 5-star hotel. He resigned from that position to accompany his granddaughter to school. Otherwise, which high school in Jiangcheng could rival the meals we have here? After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, the group proceeded to the restroom to wash their hands. Brother Hao, are you going to urinate? Sheng Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired. Let's go. Lin Hao replied with a laugh. Upon entering the restroom, Cheng Yuan quietly remarked, Brother Hao, your sister is quite impressive. You have no idea, while you were sleeping, over a dozen people asked for her contact information, and a few even from the adjacent class. Lin Hao frowned. Did she give it to them? Cheng Yuan shook his head. No, she maintained a cold demeanor, ignoring everyone, and during class. She solely focused on her own work. I suspect that her lack of sociability is what led to her being bullied in the first place. The bond between you siblings is indeed remarkable. I have noticed her often glancing at you, both intentionally and unintentionally. Moreover, her demeanor and tone are considerably more endearing when she is near you. Lin Hao cast a wary glance at Cheng Yuan, questioning how he observed so keenly. I will not acquiesce to such notions. You should abandon that line of thought. Cheng Yuan smirked. Have you forgotten that I sit behind you two? I know all about the moments you spent browsing through pictures of ladies in black stockings during class. Lin Hao regarded Cheng Yuan with disdain. Why are you not paying attention to the blackboard but instead fixated on my phone? He sighed. Now I understand why you struggle with your studies. It is to motivate you to learn that I shall procure a privacy screen this afternoon. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Cheng Yuan's smile vanished in an instant. What? Brother Hao, are you a dog? I thought you were finally going to focus on your studies, but it seems you are more concerned about shielding yourself from me. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. How could the pursuit of knowledge ever escape my lips? Are you two done yet? Lin Qingyi's melodious voice echoed from outside the restroom. Lin Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. In retrospect, Lin Qingyi's voice was indeed sweet, reminiscent of a delicate chime. He pondered for a moment, realizing that Lin Qingyi communicated in a similar tone with Lin Hao and Jiangcheng. Coupled with her affectionate gestures and the fact that she had requested his company to soothe her fears last night, a sudden epiphany struck him. Could it be that this little girl sees me as her close confidant? He let out a soft sigh and shrugged helplessly. As long as he could keep an eye on Lin Qingyi, it mattered little if she regarded him as a dear brother. After lunch, Lin Hao bid farewell to a few individuals. Lin Qingyi reluctantly tugged at Lin Hao's sleeve and inquired. Lin Hao nodded, affectionately ruffling her hair. Rest assured, my sister. After school, you should go study with Senior Chio, and I will bring some ingredients over for Annie to prepare dinner for you. Later, we shall return to school to film a video. Lin Qingyi nodded in agreement, cautioning, be careful on the road, brother. After indulging in such a sumptuous lunch prepared by Lin Hao, both of them nodded earnestly. Watching Lin Hao drive away, Lin Qingyi felt a twinge of melancholy, reverting to her usual cool demeanor. Meanwhile, Lin Hao arrived at the residential complex where Lin Qingyi lived. He first stopped by the supermarket to purchase some ingredients. Carrying various bags as he made his way to Lin Qingyi's home, he gently knocked on the door, and before long, Lu Xiang opened it. "Xiao Hao, why have you bought so many things again?" Lu Xiang inquired with a furrowed brow. "Auntie, my sister and I will be dining here tonight, and she is rather spoiled. She must have something nice to eat," Lin Hao casually remarked, feeling a pang of guilt as he glanced around, relieved to find Lin Qingyi absent. It was quite the irony that a top-ranking scholar had been unjustly branded as slothful and now was further accused of being overly pampered. Lu Xiang nodded, understanding that it was only natural for children from affluent families like Lin Hao and Lin Qingyi to have discerning taste in their meals. "Auntie, we will finish school around 6 this evening, so I kindly ask you to prepare dinner," Lin Hao remarked with a smile. As he spoke, he entered the kitchen and placed the ingredients he had purchased into the refrigerator. Seizing the moment, he glanced at the dining table, where the only side dishes consisted of yesterday's leftovers and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Upon exiting the kitchen, he noticed Lu Xiang sitting anxiously on the sofa. Observing Lin Hao's gaze, Lu Xiang shyly said, "Xiao Hao, I truly feel so foolish, like a pig. This morning, I wanted to watch television, but after much effort, I still couldn't figure it out. Are you starting acupuncture again today? Please, don't let me delay your time any further." Lin Hao took a deep breath and gently shook his head. "Auntie, let me first teach you how to use this television." "No, that is unnecessary. I wouldn't want to take up your time. I can have Lin Qingyi teach me this evening," Lu Xiang declined. However, Lin Hao stubbornly proceeded to guide Lu Xiang step by step on how to operate the device. Observing the mix of excitement and embarrassment on her face filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. "Auntie, I know a few bakeries that discard unsold bread and milk at the end of the day. I will arrange for them to deliver a few portions to us daily." Noticing Lu Xiang about to refuse, Lin Hao continued, "We cannot sell overnight ingredients. Otherwise, it will tarnish our reputation and jeopardize our business. However, in terms of taste, it fell slightly short. After all, it was destined to be discarded. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Lu Xiang shook her head repeatedly. Lin Hao was so considerate towards them, she just didn't know how to repay his kindness. She scrutinized Lin Hao once more, letting out a soft sigh, pondering that matters concerning children should be left to them. "Very well, I shall have the employees passing by deliver it. Auntie, please lie down and prepare for today's treatment." Chapter 56. Your sister looks at me strangely. An hour later, the acupuncture session concluded. Lin Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and earnestly reminded, "Auntie, you are currently quite weak and still recovering from a serious illness. You must replenish your nutrition. I have bought plenty of vegetables, which you can prepare for yourself. Otherwise, if you fail to nourish your body adequately and your illness persists, all the money spent on treatment would be in vain." Lu Xiang lowered her head, feeling guilty, knowing Lin Hao must have seen her meager meals when he visited the kitchen. "Xiao Hao, Auntie can manage her own grocery shopping," Lu Xiang murmured, feeling as though she had lost all dignity as an elder in front of Lin Hao. Nevertheless, Lin Hao handled matters with such appropriateness that she felt no sense of rejection. "Auntie, how much can a girl like Qingyi possibly eat? She is merely picky. However, regarding the groceries, I can't possibly buy half a crab or 2 or 3 shrimp. The shopkeeper wouldn't sell them to me that way. Just prepare the portion for Qingyi, and the rest you can share among yourselves. Leaving ingredients out for a day renders them unfit for consumption. It would be regrettable if Qingyi fell ill as a result." Lu Xiang listened, somewhat dazed, to Lin Hao's words. She recalled having heard that a common affliction among the wealthy is stomach ailments. Should they consume anything spoiled, an urgent trip to the hospital would be inevitable. Thank you, Xiao Hao," she expressed gratefully. "Auntie understands that you wish to assist, so I shall not refuse your kindness." Lu Xiang was touched. Lin Hao waved his hand, suggesting that Lin Qingyi, the senior, would adequately tutor Qingyi, who was nearing her 3rd year of high school and indeed needed to elevate her academic performance. "Auntie, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," he stated. "I will likely come around this time in the future. You can take the opportunity to stroll about at other times." With that, he turned and departed. The car sped along the road, swiftly arriving at the Jiangcheng City Hospital. Following the winding path through the garden, he reached Xie Zhan's hospital room. The caregiver today was Xie Hu, while Lin Shaoxin sat nearby, engrossed in an ancient tome. "Old man, your precious grandson has come to see you," Lin Hao called out. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Xie Zhan's face brightened with a warm smile. "Xiao Hao, I must trouble you once more for my treatment," he said. Xie Hu scoffed at Lin Hao, despite the latter having saved the elderly gentleman. He still remembered how Lin Hao had once encouraged Xie Zhan to strike him with a belt. "Xiao Hao, if I recall correctly, you should be in your 2nd year of high school. Shouldn't you be studying at this hour?" he inquired. Lin Hao grinned, interjecting, "Uncle, what are you saying? There is nothing more important than my grandfather's health. My elder grandson, who has yet to acknowledge our kinship, possesses such awareness. How can you not consider the feelings of the old gentleman? Observe how delighted he is to see me approach, in stark contrast to your presence, where his countenance resembles that of a wilted bitter gourd. Xiaozhan, too, let out a cold snort and commanded me to stand at attention. Upon hearing his words, Xiehu immediately rose and assumed a perfect military posture. He shot Lin Hao a fierce glare, as his original intention was to return in the evening, when school was not in session, to tend to the old gentleman's ailments. Lin Hao promptly stepped forward to reassure their grandfather, stating that his uncle genuinely cares for him. He retrieved his phone and sought out the footage recorded after the surgery, capturing Xiehu's sorrowful demeanor. In the video, Xiehu, with a mournful expression, kneels beside the operating table, intermittently sniffling and softly weeping. This portrayal of paternal affection and filial piety only served to redden Xiaozhan's face in anger. Xiehu recoiled slightly, astonished that the boy had actually recorded that day's events. Do you truly wish for my demise? Xiaozhan scoffed, declaring that tomorrow they would bear a 50-kilogram load and traverse 20 kilometers. Xiehu merely rolled his eyes, resignedly replying, "Yes, father." Lin Hao interjected, advising his grandfather that he is not yet fit for strenuous exercise. "I shall remember this beating for you. I've noticed recently that there are short videos showcasing whip training for rehabilitation. I will bring you one, crafted from supple leather and undoubtedly resilient." Xiaozhan looked at Lin Hao with confusion, as he had not considered that he would need to strike Xiehu again. However, given the circumstances, one might as well expedite the recovery process by adhering to medical advice. Xiehu cast a woeful glance at Lin Hao, regretting his decision to provoke him. Observing the relaxed atmosphere in the ward, Lin Shaoxian couldn't help but stifle a giggle. She had spent the entire day tending to the old man, who wore a serious expression, yet the mood shifted dramatically with Lin Hao's arrival. A pang of guilt washed over her, as she realized she had seldom shown concern for her younger brother. Hesitantly, she approached Lin Hao to inquire, "Little Hao, would you like your sister to brew you some more sour plum soup?" Lin Hao glanced at Lin Shaoxian, noting her anxious demeanor, and gently nodded. After all, she had not seen Zhou Han in the ward today and was seeking ways to make amends. She needed to offer him a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, she might find herself listening to Zhou Han's insidious remarks, subtly betraying the Lin family. A flicker of delight spread across Lin Xiaoxuan's face as she placed the ancient book on the chair and swiftly exited the room. Once she departed, Lin Hao pulled a stool closer to take Xiaozhan's pulse. Xiaozhan cast a hesitant glance towards the door, his expression fraught with indecision. Lin Hao observed the old man's internal struggle and remarked, "Old sir, if you have something to say, please do so. Don't bottle it up to the point of distress. At your age, it's unnecessary to speak in riddles." Xiaozhan smirked, realizing that this young man should not be indulged too much. He replied, "Today, I have an odd feeling that Dr. Lin has been looking at me strangely." Lin Hao looked at Xiaozhan with a face full of astonishment, exclaiming, "Surely you cannot believe that you have become charming in your old age. Old man, your thoughts are rather fanciful, are they not? A young and beautiful girl fancies you, an old codger?" He reached out to touch Xiaozhan's forehead and added, "Are you feverish? Why on earth would you start spouting nonsense? Perhaps you ought to consult a psychiatrist?" Xiaozhan's face flushed with embarrassment as he swatted Lin Hao's hand away, retorting, "I am of the same age as her grandfather. Where is this notion of charm in old age coming from? I am a man who has seen battle, yet I sense something is off about you today, Dr. Lin." He seemed to recall something and inquired, "Are there not many patients in this hospital? I have noticed you have not attended to any others." Lin Hao pondered the narrative briefly and surmised what had transpired with Lin Shaoxian. Although he had altered the course of events, Lin Shaoxian had still nearly caused Xiaozhan's demise. She must now harbor a significant psychological scar regarding acupuncture. In the story, Lin Shaoxian was deeply devoted to the art of medicine, with a profound obsession for traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, Zhou Han, who helped her overcome her psychological trauma, became a figure second only to traditional Chinese medicine in her heart. As for her gaze toward the old man, it might simply be her effort to conquer her own fears. Chapter 57. The weight of injustice. Upon recalling Lin Shaoxian, Lin Hao found himself in a quandary. In truth, the matter of being scolded did not resonate deeply with him. After all, Lin Shaoxian was chastising the inept original owner, which bore little relevance to him. However, after others had berated him, at least a sum of 15 to 18 million was given, while Lin Shaoxian only offered a few packets of sour plum soup. Such actions that disrupt market dynamics cannot be casually acquiesced to. Is this not merely treating the owners of the barber shop and clothing store as fools? Yet, When will Lin Shaoxian comprehend that a generous monetary compensation is far more meaningful than mere pleasantries? He cannot afford to escort Lin Qingyi to school every morning and then find time in the afternoon for Lin Shaoxian to make amends. How long must he endure drinking these packets of sour plum soup? Xiaozhan will soon be discharged from the hospital in a couple of days, and at that point, he will have no reason to continue visiting. Lingering with Lin Shaoxian as psychological burden poses a risk, particularly if Zhou Han or others take advantage of the situation. Just as Lin Hao was in turmoil, Xiaozhan inquired, "Xiao Hao, is it true that Dr. Lin is the hope for the future of medicine in Daxia?" Lin Hao nodded. In the original narrative, Lin Shaoxian had fully mastered Zhou Han's medical techniques and advanced them further, single-handedly propelling the entire field of traditional Chinese medicine forward. After pondering for a moment, Xiaozhan surmised that the current abnormality exhibited by Dr. Lin was likely due to a severe psychological trauma incurred during his treatment, leading him to doubt his ability to save lives. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Xiao Hao, you are resourceful. Do you have any ideas to assist Dr. Lin? We desperately need such a talent who can drive the advancement of medicine in Daxia." Consider it an appeal from the old man. In this era of peace, the older generation has already fought all the battles they needed to. He believed that his significance now paled in comparison to that of a prodigy capable of advancing the medical standards of the great Xia. Xiehu interjected. "Isn't it just being scolded in public? Back when I was in the team, I even had a scuffle with that despicable captain. Yet, despite the brawls, when it came to undertaking missions, we could still entrust our backs to one another as comrades." Lin Hao cast a surprised glance at Xiehu and exclaimed, "Uncle, I never imagined you were still a little genius." Helping Lin Shaoxian overcome her psychological shadows did not imply that he had forgiven her. Moreover, Lin Shaoxian might even develop deeper feelings of guilt towards him due to her gratitude. Xiaozhan furrowed his brow and inquired, "How come I was unaware that you had fought with the captain?" Xiehu's lips twitched slightly as he awkwardly chuckled. No, it wasn't me. I have a friend." Xiaozhan snorted coldly at another 20 kilometers. Upon hearing Xiaozhan's words, Xiehu slapped his mouth twice in frustration. What business did he have interrupting their conversation? Lin Hao, reveling in his misfortune, shot Xiehu a sidelong glance and advised, "Grandfather Xie, my uncle has already stated it was his friend's affair. And we have no evidence. My uncle is right. We should not let personal emotions impede national development. As for third sister's matter, I will think of a solution." Xiaozhan patted Lin Hao's shoulder, feeling particularly pleased with this grandson. "Just look at Xiao Hao's awareness, and then observe your own character. Since Xiao Hao has spoken, let us waive the 20 kilometers." Xiehu nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, my dear nephew speaks the truth. I shall certainly dedicate myself to learning, striving to elevate my consciousness." As he gazed at Lin Hao, a sigh escaped him. In the future, once they recognized each other as kin, his standing in the old man's eyes would likely diminish even further. Lin Hao began to ponder how to assist Lin Shaoxian in overcoming her psychological shadows. In the original tale, Zhou Han fell into a coma after being stabbed during a brawl. Without prompt medical attention, he could have succumbed to excessive blood loss. Lin Hao glanced at his slender arms and legs, shaking his head in dismay. His life had become too precious to risk so recklessly. It was unnecessary to create a psychological burden for himself in an effort to help Lin Shaoxian emerge from hers. Moreover, with so many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners nearby, it was likely that Lin Shaoxian would seek assistance from another doctor at the first opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled the emergency room at the main traditional medicine hospital. Patients in the emergency room typically presented urgent conditions should a life-threatening case arise without other doctors present. Lin Shaoxian would have no choice but to take action herself. He could then observe discreetly, ensuring that other doctors did not intervene, while also serving as a guardian to prevent any patient from being put in jeopardy due to his efforts to aid Lin Shaoxian. At that moment, Lin Shaoxian was simmering a pot of sour plum soup, her gaze lost in the flickering flames of the stove, seemingly deep in thought. "Sister, is your sour plum soup ready?" Lin Hao inquired in a subdued tone. Lin Shaoxian felt a surge of panic, glancing around anxiously as she hastily grabbed the cloth from the stove, repeatedly wiping the table. "Xiao Hao, are you leaving?" she asked, reaching for the lid of the clay pot to check on the simmering sour plum soup. Lin Hao quickly stepped forward, seizing her wrist. "You don't need that cloth. Aren't you afraid of getting burned?" Lin Shaoxian stared blankly at her captured wrist, lowering her gaze as her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. The proximity between them was intense, her head resting against Lin Hao's chest as her voice trembled with emotion. "I'm sorry, Xiao Hao. I overheard what you said at the front desk yesterday and learned about the immense grievances you have endured. I truly apologize. Observing Lin Xiaoxuan's sorrowful demeanor, Lin Hao felt no joy or elation. Instead, a pang of guilt stirred within him. Lin Xiaoxian sniffled and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Rising onto her tiptoes, she enveloped Lin Hao in an embrace, gently patting his back. Xiao Hao, if you feel upset, don't hesitate to express it. It's all my fault. I am to blame. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt darkness envelop him as his head was pressed against a soft, fragrant place. In the obscurity, his thoughts sharpened. Reflecting on it now, being scolded by his sister, with whom he had shared over a decade, felt like a considerable injustice. He sensed as if he might shatter entirely. Chapter 58. Why is she feeling wrong too? The sour plum soup began to boil, the scalding liquid forcing the lid of the clay pot to pop open and splatter forth. Lin Xiaoxian hurriedly released Lin Hao and anxiously picked up a cloth to wipe the table. Reflecting on her previous actions, her face began to flush with embarrassment. Lin Hao turned his head away, unable to meet Lin Xiaoxian's gaze, aware that his expression must appear quite peculiar. It was difficult for him to convince himself that, despite possessing a cold balance of hundreds of billions in his account and burying his head in the bosom of a beautiful girl, he could still harbor feelings of sorrow. The fact that he refrained from displaying a lecherous expression was already his utmost effort. Lin Xiaoxian noticed Lin Hao's head was almost turned away from her, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. Xiao Hao has yet to forgive me. By forcefully embracing him, I have likely only fueled his anger. Lin Hao took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself, preparing to devise a way to coax Lin Xiaoxian into the emergency room of the main hospital. Just as he turned back, he discovered Lin Xiaoxian's eyes were red, as if she were on the verge of shattering. He scratched his head in confusion, wondering why she seemed so aggrieved. After all, even a headstrong pig wouldn't be this upset, would it? Considering that the original owner was uneducated and had caused considerable trouble for the Lin family due to the undue favoritism from her parents. Was she now feeling both disdain for herself and compelled to apologize, feeling wronged? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, since Lin Xiaoxian did not favor him. There was no need for him to put forth any warmth toward her coldness. Dr. Lin, accompany me to the emergency room at the main hospital, he stated coldly. Upon hearing the chilling address of Dr. Lin, Lin Xiaoxuan's hand, which had been wiping the table, suddenly froze for a moment, a bitter expression crossing her face. She nodded and added ice cubes to the sour plum soup, sealing it carefully before handing it to Lin Hao. Observing Lin Xiaoxuan's current demeanor, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. It was as though he were witnessing a reflection of his former self before the time travel. It was a peculiar sensation, harboring disdain for someone yet feeling compelled to appease them. Oh well, if I cannot provoke, at least I can avoid, he mused internally. Resolving that once the old man recovered, he should minimize his appearances in front of Lin Xiaoxian. The two of them exited the Hua Tuo Pavilion and made their way to the emergency room at the main hospital. Unlike the Hua Tuo Pavilion, a subtle scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Within the main hospital, however, the atmosphere was permeated with a strong antiseptic odor. Although it was a weekday, the number of patients visiting the hospital remained substantial, each face marked by confusion and sorrow. Ah, Mr. Li, I'm feeling unwell today and had to come to the hospital. No worries, no worries. I've brought my laptop. I'll send you the proposal you need in half an hour, no, 20 minutes. My body knows its own limits. I will recover naturally in a few days. The rice in the fields needs to be sown soon. I cannot afford any delays. A moment's mistake can lead to a year's regret. I still need to save some money for you in one's education. Doctor, this imported medicine costs 20,000 a bottle. Will it truly help? Perhaps you could prescribe some ginseng or deer antler to bolster my strength. I feel somewhat weak and lacking in energy lately. The hospital is a poignant reflection of human disparity. Some individuals are willing to spend lavishly for their health, while others can only gaze longingly at the exorbitant medical expenses that loom before them. Listening to the incessant murmurs of patients in his ears, Lin Hao could not help but let out a soft sigh. Although his life before the transition was rather ordinary, he often felt a profound compassion for the suffering of humanity. He cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxian, who was following closely behind him, and could only hope that a life-threatening case would present itself for treatment that afternoon. If Lin Xiaoxian could emerge from her psychological shadow sooner, she would be able to dedicate herself to the practice of traditional Chinese medicine that she cherished, ultimately advancing the field as a whole. In contrast to Western medicine, where a single examination could cost thousands, the expenses associated with traditional Chinese medicine, through observation, inquiry, and diagnosis, were significantly more affordable. Moreover, The costs for treatment in traditional medicine were generally lower than those in Western practices. The advancement of traditional Chinese medicine could alleviate the financial burden of healthcare for the general populace, which would be a tremendous boon for them. The two entered the emergency room, where an elderly Chinese physician was enticing a child with a dislocated arm to reach for a piece of candy. As the child's attention was fully captivated by the confectionery, the physician deftly manipulated the arm, and before the child could react, the injury was entirely healed. "Doctor, how much do we owe you for this?" the child's parents inquired. The old physician shook his head, indicating that there was no charge, and ushered the next patient into the emergency room. "Dr. Zhang, there is a patient who wishes for you to accompany me," Lin Hao stated. Lin Xiaoxian looked at him in surprise, wondering if the patient he referred to as Grandpa Xie. If that were the case, would it mean she would not have the chance to see Lin Hao again? The way she had just behaved towards him surely must have made him dislike her, prompting him to avoid her for the time being. Lin Xiaoxian bit her lip tightly, her hands clenched into fists. Dr. Zhang furrowed his brow and said with displeasure, "I can't leave. I still have many patients here." Lin Hao gestured dismissively, saying, "It's fine. I brought Dr. Lin over. Let her cover for you for a while. That patient is quite important. You can come with me for now." Dr. Zhang glanced at Lin Xiaoxian, nodded in her direction, and followed Lin Hao out. While Lin Xiaoxian sat alone in the emergency room, Lin Hao took the opportunity to explain the situation to Dr. Zhang. "I apologize, Dr. Zhang. There aren't actually any patients. My sister has been reluctant to treat anyone since she nearly caused a medical accident. You are aware of her talent in medicine, I'm sure. When gifted individuals become stagnant, it is indeed a waste of their abilities. Therefore, I kindly ask for your cooperation." Upon hearing Lin Hao's deception regarding the absence of patients, Dr. Zhang felt a surge of anger rising within him. However, understanding that this was to help Lin Xiaoxian overcome her psychological trauma, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Throughout his long career, he had encountered numerous exceptionally talented doctors who, after experiencing unfortunate incidents with their patients, fell into deep self-reproach and guilt, ultimately choosing to leave the profession they once cherished. "You two siblings share a remarkable bond," Dr. Zhang remarked in admiration. "Of course, she is my half-sister," Lin Hao replied. With Dr. Zhang's assistance, the two managed to reassign the nearby doctors to other areas. A cleaner was also arranged, and when Lin Xiaoxian emerged to seek a doctor, she was informed that all the physicians had gone to a meeting. Lin Hao, donning a mask, concealed himself in a small room adjacent to the emergency department, meticulously observing the patients entering. Dr. Zhang removed his white coat, disguising himself as an elderly patient, and squatted at the entrance of the emergency room. Chapter 59. Is this all there is? Patients flowed in and out of the emergency room, and Lin Hao focused intently for over an hour. Noting that most cases were urgent yet not severe ailments, he pretended to pass by the emergency room entrance twice, observing how Lin Xiaoxuan's demeanor transformed as she treated the patients. However, she harbored a certain psychological aversion to acupuncture. Many minor ailments could be alleviated swiftly with a couple of needles. Yet she merely cast a wistful glance at the silver needles before lowering her head to continue prescribing medication. "Young Master Lin, Dr. Lin, this issue is quite serious," Dr. Zhang remarked. Lin Hao nodded, apologizing. "If there are no urgent cases today, I fear I may trouble Dr. Zhang in the following days." Dr. Zhang waved his hand and joked, "What trouble? I relish the opportunity to earn a salary without working. It truly is a pity to see Dr. Lin in such a state. Dr. Zhang, this condition will not persist for long. Give her an opportunity, and she will swiftly regain her footing. My third sister genuinely loves this profession and will not be defeated by such minor setbacks," Lin Hao asserted confidently. Dr. Zhang glanced at Lin Hao in surprise, taken aback by his unwavering faith in Lin Xiaoxian. If there were family members providing such unwavering support, perhaps those individuals would not have chosen to withdraw. He sighed inwardly. After a brief moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the entrance. A middle-aged couple rushed into the emergency room, cradling a 7- or 8-year-old boy. "Doctor, please save my child. He fell from upstairs and is unconscious. I implore you, hurry," the woman exclaimed urgently. Lin Hao and Dr. Zhang exchanged a swift glance at the child, both furrowing their brows. Without prompt medical intervention, it was highly likely that the child could succumb to his injuries. Lin Xiaoxian also recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly approached the child to check his pulse. The pulse indicated that the child's internal organs had sustained varying degrees of damage. Notably, there was a hematoma near the heart, continuously exerting pressure on the nerves and obstructing blood flow to the brain, resulting in the child's unconsciousness. Lin Xiaoxian glanced at the silver needles on the table. If she could successfully disperse the hematoma, restoring smooth blood circulation, the child would soon awaken. Regarding the internal injuries for a child, a few months of supportive medication would suffice for a complete recovery. Doctor, how is my child? Are there any more experienced doctors available at your hospital? The boy's father inquired anxiously. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, Lin Xiaoxian sprang up, eager to seek external assistance. Lin Hao and Dr. Zhang quickly lowered their heads and hastily entered an empty room. Lin Xiaoxian searched the nearby departments, but found no doctors in sight. At that moment, a cleaning lady appeared, saying, "Dr. Lin, an important patient has arrived at the hospital. All the doctors have been summoned by the dean to discuss treatment plans." Lin Xiaoxian clicked her tongue, casting her gaze towards the direction of the Hua Tua Pavilion, where the physicians undoubtedly possessed the expertise to heal the young boy. "What are the other doctors? Where are the remaining physicians from your hospital?" Upon noticing the absence of other doctors behind Lin Xiaoxian, the man's voice escalated sharply. "Does your hospital lack compassion? You leave merely an ignorant person like her to stand guard here. Are you intent on endangering my child's life?" The woman clutched her child tightly, crying out in despair. The man snatched the stethoscope from the table and hurled it violently to the ground. "If my child perishes here, I will hold you responsible for his demise." The tumultuous scene swiftly attracted a throng of onlookers among the patients. "Surely, this person knows nothing. Yet she just prescribed me medication? What a heartless wretch. Even attempting to swindle my elderly funds. I recall there used to be an old doctor here. How is it that a young girl has taken his place? Could it be that this young lady has driven the old doctor away? What a perilous situation. A child's life hangs in the balance." Outside the emergency room, Dr. Zhang furrowed his brow. "Young Master Lin, we ought to enter. Otherwise, if this escalates, it will greatly affect the hospital's reputation." Just as he was about to step into the emergency room, Johan's voice suddenly rang out. "Dr. Lin, what brings you here?" He glanced at the child cradled in the arms of the middle-aged couple. "Are you here to treat him? I see that this child is on the brink of death if no intervention is administered." Lin Xiaoxian glanced at the silver needles on the table and then at Johan. Although Lin Hao had instructed her to keep her distance from Johan, he was now the only one capable of saving the child. "Please, I implore you, save that child." Lin Xiaoxian grasped Johan's wrist and bowed her head in supplication. Johan smirked slightly, grasping Lin Xiaoxian's arm and helping her to her feet. "Dr. Lin," he said, "it is our duty as physicians to save lives." He surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is your brother? Shouldn't he be by your side at this moment?" He has other matters to attend to." Lin Xiaoxian stammered. "What could possibly be more important than you?" Johan's voice bore a hint of irritation. "Anyone who truly cares for you can see that you are in a dire state. How could they possibly leave you alone?" Lin Xiaoxian felt a pang in her heart. Despite her evident distress, Lin Hao seemed entirely indifferent to her plight. Johan recognized that he had touched a nerve in Lin Xiaoxian, and he turned his cold gaze toward the middle-aged couple before him. "You cannot control your child and yet place all the blame on the doctor, expecting her to share in your misfortune. Have you no shame? Do you realize how exceptional a doctor she is? Do you understand anything about her?" He commanded. "Kneel and apologize. Otherwise, take your child and leave immediately. I warn you, in 5 minutes, even if your child is treated, there will be severe repercussions." The couple exchanged a glance and promptly knelt down. "I beg your pardon, doctor. I implore you to save our child." The man struck himself in a fit of desperation, pleading for your kindness to overlook his impetuosity and rescue my son. Johan cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxian, letting out a derisive snort as he laid the child flat on the ground and tore open his clothing. At that moment, Lin Hao, accompanied by Dr. Zhang, made his way into the crowd. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxian with disappointment, remarking, "Is your affection for traditional Chinese medicine limited to this?" He shot an accusatory glare at Johan, exclaiming, "You charlatan! How dare you show your face in our hospital after nearly crippling someone last time? Do you intend to render this child as foolish as yourself, so you may walk hand in hand into oblivion?" Chapter 60. The depth of brotherly love. When have I ever crippled anyone? Do not slander me unjustly. Johan retorted. Lin Hao scoffed, addressing the middle-aged couple before him. "He is not a doctor from our hospital. Should you choose to let him treat your child, please proceed to the public area. Furthermore, any misfortunes arising from this will not be the responsibility of our hospital." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the middle-aged couple glared fiercely at Johan. They turned to Dr. Zhang, pleading, "Doctor, please, assist us in examining our child. He fell from upstairs and has been unconscious for far too long." Dr. Zhang sighed deeply. "Young Master Lin, it appears you have placed your trust in the wrong individual. In a moment where a patient's life hangs in the balance, A doctor devoid of the courage to act renders even the most exquisite medical skills utterly futile. He turned to glance at Lin Xiaoxian, once a prodigy in medicine, now reduced to such a despondent state, all her brilliance seemingly extinguished. Miss Lin, he remarked, what young Master Lin said is indeed correct. With your stature, there is no necessity for you to squander your time in a hospital. This is not a place where you belong. Seeing Lin Xiaoxian being reproached once more, Johan interjected, what do you truly understand about her? Are you aware of her profound passion for traditional Chinese medicine? Lin Hao, are you still oblivious to what has transpired in her life? You are siblings, yet you show her no concern whatsoever. What is the difference between raising you and raising a dog? At least a dog knows to please its master. She merely harbors a bit of psychological trauma. Why must you press her so? Johan gazed at Lin Xiaoxian with an expression full of affection, earnestly declaring, even if the entire world stands against you, I shall remain steadfast in my support. Lin Hao crouched down, his right hand gently feeling the pulse of a child. He let out a cold laugh and addressed the onlookers, ladies and gentlemen, take heed, you must keep a close watch on your daughters, ensuring they never choose a partner like this. What do they possess besides empty talk? Such individuals are merely after wealth and allure, are they not? Lin Hao directed his gaze towards an elderly woman who had just insulted Lin Xiaoxian and quipped, have you heard that? Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Johan clenched his teeth in indignation, his fists tightening involuntarily. Observing Johan's flustered demeanor, Lin Hao grinned and said, you insufferable green tea. Refrain from meddling in our family affairs. You, a person with both hands and feet, have infiltrated the hospital for 3 consecutive days, leaving us all perplexed as to your intentions. Just moments ago, you attempted to masquerade as one of our esteemed physicians. What, pray tell, are your true motives? Johan let out a cold snort, fully aware that he could not outmaneuver Lin Hao in this verbal exchange. He turned to Lin Xiaoxian and gently said, Xiaoxian, it would be best if you did not linger here any longer. Allow me to treat you to a meal, a chance to uplift your spirits. If necessary, I shall find a way to persuade Lin Jiangwo to arrange a few matchmaking opportunities for you. As their conversation flowed, Lin Xiaoxian lowered her gaze, biting her lip anxiously. Xiao Hao, why must you press me so? She said, her eyes reflecting sorrow. Is it because you detest me so deeply? Hearing her words, Lin Hao sighed softly, realizing that the immense pressure had indeed overwhelmed Lin Xiaoxian. The next steps are in your hands, he addressed Dr. Zhang, shaking his head in resignation before departing swiftly. Johan, reveling in his small triumph, exclaimed, Xiaoxian, I have heard of a newly opened dessert shop nearby. Their strawberry milfoam is exceptionally delightful. Let us go there together. Lin Xiaoxian raised her head and took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous emotions. Provoked by Lin Hao, she came to a realization regarding her desires. What she truly cherished was none other than traditional Chinese medicine. She shot Johan a glance, feeling no inclination towards someone who had just urged her to forsake her aspirations. Please refrain from addressing me by my name. You may call me Dr. Lin, she replied, her tone frosty as she observed Dr. Zhang meticulously sterilizing the silver needles before her. Lin Xiaoxian stepped forward and said, Dr. Zhang, allow me to take over here. I must prove my worth. Age and gender do not define my medical prowess. With that, she took the silver needles and began to treat the child, skillfully locating the clotted blood. After just 2 precise punctures, the child's complexion returned to a healthy hue. The child awakened, indeed, the child had truly awakened. Thank you. Thank you so much. The middle-aged couple immediately knelt before Lin Xiaoxian, their voices choked with emotion. Who was it that said a young female doctor was inadequate? Come out and apologize. They marveled at her beauty, her graceful figure, and her remarkable skills. Oh dear, my heart aches. Cupid has struck me. Might I request her hand in marriage? Lin Xiaoxian approached the table and handed the couple several prescriptions. Follow this regimen for a month, and return for a follow-up then. The couple eagerly agreed, expressing their gratitude to Lin Xiaoxian once more, putting aside any previous grievances. As the commotion subsided, the onlookers dispersed, and Johan had quietly slipped away. Dr. Zhang, observing Lin Xiaoxian's confidence and radiant demeanor, remarked, Dr. Lin, you have a brother who truly adores you. Lin Xiaoxian furrowed her brow and inquired, Dr. Zhang, what makes you say that? If it weren't for Lin Hao's insistence, she certainly would not have recovered so swiftly. However, to claim Lin Hao as a good brother was quite the stretch. Dr. Zhang excitedly recounted their conspiracy from that afternoon. The young master spoke incessantly in the afternoon, assuring that your current state of malaise was merely temporary and that you would soon recover. He has unwavering faith in you. You cannot fathom the anxiety that engulfed him upon witnessing a patient being ushered into the emergency room. He paced restlessly at the entrance, fearing that you might catch a glimpse of him. The surrounding doctors were also reassigned at his behest. He had long anticipated that you would seek assistance from another physician. Moreover, you could hardly have imagined that even the cleaning staff had been won over by him. As for that child, do you recall the posture of the young master when he conversed with you? Lin Xiaoshuan's eyes were red-rimmed, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She remembered how Lin Hao, while speaking to her, was constantly feeling the child's pulse, waiting for her to awaken to the truth. Although Lin Hao's love for her was profound, she had misconstrued it as disdain, leading to him being deeply wounded, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness, compelling him to depart from this place. Chapter 61. They seem quite compatible indeed. Achoo. On his way to the Hua Tuo Pavilion, Lin Hao let out a resounding sneeze. Who could be speaking ill of me? He rubbed his nose in bewilderment. Reflecting on Lin Xiaoshuan's earlier expression, he realized he had placed immense pressure upon her, nearly pushing her to the brink of mental collapse. He gently shook his head, pondering whether the affluent truly possessed such fragile resilience to stress. At that time, it had been 2 years since he obtained his driver's license. Yet he had not driven, feeling reluctant to decline his boss's request. Thus, he fortified his courage with 2 bottles of ergotu, only to frighten his boss into calling for a chauffeur. After enduring his boss's daily sarcastic remarks for over half a year, he found himself now facing merely a few jabs from Lin Xiaoxian. However, since Lin Xiaoxian had chosen Zhou Han, he had no choice but to activate his contingency plan. He scratched his head, pondering how to persuade comrade Lin Jiangwo to arrange a few blind dates for Lin Xiaoxian. Upon entering Xie Zhan's hospital room, a subtle scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, easing his mood slightly. Seeing Lin Hao enter the room, Xie Zhan quickly sat up in bed. Xiao Hao, has Dr. Lin recovered yet? Lin Hao's gaze flickered a bit. Surely, she must be getting better soon? Grandpa Xie, my third sister has quite a significant psychological burden. She may need someone to take good care of her. Just look at her, alone in this hospital, surrounded by a bunch of old men, with no chance to interact with younger people. She's not getting any younger. It's high time we introduce her to a suitable partner. Do you happen to have any grandsons you could introduce to my sister? My requirements aren't high, just someone who is generous with pocket money for her little brother. How did we go from alleviating Dr. Lin's psychological distress to discussing blind dates? Just the other day, Lin Hao was busy trying to find a father for his own dad, and now he's orchestrating a match for his sister. If they were to become acquainted, would he eventually seek a companion for himself as well? Grandpa Xie, do you have any candidates in mind? Lin Hao inquired. This was his first attempt at arranging a blind date for someone, and even if Lin Xiaoxian didn't fancy him, he certainly did not wish to jeopardize her happiness for a lifetime. Xie Zhan smiled warmly at Lin Hao. Grandson, what are you talking about? Aren't you my eldest grandson? Lin Hao was taken aback for a moment, then erupted in anger. What a cunning old man. You've turned your sights on me. Ding. A notification sounded. The host has altered the original plot of the story. Reward received. The skill-tough skin and resilient flesh. Lin Hao glanced at this reward in astonishment. Could it be that this old man is indeed correct? After a moment of silence, he pondered, setting aside his character for now. Lin Xiaoxian possessed striking beauty and an admirable physique, not to mention her profession as a doctor. Now, she was both resilient against domestic violence and equipped with top-notch medical skills, unafraid of poison. Upon reflection, they did seem quite compatible. Alas, the heavens. Why must you be so cruel to me? Lin Hao sighed deeply, gazing skyward. Must I either endure domestic abuse or bid farewell to this overwhelming wealth? He had yet to experience the hedonistic allure of nightclubs, nor had he participated in a bikini party aboard a yacht. Most importantly, he was still a minor. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open. Lin Xiaoxian appeared at the threshold, her eyes red-rimmed. Having just rushed from the main traditional Chinese medicine hospital to Huatua Hall, her hair was somewhat disheveled. To Lin Hao's eyes, she resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Grandpa, help me, Lin Hao shouted. However, no one reacted in time as Lin Xiaoxian executed a perfect tackle, bringing Lin Hao down to the ground. She clung tightly to his waist, burying her head in his chest, her voice choked with sobs. Xiao Hao, it's all my fault. I misunderstood you. Sister, you are unaware of how deeply you believe in me, while silently supporting me from behind. You have no idea how much you love me. It is entirely your fault, and I shall make amends. I implore you to forgive me. Lin Hao had just fallen onto his rear, ready to grimace in pain, only to discover that he felt no discomfort at all. The softness pressed against his chest and a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils. After a moment's hesitation, he gently embraced Lin Xiaoshuan's shoulders. From her few words, he gathered a sense of what had transpired in his absence. For the first time, He realized the profound depth of his affection. The warmth radiating from his shoulder made Lin Xiaoxian shudder slightly. "Xiao Hao, have you forgiven me?" she asked. Her voice choked with emotion as she looked up at him. The turn of events had been so dramatic that Lin Hao found himself momentarily stunned, wearing a dazed expression. "I'm sorry, I was too hasty," Lin Xiaoxian said, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Will you grant me a chance to make it up to you?" Deceiving such an innocent and naive young woman pained Lin Hao's conscience. After a lengthy pause, he resolved to reveal the truth to Lin Xiaoxian. "In truth, I have never held anything against you." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Xiaoxuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears once more. Observing her reaction, Lin Hao suddenly comprehended how misunderstandings could gradually develop. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, "It is a good outcome after all, let it be." Lin Xiaoxian sniffled, her face slightly flushed. She glanced at her somewhat disheveled hair. Her hands nervously clasped together over her ample bosom. "Xiao Hao, could you assist your sister in arranging her hair? I recall you styled Qingyi's hair last time." Lin Hao scratched his head, finding it difficult to refuse a beautiful girl whose eyes, nose, and cheeks were tinted with a gentle blush. Accepting the comb that Lin Xiaoxian offered, he simply tidied her hair. "Xiao Hao, do you think it looks better when my hair is down or tied up?" Lin Xiaoxian inquired. "Tied up," Lin Hao replied casually. Biting down on a black hair tie, Lin Xiaoxian gathered her well-combed hair and secured it into a high ponytail. The light, buoyant ponytail accentuated her vivacity and confidence. Her neck, as graceful and pale as a swan, led the eye along her distinctly sculpted collarbone, causing Lin Hao's gaze to plunge into an unfathomable abyss. He covered his nose, acknowledging her beauty. Chapter 62. Is my request too much? Observing the affectionate scene between the siblings, Xiezhan couldn't help but furrow his brows. Lin Hao was not the biological son of the Lin family, which theoretically allowed for a marriage with Lin Xiaoxian. If their sibling bond deepened further, wouldn't it diminish the prospects for his own granddaughter? Although he intended to acknowledge Lin Hao as his eldest grandson, the relationship was still somewhat distant. Should Lin Hao become his grandson-in-law, their bond would strengthen, enhancing their familial ties. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Xiao Hao, I believe you are indeed correct. Doctor, Lin is indeed advancing in years and finds himself devoid of peers in the hospital. I know a few grandsons of elderly acquaintances who are rather commendable, and it would be beneficial for the youth to connect with one another." Upon hearing Xiezhan's words, Lin Hao felt a shiver run through him and vehemently retorted, "Old ding, do not utter baseless slander against me. She is my third sister. Her lifelong matters are not for me to meddle in. Would I ever commit such an outrageous act? The only reason I contemplated arranging a few blind dates for Lin Xiaoxian was due to the concern that Zhou Han might whisk her away. Given her status and qualifications, she need not desperately chase after Zhou Han like a sycophant." Xiezhan curled his lip, internally scoffing, "Outrageous acts? Have you not committed your fair share?" Lin Hao paused momentarily before continuing, "Moreover, what were you saying just now? How can you claim my third sister is of an age where she ought to be concerned? She is merely in her early 20s, in the prime of her youth. If you lack the ability to articulate, perhaps you should donate your mouth to those in need." He then turned to Lin Xiaoxian and advised, "Third sister, do not allow this old man to disturb your peace of mind. We are still young, and there is no need to rush. Even a gap of 7 or 8 years is not a concern. One must approach matters of lifelong importance with caution." Lin Xiaoxian glanced at Xiezhan and then at Lin Hao, stifling a laugh behind her hand. From Lin Hao's reaction, she could ascertain that he had indeed broached this topic with Xiezhan earlier. It seemed he was worried that she might fall into despondency and thus sought someone to provide companionship and care. She recalled Lin Hao's last remark, "We are still young, and we can wait another 7 or 8 years. After this period, Lin Hao will reach the age of 25, which is the perfect time for marriage." She cast a glance at Lin Hao, who, in a fit of passion, was vehemently disparaging a candidate introduced by Xiezhan, the veins on his neck visibly protruding. She gently bit her lip, feeling her face flush with warmth. To divert the attention of everyone in the room, she lightly patted her cheeks. Lin Hao shot a glance at Lin Xiaoxian, exclaiming, "What kind of people are you introducing? You've made my sister blush. Is it too much to ask for a brother-in-law who is 50 meters tall, weighs 100 tons, has wings on his back, can breathe fire, and can also craft nuclear bombs by hand? If you can't fulfill such simple requirements, how can you provide my sister with a sense of security?" Xiezhan smirked. Knowing that no one in this world could meet Lin Hao's outlandish criteria, Lin Xiaoxian seemed to perceive Lin Hao's underlying sentiment and chuckled, "Xiao Hao, are you trying to ensure that your sister never finds a husband?" Turning to Xiezhan, she added, "Grandpa Xie, I intend to devote myself to the study of traditional Chinese medicine for the time being and have not considered this matter yet. She glanced at Lin Hao, contemplating that perhaps, as Xiao Hao suggested, it would be better to think about it after 7 or 8 years. Xie Zhan nodded, recognizing that his introductions were merely casual remarks. Whether they would lead to anything substantial depended on the young people's own inclinations, as he was not a traditionalist. However, now that it was clear Lin Shaoxian had no romantic intentions, he turned his gaze back to Lin Hao with a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. Xiao Hao, in a few days, the granddaughter your grandfather mentioned last time will arrive in Jiangcheng. My health is not great right now, so I would appreciate it if you could show her around for a couple of days. Lin Hao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Old man, are you some kind of matchmaker from a past life? You're not arranging a partner for my sister, but planning to set me up instead? I'm still underage. For heaven's sake, Xie Zhan chuckled. Xiao Hao, you must keep up with the times. Isn't it all the rage nowadays to marry before love? You could get engaged to Xie Shuangshu first, and then take your time to cultivate your romance. The old fellow was not as antiquated as he seemed. Lin Hao scoffed, surprised that this old man was rather trendy. He began to understand why the system rewarded him with the skill of resilience. It was evidently to prevent him from being overwhelmed by Xie Shuangshu's arrival. Dad, let young people handle their own affairs. We should refrain from interfering, Xie Hu interjected. He did not wish to see his niece squandered by Lin Hao. Indeed, grandfather Xie, Xiao Hao should focus primarily on his studies at this stage. If he is saddled with a fiancée, he might lose sight of his academic pursuits, Lin Shaoxian concurred. Lin Hao nodded vigorously. Yes, old dang. I've taken several days off just to assist you with your health. Last night, I was studying techniques for handling adverse situations until midnight. Do you have any idea how diligent I am? And yet, you still wish to tempt me with your granddaughter. Women merely influence the speed at which I draw my sword and learn. Xie Zhan recalled Lin Hao's remarkable medical skills, estimating that he must have devoted himself diligently to his studies. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of pressure coping techniques in adverse situations, it sounded akin to military command strategies. He nodded, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder, proclaiming, "A strong youth contributes to a strong nation. I shall not impose upon you any further. You may engage in marriage after your college entrance examinations, and it shall be just as well." Lin Hao sighed helplessly, realizing that with such words from the old man, he could only secure a 1-year reprieve. Xie Zhan furrowed his brow, noting that Kuo Shuang had already departed for Jiangcheng. She mentioned that she had long wished to stroll through Jiangcheng, eager for a visit. Lin Shaoxian nodded, affirming, "I have heard that song. It is indeed beautiful." The original singer bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Hao. Were it not for the fact that Xiao Hao has never learned an instrument, I would have thought it was him. Suddenly, she paused, recalling that she too had once believed Lin Hao lacked any medical training. She shook her head, pondering that even with exceptional talent, delving into the depths of medicine requires an immense investment of time. How could one possibly find the time to study music and create such widely acclaimed works? Lin Shaoxian retrieved her phone, locating the saved video, and played it within the hospital room. This song is indeed unlike what we typically hear, Xie Hu acknowledged with a nod. This melodious tune is quite delightful. What are your thoughts, Xiao Hao? Xie Zhan inquired. Xiao Hao, does this resemble you? Lin Shaoxian shook her phone, presenting it to him. Lin Hao managed an awkward smile and perfunctorily replied, Indeed, indeed, indeed. How delightful, how delightful, how delightful. Chapter 63, setting aside shares after his trifling remarks. Lin Hao suddenly recalled that he had yet to administer acupuncture to Xie Zhan that day. Old master, let my third sister perform the acupuncture for you today, Lin Hao suggested. Xie Zhan cast a glance at Lin Shaoxian, who displayed unwavering determination in her gaze. In the hope of nurturing a talent that would propel the advancement of medicine in Daxia, Xie Zhan gritted his teeth and declared, Dr. Lin, I entrust this to you. Feel free to proceed as you wish. Even if it results in my demise, I shall accept it. Lin Hao's lips twitched at this statement. It seemed the old man harbored psychological scars not unlike those of Lin Shaoxian. He jested, Old man, the last time you bled profusely. My third sister developed quite the psychological trauma. If you truly wish to tempt fate, perhaps we should reschedule and spare my sister from the ordeal. Let us behave ourselves. If you cannot speak properly, perhaps you should consider donating your tongue. Xie Zhan paused, momentarily taken aback, and awkwardly turned his gaze toward Lin Shaoxian. Dr. Lin. That was not my intent. Lin Shaoxian shot Lin Hao a reproachful glance, shaking her head as she reassured, Grandfather Xie, little Hao is merely trying to tease you. The last situation was urgent, and I did indeed overlook the foreign object within your body. This time, however, it is merely routine therapy, and there shall be no cause for concern. Though she spoke with confidence, she nonetheless placed her hand upon Xie Zhan's wrist and took his pulse for an extended period. She held a silver needle, inhaling deeply as she meticulously focused on the acupoints on Xie Zhan's body. Xie Zhan furrowed his brow, observing Lin Xiaoshuan's demeanor, feeling as if she were on the verge of consulting a human acupoint chart. His heart raced with trepidation, akin to being on a roller coaster that relentlessly ascended. Lin Xiaoxian frowned slightly, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Hao, inquiring, "Does Grandpa Xie perhaps have a touch of hypertension? I sense his heart is racing quite rapidly." Lin Hao's expression was one of resignation as he replied, "Sister, if you don't proceed with the acupuncture soon, the old gentleman might asphyxiate." He then turned his attention back to Grandpa Xie, adding, "Doctors can breathe while locating acupoints. Do not be overly anxious. Life passes in the blink of an eye. So try to relax." Xiehu stifled a laugh nearby. "Dad, didn't you once tell me that when you were captured, you endured 3 days of torture without divulging a single piece of information? Yet here you are, quaking like a child over a simple acupuncture session." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiehu couldn't help but slap his own mouth. "Dad, that's not what I meant." Xie Zhan's gaze sharpened, and he glared back. "Do not call me Dad. I do not have a father like you." As soon as the words left his lips, his cheeks flushed crimson. Hearing Xie Zhan's outburst, Xiehu's large hands formed a comical shape as he stifled a laugh, his face turning an amusing shade of purplish red. Lin Hao, unburdened by such concerns, burst into hearty laughter. "Old man, this son of yours is undoubtedly your flesh and blood. Given the lineage of your words, it is likely that even a donation would not find a willing recipient." Xie Zhan covered his face with one hand, an expression of profound embarrassment etched upon his features. His tall stature was overshadowed by the disgrace brought upon him by this ungrateful son. "Xiehu, Xiaohao, where is that wood made of cowhide you mentioned last time? Once I am discharged, prepare two for me. I wish to discipline this ungrateful child." Lin Xiaoxian suppressed a chuckle, her eyes playfully glancing at Lin Hao. She had previously overlooked how, in Xiaohao's presence, the atmosphere seemed imbued with joy. Following the recent commotion, her anxiety dissipated, and she swiftly concluded Xie Zhan's treatment for the day. Xie Zhan felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, and upon reopening his eyes, he was informed that the treatment was complete. Lin Hao glanced at the sky, noting that school was nearly out. He surveyed the gathered individuals and bid farewell. "Thank you, grandfather, uncle, third sister. I shall take my leave now." Just as he was about to exit the ward, Lin Xiaoxian leaped forward from behind and enveloped him in an embrace. "Referee, someone is charging with the ball." Lin Hao mused internally. "Xiaohao, thank you. I will make it up to you," Lin Xiaoxian whispered. "In the future, the shares my parents give me." She paused, gently shaking her head. "I promise. Your sister will love you even more than our parents do." Lin Hao inhaled sharply, on the verge of tears. Setting aside the matter of shares, what he yearned for most was the affection that Lin Xiaoxian offered. Sensing his emotional turmoil, Lin Xiaoshuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she tightened her embrace around Lin Hao. She knew that Lin Hao was undoubtedly touched by the bond they shared, perhaps even anticipating the evolution of their relationship into something deeper. After leaving the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, Lin Hao sat in the luxurious Maybach, his eyes brimming with tears, more abundant than the rain on the day Chu Zihong vanished. He wiped away his tears, striving to compose himself, and began walking towards the classroom. Upon reaching the corridor, he gazed into the classroom, resembling a stern principal. Lin Qingyi's expression was icy, as if everyone owed her 200 yuan. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, lifting her head abruptly and shaking it side to side. Turning, she propped her chin on her hand, her face illuminating with a warm smile. Lin Hao felt as though he had been struck by the radiance of this enchanting girl, his heart skipping a beat. Truly, she was the most beautiful girl in the book. Even before fully blossoming, her beauty was astonishing, and he couldn't fathom how breathtaking she would be in college. He glanced at the chubby boy in Jiangcheng. The chubby boy's eyes were small, making it impossible to discern whether he was attentive in class or dozing off. Jiangcheng looked at Lin Qingyi, then followed her gaze into the corridor. With a fierce expression, she waved her fist at Lin Hao, baring her teeth to signal him not to disrupt Lin Qingyi's studies. Lin Hao recoiled slightly, raising his hands above his head in a gesture of surrender as he took 2 steps back. The frosted glass obscured his silhouette after retreating. Lin Qingyi, with a lackluster interest, turned her attention back to the blackboard, regaining her usual frosty demeanor. Shortly after, a melodious bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Chapter 64. You smell of her perfume. Upon hearing the school bell ring, Lin Qingyi swiftly began to pack her bag. The moment the teacher announced the end of class, she bolted out like a wild horse freed from its constraints, her speed surpassing that of the teacher leaving the classroom. Standing before Lin Hao, she curiously inquired, "Brother, did you miss me this afternoon?" I sneezed multiple times. Lin Hao's gaze faltered as he pondered the implications of his actions. Could it be that one could truly sense the tarnishing of another's reputation? Observing his demeanor, Lin Qingyi surmised that he must have done something unbecoming earlier. Nevertheless, as long as her brother arrived punctually to fetch her after school, she would be content. Stepping closer, she prepared to link her arm with Lin Hao's, exclaiming, "Brother, let us hurry to Senior Cho's house. Perhaps we can assist Auntie." Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly. As she approached Lin Hao, she detected a faint scent of perfume, an aroma typically associated with young women. "Brother, who did you meet this afternoon?" she asked with genuine curiosity. "I first administered acupuncture to Aunt Lu, and then to Grandpa Xia. By the way, the last time Sanjia treated the old man, it was a bloody affair." And she was too intimidated to continue. "I spent the entire afternoon helping her overcome that psychological barrier. See how impressive I am?" Lin Hao proclaimed proudly. Lin Qingyi nodded fervently, her eyes shimmering with admiration and affection. "Brother, you are amazing. I adore you." Lin Hao extended his index finger and rubbed his nose. Feeling somewhat bashful from the unexpected praise, Lin Qingyi chuckled softly and wrapped her arms around Lin Hao's waist, nestling into his embrace. With a hint of vulnerability in her voice, she expressed, "Brother, although my classmates are quite friendly, I still fear they might hurt me like my previous classmates did." Lin Hao sighed gently. After all, it was only the first day, and it was perfectly natural not to have emerged from her psychological shadows yet. He tenderly embraced Lin Qingyi's shoulders and patted her softly. Nestled close to Lin Hao, Lin Qingyi took a couple of sniffs, detecting a faint scent of hospital disinfectant. Undoubtedly from her third sister. Yet, with all that her sister already possessed, why must she compete for her brother's affection? He could only belong to her. Lin Qingyi bit her lip, silently pondering. As she remained close in Lin Hao's arms, she suddenly noticed a vivid red mark at the corner of his mouth. Seemingly a trace of lipstick. Could it be that her third sister had also found her way into her brother's embrace this afternoon? Lin Qingyi tilted her head, her eyes brimming with emotion as she looked up at Lin Hao, expressing her displeasure. "Brother, you smell strongly of traditional Chinese medicine. What exactly happened between you and sister this afternoon?" Lin Hao paid her little mind and recounted the events of the afternoon to Lin Qingyi. "Sister said she would treat me well from now on, and by extension, she will surely take good care of you too." He smiled reassuringly. Lin Qingyi covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, "Will I also receive the love of an elder sister in the future?" Lin Hao nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured. Every sister will come to adore you." Only by allowing Lin Qingyi to experience the warmth of family would the risk of her leaving the Lin household, which could lead to its eventual ruin, be mitigated. Lin Qingyi nodded. "I will listen to my brother." However, she soon furrowed her brow slightly and added, "But brother, your clothes smell quite bad. The corridor is well ventilated, but if we go to Aunt Lu's house where it's stuffy, your scent might become overwhelming." Lin Hao looked down at his attire in confusion. He shrugged, tugged at his collar, and sniffed his clothes. A blend of disinfectant and traditional Chinese medicine mingled with a hint of sweetness wafted towards him, which he found rather pleasant. In fact, the aroma reminded him of the scene where Lin Shaoxian collided with a ball. Yet, seeing Lin Qingyi's slightly wrinkled brow made him scratch his head. Perhaps the scent could be a bit pungent for others, if they were indeed confined in a closed room. It was likely that Lu Xiang and Lin Yanxu would silently endure it without voicing their discomfort. He playfully ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair and smiled. "You are quite observant. Let us step out and purchase a new outfit. Aunt Lu will probably wait for us to arrive before starting the meal. We shouldn't dawdle too long." Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Shiding stormed up to them, glaring at Lin Hao and scolding, "You scoundrel! Did you not promise Liang Wanwan at noon that you would bring her lunch? She waited for you for such a long time, yet you did not show up. Do you have any idea how heartbroken she was? She didn't even eat in the afternoon and nearly fainted from hunger." She cast a glance at Lin Qingyi and continued, "Is it because of her that you've become like this? Let me tell you, she is merely putting on an act. She is nothing but a pretentious green tea. This afternoon in class, she was entirely different. She ignored everyone and only pretended to be sweet in front of you, like some sort of whiny creature." Lin Hao looked at Lin Qingyi with amusement, teasing, "I never expected you to have two faces." Lin Qingyi felt a pang of guilt, lowering her head as her hands nervously twisted together. Would my brother come to dislike me like this? Would he think that I am merely pretending? The thought of possibly being hated by her brother made her eyes well up with tears. Lin Hao cupped Lin Qingyi's face, smiling. Doesn't this just prove how much you favor me? Oh my. Seeing Lin Qingyi's reddened eyes, Lin Hao felt a bit flustered. Why is this little girl so easily amused? He looked around, searching for something nearby to wipe her tears. Lin Qingyi then buried her head in Lin Hao's embrace, rubbing her face against his shirt. Well, now I have to treat my shirt like a napkin, Lin Hao said with a hint of exasperation. Lin Qingyi lifted her head and smiled brightly. Who told you to be my most beloved brother? At that moment, Liang Wanwan leaned against the door frame and slowly approached the trio. She cast a resentful glance at Lin Hao and gently tugged at Zhang Shitting's sleeve, portraying an image of profound grievance. Shitting, please, no more. Earlier at noon, she had waited for an extended period, yet Lin Hao had failed to bring her lunch. She had intended to starve herself, hoping to evoke a sense of guilt in him. By the afternoon, she planned to leverage his remorse to garner sympathy for her plight. Liang Wanwan had envisioned a splendid performance, yet unexpectedly, Lin Hao had not attended school at all that afternoon. She had prepared an elaborate act, but alas, there were no spectators. Chapter 65. My clothes have a scent too. The instant Lin Hao appeared, her eyes widened in astonishment. She cast another glance at Lin Qingyi, realizing that indeed, siblings could be remarkably different. If only I could have a sister like that, Lin Hao mused, tightening his embrace around Lin Qingyi, determined to safeguard her from any ill intentions. Cheng Yuan chuckled awkwardly. If he were to have such a beautiful sister as Lin Qingyi, he too would first need to keep an eye on Lin Hao. He glanced around and, noticing that Liang Wanwan was not nearby, whispered conspiratorially, How go? You may not be aware, but Liang Wanwan actually skipped lunch waiting for you to bring her food. When she saw you were absent from class this afternoon, her face turned quite pale. Meanwhile, that scoundrel Li Zimu, seeing the two of you embroiled in conflict these past few days, thought he might seize the opportunity and showered Liang Wanwan with an abundance of snacks. Li Zimu was one of Liang Wanwan's admirers, coming from a relatively affluent background and having spent considerable money in his pursuit of her affections. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively at the plump fellow, stating, Do not test my patience. Even if those two are together, it bears no consequence to me. Being a devoted admirer cannot compare to cherishing a younger sister. He lowered his gaze, observing the swirl of hair atop Lin Qingyi's head, a delicate fragrance wafting towards him, surprisingly pleasant. His nostrils flared slightly as he continued. Why should I squander my hard-earned money on someone else's partner? Instead, I would rather invest in my sister. Lin Qingyi lifted her chin, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, shyly stealing glances at Lin Hao's profile. Her heart raced like a startled fawn. Lin Hao broke into a grin and remarked, Then how many sisters could I support? Alas, the fawn within her heart was crushed by an oncoming vehicle. Lin Qingyi bowed her head, gently bumping it against Lin Hao's chest. Just moments before, he had been smiling broadly, but the unexpected assault from Lin Qingyi caused his laughter to falter into a tremor. The plump fellow, reveling in his mischief, quipped, Brother Hao, serves you right for being so flirtatious. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair and chuckled, Give me another chance. I shall rephrase my words. Lin Qingyi huffed a couple of times, shaking her delicate, fair fist in protest. As he gazed at her petite hand, Lin Hao felt an inexplicable urge to be playfully scolded by Lin Qingyi while she called him brother. Am I awakening some peculiar predilection? He pondered inwardly. He hastily shook his head, dispelling such strange thoughts from his mind. He cleared his throat and reiterated, Spending on other girls may not guarantee that she will become my wife. She might even label me as a sycophant. However, investing in my sister ensures that she will always remain my sister. Cheng Yuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Well, that may not necessarily be the case. Hey, you rotund fellow, Lin Hao exclaimed, lifting his leg as if to kick the portly man. He then patted Lin Qingyi's head, saying, Let us be prudent and indulge together in extravagance from now on. He undertook numerous endeavors to prevent Lin Qingyi from veering onto the wrong path, primarily to steer her away from the Lin family. That gluttonous rascal dared to bring up such matters. This adopted son was no longer desirable. Lin Qingyi leaned her head against Lin Hao's chest and gently shook it, her mood seemingly quite buoyant. She looked up and said, Brother, let us hurry and buy some clothes. Otherwise, Auntie and the senior sister will go hungry. The two exited the school and arrived at a clothing store nearby. Lin Qingyi selected a white shirt for Lin Hao and chose a round-neck t-shirt for herself as well. Brother, look, she said, twirling in front of him, showcasing the oversized garment, then playfully tying a knot at the hem. The once loose fabric now accentuated her curvaceous figure, prompting Lin Hao to raise both thumbs in approval. It looks splendid. I love it. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired with a hint of confusion. Wait a moment, my shirt has an odor. Why have you changed into one as well? Lin Qingyi stuck out her tongue and explained, I hugged you for too long. My shirt has absorbed your scent. She then offered her discarded clothing to Lin Hao, saying, Here, brother, you can smell it if you don't believe me. Lin Hao instinctively took the garment. A warm sensation enveloping his palms. He brought it closer to his nose and inhaled, perplexed. How can this be? It not only lacks any odor, but is also pleasantly fragrant. He took a couple more deep breaths, wondering, is this also washed by the nanny? What kind of detergent was used? It smells better than mine. Suddenly, Lin Hao's face flushed crimson. He hastily shielded his head with the clothing and dashed out of the boutique. Lin Qingyi, her complexion as flushed as if she might weep, quickly followed his panicked retreat. Youth is truly a wonderful thing. The boutique owner, observing the innocent demeanor of the young couple, couldn't help but marvel at their charm. Once outside, Lin Hao, holding the clothes they had changed out of, walked ahead with a flushed face. It was only when he reached the street that he realized the very garment he had used to cover his face was the one Lin Qingyi had just discarded. Although the clothing was no longer on him, he felt as if each breath was infused with a sweet fragrance. Floral scent. This must be a floral scent. The greenery of Jiangcheng City is exceptionally splendid. He somewhat sheepishly reassured himself. Lin Qingyi, her head bowed, followed closely behind him, occasionally bouncing and playfully stepping on his shadow. Clearly in high spirits. How infuriating, this culprit. Lin Hao abruptly halted, and Lin Qingyi, caught off guard, bumped her head against his back. She covered her head and timidly stole a glance at him. Lin Qingyi's eyes were large, and when she peeked at him, the whites of her eyes stood out distinctly. Observing Lin Qingyi's cautious demeanor, Lin Hao reached out to tousle her hair, transforming it into a chaotic nest. Next time you wish to purchase new clothes, just mention it. He remarked with a hint of exasperation. It's not as if I would deny you. He deduced that Lin Qingyi had merely been captivated by the appealing garments in the store, and while selecting clothes for him, she inadvertently chose one for herself. Fearing his refusal to buy it, she exaggerated her predicament, claiming her own attire had become unappealing. Lin Qingyi produced a small comb from her bag and placed it into Lin Hao's hand, then raised her hand in a gesture of solemnity, assuring him, I promise I shall never tease you again. Lin Hao scrutinized her face with skepticism. She wore a mischievous smile reminiscent of a little imp, as if to say, I was wrong, but I'll do it again next time. However, it was merely a trivial jest. Glancing at the fragrant clothes in his possession, Lin Hao mused. What would it matter if it happened a couple more times? Did Qingyi need stockings? He pondered suddenly. Chapter 66. The majority rules as Lin Hao intended to visit the school later that evening. He decided against retrieving his car and instead walked to the residential complex where Lin Qingyi resided. Upon arriving at the entrance, he could faintly hear the sounds of cooking emanating from within. He gently knocked on the door, and shortly thereafter, a rustling noise could be heard inside. Mom, I'll open the door. You just focus on your cooking, Lin Qingyi called out. With a creak, the door swung open. Good evening, senior. Lin Hao greeted with a smile. Qingyi, I've come to study. Lin Qingyi peered out from behind Lin Hao, her head bobbing into view. Lin Qingyi swiftly turned to the side, allowing the two individuals to enter. She was clad in a loose-fitting black t-shirt paired with a pair of enticing denim shorts. The shorts appeared to be slightly snug, accentuating the fullness of her thighs at the edges, adorning a pair of black frame glasses. Her bangs were swept upwards and secured with a hairpin, revealing her smooth forehead, exuding the charm of a beautiful and academically accomplished young woman. You two have finally arrived. My mother was so concerned about your absence that she went to prepare another dish. Before you came, I couldn't even have a taste. I was beginning to question if I was her biological child, Lin Qingyi expressed with a hint of grievance. Lin Hao awkwardly scratched his head, stating, I'll go speak with Andy. You're a college entrance examination candidate. We can't allow you to go hungry. Moments later, Lu Xiang emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of scallion oil clams and a plate of stir-fried garlic chives with meat. Having overheard Lin Qingyi's words, she began to admonish. These dishes were purchased by Xiaohai and the others. Since they haven't even sat down, how can you eat first? Lin Qingyi recoiled slightly, grasping Lin Hao's arm and seeking refuge behind him. Auntie, if you're hungry, please eat first. It's perfectly fine for us to wait. After all, our senior here is preparing for the college entrance examination, and studying on an empty stomach would diminish her efficiency, Lin Hao remarked. Lu Xiang appeared hesitant, naturally wishing for her daughter not to go hungry, which could affect her study performance. Yet, considering that these dishes were indeed bought by Lin Hao and his companions, she felt uneasy about consuming them first, leaving the others with leftovers. Aunt Lu, how about this? School dismisses at 6 o'clock. If we have not arrived by 6:30, you may proceed to dine without us. Qingyi and I do not partake in meals every day. In fact, my parents mentioned they have not seen us in quite some time. Moreover, studying on an empty stomach undeniably hampers efficiency, which could adversely affect the seniors' college entrance examinations. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Qingyi's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She let out a soft huff, tugging at Lin Hao's arm in mild discontent. Lin Qingyi gazed at Lin Hao's profile. Although she recognized it was merely a jest, she still pouted in frustration. Lu Xiang shook her head helplessly and chuckled. All right. I shall no longer be polite with you two. She then sighed softly. If only my Ningqiu could find a husband as wonderful as you, I would depart this world in peace. Mom, what are you saying? Lin Ningqiu exclaimed, playfully scolding her mother. She turned to Lin Hao and whispered, Lin Hao, my mom is just joking. Please do not take it seriously. However, as she observed Lin Hao's intrigued smile, her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, and her cheeks grew ever redder. Ultimately, she clasped her hands together, shielding her face from Lin Hao's gaze. Noticing Lin Ningqiu's bashful demeanor, Lin Hao teased, Senior, you see, I have consented, and so has your mother. It is only you who disagrees. Lin Ningqiu's face burned with embarrassment, resembling a steam spirit, as wisps of vapor seemed to emanate from her head. She shook her head repeatedly, stammering, and no, it's not like that. Lin Hao nodded thoughtfully as his senior extended both hands, implying a desire for 10. Lin Ningqiu quickly concealed her hands behind her back, her mind momentarily incapacitated, rendering her devoid of any rational thought. She could only murmur, I shall never indulge again, nor will I sneak a bite. Lin Qingyi shot an irritable glare at Lin Hao before moving to Lin Ningqiu's side, linking her arm with hers. Brother, I oppose this too. It's currently 2-2. Upon hearing Lin Qingyi's words, Lin Ningqiu exhaled a sigh of relief, curling up slightly as she hid behind Lin Qingyi. With trepidation, she lifted her gaze to cast a fleeting glance at Lin Hao, apprehensive about whether he might be displeased. Yet, she was met with the playful grin of Lin Hao, who seemed to revel in his successful teasing. Leaning closer to Lin Qingyi's ear, she softly complained, Qingyi, your brother is quite mischievous. Lin Qingyi returned an annoyed glance toward Lin Hao, nodding in agreement. After the recent banter, Lin Ningqiu felt hesitant to meet Lin Hao's gaze. During their meal, she kept her head bowed, cautiously nibbling at the dish before her. Lin Hao observed this peculiar girl who had managed to devour 3 pig trotters alongside a bowl of white rice with astonishment. Recalling how Lin Ningqiu's denim shorts had constricted her thighs earlier, he began to understand the situation. Curious about the plate of pig trotters, Lin Qingyi wondered aloud if they were truly that delectable. She picked up a small piece, absorbing the rich fat with a morsel of rice, and bit into the lean meat. Noticing the remaining chunk of fatty meat on her chopsticks, she promptly deposited it into Lin Hao's bowl. Brother, this is for you. Lin Hao playfully flicked her forehead, advising her not to be picky about food. After dinner, the trio gathered in the study. Lin Ningqiu relished the gentle evening breeze filtering through the window, her spirits considerably lifted. She produced a transparent ruler, utilizing it as a makeshift pointer. With her left hand adjusting her glasses, she tapped the desk with the ruler. Lin Hao, since you just teased me, we shall now commence our formal tutoring session. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and inquired, Teacher, aren't you supposed to be dressed in a tailored suit and a short skirt, accompanied by those alluring stockings? Are you truly a professional? Chapter 67. Unexpectedly, I am a scholar. A little over 10 minutes later, the study door swung open once more. Lin Ningqiu had changed into a fitted black suit and a pencil skirt, her shapely legs adorned with black stockings. She was well aware of the efforts Lin Hao had made for her and her mother, and her heart brimmed with gratitude. Today, upon returning from school, she was quite taken aback to find her mother lounging on the sofa, engrossed in television. She had not even realized how monotonous it could be for her mother to adapt to such a different environment at home. Lin Hao was genuinely considerate towards them. Thus, as long as his requests were reasonable, like changing outfits rather than an absurd demand, she was willing to oblige him. She gently patted her slightly flushed cheeks, adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, and nervously gripped the ruler in her hand, even though she had worn similar attire while secretly working before. Why did she feel such shyness in front of Lin Hao? Clearing her throat, she addressed him. Lin Hao, shall we begin our lesson now? Lin Hao circled around Lin Ningqiu, nodding in satisfaction. Had his teachers been like this back in the day, he felt he could have taken on Tsinghua University. Teacher, my thirst for knowledge has surpassed all limits. Please, feel free to whip me into shape. Lin Hao exclaimed excitedly. Lin Ningqiu nodded. Let us first take out today's assignments. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask me. Lin Hao, puzzled, turned to Lin Qingyi. Do we have assignments? Why was I not informed? Observing the two closely seated together, Lin Qingyi squeezed onto a stool between them. Brother, you're not even doing your assignments. To maintain the tidiness of your desk, the teacher has refrained from giving you any papers. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Hey, even if I don't write, they cannot withhold them from me. I've already paid for them. If it comes to that, I can give them to Fatty. Or if anyone bullies you in the future, I'll send them a set of papers. For every point deducted, I'll give them a good slap to make them understand that knowledge is power. Lin Qingyi, touched, hugged Lin Hao's waist and nestled closer to him. Although she knew it was merely a jest, it reflected Lin Hao's protective sentiment. She looked up and suggested, Brother, I still have a paper I haven't finished. Shall I hand it over to you? Lin Hao's expression darkened as he raised a hand to give himself a light smack on the head. I shall write my own assignments. I do not require the power of knowledge. My sheer strength is sufficient. Lin Hao gently shook his head, quietly contemplating the folly of Lin Qingyi, who actually thought she could charm him into writing her paper. What a delusion. Upon hearing Lin Hao's irreverent remarks, Lin Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle, envious of the affectionate bond shared between Lin Qingyi and Lin Hao. At that moment, she had just retrieved her homework from her backpack. She initially intended to complete her own assignments while Lin Hao worked on his. After a brief pause, she set down her pen and inquired, Which subject do you wish to improve the most? I can assist you in reviewing the material. I possess all the textbooks you are currently using and can share my notes with you. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao blurted out, Health education. Lin Qingyi's cheeks instantly flushed as she stammered, that subject. It doesn't exist. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyi, who had been nestled comfortably in Lin Hao's embrace, abruptly jolted at his words. What you truly need to enhance is your moral character. She exclaimed, Senior Qingyi, please disregard my brother. We have already agreed with Aunt Lu Xiang that you are here to tutor me, not him. If I encounter any difficulties, I will not hesitate to ask for your assistance. She interjected with an air of dissatisfaction. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Lin Qingyi's little head, taken aback by the unexpected retort from the young girl. All right, you both focus on your homework. I shall indulge in some gaming. Both Lin Qingyi and Lin Qingyi were academic prodigies, completing their assignments with remarkable speed. Lin Hao sat to the side, propping his chin on his hand as he observed the two diligently engaged in their studies. Lin Qingyi possessed a well-proportioned figure, though prolonged malnutrition rendered him somewhat slight in stature. It is anticipated that in a few months, his already striking features will become even more captivating. Lin Qingyi, having flourished under the nurturing affection of Lu Xiang, exhibited a physique that was slightly more voluptuous than Lin Qingyi's. In all the right places, he carried a healthy fullness, particularly noticeable in his thighs, which often provoked an irresistible urge to pinch. However, he found himself perplexed as the two of them collaborated on their assignment. A flush began to creep onto his cheeks. Was the subject of this exam truly so stirring? He tilted his head to observe the paper that Lin Qingyi was diligently working on. At that moment, Lu Xiang entered, carrying a plate of freshly washed and sliced fruit. Lin Hao cleared his throat and pointed to Lin Qingyi's exam paper, stating, For this question, you simply need to apply L.H. Peidel's rule. Within the greatest works lies a connection to Bach's Old Testament, which will lead you to an unspeakable secret. Auntie, I hope this isn't too much trouble, Lin Hao added. Although Lu Xiang did not fully grasp Lin Hao's explanation, the plethora of technical terms made it seem remarkably impressive. Not at all, not at all. Have some fruit. Don't overexert yourselves in your studies. She shot a disapproving glance at Lin Qingyi, admonishing, Xiao Hao is here to guide Qingyi in her studies, so do not trouble him unnecessarily. Lin Hao shook his head. Auntie, we three are currently collaborating on the problem-solving approach, and the senior has provided me with considerable insights. Lu Xiang let out a soft huff. I know my own daughter's character. Very well, Auntie shall not intrude upon your studies any longer. She glanced at Lin Qingyi, urging her to be more positive and not to trouble Xiao Hao constantly. As the door to the room closed, Lin Hao turned around, holding a platter of fruits. He found both of them looking at him with expressions of sorrow. Lin Qingyi pouted, beginning to question whether she was truly his biological sister. Lin Qingyi rolled her eyes, finally understanding why her brother was so favored by their parents. Initially, Aunt Lu Xiang had been quite wary of Lin Hao, but in just a couple of days, she had grown fond of him. Suddenly, a thought struck her. During dinner, when Lin Hao teased Lin Qingyi about having 8 children, Aunt Lu Xiang had not uttered a word of disapproval. She cast a wary glance at Lin Qingyi and then at Lin Hao. Oh no, what should I do? My brother is far too popular. It feels as if the entire world is trying to steal him away from me. Lin Hao awkwardly scratched his head, placing the fruit platter between the two of them, and complained, Why are you both staring at me? Is there something wrong with my face? Chapter 68. The Rabbit Doll. After eating a few pieces of fruit, Lin Hao was promptly driven out of the room by the two girls. He shrugged helplessly, finding solace in his newfound leisure. In the study, there was little for him to do besides watching them. Moreover, their striking beauty was quite overwhelming. If he continued to gaze at them, he might soon find himself naming 8 little ones. Upon leaving the study, he found Lu Xiang had already tidied the dining table and was now seated on the sofa watching television. "Xiaohao, why are you out here?" she inquired. Lin Hao chuckled and teased, "In there, they were only looking at me and not paying any attention to their studies. Aunt, you need not concern yourself with me. I shall occupy myself with my phone until Qingyi finishes his tutoring session. The bread and milk will be delivered around 8 in the evenings. So please remember to place them in the refrigerator." He reiterated that these items are for our personal consumption at home and should not be shared with others. Previously, there was an incident where a staff member gave unwanted bread to a homeless man, who subsequently claimed to have a stomachache and extorted 2,000 yuan from the employee. After hearing this, Lu Xiang nodded in agreement, expressing her outrage at the despicable behavior of such individuals who squander the goodwill of staff members. Xiaohao reassured her that it would not cause any trouble. Understanding that Lu Xiang grasped the situation, Lin Hao sank into the couch in a relaxed manner. He picked up his phone and opened the Acne Scar platform. After a moment of lag, a deluge of vitriolic comments assailed him like a flurry of snowflakes. He felt utterly helpless against this group of online commentators who were quick to judge. He wished he could reach through the internet and pluck each of their leg hairs. Randomly selecting a few fortunate keyboard warriors, he captured screenshots of their derogatory remarks, which he could use as material for his video later that evening. Just as he was still sifting through the comments of these fortunate keyboard warriors, a new message popped up in the chat window. "Huan, Xiaohao, I believe you are being slandered. The video from that blogger contains no evidence whatsoever, relying solely on subjective conjecture to deceive viewers. I have already pinpointed the location of that blogger. She resides in the first dormitory building of Jiangcheng University. This is publicly available information that can be found online." Lin Hao recalled the netizen known as Hua Chen, the girl who had left a message the previous night about her past experiences with bullying. The girl remained faceless, with only a third of her profile visible in the video. The computer screen was quite large, and the host was a popular seaside-themed model, with rainbow-colored lights illuminating the entire scene, creating a sense of technological marvel. The desktop wallpaper featured 2 large pink rabbits, and a rabbit plush toy rested atop the desk. The video caption read, "The rabbit plush toy my idol gifted me. Isn't it adorable?" accompanied by the text, "Why? I want to die." As the camera swayed, one could faintly observe a flickering dark red light emanating from the rabbit's black pupils. He sighed softly, muttering a curse under his breath. He responded to the girl, "Let them revel in their final festivities. Those who crave the blood bun shall not leap for long. Wait until I execute a decisive strike tonight. By the way, when will you arrive in Jiangcheng? I will take you for a stroll through the streets." Hua Chen replied, "Little Hao, do you truly wish to take me for a walk in Jiangcheng?" "Little city Hao, of course. The greenery in Jiangcheng is splendid, and the air is fragrant." After a brief exchange, Lin Hao learned about Hua Chen's subsequent experiences. In her effort to have the video that invaded her privacy deleted, she ultimately dropped out of school and devoted considerable time to mastering network technology. Although she managed to erase the video later, the incident sparked considerable uproar in her locality, leading to her being pointed at whenever she ventured outside. Consequently, she resolved to remain indoors and utilized her network skills to secure a job in online security maintenance. She could remain confined in her room for extended periods, and her parents were deeply concerned about her mental state. Her mother, once a mid-level manager on the cusp of a promotion, resigned from her job due to her worries for her daughter. Upon hearing Lin Hao's song, she finally resolved to overcome her past psychological traumas, determined not to burden her parents any longer. After listening to Hua Chen's experiences, Lin Hao felt a profound sense of relief. Fortunately, he had rushed to the scene in time to save Lin Qingyi. Otherwise, he could only imagine the depths of her psychological scars. Being bullied in front of the entire class, with a video left behind that could potentially circulate online, was a harrowing ordeal. At least Hua Chen had loving parents, while Lin Qingyi had no support whatsoever. Lin Hao took a deep breath and extended another invitation to Hua Chen. However, after waiting a few minutes, she remained unresponsive, despite the overwhelming criticism directed at him online. It seemed that any short video featuring attractive women almost invariably used one of his 2 songs as background music. After scrolling for over 10 minutes, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a live stream interface. In the live stream, Jiang Shuyuan, who had spread defamatory videos, sat behind a table adorned with an array of high-end cosmetics. Welcome, dear viewers, to my premiere live stream. I am the host, Yuan, the foremost advocate against bullying. New viewers, please tap the top left corner to follow. Lin Hao furrowed his brow and clicked on Jiangcheng's profile. The pinned post at the top was the video that questioned and slandered him. At this moment, the video has garnered an impressive 80,000 likes, and Jiangcheng, with her identity as the foremost anti-bullying advocate, has attracted a following of 150,000 fans. Lin Hao exited the homepage and entered the live broadcast room, where Jiangcheng was holding an eyebrow pencil and exclaimed, "Where's the exorbitance? Please refrain from making baseless claims." The host faces significant challenges negotiating with suppliers. These are the base prices offered as benefits for our family. Dear sisters, understand this. How could someone who won't even gift you a mere 79 yuan eyebrow pencil genuinely care for you? It's time for your devoted admirer to reflect on whether he has made any effort over the years, whether he has worked diligently, and if his salary has increased. After the host's impassioned discourse, Lin Hao observed the inventory in the shopping cart plummet from 1,000 to sold out. Jiangcheng, who had recently furrowed her brow, relaxed upon seeing the product sold out, her face lighting up with a radiant smile akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Dear family, this eyebrow pencil is now sold out. For the next product, those who are interested should place their orders swiftly. Chapter 69. What have you all been doing behind my back? The host then recommended a body lotion, which, when applied, imparts a refreshing, watery effect. Jiangcheng picked up a sample of the body lotion from the table and showcased it to the camera. The previously mentioned eyebrow pencil could be purchased for merely 9 yuan and 9 jiao, and from that single product, she had already earned nearly 70,000. By the end of the live broadcast tonight, she anticipated her earnings could reach approximately 100,000. Recalling that my roommate went for an interview today and was offered a position with a monthly salary of 1,000. Her earnings for a single evening surpassed what my roommate has made in 2 years. At this moment, her excitement was palpable, and she passionately introduced the products. Upon opening a sample and demonstrating the effect of the body lotion on her arm, she discovered that the newly launched body lotion was instantly sold out. Grateful for her family's support, she proceeded to the next item. Just as she set the product for sale, it sold out before she could even begin her introduction. Confused, she glanced at the back-end system. Although such occurrences are not uncommon for popular items, the products she was selling were not typically bestsellers. These items were considered slow-moving stock for the factory, with a very low cost of acquisition. However, they were from well-known brands, and their retail prices were relatively high, resulting in substantial commissions for her. In the back end, every product had been ordered by a user named Cheng Xiaohao. Upon seeing this ID, her brows furrowed in excitement. Just yesterday, a short video accusing Cheng Xiaohao of distorting the truth had garnered her over 100,000 new followers. After the live broadcast concluded, she planned to edit the video showcasing Cheng Xiaohao's malicious orders followed by returns, while also lamenting how she had been bullied by this influencer. She estimated her follower count might very well surpass 300,000. She felt as though a life of ease and comfort was beckoning her. However, in order to ensure the live broadcast continued smoothly, she placed Cheng Xiaohao on her blacklist. All right, dear ones, I apologize for the minor mishap just now. Subsequently, the host introduced a cushion foundation and additionally gifted a sample to the children. He accessed the back-end order interface and immediately initiated the return process for all ordered items. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was around 8 in the evening. He stepped onto the balcony to survey the sky. The night breeze was cool, and vast clouds obscured half of the moon, enveloping the entire city in a shroud of darkness. A moonless night, perfect for sinister deeds, Lin Hao mused. The evening's atmosphere seemed to hint at the necessity of eliminating those who preyed upon the innocent. Suddenly, a burst of laughter and playful chatter reached his ears. He turned towards the source of the sound, which was the study. Surely, they must have completed their homework by now. He rose and gently knocked on the door of the study. To his surprise, he heard a flurry of panicked voices from within. Once the commotion subsided, he pushed open the door to the study. Lin Qingyi sat with her head lowered, her back turned to him, exuding an aura of quietude. Lin Hao pursed her lips tightly, her gaze evasive. "What have you two been up to behind my back?" Lin Hao inquired. "In nothing," Lin Qingyi replied, her voice betraying her guilt. Lin Hao scanned the study, and his eyes landed on a half-open lipstick lying on the desk. Lin Qingyi seemed to notice it as well, swiftly snatching the lipstick with her delicate fingers. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Hao surmised that the two girls had likely attempted to apply makeup after finishing their homework. Over the past few days, Lin Qingyi had consistently gravitated towards him, suggesting that her cosmetic endeavor had not been particularly successful. He took out his phone and activated the camera. Determined to capture an unflattering photo of the most beautiful girl in the book, such a historic moment simply had to be immortalized. Qingyi, your brother has taken out his phone, Lin Qingyi reminded, her tightly pressed lips parting as she spoke. The creamy strawberry hue of her lips, glistening under the light, exuded a glass-like sheen that evoked an irresistible desire to taste them. Just as Lin Hao's gaze was drawn to Lin Qingyi, Lin Qingyi, covering her face, lunged into his embrace with a sudden fervor. Thud. Lin Hao collided with the recently closed study door. One must admit, possessing a robust physique indeed has its advantages. He felt that Lin Qingyi's desperate leap to prevent him from capturing her unflattering photo was fueled by at least 17 years of practice. Lin Qingyi clung to Lin Hao's waist, rubbing against his clothes with vigor. With a hint of exasperation, Lin Hao patted her head and said, "All right. I'll put away the phone. You can stop rubbing against me. You're nearly flattening my 8-pack abs." Lin Qingyi, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted her gaze. They had initially agreed to focus on helping Lin Qingyi study, yet here they were, applying makeup together, all while Lin Hao caught them in the act. "Qingyi, senior?" Lin Qingyi called softly. "Yes," Lin Qingyi instinctively replied. Her face flushed immediately, and she turned to glance at Lin Qingyi's current makeup, nodding slightly. Lin Qingyi exhaled in relief. Her head slightly bowed as she admired the masterpiece she had created on Lin Hao's white shirt, a smile unconsciously curving her lips. Lin Hao gazed helplessly at his clothes, which had just been purchased, now marred with splashes of white and red from Lin Qingyi. How could she use my clothes as a rag? He flicked Lin Qingyi on the forehead and declared, "You will wash this garment." Lin Qingyi, clutching her forehead, replied with a hint of anticipation in her voice, "Will you really let me wash it, brother?" Did I mishear her? Why does it seem as though there is a note of hope in her tone? Impossible. It cannot be that someone enjoys washing clothes for another. Lin Hao shook his head, likely mistaking her tone of grievance for eagerness. With a serious expression, he stated, "Indeed, you must learn the hardships of laundry." "Oh," Lin Qingyi murmured, her gaze cast downward, lost in thought. Observing her reaction, Lin Hao nodded, realizing that he had misjudged the situation. She seemed to have recognized her mistake. However, as an exemplary brother, he believed in not indulging his sister excessively, lest it lead to spoiling her. It was essential to cultivate Lin Qingyi into a well-rounded individual, excelling in virtue, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and diligence. He hummed lightly, asserting, "Even if you now comprehend your error, you must still face the consequences." Chapter 70. Let the director explain the scene. Help your brother with the laundry. Help your brother with the laundry. Lin Qingyi was in a daze, absorbing none of Lin Hao's words, her body swaying gently. Lin Hao stared at her, noticing her shoulders tremble slightly. Is she about to cry? Is washing the clothes she dirted truly so distressing? Just a few days, and has she already become spoiled? Such remarkable adaptability. No, I must be resolute. Yet, despite these thoughts, as he gazed upon the petite Lin Qingyi, he felt a pang of reluctance. He poked her shoulder, contemplating whether to relent, warning that it would not be tolerated again. But no, Lin Qingyi suddenly lifted her chin, declaring, "It was I who soiled my brother's clothes. I must be punished by washing them." As she raised her head, Lin Hao found himself momentarily entranced. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes, with a hint of pink on her lower eyelids, radiated a tenderness that could charm even a dog, and Lin Hao was no exception. Truly, she was the most beautiful woman in the pages of any book. "Brother, do not look." Lin Qingyi shyly covered her face. She hurried to the bathroom to inspect her reflection. After wiping her face, she embraced Lin Hao from behind, nuzzling against him. Lin Hao felt a dampness against his back and helplessly ruffled her hair. "This little girl must have mistaken my clothes for a rag again," he mused, as she playfully wreaked havoc on both the front and back of his attire. But since she would be the one washing it, she could treat it however she pleased. He turned to Lin Qingyi and inquired if she had completed her homework. She nodded eagerly. "Brother, didn't you mention you were going to school to film something? Let's set off early, my leading lady." Lin Hao chuckled, addressing Lin Qingyi. "We shall take our leave now." Lin Qingyi rose, preparing to see them to the door. As they departed from the study, a fresh delivery of milk and bread lay enticingly on the table. Lin Qingyi and Lin Qingyi were instantly captivated by the assortment of bread. "Xiao Hao, the bread and milk have arrived today. Why don't you and Qingyi take some to enjoy on the way?" Lu Xiang suggested, a hint of shyness in her voice, glancing back at Lin Qingyi's eager gaze. Lin Hao replied, "If you wish to have some, feel free to take one, but leave the rest for Qingyi to have for breakfast tomorrow." Lin Qingyi nodded enthusiastically, linking her arm with Lin Qingyi as they made their way to the dining table. Upon beholding the array of 7 or 8 different types of bread, Lin Qingyi felt a desire to sample each one. After much deliberation, she chose a French croissant, not solely for its taste, but because there were 2 among the offerings, allowing Ningxiu to enjoy a taste of all the varieties. Seeing Lin Qingyi's thoughtful selection, Lin Hao was touched, covering his nose in disbelief. How could he have ever doubted that Lin Qingyi had been spoiled? A sister who considers the needs of others, no matter how much she is indulged, deserves every bit of it. Once they exited Lin Ningxiu's home, Lin Qingyi nestled against Lin Hao's arm, nibbling delicately at her bread. The buttery crumbs clung to her lips, glistening under the street lights as if shimmering with their own radiance. Lin Qingyi licked her lips and turned her gaze towards Lin Hao's attire. Don't even think about it. Lin Hao quickly interjected. A touch of lipstick and water are one thing, but with your greasy hands, how could I possibly wear this? Lin Qingyi pouted in discontent, softly exclaiming, "Oh, the campus at night is shrouded in darkness and silence, particularly when a chill wind blows, instilling in Lin Hao a sense of eeriness. Lin Qingyi, this young girl, has already buried her head in his abdomen out of fear, and Lin Hao suspects that yet another oil stain will mar his clothing." At last, they arrive at the vehicle, and he retrieves a tissue from the Maybach, handing it to Lin Qingyi, urging her to quickly wipe her greasy lips, lest she further covet his attire. He then presents her with a medical diagnosis report. Curiously, Lin Qingyi unfolds the document, scrutinizing the handwriting, and inquires, "Brother, have I been under significant mental stress lately? When did I undergo an examination? I had no knowledge of it. If this was from a few days ago, I could indeed believe that I was under immense pressure. Yet, I have felt nothing but joy in recent days, even beginning to anticipate the arrival of tomorrow." Lin Hao shook his head, clarifying, "This is merely a fabricated proof, a prop, understand?" He opened the back seat of the Maybach, exclaiming, "Do not hesitate any longer. The leading lady, get in quickly. The director will explain the scene to you privately." The 2 settled into the rear seat, and Lin Hao recounted the script he had conceived to Lin Qingyi. "Is there anything you do not understand? Would you like the director to elaborate further on the scene?" After contemplating for a moment and mentally reviewing the plot, Lin Qingyi gently shook her head. Yet, she hesitated and asked, "Brother, wouldn't this be rather inappropriate? Will they be subjected to online harassment afterwards?" Lin Hao pinched Lin Qingyi's face, saying, "Oh, my silly sister, it is only because of your brother's carefree nature. If my bank account were any lower, I would be tempted to leap from a building." He pulled up the chat interface on the acne-marked platform, which was inundated with a barrage of scornful and derogatory remarks. Upon witnessing these insulting comments, Lin Qingyi's expression instantly darkened. It is one thing for them to slander me, but why should my brother endure such online vitriol? Lin Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that when they cast their baseless accusations, no one was there to teach them a lesson. They are solely aware that defaming others can inflate their follower counts, and with increased followers comes financial gain. They show no concern for the truth. All that matters is the traffic they can generate. When the tides turn, they can simply delete or conceal the videos. If necessary, they might even feign victimhood, claiming they too were deceived and are now suffering from depression. After a while, they will resume their quest for profit. Those who propagate rumors surely must understand the profound impact their words have on the individuals involved. Yet, because the flames of consequence do not reach them, they remain indifferent. He patted Lin Qingyi's head and expressed his discontent. Moreover, to slander you is one thing, but it is precisely the act of slander that renders them truly despicable. Chapter 71. A Close Call. Almost let it slip. In the first scene, within the dimly lit corridors of the campus, Lin Hao sprinted with his phone in hand. The sound of howling night winds and heavy breaths fills the air. Suddenly, the classroom door creaks open, revealing an empty space within. The scene transitions to the teacher's office. A thorough search reveals it too is devoid of life. The classroom, the office, the restroom, the flower bed, the playground, each locale has been traversed, yet nothing has been discovered. In the frame, the surrounding scenery begins to move at a sluggish pace, and the breath sounds grow increasingly labored, indicating that Lin Hao's strength is nearly depleted. After a brief pause, the scene captures Lin Hao resting with one hand on his knee, clutching a hospital examination report. The screen jolts violently with Lin Hao's heavy breathing. Yet the phone manages to capture the words indicating the patient's overwhelming mental stress on the report. As he departs from the classroom, the camera briefly captures the moon, shrouded in ominous clouds. The focus shifts to the rooftop of the opposing teaching building, where a girl can be faintly seen standing at the edge of the railings, letting the night breeze tousle her hair. The scene then intensifies, racing through corridors and staircases, arriving before a firmly shut door. The door swings open, revealing Lin Qingyi perched atop a table, her expression tinged with panic. The angle of Lin Hao's filming is impeccable, though Lin Qingyi stands on a table within the rooftop. It appears as if she has precariously climbed to the edge of the railing. In the final moments, Lin Qingyi spreads her arms wide, her countenance sorrowful as she tips backward. Lin Hao releases his phone and rushes forward to catch Lin Qingyi, pinching her nose with a hint of anger, exclaiming, "Didn't we agree that you mustn't fall? Do you have any idea how perilous this is?" The actress audaciously added her own lines. Lin Qingyi pressed her head against Lin Hao's chest, holding him tightly without uttering a word. Observing Lin Qingyi's current demeanor, Lin Hao let out a soft sigh and reciprocated her embrace. As she felt the warmth in the vigorous heartbeat within his arms, Lin Qingyi's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Just moments ago, when she had climbed onto the desk, it felt as though she had truly ascended to the ledge of a rooftop. And when she had fallen, the sensation of despair overwhelmed her. She longed to extinguish her former self. "Brother, I am so frightened. I fear this might merely be a dream. I am terrified that I might inadvertently awaken. What if you find a girlfriend and no longer love me?" She sniffled, tilting her head to gaze at Lin Hao's profile, summoning fleeting courage to humbly plead, "Brother, could you possibly?" Suddenly, the abrupt vibration of a phone shattered the delicate moment. The courage Lin Qingyi had just mustered crumbled in an instant. Lin Hao awkwardly glanced at the phone bouncing on the ground behind him, then back at Lin Qingyi, momentarily at a loss. From her unfinished sentence, he surmised she wished for his assistance in something significant to her. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyi tightened her grip around Lin Hao, playfully coaxing, "Brother, carry me over." Lin Hao gently ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair, thinking to himself how no wonder everyone adores younger sisters. Who could resist such a soft, adorable, and fragrant little sister? He embraced Lin Qingyi's waist, guiding her beside the phone to retrieve it. The screen displayed a voice call request from Lin Xiaolan. Lin Hao gazed at the phone in confusion. Although the original owner maintained a cordial relationship with Lin Xiaolan, they typically did not engage in phone calls. An ominous premonition stirred within him. After much contemplation, he ultimately accepted the voice call. "Xiao Hao, you finally answered the phone. What were you doing just now? Why did it take you so long to pick up? Is your little sister pestering you, preventing you from answering?" Yet, upon realizing it was a call from his beloved sister, he awkwardly held Lin Qingyi with one arm while the other reached for the phone. Lin Xiaolan seemed quite displeased with the delay in his response. Lin Qingyi's face flushed crimson as she buried her head into Lin Hao's chest, too embarrassed to utter a word. "And no, I wasn't," Lin Hao stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt. He glanced around, wondering if Lin Xiaolan was somehow monitoring him. "I don't believe it," Lin Xiaolan declared, promptly sending a video call request. A new message appeared on the screen. "Sister is checking on your future girlfriend. If you refuse, it means you have something to hide," implying that you are engaged in other activities with your little sister. Upon catching sight of Lin Xiaolan's sharp words, Lin Qingyi's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red, steam nearly rising from her head. She released Lin Hao's waist, gently grasping the sleeve of his shirt instead. With a resigned sigh, Lin Hao accepted the video call. On the other end of the video, Lin Xiaolan lay on her dormitory bed, cradling a pillow, her slender legs swaying lightly in the air. She looked around the screen in confusion, asking, "Why is it so dark on your side? Are you up to no good? And what about little sister? Isn't she with you?" Lin Hao, feeling somewhat helpless, handed his phone to Lin Qingyi, who greeted the screen softly, "Good evening, sister." Lin Xiaolan, observing Lin Qingyi, reminded her, "Little sister, where are you now? Why is the surrounding area so dark? If Xiao Hao takes you to the little woods, you must not go with him, understood? Call me if anything happens, and I will help you report it." Lin Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle. Casting a glance at Lin Hao, who wore a slightly distressed expression, she shook her head and replied, "Sister, we are still at school. Brother said he wants to shoot a video with me." Lin Xiaolan nodded. "You must be cautious. Your brother might, under the guise of directing, try to take you to a small room or a car." Understood, Lin Qingyi said, her eyes darting away. She recalled that just moments ago, her brother had indeed mentioned wanting to take her to the car for a private discussion. Lin Hao swiftly snatched the phone back, having clearly heard Lin Xiaolan's words. If she continued to speak in such a manner, he feared that the admirable image he had painstakingly built would be utterly tarnished. As Lin Hao's face appeared on the screen, Lin Xiaolan shifted her tone. "Xiao Hao, yesterday I asked you to accompany me for a video shoot. Yet you were so reluctant. But now, you take little sister to that pitch-dark place to shoot a video. If you aspire to be a director, can I not be the leading lady? Sister, the task with 10,000 followers has yet to materialize. I suppose I must first visit your room tonight and embrace you for a peaceful slumber?" Lin Xiaolan feigned a look of grievance, willing to sacrifice a little to obtain academic credit. Chapter 72. A Surge of Gold Coins. Upon hearing Lin Xiaolan's alluring words, Lin Qingyi cautiously inched closer to Lin Hao. Lin Hao awkwardly scratched his head, bewildered by how the events of last night, where the leading lady had slept beside the director, had become common knowledge. Was Lin Xiaolan monitoring me? He cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Sister Shi, if you continue to be so mischievous, I shall terminate the video call. Your call undoubtedly carries ulterior motives. Do reveal your intentions. Lin Xiaolan hesitated before uttering, Xiao Hao, did you catch the live stream debut of that streamer selling products last night? I was blocked shortly after watching. Lin Hao replied. Tonight, I encountered her debut sales video as well and purchased quite a few items. However, after her stream concluded, I returned everything I bought. Now my funds are frozen, and they claim it will take 1 to 3 business days for them to be refunded. Lin Xiaolan nodded, surprised that their thoughts aligned. With fervor, she lay on the bed, lowering her head, her hands outstretched toward the screen. This is a once-in-a-lifetime request from your sister, Xiao Hao. Please grant me a surge of gold coins. This is for your sake. You cannot abandon me. Lin Hao arched an eyebrow at his sister. Your life truly seems rather fleeting, he remarked. In the past 2 days, you have made 3 requests. Even the lifespan of a mayfly surpasses yours. Lin Xiaolan chuckled awkwardly. This time is different. If I don't have any money, I might truly starve to death. This would indeed become my final request. Lin Hao, feeling helpless, shook his head and transferred her 10,000 gold coins. Upon hearing the notification of the gold arriving, Lin Xiaolan picked up her phone and blew a kiss. Love you. Xiao Hao. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, is the video you two filmed tonight meant to condemn that blogger? What good does condemnation do? I already shared the evidence. Yet she still spread rumors about me, Lin Hao replied. After I release my video tonight, I shall see if she can continue to thrive. Then I shall stay awake tonight, awaiting your video. With that, Lin Xiaolan promptly ended the call. Lin Qingyi gently tugged at Lin Hao's arm. Brother, does she often video call you? Lin Hao shook his head. Did you not notice how eager she was to end the call after I transferred the gold? The earlier pleasantries were merely a prelude. The crux was to have me send her money. He paused and asked, by the way, what were you just about to ask me? Lin Qingyi glanced at Lin Hao, now completely devoid of courage. She shifted her gaze and asked, Brother, could you accompany me to visit my middle school? Lin Hao gently ruffled her hair, dismissing the matter as trivial. Let us go together this weekend, he suggested, only to suddenly recall that there would be no classes at school on the weekend. He revised his statement, let's wait until Friday afternoon, just a few more days. The old man Xie Zhan and Aunt Lu Xiang were quite occupied these days. Moreover, his father would not take this matter seriously until he had met with the old man. At most, he would spare a moment to assess whether he ought to deliver a reprimanding slap. This was indeed a critical juncture for Lin Hao's father to potentially rekindle his paternal affection. After a brief shower, Lin Hao prepared to head to the esports room to edit videos. Lin Qingyi, clutching a small nightdress, sat on the bed with flushed cheeks, lost in thought. Aren't you going to take a shower? Lin Hao inquired. I want to wash in my brother's room, Lin Qingyi replied softly. I also need to help my brother with the laundry, she added. Before Lin Hao could fully comprehend her words, Lin Qingyi had already darted into the bathroom. However, Lin Hao sat dazedly on the bed, listening to the sound of water flowing from the bathroom. The thought of his discarded socks and other items in there made him want to slap himself twice. What was the point of punishing Lin Qingyi? The person involved now felt immense regret. Lin Hao peeked into the bathroom and saw that his white shirt had already been washed and hung on a nearby rack. He opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say, and let out a long sigh. He gave himself a couple of slaps to regain composure and then proceeded to the esports room to begin editing his videos. In a twist of fate, the realm of esports has unexpectedly found its application in education. Lin Hao seamlessly stitched together footage from his video, surveillance from the barbershop, the clarifying announcement from the city guards, and the vitriolic comments he received online, all set to a poignant background score before releasing it on the Douyin platform. Family. I have been bullied by a 1 million follower influencer. In the footage, Jiang Shuyuan, with her tear-streaked face, began to recount her ordeal. Because I unveiled the true nature of a certain influencer with millions of followers, he unleashed a relentless wave of retribution upon me. During the premiere tonight, not only did he incite his followers to hurl unrestrained insults at me in my streaming room, but he also maliciously placed orders for the products I had listed, only to request refunds on all of them. He is a social media sensation with millions of followers, while I am but an ordinary individual. My followers are kind-hearted souls, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of keyboard warriors. Taking a deep breath, a glint of determination shone in her eyes. When I chose to speak out for those being bullied, I knew that it was only a matter of time before I too would become a target. I believe that every individual who hesitates to raise their voice is inherently good, simply gripped by the fear of bullying themselves. Yet, even in the face of bullying, I shall not waver in my resolve. I will not relinquish my stance out of fear. I will never submit to the bullies. I have faith that justice resides in the hearts of the people. While justice may be delayed, it shall never be absent. I stand as the foremost advocate against bullying across the internet. Yuan. Once the video was released, the incident of the first anti-bullying advocate being harassed by a popular influencer swiftly ascended to trending topics. Sisters, do not be afraid. You are not alone in this battle. Influencer, hold on. We shall all stand by your side. The returned merchandise can be showcased in the next live broadcast, and we will certainly support it. Let us inundate that influencer's comment section, so he too can grasp the taste of being bullied. Where is that scoundrel? Such lawlessness cannot be tolerated. Brothers, join me in this crusade. Keyboards at the ready. Chapter 73, How I Long to Love This World. A multitude of keyboard warriors clicked the blue link in the comment section, leading them to the Acne account of Jiangcheng Hao. At that moment, Lin Hao had just successfully uploaded his latest video. The golden letters against the dark backdrop proclaimed, I had already captured her. Brothers, is this the one? If so, I shall commence targeted bombardment. Wait, what do the words on the screen say? Let us grant the suspect a chance to explain. Stand down for now and observe. The scene shifted to Lin Hao repeatedly searching for Lin Qingyi on campus. What is this lad searching for? It turns out he is lacking the warmth of familial love, which is why he resorts to bullying others. I maintain that those who bully are undoubtedly individuals who have parents but lack parental care. Clinging to the sofa, eyes bleary, hair in disarray. Yet, one yearns to be as carefree as a protagonist in a film. On the screen, Lin Hao searched in vain for Lin Qingyi, while a pale medical report flickered through the frame. What is this? Did I just glimpse a mention of depression? No, it is not depression, but rather an overwhelming mental strain, which surely borders on it. Goodness, what time is it? How can one not find anyone at this hour? If I were the blogger, I would surely be driven to madness by such a late hour without any leads. The netizens commented in a flurry. As time flowed on, the scene shifted to Lin Qingyi standing upon the railing, arms outstretched as if to embrace liberation before plunging down. The desire to depart and exist in such a manner was palpable. Was it due to the narrations, the postures, the wounds inflicted upon her? Witnessing the unfolding scene, accompanied by the poignant melody, the keyboard warriors were left speechless. Goodness, she cannot possibly be contemplating a jump, can she? Such a height. The fall must be excruciating. How dare those bullies torment her? I cannot believe it. Blogger, I apologize. It turns out you are the true good soul here. Oh, why must they bring her to such an end? She is so young. How could they so ruthlessly bully a girl? She had such a promising life ahead of her, and a brother who loves her so dearly. Brother, you speak the truth. Once I finish watching the blogger's video, I will unleash my fury upon those vile creatures who feast upon the suffering of others. Subsequently, the footage began to display the evidence that Lin Hao had previously presented in his last video. Although repetitive, this material is officially endorsed and represents the true circumstances surrounding the event. At this moment, the song reaches its climax. One does not wish to depart. Perhaps having experienced love will lead one to gaze hopefully upon the future. Letting go is the path to receiving something better. Fear not. This is irrefutable evidence. Who dares to contest it? Must it take the tragic fall of a young girl for you to awaken? Today, I stand in defense of this blogger. Which detractor dares to speak up? Speak, critics. I yearn to unleash my wrath. Who is bold enough to engage in battle? All keys unite. Come forth. As the scene draws to a close, an array of derogatory remarks directed at Lin Hao flashes across the screen. Lin Hao's voice, tinged with sorrow, half recites, half sings. I once contemplated leaving, as sunlight succumbed to shadows. I never anticipated you would strive so fiercely to clear the path for me. I had already grasped her hand. They cannot fathom the depth of the blogger's sorrow. He had indeed held his sister's hand. Yet, ultimately, due to those ravenous bloggers, the young girl was callously pushed from the rooftop. Damn it, this blogger is inhumane. Unbelievable. I cannot allow this to stand today. I must confront a few of these blood-sucking bloggers for some excitement. Brothers, is there anyone brave enough to join me in this quest? That blogger, named Yuan, even dares to call herself the champion against bullying, when she is clearly a perpetrator. I'm not exaggerating. Just look at her face. Doesn't it resemble that of a student who would report to the teacher every day? The blogger, despite saying nothing, evokes such profound emotions within me that I feel on the verge of tears. Xiao Hao, might you consider releasing a pure instrumental version? I implore you. Through this video. The account to Chung Xiao Hao has witnessed a staggering surge in followers, skyrocketing from 5 million to 8 million, with the numbers continuing to rise. Nestled on the sofa. With bleary eyes and disheveled hair, I answer the phone as the sun sets. It's you. After the song concludes, golden letters briefly illuminate the dark screen. This song is dedicated to those still enveloped in darkness. Oh my, what a treasure of a blogger. How could I have ever believed the slander against him? He has even thoughtfully altered the song's ending, which truly sounds so healing. Healing indeed. Yet, the blogger can no longer receive calls from his sister. Do you comprehend the depth of his sorrow? Everyone weep. Thank you, dear blogger. I was just diagnosed with depression at noon, and I am at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing your song, I feel I can surely overcome my depression. Meanwhile, after releasing his video, Lin Hao opened his gaming interface. He initially intended to play as Yasuo to prove himself. Yet there remained an hour until the game would unlock. With tears brimming in her eyes, she entered and immediately sat on the sofa, tightly embracing Lin Hao. On her newly acquired phone, Lin Hao's recently sung song played on a continuous loop. Lin Hao glanced at the countdown timer on the screen, realizing he could comfort Lin Qingyi for another 50 minutes as he absent-mindedly stroked her hair. In his mind, he had already constructed a rapidly shifting narrative of a canyon battlefield, where a single EQ could send 5 opponents flying, culminating in a spectacular quintuple kill. Brother, why do I feel so sad when I listen to your songs? Lin Qingyi pouted in dissatisfaction. Lin Hao employed the most rudimentary editing techniques in his video. Yet, it was precisely this crude approach that vividly conveyed the intense feelings of anxiety, panic, and despair enveloping the subject. All the netizens resonated with the harrowing imagery of searching repeatedly within the school for their daughter, who had been bullied, only to find her having leapt from the upper floors. Any sane person would undoubtedly be engulfed by profound despair. Lin Hao gently patted Lin Qingyi's head, his gaze drifting to the collection of figurines on the wall, offering solace. The only places to cry are in the restroom and in your brother's embrace. Feel free to let it all out. Chapter 74, A Wretched Game, Ruining My Youth. Lin Qingyi lifted her head, a look of disdain crossing her features. Brother, what you just said is so gross. Lin Hao awkwardly turned away, realizing that perhaps his words had indeed been somewhat distasteful. Yet, feeling the disdain in Lin Qingyi's gaze, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement. As Lin Qingyi rubbed her head against his pajamas, she whispered, "But if I snuggle into your arms, I won't think about crying anymore." Thump. Lin Hao felt as if his heart had been struck with a powerful blow. Perhaps he should consider getting Qingyi a computer later, so she could assist him in playing as a support character in their games? He pondered internally. Lin Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly as her gaze wandered, and she softly inquired, "Brother, isn't it time to sleep?" A hint of grievance appeared on her face as she added, "Can I sleep in your room?" "All right, then you should head to bed early. I will manage here for the night," Lin Hao replied. After all, staying up all night at an internet CAF was not an unfamiliar experience. He glanced at the countdown timer on the screen, resolute in his determination to redeem himself tonight. Lin Qingyi knelt on the sofa, her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish as she glared at Lin Hao. It was so blatantly obvious that she had hinted. Why couldn't her brother grasp it? She stole another glance at the screen, convinced that this game was vying for her brother's attention. Observing Lin Qingyi's cheeks swollen like a pufferfish, with the glow of the screen reflecting in her eyes, Lin Hao hesitated before asking, "Would you like to give it a try?" He promptly called Sheng Yuan to obtain his account and password. Lin Hao launched the game and briefly introduced the gameplay to Lin Qingyi. As long as you are the one to defeat this minion, you will earn gold coins, which can be used to purchase equipment. Ultimately, you must destroy the opponent's crystal to achieve victory. Since it was intended for Lin Qingyi, he chose the more user-friendly character, Annie, and demonstrated the game mechanics. Lin Qingyi, observing Lin Hao's actions on the screen, curiously asked, "Brother, didn't you say that defeating minions grants gold coins? Why aren't you collecting them? Do you not like them?" Lin Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. "This is merely a tactic, a demonstration of feigned weakness." The opposing jungler, upon noticing my struggles with last-hitting minions, decided against attempting to ambush me. As he spoke, he nodded in agreement, as if affirming the truth of his statement. However, after reaching level 3, I was swiftly eliminated by a flawless combo from the Yasuo in the lane opposite me. Lin Hao cast a glance at Lin Qingyi, initially intending to secure 2 kills against the enemy to ease her into the game. His expression turned somewhat awkward. The opponent was a seasoned player, and he hoped for another chance. Lin Qingyi's gaze fell upon Lin Hao, though she occasionally glanced at the screen with her peripheral vision. As she observed him nearing the river, she pointed at the screen and cautioned, "Brother, that jungler you mentioned seems to be approaching. 1 comes, I shall slay it. 2 come, I." Before she could finish her sentence, the screen abruptly faded to black. Lin Hao sighed, realizing that this match had devolved into a disastrous start. Feeling somewhat guilty, he suggested, "Shall we restart the game?" Lin Qingyi nodded. "Brother, let me familiarize myself with the controls first." She was curious to discover what made this game so captivating that it could steal her brother away. 5 minutes later, she secured a solo kill against her opponent. 7 minutes in, with the jungler's assistance, she achieved a double kill. At the 15-minute mark, Annie executed a surprise ambush, using her flash to stun 5 enemies, resulting in a pentakill. Lin Hao stared incredulously at the screen, his mouth twitching in disbelief. "Are you truly playing for the first time?" Lin Qingyi nodded. "Brother, is my gameplay too lacking?" As they gazed at the victory screen, Lin Hao's eyes flickered uneasily, and he sheepishly replied, "Yes, you simply need more practice. In a moment, you shall initiate the match, and I will demonstrate the techniques for gaining an advantage during gameplay." 10 minutes passed, and as he observed Annie, adorned with 3 significant items, Lin Hao seized control from Lin Qingyi. Clearing his throat, he instructed Lin Qingyi that in a favorable situation, one must assist their teammates. This is a team-oriented game, and one must pay heed to the coordination among team members. However, as he approached the bottom lane, he fell victim to an ambush by the jungler, inadvertently granting the opposing AD a bounty of 1,000 gold. The once slight advantage of the bottom lane duo was swiftly overturned, leading to a dramatic shift in circumstances. More than 10 minutes later, as he gazed upon the screen displaying the defeat results, Lin Hao felt as though he had aged a decade. Observing Lin Hao's disheartened demeanor, Lin Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, I understand now. The opposing team truly exhibited remarkable synergy." Lin Hao clutched his chest, feeling as though he might spew forth a mouthful of bitterness. Losing the game was one thing, but being ridiculed by Lin Qingyi was another matter entirely. "This wretched game. It has ruined my youth. I see no reason to keep you. I shall uninstall you at once." As he watched the screen display the uninstallation process, Lin Qingyi pondered thoughtfully. Might it be that this would grant her brother more time to spend with her? She mused inwardly. Lin Hao playfully flicked Lin Qingyi on the forehead, saying, "Look at the time. You should hurry off to bed. Otherwise, you'll wake up looking dark, unattractive, and covered in blemishes." Lin Qingyi, dissatisfied, covered her forehead and departed the gaming room, realizing that she would not be able to snuggle with her brother that night. Lying on the cold, soft bed, she angrily turned her back to the gaming room, intending to hint to her brother that she was upset. She had previously confided in her teacher, only to be reprimanded. The scene shifted as she was torn at by Guzan-san and a few others, ultimately scaling the rooftop and leaping down. No one had ever cared for her, and naturally, no one would grieve for her. Meanwhile, Lin Hao stared at the screen where the game was downloading anew, preparing to rise and make a trip to the restroom. It had undeniably been the teammates' fault. He was determined to surprise the chubby one the following day. As he passed by his bed, he noticed Lin Qingyi curled up tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. A sudden wave of inexplicable annoyance surged within him as he recalled that Lin Qingyi had hinted at her feelings numerous times. Surely, she wouldn't be bold enough to say, "Brother, I wish to sleep with you." He angrily slapped his own head twice, contemplating whether to wake her. Then, he remembered Lin Qingyi's recent words. If she nestled into her brother's embrace, she wouldn't feel like crying. Gently, he lay beside her and carefully drew her into his arms. In her slumber, Lin Qingyi seemed to catch a whiff of a familiar scent, causing her brow to unfurl as she instinctively nuzzled towards Lin Hao. In her dreams, the scenes began to rewind rapidly. As Guzan-san tore at her clothes, a radiant light descended like a divine being, whisking her away from the entire sordid and dreary world. Chapter 75. Good morning, my foolish self. The next morning, Lin Qingyi groggily opened her eyes. Last night, aside from a brief episode of nightmares at the beginning, she enjoyed an exceptionally restful sleep thereafter. Gazing at Lin Hao's face, which was so close, she couldn't help but blink rapidly, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Did her brother not mention last night that he would be sleeping in the esports room? Sensing movement by the bedside, Lin Hao let out a tremendous yawn. He gently ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair and greeted her. "Good morning, my dear. I must have been foolishly sleepy." Lin Qingyi lowered her head, a little steam rising from her head, and softly replied, "Good morning, brother." It felt as though 1,000 groundhogs were screaming in her heart. Ah, how wonderful it would be if every day could be like this. Lin Hao sat up, stretching languidly, and advised, If you ever feel afraid to sleep alone, remember to tell me, all right? Lin Qingyi nodded vigorously, obediently responding, understood. Brother, I will get up now. She lifted the covers and hurriedly fled from Lin Hao's room. She speculated that he must have noticed her nightmare in the middle of the night and had secretly pulled her into his embrace. Brother, my brother. After rising, Lin Hao washed up in the bathroom while scrolling through his phone. Upon opening the Acne Mark platform, a deluge of messages cascaded over him like an avalanche. As he read the heartfelt apologies, he couldn't help but notice the vitriolic comments directed at him above. Lin Hao found it rather absurd. The video he had filmed was fabricated, yet in reality, many had chosen to end their lives due to the relentless online harassment from these individuals. There is no need for you to apologize. Your words are merely a means to assuage your own conscience. Why should others sacrifice their lives for a hollow apology from your lips? I shall not choose to forgive, bearing the weight of guilt that drives one to despair. Although it is still early, Lin Hao boasts a substantial fanbase, and the fervor surrounding this incident is immense. Many keyboard warriors initially believed this to be a mutual pursuit between themselves and the influencer. They extended their apologies, expecting forgiveness in return, only to find that Lin Hao would grant them no leniency. To seek solace from him is but a fanciful dream. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Jiangcheng University, Jiang Shuyuan awoke leisurely from a rejuvenating slumber. Observing the empty room, with all her peers already out for internships, she felt a surge of pride for being able to sleep in. She yawned, turned over, and quietly opened her acne-marked platform, wondering how many new followers she had gained overnight. Hopefully, the influencer, Decheng Xiaohao, would perform some engaging antics. Perhaps this time she could ride his coattails and ascend to become a million-follower influencer. Over the past few days, she had been idly checking her platform to see if her follower count had increased. Why won't it open? The quality of domestic phones is truly abysmal. Oh well. I earned over 100,000 last night. It's a perfect opportunity to choose a better phone. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. Rising from slumber and preparing for the day, she opened her shopping application to peruse the latest handbags and smartphones while making her way to the cafeteria for breakfast. As she walked toward the dining hall, Jiang Shuyuan noticed the perplexed expressions of those around her. It seemed they recognized her yet struggled to believe it was truly her. Could it be that the video from last night had gone viral? Was it possible that so many people in the school could identify her? The thought buoyed her spirits. She tapped on her phone again, checking the Acne Mart platform, but the device remained unresponsive. What a worthless piece of junk, she muttered under her breath in frustration. Straightening her posture, she adjusted her attire and adorned her face with a gentle, warm smile. Many influencers enjoyed capturing candid moments of major influencers to boost their follower counts. Although she was not a beauty vlogger, she feared that unflattering photos might hinder her ability to promote cosmetics, which boasted the highest commissions among all product categories. Upon arriving at the food counter, she found it was not yet the peak dining hour, and the cafeteria was relatively empty. A bun and a bowl of soybean milk. Please, she called out to the serving lady. As the lady filled the bowl with the bun and soybean milk, her smile vanished upon recognizing Jiang Shuyuan. The items were carelessly placed on the counter, causing the soybean milk to spill over. Swipe your meal card, she said coldly. Jiang Shuyuan glared at the lady with irritation as she surveyed the meager remnants of soybean milk in the bowl. However, reflecting upon her status as a prominent influencer, she resolved to exercise caution in her words and actions, thus gently expressing her gratitude to the lady. As she turned away, the woman scoffed softly, muttering in a tone laced with disdain, "What a disgrace! Forever relegated to the menial task of serving others." Seated at the dining table, engrossed in her breakfast, she was taken aback to notice that none of the surrounding tables were occupied. Could it be that the fans had become so enlightened, understanding the necessity for distance between the host and the audience? Did they realize that her intentions were solely to garner their financial support, devoid of any desire for their affection? She placed her phone on the table, tapping repeatedly on the app. And the peculiar occurrences of the day hinted that her video from yesterday had undoubtedly gone viral. An urgent curiosity welled within her as she yearned to discover how many new followers she had gained and whether she was on the cusp of achieving financial independence. Just as she was mindlessly consuming her steamed bun, 3 young women approached her in unison. They furrowed their brows, comparing the individual before them with the screen displaying the anti-bullying champion. The beauty filter had transformed her so dramatically that they struggled to recognize her, only sensing a fleeting resemblance. Though Jiang Shuyuan felt quite uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gaze, she reminded herself that these individuals were likely her fans. It was a moment of disbelief for them, encountering their idol for the first time. She lifted her chin and smiled at the trio, declaring, "I am Yuan, the foremost advocate against bullying on the internet. Would you like to take a photo with me?" Chapter 76. I will no longer pretend. I am laying my cards on the table. Upon hearing Jiang Shiyuan's words, the previously somewhat noisy cafeteria fell into an instant silence, as those who had just heard her speak quickly gathered around. Jiang Shiyuan surveyed the scene. Her fervent fans had encircled her in layers. It seemed I have become quite the internet sensation, and I shall have to don sunglasses and a mask when I step outside. Alas, fame brings its own troubles. With calm composure, she retrieved a tissue to wipe away the remnants of the bun she had just eaten, a confident smile gracing her face. "Since you have recognized me, I shall no longer pretend. I am the foremost advocate against online bullying, Yuan. If you wish to take a photograph, please form an orderly queue." She glanced at her phone, feigning busyness. "I must edit a video shortly, so I can only take pictures with the first 30 fans." The university students surrounding her exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Who would want to take a picture with this blogger who casually slanders others, driven by selfish desires? She had even forced a young girl to prove her innocence through extreme measures. Someone had just informed me that this so-called Yuan blogger attends our university. I initially thought they were insulting me. How does she manage to bully others with such confidence? No wonder she thrives in the realm of social media. Her audacity knows no bounds. A photo with fans? Perhaps she could lower her head to the ground so that I might place my foot upon it for a picture? As Jiang Shiyuan listened to the discussions around her, a frown creased her brow, a vague sense of unease creeping in. Bullying? Taking a group photo while standing on my head? Could these individuals be my detractors? Fame often invites controversy. It is truly vexing. When her video was first released, many voiced their support, yet an equal number questioned whether she was maligning the influencer Jiangcheng Xiaohao. Truly, a cohort of university students, after all. I presented irrefutable evidence of their bullying in my recent video, and yet, I, the victim, find myself besieged. Is it merely because I sing that they worship me with the fervor of fanatics? Such folly. A multitude of misguided souls. Glancing around once more, she noted that no one was vying for the 30 coveted spots for the group photo. Instead, they seemed intent on imprisoning her in this very place. With a swift motion, she retrieved her phone and began recording. The first advocate against online bullying, she had exposed to Jiangcheng Xiaohao's oppressive actions, leading his followers to confront her in real life. She straightened her posture, adopting a stance of defiance, prepared to face this band of antagonists with dignity. She could envision the moment her edited video would be shared online, and surely, the influencer Jiangcheng Xiaohao would be left in ruin. She would rise above, stepping over the remnants of his reputation to join the ranks of prominent internet personalities. Are you not the one branded as the foremost figure in online bullying? The one who allegedly drove another to the brink of suicide? 3 individuals interrogated her, their anger palpable. What? Jiang Shiyuan's carefully prepared oration was abruptly derailed by their initial accusation. Did they imply that Jiangcheng Xiaohao had taken his own life? Is it not merely a condemnation of his malicious orders? Is it permissible for him to engage in such behavior while others are prohibited from voicing their concerns? How utterly foolish. In that moment, she comprehended why so many had gazed at her with disdain that morning. However, she now found herself in quite a predicament. Considering the individual in question was a prominent influencer with millions of followers and possessed considerable talent. After a moment of contemplation, she pondered how these individuals had become aware of the influencer's supposed suicide. It was evident that someone must have recorded the influencer's leap and subsequently uploaded it using his account. This was most likely a staged event. With a resigned shake of her head, she regarded the group of earnest-eyed university students. Being used as pawns, they still managed to display such righteous indignation. Clearing her throat, she retorted, "I am the foremost advocate against online bullying. As for the alleged suicide incident, anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize it as a mere fabrication. Do you presume that because you are university students, you can venture forth without employing your intellect? His acts of bullying against me are clear and substantiated. He is allowed to perpetrate such deeds while I am forbidden from exposing him? Regarding the matter of suicide, I can only express my sorrow. But I will never yield to him because of such occurrences. The psychological scars he has inflicted upon me will not simply vanish due to this incident. Even if I am insulted and berated by you today, or even subjected to physical assault, I shall never apologize to him." Her impassioned rhetoric left those around her utterly bewildered. They had never encountered someone with such a skewed perspective. Surely, one could not become so distorted simply by losing a child or nurturing a placenta. How could one drive a young girl to the brink of despair? all the while posturing as a paragon of justice. Observing the group of university students rendered speechless by her eloquence, she let out a derisive snicker, launching into ridicule. Was it merely a few words that had been exchanged? How was she to know the fragility of his mental fortitude? If he was so emotionally vulnerable, why engage in such reckless behavior? To demand to be both a harlot and a saint is truly absurd. Furthermore, who among us has not faced reprimands from parents at home, from teachers at school, or from superiors at work? Why is it that others endure without resorting to such drastic measures? Is it that your esteemed influencer is particularly precious? With a fierce determination, she strode toward the cafeteria exit, her eyes fixed on the throng of students recording her shocking declarations on their phones. With disdain, she scoffed. What do you gather here for? To bully me? If I truly erred, let the law be my judge. Spare me your hypocritical claims of righteousness. I warn you, you are infringing upon my civil liberties. If you do not disperse, I shall summon the city guards. When the time comes to apprehend you and leave a mark on your records, you may as well abandon any hopes of public service. The university students gathered here exchanged glances, reluctantly parting to create a path. After all, a person devoid of shame is invincible. Her worldview has become so distorted that meaningful communication with her is utterly impossible. There is no need to jeopardize one's future for someone with such a warped perspective. The cafeteria was adorned with red plastic mats to prevent slips. She lifted her head with pride and exited the cafeteria, her heart surging with exhilaration. Chapter 77, Surgeon Fanbase. Yet, she remained indifferent. In approximately 2 months, following her thesis defense, she would graduate. The dormitory was cramped, leaving little room for her various devices and product samples. Especially in recent days, numerous businesses had been sending her samples, queuing up to collaborate with her. As she prepared to embark on a full-time career as a content creator, she would need to rent a more spacious place to establish her streaming studio anew. Approaching graduation, she felt a twinge of nostalgia for the dormitory that had housed her for several years. This modest space had witnessed her transformation from an obscure streamer to a widely recognized internet sensation. The only blemish on this reflection was the incessant banging on the dormitory door, interrupting her reverie with a jarring sound. TCH. Jealousy. She snorted dismissively. In her live video, she appeared flustered, accusing a prominent blogger of sending a van full of disguised individuals to besiege her at the cafeteria. Even now, hidden away in her dorm, she continued to be relentlessly harassed. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, resolutely refusing to acquiesce to the bullying. After finishing the editing of her voiceover video, she cast a glance at her phone, and the platform finally loaded. The top of the screen was inundated with a multitude of fan comments, due to the sheer volume. Only the usernames were displayed. Upon witnessing such an overwhelming number of messages, her anticipation grew to uncover the extent of her newfound following. 800,000. To her astonishment, it had reached 800,000. She couldn't help but exclaim, for although she had faced criticism earlier that morning, she now felt a sense of liberation. From a humble beginning of 20,000 followers, her count had surged to 800,000 in less than a week. Eagerly, she published the edited video, estimating that this post might catapult her to the status of a million-follower internet sensation. After successfully updating the video, she pondered for a moment and decided to respond to a few fan comments, embracing her role as a fan-favorite influencer. Opening the first comment, she read, "Killing for killing. Forcing someone to jump off a building to prove their innocence. How can someone like you still have the audacity to exist?" Another read, "I followed you. But don't get the wrong idea. I'm just afraid to miss your apology video." She frowned at the barrage of vitriol from her detractors. Raising an eyebrow, she noted how this situation mirrored her initial experience, sensing that another opportunity was at hand. Without hesitation, she navigated to the profile of Jiangcheng Hao, prepared to meticulously analyze the video posted the previous night, frame by frame. Upon witnessing the video, Lin Qingyi appeared to succumb to a sense of liberation as she toppled backwards from the rooftop's edge, her phone plummeting to the ground, the screen spinning in disarray. A thunderous buzz engulfed her mind. No, it must be staged. It must be staged. How could that girl possibly leap from such heights? In a fit of rage, she hurled various cosmetics from the table to the floor. Was she out of her mind? What have I said to provoke such an act? How could she even consider such a thing? This is madness. Jiang Shiyuan realized her downfall. The years of effort and painstakingly cultivated account were reduced to ashes with Lin Qingyi's leap. Dreams of luxury cars, opulent residences, and sudden wealth dissipated in an instant. After enduring a night of substantial earnings, she found it hard to accept the prospect of a meager monthly income of 3,800 toiling away each day. What a fool. If she wished for death, why not go far away to seek it? Why leap now, of all times, when others are present? Keyboard warriors, unable to find solace from Lin Hao, resorted to vilifying those who had once incited them, seeking to alleviate their own guilt. Outside the dormitory, the sound of incessant banging on doors echoed, sending a chilling wave coursing from her tailbone to the crown of her head. Simultaneously, the comment section of Jiangcheng University's official account was bombarded by frenzied netizens. The teacher managing the official account swiftly disabled the comments and urgently contacted the principal to inform him of the current situation. With the college entrance examination season approaching, any mismanagement could result in a significant decline in the number of applicants for the year. Although the reputation of Jiangcheng University has been tarnished, other universities have begun to engage in lively activities. Numerous young female students clad in JK uniforms have taken to strolling through the campus of a prominent institution. While many athletic students from various schools have showcased their muscular physiques, proclaiming their commitment to upholding justice on campus and resolutely opposing bullying. Observing the audacious displays from other schools, the president of Jiangcheng University was nearly driven to fury. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting which institution could produce such unscrupulous students, lamenting the absence of moral integrity. Upon reflection, he realized that the true fool was himself. Meanwhile, Lin Hao browsed through several short videos, as numerous swift-reacting content creators hastily recorded apology videos overnight. Despite the sincerity of the first few apologetic creators, the comment sections remained inundated with vitriol. Other creators swiftly concealed their earlier defamatory videos against Lin Hao, even as their comment sections were overwhelmed with demands for immediate apologies. They chose to remain silent, akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, awaiting the next wave of trending topics to strike. Lin Hao felt a tinge of displeasure. After all, he had committed no wrongdoing. Why should he be subjected to punishment? After scrolling for 7 or 8 minutes, he could not find a single video of a dancer in black stockings. At that moment, Lin Qingyi burst into the room. She was adorned in a light pink top paired with a pristine white pleated skirt, complemented by delicate nude stockings. Her hair was tied up, revealing a small bun, and she twirled quickly before Lin Hao, the hem of her skirt gently lifting, radiating an air of joy. Jiang, brother, do I look beautiful today? Chapter 78. Which elderly official can resist such temptation? Upon seeing Lin Qingyi finally donning a delicate skirt, an overwhelming aura of youthful exuberance seemed to envelop him. Lin Hao raised both thumbs in admiration, exclaiming how beautiful she looked, expressing his fondness and suggesting she wears such attire more often. After experiencing bullying, Lin Qingyi had refrained from wearing skirts, and her choice to wear one again perhaps signified her gradual emergence from the shadows of her past. Lin Hao's unabashed praise caused Lin Qingyi's cheeks to flush slightly as she lowered her head, nervously grasping the hem of her skirt. Lin Hao rolled his eyes, lamenting the loss of the fundamental trust between them. All right, I no longer find it appealing, he declared, noticing the sudden shift in Lin Hao's demeanor. Lin Qingyi tilted her head in confusion. Following his gaze to her legs clad in stockings, she pondered whether her brother simply did not favor such attire. Yet, she recalled his intense gaze on Senior Nian Chio when she wore similar stockings, almost as if his eyes were glued to her, gently pinching the flesh on her legs. She concluded that perhaps she was too slender and decided to eat heartily in the future to become the kind of girl her brother admired. Lin Hao covered his nose and coughed softly. The moment Lin Qingyi lowered her head, he sensed something was amiss. Was the change in his expression so conspicuous? After a simple breakfast, the two made their way to school together. As usual, Lin Qingyi purchased a hand-grab pancake at the school gate to share with her friend Jiangshan, not one to be outdone. Lin Hao decided to buy one for his adopted son as well. Boss, I would like a hand-grabbed pancake, with another pancake rolled inside, please, Lin Hao requested. The plump fellow had audaciously remarked the previous day that Lin Qingyi might not always be his sister, such an ill-fated statement. In order to circumvent such a scenario, he had exerted himself tirelessly to this point. During the day, he labored diligently for the advancement of the Lin family, traversing the western regions, and at night, he was obliged to engage in bed companionship. This aspect shall remain uncounted. He scarcely had time to indulge in games. Was it easy to safeguard such immense wealth? The boss, having been in the industry for over a decade, was taken aback. It was the first time he had ever heard of a pancake encasing another pancake. He looked at Lin Hao in astonishment and inquired, "Student, are you perhaps filming a short video?" Lin Hao shook his head. "No, it's just that my family is impoverished, and I crave this treat. I simply wish to satiate my hunger." The boss nodded, conceding, "Very well then, I shall also treat you to a sausage. Study hard. And once you get into university and secure a job, all will be well. Lin Hao repeatedly declined, even refusing to add an egg, but the boss, mistaking his reluctance for a desire to save money, not only added 2 eggs, but also included a sausage and a sprinkle of meat floss, along with extra lettuce. Gazing at the bountiful hand-grabbed pancake, Lin Hao sighed, conceding it to the rotund fellow. Subsequently, in the presence of the boss, he took the pancake and sat in his McLaren. As the McLaren gracefully glided into the campus, the boss gaped in astonishment, exclaiming in ire, "Whose mischievous child is this? Even a hand-grabbed pancake must be deceived." Upon entering the classroom, Lin Hao indeed arrived somewhat late. The plump fellow had already reached the school. "Here, this is for you." Lin Hao tossed the pancake onto the plump fellow's desk. In the small, beady eyes of the rotund figure, a glimmer of gold erupted forth. He patted his left shoulder twice with his right hand and spoke, "Having drifted through life, I lament not having encountered a wise ruler. If you do not cast me aside, I would gladly serve." How go? Why is there just a pancake in your hand-grabbed pancake? Lin Hao chuckled. "Look, you instigated a rift between me and Qingyi yesterday. This is your retribution. There is no meat in this hand-grabbed pancake. This is merely the beginning. Next time, when you buy instant noodles, there'll be no seasoning packet." Qingyi pouted and snorted. "How go? Then I curse you to only find seasoning packets when you buy instant noodles in the future." Lin Hao rolled his eyes and mocked. "Why on earth would I buy instant noodles?" Qingyi opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He sighed, conceding, "All right. I suppose I'll just make do with what I have." Lin Qingyi, observing their banter, couldn't help but smile. Noticing that the hand-grabbed pancake was nearly finished, she slid her chair closer to Lin Hao. "Brother, you eat. I can't manage anymore." At that moment, Liang Wanwan approached Lin Hao and placed 2 steamed buns on his table. Lin Hao looked at the buns in confusion, pondering what Liang Wanwan was up to. "Liang Wanwan, why have you left these 2 plain buns here with me?" Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, everyone turned to him with knowing smiles. Lin Hao shook his head and took the hand-grabbed pancake that Lin Qingyi offered, taking a bite. As he consumed the remnants of her pancake, she gently swayed in her seat. Lin Hao handed her a tissue, saying, "Here, wipe your mouth, it's all greasy." Suddenly, with a look of disdain, he remarked, "How on earth do you eat this hand-grabbed pancake? The sesame seeds have made their way to the very top of your head." He casually helped Lin Qingyi remove the sesame seeds clinging to her cheek. Prompted by Cheng Yuan's reminder, Lin Hao suddenly recalled that the original owner had persistently pleaded with Liang Wanwan to bring her breakfast on one occasion. After the original owner had gifted Liang Wanwan a handbag worth over 50,000, she finally relented, agreeing to bring breakfast just once. The following day, Liang Wanwan presented the original owner with 2 steamed buns, explaining that other items required waiting in line. At that time, the original owner, lost in infatuation, lied, claiming that steamed buns were his absolute favorite. Lin Hao shook his head. "Does she think she can bribe me with just 2 large white buns? Which old-timer could possibly resist such temptation?" He paused, then murmured, "However, if she were to attempt bribing me with 2 large white buns, an old-timer might indeed struggle to withstand it." Cheng Yuan rolled his eyes. "Whether she is trying to bribe you with 2 large white buns or not, you must refrain from being a sycophant." He turned to Lin Qingyi, advising, "You must keep a close watch on Haoge, otherwise your brother may be lost." Lin Qingyi, feeling somewhat bewildered by their conversation, nodded earnestly. She glanced around before leaning closer to Jiangcheng, observing her flushed cheeks, and softly inquired, "Do you know what they mean by large white buns?" No, I don't know," Jiangcheng vehemently denied. Yet, unable to withstand Lin Qingyi's persistent questioning, she leaned in and whispered an explanation. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke erupted. Lin Qingyi lowered her head, her cheeks flushed to the point of seemingly dripping with water. She gently patted her chest with both hands, not particularly small, yet not excessive either, and let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, the figure of Lin Yinxiu appeared in her mind, and a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. Perhaps during the evening study session, she could inquire about Yinxiu, the senior. As the class bell rang, Lin Hao dutifully rested his head on the desk. It must be said that sleeping next to Lin Qingyi last night was indeed quite delightful, and surprisingly, he felt no drowsiness today. The teacher at the front, noticing Lin Hao's rare state of wakefulness, felt a sense of validation and spoke with even greater fervor and enthusiasm. Initially intending to cultivate a sense of sleepiness, he now found it increasingly difficult to succumb to slumber. Propping his chin on his hand, he gazed at the blackboard, lost in contemplation of the plot from the original novel. In the story, Zhou grew up on a mountain, learning formidable skills from a reclusive master. Upon descending the mountain, he found himself without money, wandering among various hospitals, seeking to aid the sick. After treating Xie injuries and winning the favor of Lin Shaoxian, he leveraged the Lin family's connections to enter Jiangcheng High School. At that time, Lin Qingyi had been cast out by her family, suffering considerable harm. Nevertheless, she did not abandon her studies, fully aware that education was her sole avenue for revenge. Zhou, upon witnessing Lin Qingyi's pitiable state, began to shower her with meticulous care. Having never experienced the warmth of affection before, Lin Qingyi transitioned from initial resistance to ultimately succumbing to Zhou gentle entrapment. The reason it is referred to as a gentle trap is that, while he is concerned for Lin Qingyi, he is also attentive to Lin Shaoxian, helping her alleviate the psychological shadow left by nearly causing Xie demise. Subsequently, he is fervently engaged with Xie Shuangxiu. Lin Hao cannot help but exclaim, "No wonder he is the protagonist. He truly is a master of time management." However, now that Xie ailment has been treated by him, Lin Xiaoshuan's affections have shifted toward him, and Lin Qingyi has successfully evaded a storyline fraught with harm, sweetly calling him brother each day. Reflecting on Lin Qingyi's earlier declaration reminiscent of the formidable Li Qingyi, he regrets not having captured that moment on film. For presenting it to her now would undoubtedly be amusing. He turned his head to gaze in Lin Qingyi's direction. She sat with her legs, clad in sheer stockings, together, her knees resting against the table leg, and with a subtle exertion of her toes, she nudged the table a few millimeters. Then, she adjusted her chair in the direction the table had moved, seemingly enjoying the endeavor. Lin Hao glanced at the tables around her. Her desk had already skewed significantly, all while she fancifully believed her actions were discreet. Once, there was the tale of the foolish old man who moved mountains. Today, we have Lin Qingyi shifting tables. Observing her slender legs busily at work beneath the table while maintaining a facade of calm, Lin Hao found his sister utterly endearing. Without hesitation, he pulled Lin Qingyi's desk over, aligning it with his own. In the conclusion of the tale of the foolish old man, celestial beings were dispatched by the heavenly emperor to relocate 2 towering mountains. In the conclusion of Lin Qingyi's table-moving saga, Lin Hao took it upon himself to draw her desk closer, though the sound of the desk shifting was not particularly loud at that moment. Everyone else was silently contemplating a challenging mathematical problem. A sudden sound erupted, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Lin Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to how her discreet actions had been uncovered by her brother. As she became aware of her classmates' gazes upon her, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. However, she swiftly adjusted her seat, positioning herself closely next to Lin Hao, complying dutifully. The teacher, casting a glance over, realized that Lin Hao was the culprit, and deemed it inconsequential. He cleared his throat a couple of times, re-establishing order in the classroom and encouraging the students to continue contemplating the mathematics problem at hand. He had just presented a method for solving the problem, albeit one that was rather intricate, leaving most students bewildered. Lin Qingyi glanced at the distance between herself and her brother, contemplating how a slight shift of her body could allow her to nestle into Lin Hao's embrace. Regrettably, classes were still in session, otherwise, she mused, she would have relished the opportunity to be close to him. Taking a piece of draft paper, she observed the diagram on the blackboard, scribbling notes and sketches in search of a simpler solution. Lin Hao yawned, casting a glance at the problem-solving process detailed on the board. The teacher had filled nearly half of the blackboard to arrive at the correct answer. Yet he too struggled to conceive a novel approach, pondering how to articulate the explanation in a manner comprehensible to all students. Lin Hao noted Lin Qingyi's thought process, recognizing that she too was constrained by the teacher's proposed method. Having inadvertently consumed valuable time, he staggered toward the podium. The teacher, assuming Lin Hao was merely heading to the restroom, silently parted away for him, armed with an eraser and chalk. Lin Hao began to share his own insights on the solution with the teacher. He erased all the auxiliary lines drawn by the teacher and meticulously redrew one in a different location. This made the initial verification process slightly more challenging, yet rendered subsequent calculations remarkably effortless. All the students in the classroom gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Shouldn't he have gone to the restroom? Why is he still stuck here? Has the world encountered a glitch? Could it be that he has been absent from school for so long that he no longer knows where the restroom is? Perhaps needing the teacher to draw him a map? Just look at him. Doesn't it seem as though he is engaged in a discussion with the teacher about problem-solving methods? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Has anyone ever seen him study? If he solves this problem, I shall eat 10 pounds of excrement on the spot. I swear it. No way. My friend, are you trying to swindle a meal again? The math teacher stood, equally dumbfounded, observing Lin Hao. After years of experience, he understood that given Lin Hao's family background, he need not worry excessively. As long as Lin Hao didn't negatively influence his classmates or disrupt the classroom order, he could do as he pleased. Yet, he never anticipated that the student, who either seldom attended school or dozed off upon arrival, was now explaining problems to himself. How utterly surreal. He cleared his throat twice and admonished the teacher, "Is this how I taught you to be inattentive during class? You waste a minute of your own time, and for 30+ students, that's over 30 minutes wasted. Why are you looking at me? Is the problem too lengthy for your comprehension? Focus on the blackboard." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the mathematics teacher felt an immediate surge of pressure, akin to a student caught daydreaming during class. His face flushed crimson as he hastily shifted his gaze towards the blackboard. Lin Hao proceeded to draw 2 auxiliary lines, his frustration mounting as he noticed the teacher's unwavering focus on the board. What is the blackboard going to do? Can it elucidate the steps to solving the problem? Look at me. Once he completed the explanation of the problem, he tossed down the chalk, wiped his fingers on a damp cloth, and let out a deep sigh. You are undoubtedly the worst teacher I have ever encountered. The very worst among them. Chapter 80. I am here to learn. Upon hearing Lin Hao's remarks, the teacher appeared somewhat embarrassed, as if he recognized the familiarity of Lin Hao's words. Clearing his throat, he began to elucidate Lin Hao's problem-solving approach to the class. Surely, the students would share the teacher's astonishment. Lin Hao is not as indolent and disinterested in his studies as you might assume. Through this problem, the teacher can discern the effort he has invested behind the scenes. Young Wanwan, taken aback, glanced back. Initially, she had dismissed Lin Hao as merely a wealthy slacker. Yet now it seemed that, at least in mathematics, he was capable of achieving commendable scores if he applied himself diligently. Academic success cannot be attained overnight. Lin Hao had recently become entangled with Lin Qingyi, suggesting that he had quietly exerted considerable effort in the past. She glanced at the 2 steamed buns on her desk, letting out a wistful sigh, regretting not having accepted the bag he offered earlier and sharing a meal with him. As the class bell rang, Li Zima rushed to Liang Wanwan's side, seizing her water cup to fill it for her. Previously, it was Lin Hao who undertook such tasks. Observing Li Zima, who paled in comparison to Lin Hao in both looks and academic prowess, Liang Wanwan couldn't help but shake her head. Especially in recent days, she had subtly indicated that her bag had been taken by Lin Hao, yet he showed no sign of acknowledgement. Li Zima, I shall fetch my own water from now on, she declared, rising to reclaim her cup. Before filling her water, she made a brief detour to Lin Hao, hoping to alleviate the tension between them by offering to fill his cup as well. However, Lin Hao had come to school empty-handed, devoid of even a water bottle. Lin Qingyi, resembling a kitten that had indulged in catnip, clung to Lin Hao's waist as soon as the bell rang, nuzzling against him. Brother Hao, I never expected this. I thought you were heading to the restroom. When exactly did you study behind my back? She exclaimed, with Cheng Yuan expressing admiration. My brother is truly remarkable. Lin Qingyi interjected, her enthusiasm evident. Lin Hao playfully tousled Lin Qingyi's hair, suspecting that she feared being usurped by Liang Wanwan, hence her unwavering embrace. Having spent the previous night entwined in each other's arms, the prospect of sitting together now felt less jarring. Originally, he had planned to commence his career at a tutoring institution upon graduation, but unexpectedly, the entire industry had vanished before he could even complete his university education. He gently patted Lin Qingyi's head, chuckling. Do you see? This is what it means to be close to the red. What do you think we are doing? Knowledge flows from areas of high concentration to those of low concentration. I am engaged in learning. The plump fellow clicked his tongue and shook his head, choosing not to expose your infatuation with your sister. Lin Qingyi, the top student in the entire grade, must have been giving special tutoring to Brother Hao. If he had such an adorable sister to assist him in his studies, he felt he could also excel. After embracing for a while, Lin Qingyi released her hold and began to tackle the recently distributed mathematics test. This evening, there was a significant matter to discuss with Senior Nian Qiu, and he could not allow these assignments to hinder his learning. During the morning hours, Lin Hao drifted between dreams and reality, relishing a rare moment of nostalgia for his high school days. Noticing that Lin Hao had forgotten his books, Lin Qingyi combined 2 chairs, and they both sat closely during class. Although the teacher delivered the lesson exceptionally well, Lin Hao's mind wandered, preoccupied with another question. Why did Lin Qingyi's lingering fragrance persist so powerfully after they had both used the same bathing products in his bathroom yesterday? It baffled him, leaving him utterly perplexed. At last, the school bell signaled the end of the day, prompting Lin Hao to stifle a large yawn as he prepared to indulge in a meal. Upon descending the school building, he spotted Chef Lu from the cafeteria, standing at the corridor's entrance with a little girl. The girl, adorned with pigtails, possessed large eyes and a cherubic face that resembled a delicate porcelain doll. Every student descending the stairs couldn't help but glance at the little girl. Lin Hao glanced at Chef Lu, then bent down to gently pinch the child's cheek. The pudding-like softness of her skin was enchanting. "Jia, it's been a while." Lin Hao smiled. "Brother, thank you," Jia exclaimed, opening her arms to embrace Lin Hao's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. Lin Qingyi's expression changed instantly, her cheeks puffing up in anger. However, upon realizing that the little girl appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old, she dismissed the thought of her competing for her brother's affection and felt a wave of dejection wash over her. Lin Hao picked up Jia and turned to Master Lu, smiling at those around him. "Today, we are in for a treat. Uncle Lu must have come prepared." Master Lu chuckled awkwardly, still pondering how to invite Lin Hao to the cafeteria for a meal. The previous afternoon, he had conveyed Lin Hao's message to the admissions office at Jiangcheng No. 2 primary school. After the teacher consulted with the principal, they arranged for Jia to take an entrance examination that afternoon. After months of effort, he had finally managed to secure this opportunity thanks to Lin Hao's words. Lacking any other skills, he wished to treat Lin Hao well in gratitude. Jiangshan was utterly defenseless against the little girl, leaning towards Lin Hao, pleading, "Can I have a hug, please?" A bit shy, Jia clung to Lin Hao's neck, turning away slightly. Undeterred by this minor setback, Jiangshan pulled out some snacks to entice Jia. Lin Qingyi watched as both of Lin Hao's hands were occupied, her irritation bubbling beneath the surface. After a brief moment, Lin Hao set Jia down and took her hand. Quick-witted, Lin Qingyi swiftly linked her arm with Lin Hao's other one. Jiangshan successfully grasped Jia's other hand, using the snacks as bait. Cheng Yuan observed this harmonious scene before him and sighed. "I do not envy the lovebirds or the immortals, but I do envy Brother Hao every single day." Lin Qingyi clung to Lin Hao's arm, turning her gaze towards Jia, who indeed appeared to be an adorable little girl. Curiously, she inquired, "Brother, how many children do you wish to have in the future?" As she spoke, she playfully placed a hand over her abdomen. Lin Hao cast a sidelong glance at Jia, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Even if I want a few, they can't just materialize, can they?" Lin Qingyi rolled her eyes, sensing her brother's lack of wit. "I meant, how many children do you envision having with your bride?" Startled, Lin Hao shivered and shook his head vehemently. "I'm still a child. Why would I think about having children?" At the mention of a bride, Jia suddenly looked up and smiled brightly at Lin Hao, exclaiming, "Brother, when I grow up, I want to be your bride." Chapter 81. Little Hao understands me. Upon hearing Jia's innocent declaration, Lin Hao gently patted her little head, saying, "Be good. Don't grow up too fast. The world of adults isn't as delightful as you imagine." Jia, unable to comprehend Lin Hao's words, gazed at him with her big, watery eyes. Lin Hao glanced around and noticed Fatty, who was just extracting his homework from his backpack, observing the hefty stack of papers. A look of dread instantly spread across Jia's face. Although she did not fully grasp the meaning of Lin Hao's words, she was well aware of the daunting pile of assignments. Lin Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle at her brother's antics. "Brother, please stop frightening her." She leaned down towards Jia and added, "This is just half a day's work. There's much more to come this afternoon." Initially, it was believed that this was all there was to it, yet unexpectedly, there was still more to come. Jia's lips drooped in disappointment. As the joy of remaining in Jiangcheng was swiftly dissipated, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, momentarily uncertain whether Lin Qingyi was innocently stating the facts or subtly intimidating Jia with a more sinister intent. Upon arriving at the private room, Master Lu had already prepared the dishes earlier that morning. Within merely 20 minutes, 8 plates of food had been presented. With such an abundance, it was clear that they would not be able to consume it all. Lin Hao extended an invitation for Master Lu to join them at the table and placed a call to Principal Huang Duran, discussing the intricacies of social relationships. As Principal Huang entered the room, he inquired with curiosity, "Young Master Lin, I have heard from your teachers that you managed to solve the final challenging question in the mathematics exam?" Lin Hao responded with a proud demeanor. "It is undoubtedly due to the principal's wise leadership and the earnest guidance of the teachers that I have achieved this modest accomplishment. It is hardly worth mentioning." Although aware that Lin Hao's remarks were made in jest, Huang Duran still found them quite gratifying and reciprocated. "Indeed, it is a testament to your diligence and hard work, young Master Lin." Apart from Jia, who felt distressed over the impending mountain of homework, Everyone else reveled in the sumptuous lunch. Jia, with a forlorn expression, nibbled on a shrimp ball with tomato, observing the jubilant crowd around her. At that moment, she found the atmosphere somewhat overwhelming. Her chubby little hand propped her forehead as she sighed. Is this what they call the trials of growing up? After lunch, Lin Hao departed from the school in his McLaren, making his way to Lin Qingyi's residence first to administer acupuncture to Lu Xiang. Subsequently, he drove to a nearby large shopping mall. Today, he was to arrange for the discharge of the venerable Mr. Xie, and it was only fitting to prepare some gifts to celebrate the occasion. The small whip he had initially promised to procure for the elder had yet to materialize. Such an item, it seemed, would be difficult for the elder, having led a life steeped in military service, to accept, although the whip was still elusive. Acquiring a few leather belts made from calfskin would certainly suffice. He decided to purchase 3 belts for Mr. Xie, one for wearing, one for use, and the last one to cheer him on. Lin Hao felt that there was no grandson as considerate as he. As the hour was still early, he wandered around the small shops lining the street outside the mall. Strolling aimlessly on a weekday, though unproductive, brought him a sense of tranquility. While meandering, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a store selling walking sticks. The shop, approximately 15 square meters in size, housed nearly 1,000 sticks, all neatly arranged. The proprietor, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional worker's attire and round reading glasses, merely glanced up as Lin Hao entered before returning to the task of polishing a walking stick behind the counter. Given Mr. Xie's advanced age, it would be prudent to provide him with a suitable walking stick to prevent any potential tumbles. With Mr. Xie's height in mind, Lin Hao meticulously selected an appropriate stick. This one won't be effective, it lacks impact. This one, too, is unsuitable, it would break and cause distress. This one is just perfect. He picked up a cane. Of moderate length, its surface warmed to the touch, and when he swung it, it whistled through the air. He had purchased 3 identical canes, anticipating that, should the old gentleman inadvertently damage one, he would have a replacement readily available. Bearing gifts, he entered the Jiangcheng City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Pushing open the door to the ward, Lin Hao exclaimed with excitement, "Grandfather Xie, come and see what treasures your beloved grandson has brought for you." Today marked the day of Xie Zhan's discharge, and both Xie Yujing and Xie Hu were present. Lin Shaoxian was seated beside the old gentleman, engrossed in a tome on traditional Chinese medicine. Upon hearing Lin Hao's voice, Xie Zhan's previously stern countenance softened instantly. Lin Hao, with a cane in his right hand and 2 additional canes tucked under his left arm, bounced into the ward. For some inexplicable reason, the moment he grasped the cane, he felt an overwhelming sense of dependence upon it, as if he could no longer walk unaided. "Xiao Hao, are you injured?" Lin Shaoxian rose to greet him. "Sister, I'm perfectly fine. This is a discharge gift for grandfather," Lin Hao replied with a smile. Lin Shaoxian nodded, retrieving a warm towel and a chilled sour plum drink that she had prepared in advance, handing them to him. Lin Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and took a sip of the sour plum drink, feeling the earlier heat dissipate instantly. Turning his head, he noticed Lin Shaoxian approaching with a stool in hand. She accepted the towel and empty cup, inquiring, "Xiao Hao, would you like another cup?" Lin Hao shook his head and took the stool, positioning himself before the old gentleman. "All right, from now on, just make sure to rest well," Lin Hao advised. Hearing his words, Xie Yujing and Lin Shaoxian stood to assist the old gentleman in completing the discharge procedures. Lin Hao presented 3 rolls of calfskin belts and a cane to Xie Zhan, saying, "Grandpa Xie, to celebrate your recovery, this is a gift for your discharge." Although Xie Zhan was still fairly robust and had not yet reached the stage of needing a cane, he accepted the gesture of goodwill from Lin Hao with quiet appreciation. Observing Lin Hao's eager gaze, he, a man not in need of support, feigned a tremor and stood up, leaning on the cane. After rising, he suddenly noticed Xie Hu grasping 2 other canes, one under each arm, attempting to retract his legs. Unfortunately, his effort was in vain, resulting in quite a ruckus within the hospital room. A surge of indignation welled up within Xie Zhan, and he raised the cane to strike Xie Hu on the back. A sharp sound echoed in the room. The old man glanced at the cane in his hand, then at Lin Hao seated nearby, exclaiming, "It feels rather adept, indeed. Young Hao understands me well." Chapter 82. What is going on with you all? Startled by the unexpected strike, Xie Hu was bewildered. "Dad, why are you hitting me?" He pondered, having said nothing moments before. Was merely standing in this hospital room a transgression? "Grandpa Xie, my uncle is just a child at heart. Please do not be angry," Lin Hao interjected. "It's akin to when I was mischievous as a child, and my father would give me a good slap on the cheek. Look at how composed I am now." Xie Zhan regarded Lin Hao and then Xie Hu, feeling that perhaps he had not reprimanded them enough in their youth. With a mix of frustration and affection, he raised the cane once more and struck Xiehu again. Xiehu ground his teeth in frustration, casting a fierce glare at Lin Hao. This boy had sought revenge once or twice, but how many times had it been now? He glanced again at the gifts Lin Hao had brought for the discharge: 3 leather belts and 3 canes. These were hardly appropriate gifts for the elderly gentleman. They were clearly intended for himself. Just moments ago, he had thought Lin Hao rather considerate, as he had not even considered a discharge gift. Yet Lin Hao had managed to think of it. Noticing Xiehu's menacing gaze, Lin Hao hurriedly complained, "Grandfather, look. My uncle dares to glare at you." Hearing Lin Hao's words, Xiehu's expression softened momentarily. "Father, I did not mean it. I was merely excited about the prospect of becoming kin with Xiao Hao. Grandfather, my third sister and Aunt Yujing are already at the hospital to handle your discharge procedures. Would you prefer to come home tomorrow morning or afternoon?" Xie Zhan pursed his lips, observing that this lad was quite shrewd, as he had provided 2 options. "Let's say tomorrow afternoon, then. I shall be a bother at that time. I want to see what kind of godson you wish to introduce me to." He shot Xiehu a look, implying that if he turned out to be so inept, it would be better to simply let it be. Grandfather would acknowledge him as a god-grandson instead. Lin Hao pondered for a moment. Recognizing Lin Jiangwo as a godson would allow Jiangwo to leverage Xie Zhan's connections to expand the Lin family business. However, if he were to be recognized as a god-grandson, as a privileged second-generation heir, he would have no need for an additional grandfather. Xie Zhan's connections would only be of use when he took over the Lin family enterprise or in times of significant crisis for the Lin group. He cast another glance at Xiehu. Although Xiehu had endured a couple of blows, he still propped himself up with 2 canes and was attempting to lift his feet off the ground, albeit with diminished vigor and without causing much commotion. Observing Xiehu's somewhat foolish demeanor, Lin Hao recalled that his father had, after all, constructed such a vast commercial empire. Surely, he should not appear so silly. Lin Hao nodded affirmatively, exuding confidence. After all, winning the favor of his esteemed father was of utmost importance. Seeing Lin Hao's unwavering belief in his father, Xie Zhan grew curious about what kind of person Lin Hao's father truly was. In recent days, he had often engaged in conversations with Dr. Lin, learning a great deal about their family's circumstances. Among the 6 daughters of the Lin family, aside from the unremarkable Lin Xiaolan, the other 5 excelled in their respective fields. Although Lin Hao was not the biological son of the Lin family and occasionally exhibited unreliable behavior, he always remembered what he had said when he photographed him and a city guard. Without the struggles of their generation, there would be no present prosperity. Not to mention his remarkable medical skills, his upright values left a lasting impression on Xie Zhan. Each child of the Lin family was outstanding. Undoubtedly a reflection of the dedication of Lin Fu and Lin Mu, with the exception of Lin Xiaolan, who seemed to slip through the net of family education. "Dad, you can be discharged now." She turned to Lin Hao, her gaze filled with gratitude. "Xiao Hao, there is nothing much for me to say, but I truly must thank you this time. In a couple of days, Shuangsu will also come to Jiangcheng. You young people should take the opportunity to bond." "And Xiao Hao is still young and at a critical stage of learning," Lin Xiaoxian interjected. Xie Zhan also nodded in agreement. "Yujing, we should not rush matters concerning the children. Let's wait until Xiao Hao is admitted to university, then we can discuss an engagement for the 2 kids." Lin Xiaoxian glanced at Lin Hao, uncertain of how to proceed. Lin Hao nodded repeatedly, chuckling, "Old man, rest assured. My parents even paid for my high school education. I'm definitely not going to get into university." Xie Zhan's lips twitched. He had initially thought Lin Hao was finally opening up, only to find that the rascal was willing to forego the college entrance examination just to avoid an engagement with Xie Shuangshu. "You." Child Xie Yujing shook her head in exasperation, pulling up a photo of Xie Shuangshu on her phone. In the image, Xie Shuangshu was clad in a sports tank and shorts, with a boxing glove on her hand. The shot was perfectly timed, capturing the moment she struck the punching bag with maximum impact. Xie Shuangshu's face, strikingly beautiful and exuding a spirited aura, was visible, though her impressively long legs were not fully captured. Lin Hao examined the punching bag and then looked at his own slight build. If I ever encounter her, would she not treat me like a punching bag? He pondered, fixating on Xie Shuangshu's face, determined to remember her appearance. At the very least, the next time they met, he could immediately lie on the ground and plead for mercy. Xie Yujing observed Lin Hao's reaction with great satisfaction. Confident in her daughter's beauty, Xie Zhan gazed at Lin Hao's mesmerized expression, unable to suppress a light chuckle within. Just moments ago, he had rejected the idea of an engagement with Shuangsu, yet now, upon seeing her photograph, His eyes were utterly captivated. Indeed, my granddaughter possesses an undeniable charm. It seems this union deserves meticulous preparation. Lin Shaoxian observed Lin Hao's enthrallment and could not help but let out a soft sigh. She turned to Xiezhan, retrieving several sachets from the pocket of her white coat. Grandfather Xie, these are sachets I crafted for you, designed to alleviate fatigue and promote restful sleep. She distributed one to Xie Hu and Xie Yujing, holding the last sachet while standing beside Lin Hao. Lin Shaoxian nodded with a gentle smile, presenting the final sachet into Lin Hao's hands. Xie Yujing suddenly recalled something and pulled out a deep blue tang suit from her shopping bag. Dad, it's time to change into new clothes. We should be leaving the hospital. Xiezhan nodded in agreement. Since he was being discharged, there was no need to continue wearing the patient gown, clad in the new attire brought by his daughter. With the sachet crafted by Dr. Lin hanging at his waist and leaning on the cane gifted by Lin Hao, he turned his gaze towards his foolish son, who was lost in the blissful aroma of the sachet, and let out a long sigh. Chapter 83. Growing up naked. Seeing the exasperated expression on the elder Xiezhan's face, Lin Hao grasped Lin Xiaoshuan's wrist and led her out of the hospital room, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Bang! The door shut firmly, blocking out the sunlight and casting the room into a dimness that mirrored Xiezhan's current mood. Upon encountering Lin Hao, he couldn't help but think that his son was rather foolish. Leaning against the corridor, Lin Hao picked up the fragrant sachet crafted by Lin Shaoxian and inhaled deeply. A delightful blend of jasmine intertwined with lemon and a refreshing hint of mint filled his senses, instantly alleviating his mood. Sister, do you have any more of these sachets? Lin Hao inquired. Recently, Qingyi had been under considerable mental strain. Perhaps the aroma of this sachet could soothe her spirits. Lin Shaoxian cast a resentful glance at Lin Hao and produced a spare sachet. Since when did you become so close with little sister? She asked curiously. Previously, when she had questioned Lin Hao and Xie Hu had launched an attack against him, only Lin Qingyi had dared to stand in front of Lin Hao. A scene etched deeply in her memory. Thus, although she begrudged Lin Hao's favoritism towards Lin Qingyi, she acknowledged it as only natural. Lin Hao jested. We are all siblings, raised in the same household. What need is there for a reason to treat family well? Lin Shaoxian couldn't help but chuckle. Qingyi certainly did not grow up alongside you in such a manner. Her face flushed instantly as she playfully scolded. How inappropriate. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Before his own face turned crimson. He had merely been reminiscing about the lively days of family togetherness. How did it morph into a recollection of naked childhood days in Lin Xiaoshuan's words? He discreetly cast a glance at her. The afternoon sun bathed her slightly flushed cheeks, as a few stray strands of hair danced in the gentle breeze, shimmering with a soft golden hue, creating a scene of exquisite beauty, perfectly complemented by the pleasant warmth of the sun and the mildness of the wind. Indeed, reminiscing about the carefree days of youth is not without merit. Could this be the subtle sorrow that accompanies growth? Lin Hao rubbed his forehead and let out a soft sigh. Before long, the door swung open, and the elder gentleman emerged from the hospital room, clad in a deep blue tang suit, exuding vitality. Xie Hu, with his head bowed and leaning on a cane, appeared profoundly melancholic. Just moments ago, he had revisited the shadows of his childhood, filling the void left by the absence of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat that he could no longer enjoy as an adult. Xie Yujing had intended to assist the elder gentleman in his walk, but the old man, firmly gripping his cane with one hand, clearly relished his independence. Observing the elder's demeanor, Lin Hao understood that no man could resist the allure of a sturdy, slightly resilient stick. He shot a glance at Xie Hu, mindful of their future kinship, contemplating how to say something kind on his behalf. Grandfather, look how sorrowful my uncle appears right now. Not at all. I am utterly untroubled. In fact, I am quite joyful. Xie Hu vehemently denied, already wary of Lin Hao's sharp tongue. Lin Hao rolled his eyes and continued. It's certainly because you're not as strong as you once were. Even when you strike him, it lacks the vigor of your youth. Xie Hu stared blankly at Lin Hao, recalling that he had previously expressed his dissatisfaction. Why had he suddenly changed his tune? Xiezhan shot a glance at Xie Hu and inquired, What are you so pleased about? Is it because I have grown old and can no longer manage you? He let out a soft sigh, glancing at Lin Hao, who, along with Lin Shaoxian, was seeing several individuals off to their vehicle. It was only after the car turned at the next intersection that they finally departed. Xiao Hao, will you be visiting the traditional Chinese medicine hospital again? Lin Shaoxian inquired. After Xiezhan's departure, Lin Hao likely had no further reason to return to the hospital. A sense of unease enveloped her. If he were to come back, perhaps it would be to see her? And if he chose not to, What would she do then? Lin Hao pondered for a moment. Lu Xiang's condition still required medication for proper adjustment. Thus, he smiled and replied, "Of course, I will come again. After all, the sour plum soup that third sister makes is simply delightful, and the materials in the sachets need to be replenished. I shall be visiting you frequently." Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted that it was still early, and he intended to head to the company to find his parents. The father he had found would be arriving the next day, and if his parents were absent, the recognition would undoubtedly fall through. The Lin Group had already invested 30 billion in the initial phase of the resort's construction. Presently, the construction site was entangled with a group of local ruffian villagers, significantly hindering progress. Moreover, these villagers were all quite elderly, and the local city guard seemed ineffectual. The workforce on the resort's construction site numbered around 2,000. And with an average wage of 300, a single day's delay in project progress necessitated an additional expenditure of 600,000. Third sister. Do you have any extra sachets? I would like to bring one for my parents and my eldest sister as well, Lin Hao inquired. Lin Shaoxian was concerned that Lin Hao might not favor the style of the sachets she had crafted. Consequently, she created several different designs and presented him with 3. Upon receiving Lin Xiaoshuan's sachets and exchanging a brief farewell, Lin Hao proceeded to drive towards the headquarters of the Lin Group. The headquarters was situated within a 32-story office building in the heart of Jiangcheng. After parking his vehicle, Lin Hao entered the towering edifice, which soared to a height of over 100 meters. At the building's entrance, there were 16 access gates, and entry was granted only after facial recognition verification. Once inside, Lin Hao took a moment to survey his surroundings. The office space was vast, with each floor encompassing approximately 2,000 square meters. He couldn't help but reminisce about his previous experiences working in a fledgling company. There, in a cramped 30-square-meter studio, 6 burly men were squeezed together. The space lacked air conditioning, and during the summer months, the atmosphere was unbearable. He observed many new employees sporting internship badges, their eyes gleaming with clarity and anticipation for the future. Lin Hao then took the elevator designated for senior executives, ascending to the pinnacle of the office building. As he stepped out of the elevator and approached Lin Jiangwo's office, he was immediately met with the sound of Lin Jiangwo's furious outburst. At such a young age, you are burdened with so many responsibilities. I have given you ample time. What have you accomplished? You have merely presented me with an analytical report suggesting we should offer those scoundrels more money? We had a contract in place, and you actually agreed to their exorbitant demands? What was the purpose of bringing you here to work? My son could handle the financial matters. Lin Jiangwo bellowed in anger. Lin Hao's expression darkened in an instant. Although it had no direct bearing on him, he felt as though he had been mocked. A coldly aloof girl at the forefront retorted, "Mr. Lin, over 800 villagers at the resort are in collective revolt. Not only has the progress of the project been severely impacted, but the safety of the workers is also at stake. Many laborers have reported that stones have been striking their windows in the dead of night. We have already negotiated that each household would receive an additional 30,000, requiring only 25 million to placate them. Progress is sluggish, and those in higher positions are expressing dissatisfaction, exerting pressure upon us." The girl, named Lin Yan, was Lin Hao's elder sister, serving as the general manager of the group. In the face of Lin Qingyi's encroachment upon the Lin family enterprise, she had attempted to fight back, yet at critical junctures, she found herself unable to act decisively. Ultimately, the Lin group was left riddled with wounds, and all her younger sisters had thrown themselves into Zhou Han's embrace, conspiring to undermine the Lin family business. In despair, she reluctantly announced the bankruptcy of the Lin group, fulfilling her sister's wishes. Following the collapse of the group, she departed Jiangcheng with the original owner, undertaking the most arduous of tasks to sustain their meager existence. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Jiangwo slammed his fist on the table. At first, they were the ones begging our group to invest, yet now, when faced with difficulties, they exhibit no accountability. Given such a business environment, it's no wonder that development is stagnant. Even if I were to forfeit the 30 billion I invested, considering it a loss to my son, I would never allow those people to take a single extra penny. Lin Hao blinked in surprise, wondering how his affairs had come to be discussed here. No wonder he felt discomfort in his cervical spine at such a young age. He had been shouldering numerous burdens. Initially, he intended to wait for their meeting to conclude before entering the conference room, but as he listened to the repetitive and monotonous discussions within, he realized that the executives were acutely aware that Lin Jiangwo would never relinquish the 30 billion he had invested. They also understood his concern that the villagers, after tasting a hint of success, might once again gather to create disturbances. Yet, They were at a loss for solutions for those elderly men, who typically earned less than 10,000 yuan a year, could potentially amass several years' worth of income through a few months of protests. The elderly men were cognizant of their advancing age. The urban defense forces could not manage them, and a large corporation like the Lin Group could not afford to engage in a prolonged standoff. Ultimately, they would have to yield. With a furrowed brow, Lin Hao pushed open the door to the conference room and turned to Lin Jiangwo, asking, "Father, I hear I have spent billions?" The once furious Lin Jiangwo instantly appeared somewhat sheepish, casting a pleading glance towards Lin Yin. Noticing that everyone had vacated the room, Lin Yin approached Lin Hao and, frowning, said, "Shouldn't you be at school today? What brings you to the company? Moreover, we were in the midst of a meeting. Do you think it appropriate to barge in and interrupt us?" Lin Hao offered an awkward smile. "Isn't it just that I haven't seen my elder sister in a while?" Lin Yin, gazing at her brother's playful expression, rubbed her forehead and replied, "All right. Go fetch me a cup of coffee." Lin Hao nodded obediently. Before leaving the conference room, he cast a glance at Lin Jiangwo and said, "Dad, it's nothing. You should organize your thoughts properly." After pouring the coffee, Lin Hao presented the fragrant sachet crafted by Lin Shaoxian to Lin Yin. She held the sachet beneath her nose, inhaling the delicate floral aroma that eased her anxiety. "You should be visiting Mom later, right? Dad and Mom are getting older, and we can't afford to let you act recklessly." Lin Hao nodded repeatedly, holding a favorable impression of his elder sister, who remained by his side despite the group's bankruptcy. Although her voice was frosty, he could sense the deep concern woven into her words. Lin Yin observed Lin Hao's demeanor, finding it somewhat peculiar. Previously, he had always displayed impatience towards her, yet today he appeared significantly more thoughtful, just as their parents had mentioned. "You two carry on," she said. And after finishing her coffee, she embraced her documents and departed from the conference room. Lin Hao pulled up a chair and sat beside Lin Jiangwo, gently patting his shoulder. "Dad, it's nothing. After all, I am your biological son. What a few burdens to bear, right?" Lin Jiangwo glanced at Lin Hao, trying to ascertain whether he genuinely believed there was no issue. After all, the last time he had a massage, it nearly left him feeling as if he had a father of his own, which had alarmed him. Lin Hao continued, "Dad, regarding today's matter, it's primarily your fault. Tomorrow, the father I found for you will be visiting our home in the afternoon. Could you please make arrangements for him?" Lin Jiangwo, who had been slumping due to his guilt, suddenly straightened his back and exclaimed, "Not a chance. How could I possibly seek out another father? Just imagine the nightmares that would ensue. Your grandfather would surely be furious with me." "Even if he could resolve the issues at the resort?" Lin Hao inquired. Lin Jiangwo was about to outright refuse when the greedy faces of those villagers flashed through his mind, leaving him momentarily conflicted. Lin Hao sighed, "Comrade Lin, your level of awareness is quite lacking. In this world, a father is irreplaceable. A child without a father is akin to a blade of grass. Look at me. Why am I able to live so freely and joyfully? It is precisely because I have a wonderful father. I merely wish to alleviate some of your burdens. Hence my efforts to find you a father figure. Everything I do is for your benefit. Why can't you appreciate my intentions? Can your son truly cause you harm?" Observing the turmoil on Lin Jiangwo's face, Lin Hao continued, "Moreover, do you think anyone would eagerly accept you as their godson? It is only because of my influence that they are willing to extend you this opportunity. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to find you a suitable father? I sacrificed my own position as that old man's grandson and nearly married his granddaughter." Lin Jiangwo's lips twitched. It was evident that Lin Hao's connections were likely not of significant stature. Besides, it seemed the old man was eager to marry off his granddaughter, perhaps seeking to ally with the Lin family's influence. Nevertheless, since they had already extended an invitation, it would only be proper to meet them. That evening, a decision loomed over whether to strike Lin Hao with a stick or to whip him. Chapter 85. Do you have something on your mind? After persuading Lin Jiangwo, Lin Hao clutched the documents and sought out Zhao Sidi. Zhao Sidi's office was located in the finance department on the 20th floor, a place not open to outsiders. Lin Hao merely stood at the entrance and called out a couple of times before Zhao Sidi hurriedly approached. "Xiao Hao, what brings you here today? Shouldn't you be at school?" Lin Hao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Mom, I haven't seen you for the past few nights, and I've missed you a bit. Here are the documents from my elder sister, and this pouch is from my third sister. She has been quite busy with work lately. Otherwise, she would have delivered it personally." Zhao Sidi gently patted Lin Hao's head. "I know that child, the third one. You must have asked her for it. It's good that our little Hao cares about his parents." After glancing around to ensure no one was listening, Lin Hao whispered, "Mom, The father of Comrade Lao Lin will be coming to our home tomorrow afternoon. Can you make some time to come as well? Zhao Sidi looked at Lin Hao in shock. She had initially thought his earlier remark was merely a jest, but now she realized he had indeed invited someone over. You're not expecting me to help you keep your father in check, are you? First, tell me quietly who the person is, and I'll see if I can persuade your father to go easy on you. Lin Hao scoffed dismissively, setting aside Xie Zhan's status and position. The sheer toughness of the skills he had just acquired left no room for hesitation. Revealing them would only diminish the surprise. I noticed you've been working too hard lately, so tomorrow I shall arrange some amusement from my father for you. She paused, suddenly recalling Xiao Hao. I see that your expenditures have significantly decreased these past few days. Is there something weighing on your mind? Lin Hao contemplated his recent spending. Excluding the portions paid with Boss Muse's card, he had purchased 2 mobile phones, indulged in a seafood feast, visited the zoo, and generously gifted Lin Xiaolan 10,000 gold coins. The total of these scattered expenses had already approached 30,000. Spending 30,000 within a week. Could this truly be considered modest? Is it possible that the affluent offspring now have a spending KPI? Far from having any troubles. He was blissfully unaware of how cheerful he truly felt. Yet, since Zhao Sidi remarked it was less, then so be it. With a slight shift in his gaze, he sighed softly and said, I merely feel that my parents work too hard. I wonder if by spending less, they might find time to accompany me. Upon hearing Lin Hao's heartfelt words, Zhao Sidi felt as though her heart were shattering. To be frank, such sentiments would be dismissed as mere folly by anyone else. Yet only a mother would truly believe them. After a prolonged silence, bidding farewell to Zhao Sidi, Lin Hao departed from the headquarters of the Lin Corporation. Taking a deep breath of the fresh outdoor air, he silently vowed never to let Zhao Sidi worry over such trivial matters again. However, just as he stepped outside the classroom, Lin Qingyi seemed to sense something and glanced toward the entrance. The originally despondent mood seemed to dissipate in an instant. Lin Hao also noticed that with Lin Qingyi's movements, many gazes turned toward her. This group of nameless NPCs who left no mark in the narrative. I could never entrust Qingyi to you, he thought to himself. Observing Lin Hao's protected demeanor, Lin Qingyi neatly packed her backpack, turned around, and embraced Lin Hao's waist. Resting her head upon his shoulder, she appeared to be in high spirits, her legs gently swaying in the air. Suddenly, she caught a faint floral fragrance wafting from Lin Hao's embrace. Her expression instantly drooped, and she asked, Brother, where did you go this afternoon? Her eyes quickly reddened, and a wave of grievance washed over her. Lin Hao was momentarily flustered, unsure if he had committed some unintentional misstep. He gently shook Lin Qingyi's arm. Yet his irate sister proved more elusive than a pig during the New Year festivities. With a sudden shrug, Lin Qingyi flung Lin Hao's arm aside. Chapter 86. Are you really not going to eat the grilled sausage? The school bell rang, signaling the end of class, and students began to leave the classroom in succession. As the rotund classmate passed by, he let out a malicious whistle and coaxed the worried Jiangcheng away. Lin Hao clenched his teeth in irritation. It seemed the chubby boy had been living too comfortably these days. Tomorrow, I shall stuff his crepe with 2 steamed buns. Lin Qingyi rested her head on the desk, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Lin Hao gently patted her back, but each time he made contact, she would toss her shoulder in discontent. Upon observing Lin Qingyi's profound sorrow, Li Zimu and Bai Nanxing approached her. In recent days, taking advantage of Lin Hao's absence, Bai Nanxing had frequently and subtly lingered near Lin Qingyi, ostensibly to inquire about various matters. This afternoon, he intended to occupy Lin Hao's seat to engage Lin Qingyi in a discussion about a mathematical problem. However, he was met with a fierce glare from her, who defiantly blocked the seat with her book. Li Zimu believed that Liang Wanwan's earlier actions had clearly signaled her rejection of him. With Lin Qingyi, who possessed both superior beauty and academic prowess, there was no need for him to hover around Liang Wanwan like a bothersome fly. Lin Hao, you are truly a scoundrel. Bai Nanxing cursed vehemently. Do not insult my brother, Lin Qingyi retorted, though her head rested on the desk. Hearing her words only fueled Bai Nanxing's anger further. What on earth did you do to make such a wonderful girl as Qingyi cry? Lin Hao awkwardly retracted his neck. He certainly could not confess to teasing Lin Qingyi during class, which had led to her tears. Yet, in all honesty, he had merely wished to check if Lin Qingyi had a stoop. Li Zimu crouched beside Lin Qingyi, saying, Qingyi, please do not be upset. At worst, simply ignore Lin Hao in the future. How about I treat you to some grilled sausages at the school gate? 3 yuan for 1, 5 yuan for 2. 1 for you, 1 for me. As he spoke, he reached out to pull Lin Qingyi's desk aside. Lin Hao noticed that both of Lin Qingyi's legs were pressed against the edge of the desk, but ultimately, her strength was insufficient, and the desk was slowly moved aside. He forcefully pressed down on the table and exclaimed in anger, "By Nanqing, cease your meddling. What business do you have in affairs between Qingyi and me?" He took a deep breath and attempted once more to embrace Lin Qingyi. Although she initially resisted slightly, she soon buried her head into Lin Hao's embrace, only expressing her discontent by nudging her small head against his chest. Observing Lin Qingyi in her current state, Bai Nanqing felt a tightening sensation in his chest. "Qingyi, should Lin Hao bully you again in the future, I shall assist you in dealing with him." With those cold words, he turned and departed. Li Zimu also rose but remained undeterred, asking, "Are you really not going to have a sausage? The one at the school gate is absolutely delectable. Its QQ-like texture, infused with a unique smoky flavor, bursts with rich meat juices upon the first bite." He swallowed hard, adding, "If I were given a sausage, I wouldn't even care if they executed Lin Hao." Upon hearing Li Zimu's description, Lin Hao couldn't help but lick his lips. However, the moment the last sentence escaped Li Zimu's lips, his expression darkened, particularly when he sensed that Lin Qingyi had laughed at the final remark. "Get lost. I'm not your father. Why would I care for your pity?" Lin Hao was utterly bewildered by Li Zimu, unsure whether he was trying to flirt with Lin Qingyi or merely driven by hunger. Li Zimu sighed lightly, but before leaving, he inquired once more, "Are you truly not going to eat a sausage?" Lin Hao could not let go and firmly held on to her. As the dim yellow sun streamed through the window and cast a warm glow upon the classroom floor, a gentle ambience enveloped the space. The evening breeze brought a refreshing chill, causing the curtains to sway softly. In the distance, the lively chatter of students leaving school mingled with the occasional sound of vehicles traversing the road. Relishing the tranquility of the moment, Lin Qingyi summoned her courage once more and leaned closer to Lin Hao, whispering, "Brother, am I really not capable?" The moment the words escaped her lips, her cheeks flushed anew, and the little deer in her heart began to flutter uncontrollably. A warm breath brushed against her ear, leaving Lin Hao momentarily bewildered. "What? Not capable? You are more than capable. You were like a stubborn calf. I couldn't even budge you just now." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Qingyi gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling as if her panicked heart had succumbed to a sudden crisis. Just as she was about to pull away from Lin Hao, he quickly added, "I shouldn't have examined you without your consent. However, you do have a slight stoop. No one has been there to protect you in the past, but from now on, you can stand tall and no longer need to keep your head down." Lin Qingyi's mind went blank for a moment. It dawned on her that her brother's intentions were not driven by desire, but rather a genuine concern for her posture. "Lin Qingyi, what were you thinking just now?" Taking a deep breath, a faint floral scent wafted through the air. She puffed her cheeks and softly inquired, "Brother, what did you do this afternoon?" "Just the usual," he replied, treating Aunt Lu and arranging for old Master Ste's discharge. "Today, I visited the company and had the pleasure of meeting my parents and my elder sister. By the way, my third sister took the time to craft several fragrant sachets, likely anticipating the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival." She rummaged through her pocket and produced one of these sachets. "The sachets made by my third sister possess the ability to calm the mind, alleviate fatigue, and promote restful sleep. I even made a point to request one for you." Lin Qingyi, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered her head and silently accepted the sachet that Lin Hao offered, tucking it into her pocket. Observing that Lin Qingyi's mood seemed to have settled, Lin Hao took out a damp tissue and gently wiped the corners of her eyes, ruffling her hair. He cheerfully suggested that since there was still ample time before visiting Senior Chio, perhaps they could indulge in a grilled sausage. Lin Qingyi nodded, grasped Lin Hao's wrist, and stood up. Seeing the two tables closely pushed together, a satisfied smile graced her face. Chapter 87. The reporter brings first-hand information. It is no wonder that Li Zimu holds a fascination for grilled sausages. The flavor is indeed delightful. Lin Hao had scarcely stepped away from the sausage stand when he devoured one in mere moments. Watching Lin Hao finish the sausage in 3 bites, Lin Qingyi silently offered him a portion of her own, which she had only nibbled on. Indeed, after diligent study, grilled sausages taste exceptionally delectable, she mused. Noticing the faint blush on Lin Qingyi's cheeks, Lin Hao felt an inkling that something was amiss. Would a girl truly consume the leftovers of a boy? Upon arriving at Lin Yanxiu's residence, Lin Qingyi noticed the absence of a trash bin along the way, and sheepishly handed a bamboo skewer to Lin Hao before taking a seat at the dining table. Aunt Lu Xiang had already prepared the meal, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Today, Lin Qingyi's demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar, prompting Lin Hao to observe her more closely. He discerned that during the meal, Lin Qingyi would frequently glance at Lin Yanxiu. Moreover, when it came to selecting dishes, she seemed to mimic whatever Lin Yanxiu chose to eat. Occasionally, if she found herself lagging in chewing, She would place the food into her bowl, allowing it to rest momentarily before consuming it. Lin Qingyi seemed to sense Lin Hao's gaze lingering upon her, and she playfully stuck out her tongue, making a silly face. What a peculiar world it is, yet how endearing Qingyi is. Lin Hao mused to himself as he observed her antics. After dinner, Lin Qingyi and Lin Yanxiu retreated to the study, while Lin Hao lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone. Upon opening the messaging app, a message from Hua Qian popped up. Hey, Xiao Hao, how is your sister doing? Is she still receiving treatment? Noticing the concern embedded in the text, Lin Hao contemplated revealing the truth to Hua Qian. However, he quickly reconsidered. Should this information leak, he would become the target of online harassment. It was unnecessary to take such a significant risk to gamble on another's kindness. She is fine, no need to worry, Lin Hao replied. On the other end of the screen, Hua Qian let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Hao, your song is truly beautiful. From your voice, I have drawn immense courage. I wish to change my current circumstances and no longer want my parents to worry about me. I intend to visit Jiangcheng next week. Are you available then? May I have the pleasure of your company? Lin Hao, who had been idly passing his time, promptly responded that a 2-day notice would suffice, and he would welcome her at any moment. After concluding his conversation with Hua Qian, a video call request from Lin Xiaolan suddenly appeared. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, sensing that it might not bode well. Once the video call connected, Lin Xiaolan adjusted her wind-tousled hair before the screen. To be candid, Lin Xiaolan possessed striking beauty, exuding a languid charm. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and teased, Sister, are you using me as a mirror? Lin Xiaolan formed a microphone shape with her right fist, cleared her throat lightly, and earnestly announced, This is the Xiaolan Evening News. Today, due to a brief video, a soon-to-graduate senior at Jiangcheng University was tragically expelled. She continued, Now, I bring you first-hand information. The camera then shifted to reveal the interior of the female dormitory, where over 20 individuals had gathered. 3 school administrators jointly handed the expulsion notice to Jiang Shuyuan, who was huddled in a corner. Surrounding her were a dozen students capturing the moment on their phones. As this group finished documenting the scene, the school officials exited the dormitory, only to be replaced by another batch of students eager to record the event anew. Lin Xiaolan happened to be among this new group. She concealed Lin Hao's avatar and activated the screen recording mode, allowing him to witness this unfolding drama. As he drew closer, Lin Hao beheld Jiang Shuyuan's pallid visage, as if she had lost her very soul, engrossed in her mobile device, completely disregarding those around her. Once everyone had concluded their filming tasks, the principal reiterated the significant impact of this incident on the school, urging everyone to complete the video editing before the weekend. Upon finishing the edits, they were to submit the work for the school's review. The institution could offer various incentives, including, but not limited to monetary rewards, exemption from this elective course, and slots for postgraduate recommendations. If there were any other desired rewards, they were welcome to propose them to the school. Upon hearing the principal's address, Lin Hao realized Lin Xiaolan's true intentions. This situation had been instigated by her. Promoting Jiang University through a video would yield far better results than any punitive footage they could produce. To his astonishment, the seemingly aimless Lin Xiaolan harbored aspirations of pursuing further studies. Little Hao, do you not see me as your sister? Lin Hao chuckled softly, replying that it would depend on what she intended to say next, before deciding whether to revoke her sisterhood. Lin Xiaolan sniffled, expressing her grievance. Little Hao, this is truly my one and only request in this lifetime. You said the same thing yesterday, Lin Hao remarked, rolling his eyes. Little Hao, you have changed. We have grown up together, bare-bottomed, as siblings. She continued, if I secure a place for postgraduate studies, I could find you a decent brother-in-law. Do you not wish for your sister's happiness? He sighed, conceding with reluctance, Fine, fine. I shall think of a way for you later. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Xiaolan let out a sigh of relief and planted a kiss on the phone screen. I adore you, Xiao Hao. Suddenly, she leaned closer, peering into the screen, and inquired, Why don't I see my little sister? Is she not by your side? I arranged a tutoring session for her. She's currently studying in the study room. Lin Hao replied, I don't believe it. In a closed study, without supervision, it's impossible for anyone to focus on their studies. Lin Xiaolan challenged. Do you think Qingyi is like us? Lin Hao scoffed. Lin Qingyi and Lin Yanxiu are both academic prodigies, unlike our lazy duo who merely drift through life. Noticing Lin Xiaolan's lingering skepticism, Lin Hao sighed. All right, I'll prove it to you. He stood up, phone in hand, and stealthily opened the door to the study. The moment the door creaked open, an explosive sound erupted. The study door slammed shut, and the video call interface was abruptly cut off. Chapter 88. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had this kind of relationship. What on earth? What did I just witness? The instant Lin Hao opened the door, he found Lin Qingyi with one hand on Lin Yinqiu's thigh and the other supporting her ample bosom. Although Lin Yinqiu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her actions mirrored Lin Qingyi's. Who would have thought? No wonder I sensed something unusual about Lin Qingyi. Even during dinner, he was fixated on senior Yinqiu. I was on guard against boys. Yet I never anticipated I would need to be wary of girls as well. Lin Hao furrowed his brow in perplexity. In the original novel, Lin Qingyi had, after all, expressed a preference for males. Has my crossing over altered the narrative? Or was Lin Qingyi inherently bisexual? Lu Xiang, noticing Lin Hao's unusual demeanor, inquired curiously, Xiao Hao, what transpired in the study just now? Was it that Yinqiu failed to teach Qingyi properly? I shall speak to her at once. Wait. Lin Hao hastily interjected, preventing Aunt Lu from leaving. I merely haven't seen Qingyi so diligent in a long time. I intended to withdraw quietly, but my emotions got the better of me, and I unintentionally closed the door rather loudly. Lu Xiang nodded in understanding, reassuring him, Qingyi is a good child. His grades will surely improve swiftly. After calming Lu Xiang, Lin Hao glanced at his phone screen, where messages from Lin Xiaolan were incessantly popping up. Xiao Hao, why did the video suddenly cut off? I told you. No one can study without supervision. What did you see just now? You didn't sneak into the bathroom to find your sister, did you? You must tell me what you witnessed, or I shall be restless with curiosity tonight. I implore you, this is my last request in this lifetime, please, enlighten me. By the way, did you know that the turtle kept by Wang Diyi, the gatekeeper of our school, has passed away? I have no idea. What does that have to do with me? Lin Xiaolan replied. He felt certain that he must have misinterpreted the situation. How could Lin Qingyi possibly harbor feelings for girls? After all, Lin Qingyi had been consistently close to him these past few days. Yet, upon further reflection, he pondered whether it was a lack of attraction to boys that rendered her indifferent to their intimacy, or perhaps she merely regarded him as a sister, which would explain her affections. The more Lin Hao contemplated, the more anxious he became, convinced that he had indeed misread the signs. How could such an absurd coincidence occur? As he spoke to himself, he made his way towards the study. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyi and Lin Yinqiu, after the heavy slam of Lin Hao's door, found their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yinqiu, this is all your fault. You should have taught me sooner. Lin Qingyi pouted in discontent. Lin Yinqiu felt equally aggrieved. She had merely relayed what she had heard about childhood playmates, not anticipating that Lin Qingyi would seek guidance on the techniques. Although she had never experienced it herself, she reluctantly shared her imagined methods with Lin Qingyi. To their surprise, during their practice session, Lin Hao had burst in unexpectedly. Lin Yinqiu gently bit her lip, feeling wronged. You were the one who wanted the secrets, she said, pinching Lin Qingyi's cheek. For which man are you learning this? It couldn't be. Her cheeks began to flush again. Apart from Lin Hao, she could think of no one else. But weren't they siblings? Lin Qingyi hurriedly leaned in, vehemently denying. I'm not. I didn't. You're mistaken. She stepped forward and gently grasped Lin Yinqiu's slender waist, playfully tickling her in an attempt to divert her attention. Oh, how dare you tickle me? Just wait until I get you back. Lin Yinqiu seized Lin Qingyi's wrist, pulling her into an embrace, and began to tickle the soft flesh at her waist. Just then, the study door swung open once more. Lin Qingyi was perched on Lin Yinqiu's lap, their faces mere inches apart, both entwined in each other's delicate forms. After exchanging knowing glances, Lin Hao confirmed that he had not been mistaken. I apologize for the intrusion. I had no idea you shared such a relationship. Faced with Lin Qingyi's peculiar inclination, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Could this be the power of the narrative? The reason Lin Yinqiu had been recruited by Lin Qingyi was not merely their friendship from high school. Had Lin Qingyi resorted to the allure of beauty? Surely, the original author would not overlook such a pivotal plot point. Alternatively, should he attempt the charm of a handsome figure to see if he could sway Lin Qingyi? The playful banter that had once enveloped Lin Qingyi and Lin Yinqiu dissipated, leaving them both flustered and flushed, gradually rising to separate themselves. Yinqiu, what should we do now? Lin Qingyi's eyes brimmed with tears, fearing that her brother had misconstrued their relationship. Lin Yinqiu, equally troubled, suggested, perhaps we should invite Lin Hao in and clarify matters? No. Lin Qingyi decisively rejected the idea. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. She recalled this afternoon when Lin Hao's hand had traversed from her neck to her lower back. Yinqiu, Senior, we were merely conducting a physical examination. Due to the immense pressure from their studies lately, She felt a tightness in her chest and difficulty breathing. Thus, they had been checking each other's well-being. Lin Qingyi nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, we were just examining each other. Shall we call Lin Hao in to clarify?" In that moment, both were enveloped in an awkward silence, their heads bowed as they sat facing one another. They were not yet ready to see Lin Hao. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had finally mustered the psychological fortitude to face the situation. After all, he had traversed realms, having encountered such an absurdity. What else could possibly be beyond his acceptance? The times had changed. Boys and girls were now equal. Once he embraced this notion, Lin Hao felt a sudden clarity wash over him, and he enumerated 3 advantages of being with Lin Qingyi and Lin Qingyi. First, rather than being toyed with and discarded by a male, at least in the original narrative, Lin Qingyi would accompany Lin Qingyi until the very end, sparing him from emotional turmoil. Second, he need not worry about a beloved younger sister being whisked away by another, nor would he have to witness her behaving affectionately with another boy. Chapter 89. Although unable to comprehend, yet respectful, the door to the study creaked open, and Lin Hao pulled a chair to sit before the two. Despite having prepared his words moments ago, he now felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness upon seeing them, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to begin. Observing the two individuals with their heads bowed like remorseful children, he gently cleared his throat twice. "Well, I should not have entered the study unannounced. It's all Shijia's fault. She claimed she didn't believe you would be studying in there. However, you needn't take it to heart. Love is indeed invincible, is it not? I am not a traditionalist. I merely hope that you both do not neglect your studies before the college entrance examination." Lin Hao rubbed his forehead, pondering why he was still concerned about their studies at this point. It's not wrong to have feelings. Emotions can be rather chaotic and, dare I say, unreasonable. The times have changed, and boys and girls are alike. While I may not fully comprehend, I respect your choices and wish you happiness. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao slapped his forehead twice, questioning the absurdity of his own words. He felt his handsome face flush with heat, as if he could fry an egg on it. Lin Qingyi and Lin Qingyi lowered their heads even further, burying their faces in their chests. Lin Qingyi's cheeks were so flushed that they seemed ready to overflow with water. Suddenly, she looked up and pointed at Lin Qingyi, exclaiming, "It was Qingyi Sr. who said the pressure of studying was overwhelming, and she felt a tightness in her chest, prompting me to check her health." Lin Qingyi, taken aback, raised her head to gaze at Lin Qingyi. Hadn't they just agreed to check on each other? Now, it seemed as though it had turned into a one-sided invitation. She bit her silver teeth in frustration and shot Lin Qingyi a fierce glare, but then found herself entangled in the pleading gaze of Lin Qingyi. She let out a gentle sigh and continued in accordance with Lin Qingyi's words, "Indeed. Just now Qingyi helped me with a checkup and accidentally fell. I was about to assist her." "Checkup?" Lin Hao's lips twitched. A friend of his had once mentioned that certain tales often commenced with a medical examination. He felt fortunate that he had knocked on the door rather promptly. Had he arrived any later, he might have stumbled upon something inappropriate, and he was only 17, just a few months away from being able to view such matters. "Yes, precisely," Lin Qingyi insisted. "Brother, do you not believe us?" Lin Hao glanced at Lin Qingyi and then at Lin Qingyi, both of whom bore pleading expressions in their eyes. He rubbed his forehead, realizing the significance of knocking before entering a room. He should not have engaged in that wager with Lin Xiaolan, which lacked any stakes. Gambling truly harms both the gambler and the bystander. Yet, having inadvertently interrupted Lin Qingyi's secretive endeavor, would she now harbor resentment towards him? He scratched his head, resigned to his fate. At worst, he could create more opportunities for the two to be alone in the future. With a sigh of relief, Lin Hao settled beside Lin Qingyi, taking her wrist to check her pulse. Although it might merely be a flimsy excuse conjured by the pair, health is of paramount importance, and checking a pulse requires little effort. As he felt Lin Qingyi's heartbeat, he cast a sorrowful glance at the two of them. After all, her health was remarkably robust. Lin Qingyi had not anticipated Lin Hao would check her pulse and stared blankly at Lin Qingyi, who suddenly recalled Lin Hao's medical skills and lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. "You just mentioned that you feel a bit constricted in your chest?" Lin Hao inquired. Lin Qingyi's cheeks flushed crimson as she forced herself to maintain composure, attributing it to the overwhelming stress she had been experiencing lately. Surely, such tension could not be discerned merely by pulse examination, could it? Lin Hao tilted his head back, his gaze fixated on Lin Qingyi's impressive bosom. Realizing his scrutiny, she instinctively shielded her chest with one hand and recoiled slightly. Could it be that a physical examination would be necessary? Oh no, I should never have acquiesced to Qingyi's request. But what if Lin Hao truly insisted on an examination? How could I possibly refuse him? Yet, he treats my mother with the utmost kindness and extends his care toward me as well. No, this simply cannot be. I must decline. 8 children are truly beyond my capabilities. Perhaps naming the little one Lin Shuangmu wouldn't be so bad after all. Within her mind, it felt as though a train was hurtling forward at breakneck speed. Lin Qingyi, visibly displeased, interjected with her head thrust forward, exclaiming, "Brother, what are you looking at? You lecher. You shall not bully Senior Ningqiu." She sighed inwardly, realizing that her brother clearly had a preference for more voluptuous figures. If she were to learn from Senior Ningqiu in the future, she would need to ensure the door was securely locked first. Senior Ningqiu's physique was undoubtedly healthy. Perhaps it was merely her attire that was ill-suited, causing discomfort. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Ningqiu glanced down at her clothing. Today, she wore a loose-fitting t-shirt, which could hardly be constricting. Suddenly, a thought struck her like lightning. The speeding train in her mind came to an abrupt halt, releasing a torrent of steam from her thoughts. Lin Hao cast a glance at the time, noting that the store had yet to close. "Let us go buy something," he suggested. Having ventured this far, Lin Ningqiu, her cheeks flushed, nodded in agreement to clear her name. The trio drove to a nearby lingerie shop. Lin Hao lingered at the entrance, idly kicking pebbles while awaiting the signal from the two to settle the bill. Upon leaving the store, Lin Hao was taken aback to observe that Lin Qingyi's formerly loose attire now appeared snug. The padding was rather conspicuous. He firmly opposed such deceptive practices. Noticing Lin Hao's gaze, Lin Qingyi puffed out her chest and let out a proud hum, seemingly reveling in his apparent preference for voluptuousness. In her mind, she pondered the need to discreetly procure some snacks afterward. After a quick rinse, Lin Hao embarked on his professional esports journey. Lin Qingyi not only donned the latest lingerie, but also added some padding within. She lay on her bed, deliberately facing away from the gaming room, planning to surprise Lin Hao with a hug from behind when he finally retired for the night. However, as the clock approached midnight, Lin Hao still had not come to bed. Discontented, she flung open the door to the gaming room and strode in. Lin Hao was currently lamenting the 5 consecutive defeats he had inflicted upon the account of a hefty player, fretting about how to face his protege the next day. The sight of Lin Qingyi felt like a divine revelation, and he eagerly beckoned her to join in the gaming session. Lin Qingyi, feeling slightly disgruntled, perched herself between Lin Hao's outstretched legs, seizing the keyboard and mouse to commence play. Lin Hao initially intended to stealthily crawl out from behind the sofa, but he was met with Lin Qingyi's icy admonition, "Brother, don't move." After a moment of hesitation, he decided to embrace Lin Qingyi's waist, resting his head on her shoulder as he observed her gameplay. Indeed, watching others play the game proved to be far more enjoyable. Feeling Lin Hao's warmth, a slight blush crept onto Lin Qingyi's cheeks, causing her body to sway gently. It seemed she had discovered a way to keep her brother in check. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt something drop onto his arm, which encircled Lin Qingyi. What could it be? Curious, he reached out to touch it, noticing its softness. Lin Qingyi's face instantly flushed crimson. She quickly covered her stomach and bolted upright. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao seized the keyboard and mouse, gazing at the screen displaying a 10-3 score. Chapter 90. Ready for action. The following morning, Lin Hao rose early. Lin Qingyi had somehow nestled into his bed, curled up into a small ball. Noticing the movement beside her, she rubbed her hair and tilted her head with a light laugh. "Good morning, brother." "Good morning, my dear Lily," Lin Hao replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qingyi's face turned beet red, and she huffed, "I absolutely do not like Senior Ningqiu." She paused, then corrected herself. "Well, it's not the kind of liking you think. All right, get up early. We need to inform the maids to tidy up the house a bit in preparation for Grandpa Xie and the others," Lin Hao said, somewhat helplessly. Is it truly so difficult to admit one's affection for girls? For him, it is rather effortless. Lin Hao still wore a skeptical expression, while Lin Qingyi wrapped her arms around his waist, exclaiming, "Brother, do you still not believe me?" Sitting on the bed, Lin Hao, already off balance, tumbled onto the mattress as Lin Qingyi embraced him. He affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Enough, stop fooling around. It's time to get up." Lin Qingyi pouted. It seemed that their recent closeness had made it difficult to prove her preference for boys. Propping herself up with her elbow, her gaze suddenly fell upon Lin Hao's lips. The morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, illuminating the bright and tidy room. The air was fragrant with a subtle scent of fresh grass, and the melodious chirping of birds occasionally graced her ears. She bit her lip, her heart racing. If she were to kiss her brother now, he would surely understand her feelings. But what if he rejected her and grew to dislike her? No, she hadn't even brushed her teeth yet. More and more girls were gravitating towards her brother. Taking a deep breath, she tucked her hair behind her ear, just as she prepared to lean in for a kiss. The door swung open with a loud creak. Lin Xiaolan, with reddened eyes, shouted, "Xiao Hao, what did you see yesterday?" Bang! The door slammed shut even more forcefully. After washing up, she entered the living room for breakfast, where Lin Xiaolan scrutinized the two with a peculiar gaze. "What exactly did you see yesterday? To think that one would threaten my younger sister into sharing a bed." Lin Xiaolan was increasingly intrigued. "It was merely a misunderstanding," Lin Hao helplessly explained. "It is not as you perceive." Lin Qingyi nodded affirmatively and chuckled softly. "Sister, you have not misread it. It is precisely as you imagine." Lin Hao grimaced, now acutely aware of the concept of being unable to defend oneself. Observing Lin Hao in such a predicament, Lin Xiaolan, still in need of his assistance, suppressed her curiosity and earnestly pleaded, "It pertains to the promotional video for Jiangcheng University we discussed yesterday. The assignment is due this weekend, and my chances for graduate school hinge entirely on you." Seeing Lin Xiaolan with her hands clasped together in a devoted manner, Lin Hao let out a soft sigh. Lin Xiaolan looked at him in confusion, wondering why she could recognize his words yet fail to comprehend their assembly. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting we find a father for our dad? Who is that person? Would our dad even agree? You surely aren't expecting me to shield you from a beating, are you?" Lin Hao scoffed and retreated to the study, retrieving a cherished coin collection album belonging to Lin Jiangwo. He opened to a page featuring an old 50 yuan note adorned with the image of a renowned general who had distinguished himself during the founding of the nation. Pointing to a stern-looking middle-aged man, he declared, "Behold, this is the father I would find for our dad." Lin Xiaolan gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. "Is that person in the picture still alive?" She pondered, suddenly frowning. "I recall that Grandpa was indeed a soldier under this old general's command." Lin Hao recalled the profound respect Lin Jiangwo held for the elder Xie, and he was taken aback by the depth of their relationship. Exiting the storage room, he felt a heavy heart, reflecting on the challenges of contemporary life. After regaining his composure, he summoned all remaining family members. "Aunt Li, Aunt Wang, please expedite the cleaning of the rooms and courtyard. Master Zhao, could you prepare a meal themed around recalling hardships and savoring sweetness? You understand the concept, right? But do keep the dishes modestly appealing. Sister Xiaolan, please edit the videos from the last couple of nights where Comrade Lin hit me. Especially the parts where I was struck. Make sure to splice them together multiple times." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Xiaolan's eyes sparkled, sensing that her brother was up to something mischievous. "Brother, what about me? I don't want to go to school today. I wish to welcome Grandpa Xie as well." Lin Qingyi chimed in. "Find some old military songs from that era and play them on repeat in the room. Also, show those black and white classic films on the living room television." Lin Qingyi nodded solemnly, "Count on me." Observing everyone diligently commencing their tasks, Lin Hao drove to the family-owned wedding planning shop, requesting them to deliver some balloons to their villa. Thanks to his financial resources, within 3 hours, the entrance of the villa was adorned with a welcoming banner and balloons. All preparations were completed as noon approached. "I just called Mom and Dad. It seems they'll arrive around the same time," he noted. Lin Xiaolan approached Lin Hao and remarked, "Comrade Lin, why did you falter at such a critical moment?" Lin Hao furrowed his brow. At the instant the call connected, he sensed that the other party was not driving. Rather, it seemed they were in a shopping mall. "Dad, where are you?" he inquired. Just driving, Lin Jiangwo replied dismissively. "Boss, I need that riding whip made of calfskin." Yes, other materials just won't do." "Do you have hiking sticks made of rosewood or Wang Wali? A wolf fun club? Isn't that too perilous?" "Never mind, I'll take one." "Do you have iodine?" "You seem to have quite the assortment." It appeared Lin Jiangwo remembered something, and he spoke into the phone. Chapter 91. "May I have your autograph?" After ending the call with Lin Jiangwo, Lin Hao's expression darkened immediately. "Comrade Lin, since you are lacking in virtue, do not blame me for my lack of integrity," he thought to himself. Lin Xiaolan rolled her eyes. "Dad bought so many dangerous items. Should I get you some Yunnan Baiao first?" Lin Qingyi clung to Lin Hao's arm, gently shaking him. "Are you really all right?" She felt powerless to dissuade their parents at home. Lin Hao ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair. "There's no need to worry, after all. Who could refuse a relative whose face is printed on money?" He glanced at Lin Xiaolan and asked, "Has Dad finished editing my video?" Lin Xiaolan suddenly stood at attention. "Reporting, sir. Everything is ready." Lin Hao checked the time. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He escorted 2 individuals to the entrance of the villa in anticipation of welcoming the esteemed Mr. Xie. Moments later, a red flag vehicle gradually approached from a distance. After the car came to a halt, Xie Zhan, along with Xie Hu, Xie Yujing, and his third sister Lin Shaoxian, emerged from the vehicle. Today, Lin Shaoxian was adorned in an elegant white spaghetti strap cake dress, accentuated by a mustard yellow belt at her waist. Her ample bosom gracefully supported the straps, while the belt highlighted her slender waist, culminating in a flowing, ethereal skirt. "Wow, third sister, you look absolutely stunning today," Lin Xiaolan exclaimed with a cheerful grin as she rushed forward. Lin Shaoxian nodded in acknowledgement, unfurling a sunshade as she made her way to Lin Hao's side, shielding him from the sun's rays. From her bag, she retrieved a moist towelette and a thermos containing chilled herbal jelly. "Xiao Hao, wipe off your sweat first. It's rather hot today. I've prepared some herbal jelly for you," Lin Shaoxian said gently. Lin Hao accepted the towelette to dab at his forehead, preparing to tuck it into his pocket. "Please hand me the towelette first," Lin Shaoxian requested, taking the damp cloth and casually tossing it into her bag. Lin Xiaolan pouted, voicing her dissatisfaction. "Third sister, you're biased. What about my towelette? My herbal jelly?" Lin Shaoxian turned her gaze towards Lin Xiaolan, inquiring. "Didn't you have classes at the university today?" Lin Xiaolan sheepishly retracted her neck, her eyes drifting to the thermos in Lin Hao's grasp. "Xiao Hao, I was up all night yesterday and am feeling rather unwell." "It's fine. We have some coptis at home. I can prepare some for you," Lin Shaoxian replied. Standing under the sun for more than 20 minutes, Lin Hao felt a bit parched. He opened his thermos and took a generous sip. "Sister's culinary skills are truly remarkable," he exclaimed. "If you like it, I shall prepare more to bring home in the future," Lin Shaoxian replied with a gentle smile. Observing Lin Hao relishing the delicacy, Lin Xiaolan licked her lips and began, "Little Hao, in my lifetime." Before she could finish, Lin Hao interrupted, offering her the half-consumed herbal jelly. "You must be a mayfly, right? Here, remember to leave some for Qingyi." Lin Xiaolan accepted the thermos, nodded obediently, took a small sip, and passed the remainder to Lin Qingyi. Lin Qingyi frowned slightly, noticing the faint lipstick mark left on the thermos. She recalled that her brother had also drunk from this spot. After enjoying the herbal jelly, Lin Hao approached the car to open the door for the elder. The moment he swung the door open, he was momentarily taken aback. "Grandfather, you look exceptionally dashing today," he complimented. "Indeed. Military attire is the finest form of aesthetic enhancement for a man." Xie Zhan stepped out of the vehicle, holding the cane Lin Hao had gifted him the previous day. Hearing Lin Hao's praise, a smug smile blossomed on his face. "Little Hao, you have no idea. The elder donned this outfit, which is reserved for significant occasions. Just to impress you," Xie Yujing remarked with a smile. Xie Zhan lightly tapped his cane on the ground and inquired, "Where's your father? Last time you mentioned I should adopt him as my godson, and he gave you quite a beating. I am curious to see how much influence the elder truly wields." Lin Hao's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. "My father has come to a profound realization of his mistakes. He wishes to emulate the historical figure Lin Pa, who famously sought forgiveness and is now wandering the streets to procure implements of self-punishment." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Xiaolan suddenly burst into laughter, silently mourning for her father. She approached Xie Zhan and sweetly said, "Grandfather, I am your cherished granddaughter, Lin Xiaolan. This is my first encounter with someone from the pages of history still alive. May I have your autograph?" As soon as she finished speaking, her face flushed crimson. Xie Zhan, listening to Lin Xiaolan, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Along the way, Lin Shaoxian once again introduced the family members to him, and he instantly realized that the girl before him must be the one who had slipped through the cracks of familial education. He kindly nodded at Lin Xiaolan and smiled. "Grandfather, don't linger by the door any longer. It's quite warm outside." "Please, come in with me," Lin Hao suggested. Lin Qingyi also peeked out from behind Lin Hao, greeting. "Good afternoon, Grandpa Xie, Aunt Yujing, Uncle Xie Hu." Xie Yujing remembered that during her anxious wait outside the operating room, it was this little girl who had handed her a piece of candy. She smiled at Lin Qingyi and asked, "Little sister, why haven't you come to see the old man these past few days?" Lin Qingyi glanced at Lin Hao and replied, "I really wanted to go, but my brother wouldn't take me." Lin Hao looked at Lin Qingyi in astonishment, wondering why this little girl was turning against him right from the start. Lin Qingyi then stuck out her tongue at Lin Hao and made a silly face. Lin Hao helplessly shook his head and casually remarked, "Qingyi's academic performance is abysmal. She struggles to keep up even after a single day of missed study. I arranged for a tutor for her and devoted myself tirelessly to supplementary lessons. And only then did she barely manage to keep pace." Just as Lin Qingyi was about to retort, Lin Hao pressed her head down firmly with his hand, saying, "Qingyi, In the future, be more earnest during tutoring sessions and acquire useful knowledge, so that you may serve our country well. Lin Qingyi, feeling guilty, turned her head away and murmured, "All right, brother." Observing this harmonious family scene, Xie Zhan nodded in satisfaction, not wanting to become entangled in any troubles by forming a close bond with them. His gaze drifted towards the path leading to the Lin residence. With only one dissatisfaction, the head of the Lin family had yet to appear. Just as he pondered this, a middle-aged couple appeared around the corner. Making their way towards them, Lin Jiangwo was proudly showcasing a large collection of implements to Zhao Sidi. He brandished a whip, producing a sharp crack in the air. "Sidi, look at this whip. It's truly exhilarating to use." He then produced a slender rubber baton, which quivered as he waved it. "This one is good too. It won't leave any marks when struck. And this spiked club, well, with Xiaoxian around, there shouldn't be any accidents." Chapter 92. Lin Jiangwo in the dark. Upon hearing Lin Jiangwo's voice, Lin Hao and the others turned to face their parents. Lin Staolan, Lin Qingyi, and Lin Xiaoxian clustered around Lin Hao. As they turned, they inadvertently obscured the elder's presence. Lin Jiangwo cast a distant glance, catching sight only of the tall Xie Hu and Xie Yujing standing nearby. Observing Xie Hu's foolish demeanor, who was even a few years younger than himself, he felt that today's purchase of the Wolf Fang Club was rather conservative. "Xiao Hao, your father has a few matters to attend to. Please wait for me for another half an hour." Zhao Sidi also sensed that something was amiss. She tugged at Lin Jiangwo's shoulder and hurriedly dashed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Hao. As she drew near, she finally spotted the figure of Xie Zhan, concealed behind several individuals. Recognizing the elder's visage, she immediately identified him as a general who had rendered outstanding service during the establishment of the Great Xia. Her idol stood before her, and she felt a surge of excitement akin to that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Lin Hao quickly winked at Zhao Sidi, urging, "Mom, please take out your phone to document this moment." Zhao Sidi glanced at Lin Hao, her eyes slightly reddening with emotion. Those who had endured the tumultuous war years, especially those who had built such a vast family enterprise, held no interest in contemporary celebrities. Their utmost admiration was reserved for those who made significant contributions to the nation's establishment and development. Such figures were not easily encountered, even with wealth. Embracing Lin Hao, she affectionately tousled his hair, feeling immense pride in her beloved son. Tilting her head, she discreetly stole another glance at Xie Zhan and promptly retrieved her phone to capture this momentous occasion. Noticing that the filming crew was already in position, Lin Hao grinned widely and remarked, "Dad, what are you still standing there for? The guests have arrived. Shouldn't you invite them in for a tour? Is this how I taught you yesterday?" Lin Jiangwo's lips twitched slightly. This son was simply unacceptable. How absurd, especially after witnessing Zhao Sidi's exhilaration. A rare display of such intense emotion from him in a long while. He cast another glance at Xie Hu, whose only advantage seemed to be his slightly better physique. His expression darkened instantly. Could this brat have found a rival for him? "Old Lin, why are you dawdling? Are you really going to make our esteemed guest stand at the door?" Zhao Sidi expressed his dissatisfaction. Lin Jiangwo sighed softly, shooting a glare at Lin Hao and Xie Hu before stepping into the courtyard. The old man observed Lin Hao's expression and recalled how Lin Jiangwo had reacted when he learned of his intention to take Lin Hao as his godson. It was clear this rascal was harboring mischief. In a moment of whimsy akin to that of a child, he decided to join Lin Hao and the others in evading Lin Jiangwo's gaze. Xie Hu, witnessing this scene, suddenly grasped the current situation. It turned out that Lin Hao's mischief extended beyond him. Even his father was ensnared. Instantly, his mood improved significantly. He even stepped forward a couple of paces to block Lin Jiangwo's line of sight toward the old man. As they entered the villa's courtyard, a red carpet stretched from the entrance to the grand door of the house. "I hear you are quite dissatisfied with the matter of recognizing kin. You even struck Xiao Hao?" Xie Hu initiated the confrontation. Lin Jiangwo, armed with a myriad of weapons, shot a fierce glare at Xie Hu. He was anxious to entertain them briefly before hastily sending them away, hoping to secure more time to provide Lin Hao with an impressive education and love. He snorted in satisfaction. "How could I possibly acknowledge a thief as my father? Regardless of circumstances, I am still the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng. Countless individuals would gladly wish to be my son. To even suggest becoming my father, do you truly believe you would incur no loss? Let my words be clear. Even if I were to be struck by a vehicle or leap from a rooftop today, I would never recognize anyone as my father." Lin Xiaolan stepped forward and embraced Lin Jiangwo's arm, playfully protesting, "Dad, you mustn't speak of yourself in such a manner. If you were to perish, Who would my brother and I rely on? Lin Jiangwo twitched his lips. Did you not have classes at university today? You seem to neglect your studies entirely. Perhaps it is time to arrange some blind dates for you, so you can be married off sooner. You spend your days fooling around with Xiao Hao. And as your sister, you ought to keep him in check. He gestured towards Xie Hu. If you two were to drive me to my demise, I would feast upon your godfather. Lin Xiaolan retracted her neck awkwardly. Why was everyone so concerned about her education? Dad, I have no intention of participating in blind dates. I wish to be with Xiao Hao for the rest of my life. Lin Hao, possessing Lin Jiangwo's supplementary card and enjoying the favor of grandfather Xie, was currently a prominent internet celebrity with nearly 10 million followers. She was determined to hold on to this significant connection. Lin Qingyi stared blankly at Lin Xiaolan. Her lips pursed in annoyance. Sister Shi, you are so irritating. If I had known, I would have been quicker this morning. She tugged at Lin Hao's arm and whispered, Brother, I want to be with you forever. Lin Xiaoxin interjected disapprovingly. You're all grown up, yet you still act like a child. Charming dad, and then cuddling with your younger brother. Lin Xiaolan stuck out her tongue at Lin Xiaoxian. Third sister, you are so biased. You prepared wet wipes for little Hao and even made him herbal jelly. I too am your lively and adorable sister, yet I received nothing. Lin Hao disdainfully withdrew his hand from Lin Xiaolan's embrace. No way, I refuse. Your life is too brief. I have to collect your remains 3 times a day. He gently ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair and softly said, Yes, we will always be together. Upon hearing Lin Hao's tender words, Lin Qingyi lowered her head deeply. Her cheeks flushed with crimson. She covered her reddened face with her hands, aware that her expression must look peculiar. She felt her lips stretching from ear to ear. Hee. Brother, she clung to Lin Hao's arm, swaying gently like a tipsy little kitten. Lin Jiangwo snorted. I feel like we've still bought too little. I thought you had become more sensible lately, but you are just as mischievous as before. Lin Hao nodded in surprise. I thought you bought these things to atone for hitting me back then? You little rascal, do you still want to hit your father? How audacious. Chapter 93. Do not incite discord between me and father. Upon hearing Lin Jiangwo's words, Lin Hao could not help but chuckle softly. It appeared that the elder Lin still had not grasped the situation. Zhao Sidi had already suspended his card, thus it was inconceivable that she would suspend her own. Mother, look at him, Lin Hao exclaimed in a tone of grievance. Old Lin, you have truly become audacious. Should you dare to suspend Xiao Hao's card, you shall henceforth find yourself sleeping alone in the living room, Zhao Sidi defended. Lin Jiangwo's lips moved slightly, and ultimately, he let out a deep sigh. Lin Xiaoxian cast a glance at her brother, who wore an expression of smug satisfaction, and for a moment felt a pang of sympathy for her father. She stepped forward and inquired, Father, would you like me to assist you with some of these items? Lin Jiangwo felt as though he was surrounded by adversaries. A sense of isolation enveloping him. He scoffed lightly, You were just holding an umbrella for Xiao Hao. You are all in cahoots. Lin Hao seized Lin Xiaoxuan's wrist, exclaiming, Third sister, how can you betray the revolution? Lin Xiaoxian playfully entwined her arm with Lin Hao's and replied with a light laugh, Then I shall not betray it. As they traversed the meticulously tended garden, they encountered a large arched red balloon inscribed with the words, Welcome Grandfather Xie to our humble abode. 2 strings of military green balloons were whimsically draped from the villa's roof, descending towards the arching balloon. Inside, the melodies of nostalgic red songs resonated through the villa's doors and windows. Xie gazed at the welcoming balloon and listened to the familiar tunes. Realizing that this was all orchestrated by Lin Hao, he nodded gently, increasingly pleased with his beloved grandson. Lin Jiangwo glanced at the inscription on the banner, momentarily feeling perplexed. The name of General Xie is well known to him. After all, his father was once a soldier under General Xie's command. In his childhood, he often listened to his father recount tales from his military days. Particularly when speaking of General Xie, his father's eyes would brim with admiration, which in turn kindled a profound reverence in him for the general. In earlier years, he even made a special trip to the capital during National Day, solely to catch a glimpse of his idol. He scrutinized Xie Hu intently and, with a skeptical expression, inquired about his age, questioning how he could already be a grandfather. Xie Hu could only shake his head in exasperation, thinking how naive Lin Jiangwo was to doubt his identity as his father. No wonder he had been outsmarted by Xiao Hao. Yet, he found himself wondering when Xiao Hao would finally bring the old man out, a thought that piqued his anticipation. Lin Hao sighed softly, pondering what Lin Jiangwo truly thought of his intelligence. Xie Hu was scarcely nearing his 30s. Surely, it was absurd to address him as grandpa. Dad, stop dawdling and come inside, he urged. Lin Jiangwo, as if struck by enlightenment, agreed and hurried into the house. Pushing open the grand door, he stepped inside first, positioning himself to greet the others. Everyone surrounded the venerable elder, and Lin Jiangwo did not even notice an extra person had joined them. His mind was solely fixated on securely locking the door to prevent Lin Hao from escaping amidst the crowd. Once inside, Lin Hao beckoned a few individuals to gather around the dining table, which held only a small dish of rice, a few wild greens, a porridge made from barley flour, and half a frozen potato. The rice emerged with a slight yellow hue, exuding the scent of aged grains. The porridge was exceedingly watery, scarcely distinguishable from plain water. Setting aside the issues of presentation and flavor, the meager portion was hardly sufficient even for one person, let alone the 9 guests present in the living room. Zhao Sidi scrutinized the meager offerings on the table, her brow furrowing in discontent. She called out to the kitchen, "Chef Zhao, did Xiao Hanan inform you that we are hosting esteemed guests today? With such a scant amount, how are we to dine? Hurry and prepare a proper feast." Locked away, Lin Jingwo observed that the guests had yet to take their seats and noted the absence of appetizing aromas wafting through the air. Puzzled, he turned his gaze toward the dining table. Upon inspecting the meager spread, he raised an eyebrow, excitement dancing across his features. There is no need for a redo. There is no need for a redo. Our lives have indeed improved, but let us not forget the hardships of the past. Come, you too, sit down and eat. This meal is on me. As he lifted his gaze to invite Xie Hu to join them, he finally spotted Xie Zhan standing at the forefront of the group. Xie Zhan leaned against the table, his body trembling slightly as he beheld the meager fare before him. With moist eyes, he reflected. Had we been able to partake in such meals back in the day, who knows how many comrades could have persevered? Suddenly, a clatter echoed through the room as the weapons he had been clutching fell to the floor. His gaze turned to Lin Hao, shock mingling with indescribable excitement as he exclaimed, "Is this truly the father you have found for me?" Lin Hao furrowed his brow and sighed deeply, saying, "Father, I am aware of your disapproval. You just mentioned that you would rather die than acknowledge a thief as your son. I was counting on you to support me in my old age, so let us put this matter of recognition aside." "You are speaking nonsense." "I have not," Lin Jiangwo vehemently denied. "You ungrateful child. Do not attempt to sow discord between me and your father." He hurriedly dashed forward, pushing Lin Hao aside. And with a couple of swift motions, he assisted the elder gentleman, Mr. Xie, into the main seat. "Master Zhao, quickly, swiftly prepare another sumptuous feast," he commanded. "How have I taught you? Regardless of who they are or their social standing, anyone who enters our home must be treated with the utmost hospitality. And do bring forth the 30-year-old liquor I have been preserving in my room." He then approached Mr. Ste's side and gently massaged his shoulders, inquiring, "Father, do you smoke?" Upon seeing Mr. Xie shake his head, he continued, "You do not? Then you might as well learn." Suddenly, he fell silent for a moment before shifting the conversation. "Father, how did you come to know my son?" Mr. Xie frowned in contemplation, finding the question rather peculiar. Each of Lin Jiangwo's 3 inquiries had seemingly extinguished the conversation thrice. In a moment of desperation, Lin Jiangwo glanced towards Lin Hao, who was currently projecting the video of Lin Jiangwo's entrance from Zhao Sidi's phone onto the large screen across the dining table. He simply trimmed a bit, and the screen repeatedly played Lin Jiangwo's words. "Today, if I am hit by a car, I would rather jump from the rooftop than acknowledge a father." Chapter 94. Those who know the times are wise. Watching the video loop on the screen, Lin Jiangwo couldn't help but twitch his lips. He glared at Lin Hao in indignation. "Is this really my son? How can he be so blunt? Dad, is that person on the screen you?" Lin Hao chuckled. "I still prefer your once rebellious demeanor." Lin Jiangwo forced a smile, reflecting on how times have changed. "Xiao Hao, today I shall impart to you an important lesson. There is an ancient saying in Xia, those who know the times are wise. Our achievements pale in comparison to General Xie's illustrious contributions. Before the old general, how could I still be rebellious? I will always remain a humble student." Lin Hao nodded, seemingly understanding. He looked towards General Xie and inquired, "Grandpa Xie, didn't you mention that you were once captured by the enemy?" "Yes, during that time, the enemy employed various brutal tortures, yet I remained steadfast. They interrogated me for 3 days without extracting a single piece of information." Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. "Did they ever use common proverbs from Xia to persuade you?" Upon hearing this, General Xie slapped his thigh. Indeed, their favorite saying was, "Those who know the times are wise." Xie Zhan's words gradually dwindled to a whisper. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere was instantly enveloped in awkwardness. Lin Hao, digging at his ears, turned to Lin Jiangwo and asked, "What were you about to teach me? I seem to have missed it." Upon hearing Lin Hao's remark, the onlookers struggled to suppress their laughter. their faces flushed with mirth. Xie repeatedly patted his chest, nearly bursting into laughter. Witnessing Lin Hao's comical antics, his spirits lifted considerably. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hao, silently resolving never to provoke this mischievous boy again, lest he truly overstep his bounds and leave others embarrassed. Lin Qingyi gently nudged Lin Hao with her head, chuckling softly, "Brother, it's really too naughty of you to bully Dad. But I must admit, I quite like this mischievous side of you." Lin Hao ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair, grinning, "Isn't it just splendid? I enjoy being this cheeky myself." Lin Qingyi huffed softly, temporarily disliking her brother. Lin Xiaolan, clutching her belly, collapsed onto the sofa, unable to contain her laughter as she pounded on the cushions, mimicking the tone of a general. "In our great Xia, there is an ancient saying, those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter." Lin Jiangwo shot a fierce glare at his daughter, exclaiming, "If I can't handle Lin Hao, do you think I can't manage you? Xiaolan, you're not a child anymore. It's time to cut off your allowance tomorrow. Experience the hardships of earning money like your parents do." The smile vanished from Lin Xiaolan's face in an instant. She ran over to Lin Hao with an aggrieved expression, grasping his arm gently as she complained, "Xiao Hao, look at Dad." Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaoxian interjected discontentedly, "Indeed, you should truly appreciate the hardships our parents endure to earn a living." Lin Qingyi also poked her head out, whispering in agreement, "Yes, sister always spends recklessly. She even asked brother for 10,000 last time." Lin Xiaolan felt a sense of betrayal, realizing that both her third sister and seventh sister were not coming to her defense. With her hands clasped together, she pressed Lin Hao's palm against her chest, imploring, "Xiao Hao, you will help your sister, won't you?" He switched off the defiant video of Lin Jiangwo in the courtyard and replaced it with an old black and white war film, signaling everyone to take their seats for dinner. After they settled in, Lin Hao stood up again and cleared his throat, stating, "Next, allow me to say a few words. Today, we are immensely honored to have General Xie Zhan visiting our home. The old gentleman is here to assess the atmosphere of our family, to see if there is a fate that could unite our families as kin. Especially you, Comrade Lin, I have praised you to the skies in front of Grandpa Xie. So you must perform well today and not embarrass your son. The main course will be served after we finish these dishes, so everyone, please enjoy your meal." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Jiangwo's lips twitched slightly. If it weren't for Lin Hao having just poked at his pride, would the atmosphere have been so awkward? After all, he had built such an enormous business empire from scratch. Matters of social etiquette were merely trifles he could easily navigate. After Lin Hao took his seat, he cleared his throat twice and stood up, saying, "Xiao Hao made an excellent point. Allow me to add a few words." Lin Hao swiftly placed a hand on his forehead and lowered his gaze. What should have been a delightful family gathering had devolved into a farcical display reminiscent of a formal team-building dinner. Before his earlier words had even settled, Lin Jiangwo had once again embarrassed him. He let out a soft sigh, feeling utterly drained of the energy to critique the situation. Following Lin Jiangwo's speech, the previously lively atmosphere had instantly turned awkward. Lin Jiangwo, sensing the discord, wondered why the employees had been so spirited during the meeting, yet now seemed so lifeless. He quickly cast a pleading glance at Lin Hao. Noticing the look in his father's eyes, Lin Hao wore a disdainful expression. Having such a father was indeed a source of great concern for his son. All he wished for was to lead a mundane life as a second-generation wealthy individual. Why was that so difficult? As he turned his head from side to side, he suddenly noticed an antiquated piano gathering dust in the corner of the living room. He rose and approached the piano, smiling at Xie Zhan, "Grandfather Xie, in honor of your visit today, I composed a battle song just for you." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, everyone appeared to exhale in relief, their attention drawn to him. Lin Jiangwo's gaze toward Lin Hao was filled with gratitude. He had never known that Lin Hao played any musical instrument, let alone composed a battle song. It seemed Lin Hao intended to ease the awkwardness with his own brand of humor. "What a noble son my precious father has," he mused inwardly. Zhao Sidi and Lin Xiaoxian exchanged glances, their faces displaying expressions of bewilderment. They were unsure when Lin Hao had acquired the skill to play a musical instrument. Lin Xiaolan was the quickest to react, hastily activating her phone's recording feature and pulling a chair to sit beside Lin Hao. Lin Qingyi, slightly slower in her movements, failed to secure the optimal viewing position and, puffing her cheeks in frustration, sought a different angle for filming. Lin Hao cleared his throat twice, his slender fingers poised delicately over the black and white keys. He then announced, "Next, I shall present to you the Song of the Moon Palace, and I hope you will enjoy it." Chapter 95. Who taught you to edit like this? The Song of the Moon Palace is an adaptation of the piece Above the Moon, primarily performed through a symphonic arrangement, resonating with grandeur and magnificence. Despite Lin Hao's exceptional skill, the piano's solitary sound rendered the performance somewhat thin. Nevertheless, everyone present could discern the profound strength encapsulated within the piece. Mom, when did Xiao Hao learn to play the piano? Lin Xiaoxian inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Zhao Sidi. Zhao Sidi, equally perplexed, furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering that ever since Xiao Hao tumbled down the stairs, he had undergone a transformation. Could he have been possessed by some supernatural force? Although the Lin Hao before them was significantly more capable than the previously inept version, she still yearned for her son, whom she had painstakingly raised. Lin Xiaoxian reflected for a moment and explained, the human brain is remarkably enigmatic. There have been international cases where individuals, after suffering severe head trauma, suddenly awaken special talents, a phenomenon medically termed acquired savant syndrome. There are perhaps only a handful of such instances globally. Perhaps Xiao Hao is one of them. Will this have any impact on his life? Should we take him to the hospital? Zhao Sidi inquired with concern. Lin Xiaoxian shook her head. I am uncertain. Subsequent events were not reported. However, I took Xiao Hao's pulse, and his health appears remarkably sound. If you remain uneasy, I can check his pulse again shortly. Zhao Sidi sighed softly, then turned to glare fiercely at Lin Qingyi. Brain injuries can be fatal with the slightest negligence, and yet this troublemaker is nonchalantly lingering around Lin Hao. Lin Xiaoxian also turned her gaze towards Lin Hao, basking in the sunlight. No wonder there was a certain familiarity when looking at that blogger. Suddenly, Xiehu rose and approached Xiezhan, murmuring a few words beside him. Xiezhan glanced at Lin Hao, then at Lin Zhengwo, and nodded gently. Just then, the music reached its climax, and the film on the screen abruptly shifted to footage of Lin Hao being struck. Accompanied by the grandiose music, Lin Zhengwo appeared particularly fierce while hitting Lin Hao. Xiaolao Yetzi raised an eyebrow, momentarily unable to discern whether Lin Hao's actions were deliberate or accidental. He finally understood why this cherished grandson had caused such a ruckus upon entering. Observing the flickering images on the screen, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, silently consuming their meals. Lin Zhengwo's face flushed with embarrassment. What had begun as mere awkwardness now escalated to a profound sense of shame. He wished he could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment on the floor with his toes, then burrow in and bury himself in ashes. As the performance concluded, Lin Hao glanced at the awkward atmosphere surrounding the dining table and scratched his head, perplexed. Grandpa, was my playing not good? Xiezhan's lips twitched as he turned his head away, muttering, not just good. Paired with the video of Lin Zhengwo hitting you, it's utterly captivating. Just as he pondered what had transpired, Lin Xiaoxian gently tugged at his hand. Following her gaze, he turned to see the edited video by Lin Xiaolan. One cannot deny that Lin Xiaolan, as a byproduct of family education, possessed remarkable editing skills. Her editing technique was nothing short of extraordinary, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. She had captured a screenshot of the surveillance video where Lin Zhengwo raised his arm and saved an image of Lin Zhengwo's hand landing on Lin Hao's backside. Particularly, when Lin Zhengwo struck him, he had yet to develop the resilience of toughened skin. At the moment of being hit, his expression was somewhat contorted. To ensure clarity, Lin Xiaolan thoughtfully added a giant head effect to Lin Hao, rendering him exceptionally grotesque in the video. Mom and Dad, I think we should halt Sister Shi's card for now. Her primary focus should be on her studies, Lin Hao lamented. Moreover, the giant head effect was utterly ridiculous. He felt even more embarrassed than Lin Zhengwo. Lin Zhengwo sighed deeply, contemplating, perhaps you should enroll her in some tutoring classes later on. Upon seeing this video, he immediately recognized it as Lin Xiaolan's handiwork. Lin Hao merely exchanged a few words that, albeit awkward, managed to enliven the atmosphere of the event. The video edited by Lin Xiaolan, however, was a pure embodiment of embarrassment. With a guilty conscience, Lin Xiaolan lowered her head and cast a remorseful glance at Lin Hao. Surprised by the outcome of her editing, Xiezhan lifted his gaze and scanned the crowd, realizing that he would have to take it upon himself to salvage the situation. He turned to Lin Hao and inquired, Xiao Hao, would you consider submitting that battle song to the state? Earlier, when Xiehu had heard the song, he had rushed to Xiezhan's side specifically to discuss this matter. The existing battle songs predominantly hail from the tumultuous war era, and given the historical context, the military of that time lacked advanced weaponry, resulting in songs that celebrated the strength of the human spirit. With the nation's progress in the modernization of national defense technology, there is an urgent need for a battle song that resonates with the current era. Lin Hao took a deep breath to calm his emotions and replied with a smile, this song was specifically crafted for a modernized army, and it is best suited to be performed in a symphonic format. Xie regarded Lin Hao with great satisfaction, nodding in approval. Upon looking into Lin Hao's eyes, he noticed the faint emergence of dark circles around them. As for the State-S portion of the reward, I will assist you in applying for it. However, I shall personally grant you a reward of 1 million, Xie stated. Lin Hao shook his head, saying, Grandfather, this song is my voluntary donation to the nation. The Lin family does not lack such monetary rewards. I shall not take advantage of the state. He cast a glance at Lin Jiangwo, his voice suddenly rising as he adopted a broadcast tone, proclaiming, This is all thanks to the earnest teachings of my wonderful father. Lin Jiangwo sniffed, feeling a sense of pride that Xiao Hao had grown up so well. Truly, he was a commendable son. Chapter 96. How can this be considered relying on one's parents? The old man had just undergone surgery and, after a symbolic toast, opted for tea instead of wine. Zhao Sidi, concerned about Lin Hao's health, instructed Lin Xiaoxian to sit beside him and take his pulse. I've noticed you've been different lately. I worry about your health, Lin Xiaoxian explained. Lin Hao, somewhat exasperated, replied, Mom, I know a bit about medicine. I assure you, I'm fine. Zhao Sidi cast a worried glance at Lin Xiaoxian, and upon seeing her nod, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, make it a point to visit your third sister every week for a checkup, understood? She then turned to Lin Xiaoxian, advising, if Xiao Hao truly has any health issues, do not conceal them from me. Hearing the profound concern in Zhao Sidi's voice, Lin Hao felt his eyes welling with emotion. With a slightly choked voice, he exclaimed, Mom, what are you saying? I still have to rely on you and Dad. How could my health be in jeopardy? Zhao Sidi was momentarily taken aback by his words. Shouldn't it be us supporting you? She gently shook her head in resignation. Isn't the money your father and I earn meant for you to spend? How can that be considered relying on us? Lin Hao cheerfully placed a piece of the fish belly from the East Star grouper into Zhao Sidi's bowl, grinning, Love you, Mom. You rascal, she replied. Zhao Sidi, savoring the fish, felt her eyes welling with emotion. With a slight blush on her cheeks, she said, Xiao Hao, I recently learned some techniques for hand massage from ancient texts. Would you like to give it a try? Before Lin Hao could respond, she gently grasped his hand, kneading the fleshy parts of his palm. It must be said that when her delicate fingers glided over his skin, Lin Hao's heart raced considerably. Lin Qingyi, too, tugged at her brother's sleeve, exclaiming, Brother, I just watched third sister massage. I've already learned it. Well, after all, they were siblings, and he couldn't show favoritism. Lin Hao placed his chopsticks down and extended his right hand toward Lin Qingyi. After a moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Tilting his head in confusion to glance at Lin Xiaoxian. How could he, due to the innocent act of hand-holding, massage by his sisters, be feeling such a rush of heartbeats? Surely, he was mistaken. Perhaps he was being impure. Yet, he noted that Lin Qingyi's hand was a touch more slender. While Lin Xiaoxuan's fingers were longer, their hands felt incredibly soft when intertwined. Sensing the strength emanating from Lin Hao's hand, both of them involuntarily lowered their heads, a faint blush gracing their cheeks. Lin Xiaolan, trembling, consumed the last of her lunch, acutely aware that after today, there would be no place for her within the Lin family. Her gaze darted around, seeking a way to turn her fortunes, ultimately settling on Lin Hao. Noticing the peculiar interaction among the three, Lin Xiaolan approached Lin Hao from behind, her delicate arms reaching around his neck. She cleared her throat gently and asked, Xiao Hao, what would you like to eat? Sister will feed you. Lin Xiaoran, quick-witted, seized a grape from the table and popped it into Lin Hao's mouth. Tilting her head to ensure he had swallowed the grape, she playfully pouted, Xiao Hao, sister doesn't wish to attend extra classes. This is my only request in this lifetime. I beg you to persuade Dad on my behalf. Considering you have already consumed my food, could you lend me a hand? Lin Hao rubbed his forehead, his cheeks involuntarily warming. Lin Xiaoran had underestimated the impact of her figure. When she leaned in and acted coy, he completely forgot how to refuse. His mind filled only with the thought of I am willing. All right, I will convince Dad to save that money, Lin Hao replied helplessly. Hiki, love you, Xiao Hao. Lin Xiaoran beamed. Noticing that the meal on the table was nearly finished, Lin Hao turned to the elderly Mr. Xie and inquired, Grandpa Xie, have you given it some thought? Although my father may be somewhat unreliable, his respect for you is genuine, and I hope our two families can forge this bond. Lin Jiangwo set down his wine glass and looked at General Xie, speaking sincerely. General Xie, my father, Lin Xiangjuan, was once a humble soldier in your logistics cooking team. During the crossing of the snowy mountains, my father nearly perished in those icy slopes. It was you who saved his life with half a chili pepper. He took a deep breath and knelt before General Xie, his voice choked with emotion. Today, if it were any of the other three generals, I would never consider the idea of kinship. I hold them in the same regard, yet towards you, I harbor a touch of warmth beyond mere respect. Witnessing your treatment of my family today reassures me that my father did not align himself with the wrong people in his youth. He rubbed his reddened eyes, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. Zhao Sidi hurriedly approached, kneeling beside Lin Jiangwo, tenderly offering a tissue to wipe away his tears. Hearing Lin Jiangwo's words, Xie Zhan's eyes also glistened with moisture. Are you the child of the little cloth bag? Lin Qiangjuan often carried a patched cloth bag containing all his belongings, earning him such a nickname within the team. He promptly assisted Lin Jiangwo to his feet, scrutinizing him closely. Ah, what a good child you have become. The arduous march lasted 6 days and nights, necessitating the crossing of 5 snow-capped mountains, each averaging an elevation of 500 meters. Those wretched pups. Unable to start a fire, they resorted to using the cotton from their own clothes for kindling. With nothing to eat, they merely scooped up handfuls of snow to fill their stomachs. In the end, one by one, they perished. Xie Zhan choked on his words. Taking a deep breath, he sought to steady his emotions. The little cloth bag was the youngest in the cooking squad. When I discovered him, his lips had already turned purple. Lin Jiangwo continued to wipe his tears, now beyond the point of speech. Father told me it was you who gave him your clothing, and even stuffed half a chili pepper into his mouth, enabling him to survive thereafter. Xie Zhan sniffed. Filled with guilt, I should have noticed sooner. I have wronged them. Chapter 97. Father, what are you purchasing these for? Upon hearing the words of the two, Lin Hao felt a profound heaviness in his heart. From our present vantage point, it is evident that they ultimately triumphed. Yet, from the perspective of that era, every adversary loomed more formidable than their own ranks. What indomitable spirit allowed them to persist in their struggle, undaunted by the specter of death? Lin Hao stepped forward, offering solace to the old man, saying, This prosperous age is as you wished. You have not wronged them. Xie Zhan took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions. Ah, a time of peace at last. Suddenly, Lin Hao recalled something and inquired, Old man, would you like to hear a song? Xie Zhan furrowed his brow slightly. In this emotional state, what song could possibly resonate with his feelings? Yet, considering it was his beloved grandson's suggestion, he gently nodded in acquiescence. The distant mountains call to me, blood has been spilled countless times. Halfway up the mountain, steadfastly holding the line, the call to arms resounded. After that battle, they had not met again. The trains of our homeland play melodies of peace. As the last note faded, Xie Zhan patted Lin Hao's shoulder, releasing a soft sigh. His voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. So many comrades have vanished after the fight. Lin Hao rose to take the phone from Lin Qingyi's hands, and upon seeing the intimate video of himself and Xie Zhan on the screen, he imagined a sound effect in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a protective talisman. Utilizing this talisman can deflect 99 of both overt and covert assaults, enhancing the operational efficiency of the city's guard and similar institutions by a remarkable 100. He thoughtfully renamed the group chat to a loving family. He glanced at Lin Jiangwo, who was somewhat inebriated, and silently mused, Father, this is the extent of my assistance. Just as he was poised to upload the video, a line of grayish-white text appeared on the screen. Comrade Lao Lin has changed the group name to Lin Jiangwo. Old man, it is indeed you who saved my grandfather's life, which allowed our Lin family to flourish. Coincidentally, I have healed your ailment, thus completing a circle. Our families must share a special bond to unite in this manner. Although my father is somewhat lacking, after all, it is a buy-one-get-one-free deal. Do not hold the bonus to too high a standard. Lin Jiangwo cast a puzzled glance at Lin Hao, realizing that he was merely the bonus. Nevertheless, he knelt down sincerely, stating, General, I wish to provide for your retirement. Lin Hao prepared a cup of tea and presented it to Lin Jiangwo, who bowed his head respectfully to accept it. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Xie Zhan, awaiting his decision. Xie Zhan sat in his chair, hands resting on his cane, his expression instantly becoming grave. In truth, I intended to adopt Xiao Hao as my god-grandson today, while also observing how you treat him. I have heard that Xiao Hao is not your biological son. Lin Hao frowned, taken aback that the old man would cast aspersions on his parents at such a crucial moment. No, Xiao Hao is indeed our beloved son. Zhao Sidi decisively refuted. Although Xiao Hao can be a bit mischievous, we have observed that he is gradually improving, Lin Jiangwo remarked. It is a relief to see my dear grandson thriving in your home. Furthermore, it is evident that he genuinely adores you as his parents. Xie Zhan, after finishing his tea, added, Considering you are the child of Xiao Bubao and for Xiao Hao's sake, I shall reluctantly accept you as my godson. Lin Jiangwo stared blankly at his empty hands. Have I truly succeeded? Indeed, Congratulations, Comrade Lin. You have successfully acquired a godfather. Lin Hao assisted Lin Jiangwo to his feet. At that moment, Lin Jiangwo found it hard to believe, standing there in a daze, occasionally pinching his own face, letting out bursts of foolish laughter. Observing the almost drooling expression on Lin Jiangwo's face, Lin Hao awkwardly chuckled and reminded, "Father, if you continue to look so foolish, Grandpa Xie might just wish to return you." Lin Jiangwo trembled slightly, took a deep breath, and regained his usual wise demeanor, beginning to serve tea to the elder. He also engaged in light conversation with Xie Hu and Xie Yujing to cultivate a sense of familiarity. Seeing Lin Jiangwo's contented expression, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. He moved to the sofa at the back, retrieving various props that Lin Jiangwo had purchased earlier, and approached Grandpa Xie. After all, since they had not formally acknowledged their kinship, there was little use in complaining to the elder. Now that the recognition of kinship has been successfully established, the elder gentleman possesses the authority to oversee Comrade Lin. We are not the type to harbor grudges. Typically, we seek immediate retribution. It is only due to the fact that Comrade Lin is his father that he has chosen to delay action for a few days. Lin Hao brandished a small leather whip, producing a series of explosive sounds. Grandpa Xie, it seems my father truly is something else. The whip I searched for so long to find has been readily prepared for you. Initially, a whip? A shiver ran through Xie Hu, who was engrossed in a lively conversation with Lin Jiangwo. He recalled Lin Hao's earlier words about having a small leather whip on hand for the elder gentleman's recovery. Although Lin Jiangwo likely did not intend any malice, Xie Hu felt as though he had been stabbed in the back. This father and son duo can't possibly be targeting me, can they? He pondered. Look, there's a baseball bat, a rubber stick, and even a walking cane. Remarkably, this cane is made of rosewood. Goodness, they even have a spiked club. Lin Hao teased. Among this collection, only the iodine solution could be considered a genuine expression of paternal love. Xie Zhan observed these weapons, his lips twitching, while the others could be overlooked. The spiked club was undeniably excessive. He began to question what sort of dire circumstances his cherished grandson was enduring within this household. Lin Hao gazed innocently at Lin Jiangwo and inquired, Dad, do you know why Grandpa Xie has come to our home to acknowledge kinship and what you brought all these items for? Lin Jiangwo's gaze flickered. He understood the significant position Lin Hao held in the old man's heart. Surely, it could not be said that everything was prepared for Lin Hao, could it? Lin Hao turned his attention towards Xie Hu, asking, You wouldn't be preparing this for Uncle Xie, would you? Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Xie Hu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. It was over. This father and son were truly targeting him. How could this possibly involve him again? How many times had it been now? Chapter 98. Dad's Great Son. Upon hearing Lin Hao's comment, Lin Jiangwo discreetly cast a glance at Xie Hu. Observing Xie Hu's expression, it was evident that he bore deep-seated shadows from childhood. Lin Jiangwo awkwardly chuckled. Dad bought these all for fun. Yes, solely for amusement. Lin Hao brandished the small whip, swinging it lightly. I didn't see this coming. Dad, your playful side is quite flamboyant. However, one cannot engage with such a toy alone. Can they? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sidi's complexion visibly reddened, and she hastily interjected, Old Lin, are you keeping some vixen outside? Lin Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had inadvertently struck a friend. After all, he was not Lin Xiaolan, and he quickly added, Dad, when I entered today, I told Grandpa Xie that you are a man who acknowledges his mistakes and seeks to amend them. I noticed you've been looking quite haggard these past few days due to the guilt from hitting me earlier, even sporting dark circles under your eyes. Lin Jiangwo's lips twitched, clearly worn down by the burdens of the tourism resort project in Jiangcheng. Nevertheless, he seized the opportunity to impart wisdom, saying, Indeed, Father has always taught you to acknowledge your mistakes and strive to be a dignified and upright man. Recently, due to the matter concerning you, I have felt profound remorse, often losing sleep, and as a result, my complexion has noticeably deteriorated. Xie Hu cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Jiangwo, fully aware that Lin Hao's words struck a chord. Lin Jiangwo seemed intent on emulating the tale of the minister and the general, seeking to atone for his perceived failings. Yet, he dared not meddle in Lin Hao's affairs, for this young rascal harbored a genuine grudge. From an observer's standpoint, it was amusing to witness this young scoundrel lure his adversary deeper into the fray while simultaneously cutting off all avenues of retreat. It was no wonder that his father held such affection for him. Lin Hao pounded his left chest with his right fist, declaring, Father, I need not say more. I understand you. These offerings are undoubtedly prepared for your own atonement, are they not? However, as a dutiful son, I could never act against the heavens and harm you. Yet, I cannot bear to see you suffer from guilt, losing sleep and ultimately jeopardizing your health. His gaze turned towards Xiaozhan, his voice brightening as he exclaimed, "Isn't it fortuitous that my grandfather is right here? Let him have a word with you. It would fulfill my filial duty while alleviating your remorse. What do you think, father?" Lin Jiangwo's lips involuntarily twitched again. Filial piety. You truly are intent on driving me to my end. Truly, one cannot help but admire such a devoted son. Alas, you have rendered the conversation rather stagnant. How might I continue to engage? Perhaps I shall recline upon the sofa and observe. Lin Hao paused momentarily before continuing, "Grandfather, you have just undergone surgery a few days prior, and it is the perfect opportunity for some rehabilitation exercises. We wish for your health to improve swiftly. Our family's dedication to filial piety has been passed down through generations, inherited from my father. To expedite your recovery, he would willingly sacrifice his own comfort." Lin Hao then turned his gaze towards his father, Lin Jiangwo, and inquired, "Pray tell, would you be willing to offer your own comfort for the sake of ensuring grandfather's swift recovery?" Lin Jiangwo sighed deeply, resigned to the notion that a beating was indeed inevitable today. Observing his father's acceptance of fate, yet noting Xiaozhan's lingering hesitation, Lin Hao felt compelled to persuade the elder further. "Grandfather, should you refrain from taking action? It would be a disservice to the sincere filial intentions of both myself and my father. Moreover, our family has provided over 1 million job opportunities in Jiangcheng. Should my father succumb to illness due to suppressed emotions, think of the multitude who would face unemployment. For the sake of the citizens of Jiangcheng, the nation's progress, and enduring stability, you must take action. Rest assured, with my sister and me by your side, you need only to act freely. As for our biological father, we shall certainly feel his pain. Should any harm arise, we will undoubtedly intervene." Upon witnessing Lin Hao's self-righteous demeanor, Xiaozhan could not help but smirk. Whether Lin Jiangwo's intentions were truly filial remained uncertain, yet it was indisputable that Lin Hao, his grandson, was harboring ulterior motives. In a moment of unexpected grievance, a desire for retribution against Lin Jiangwo spiraled into a discourse on the nation's development and enduring stability. Xiaozhan pondered this conundrum. After all, Lin Jiangwo had reacted with violence towards his beloved grandson upon hearing the notion of being adopted as a godson. Perhaps a symbolic reprimand would suffice. As he contemplated, he cast a sorrowful glance at Lin Hao. Initially, he intended to lightly strike with his cane, merely to convey a sentiment. However, noticing that Lin Hao had already thrust a spiked club and whip into his hands, diligently applying iodine to them, he felt a sense of helplessness. "Father." Lin Hao prodded Lin Jiangwo's arm. "How can you be so oblivious? Grandfather is all set, even the tools are sanitized, and you stand there idly." With resignation, Lin Jiangwo glanced at the old man before quietly leaning against the armrest of the sofa. The others in the room could not suppress their laughter at Lin Hao's antics. They understood that the elder would not resort to genuine cruelty. Lin Hao merely sought to vent his frustration, delivering a few symbolic blows to preserve Lin Jiangwo's dignity. The elder approached Lin Jiangwo, administering a couple of gentle lashes with the whip, intending to cease thereafter. Xiaohu, astonished by the unfolding scene, blurted out, "Father, you didn't do that when you struck me yesterday." The moment the words escaped his lips, he quickly covered his mouth, exclaiming, "I didn't say anything." Meanwhile, Lin Hao stealthily indulged in a small taste of mustard, preparing for a forthcoming display of paternal affection. In his determination to savor the mustard, he even consumed a piece of exquisite bluefin tuna sashimi. Upon hearing Xiaohu's words, he rushed out from the crowd of onlookers to express his gratitude to Grandpa. "Although my father is not your biological son, he is still your godson. Such relationships should not be treated differently." Having just consumed mustard, his speech was somewhat incoherent, and tears streamed down his face, forced out by the pungency of the condiment. Observing Lin Hao's current state, Xiaozhan glanced at the whip in his hand, surprised at how much Lin Hao valued the bond between himself and Lin Jiangwo. He hoped that this connection was not merely superficial. Lin Jiangwo also looked at Lin Hao with astonishment. At that moment, he understood Lin Hao's underlying intention, which was to foster greater interaction between himself and the elder. Truly, he was a commendable eldest son, embodying a sense of righteousness. As Xiaozhan noted the awakening on Lin Jiangwo's face, his gaze sharpened slightly. "It seems you have a fine son. Henceforth, I shall treat you as I do my own." Lin Jiangwo smiled proudly, saying, "Father, feel free to act as you wish. We are like family. Should I err, you may strike or scold me as you please. We are all grown adults. How can we allow young Hao to worry about our affairs daily?" Chapter 99. Brother, it's not dirty listening to the elder's affectionate yet stinging reprimand. Lin Hao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was this elder so familiar with everyone? To strike so fiercely upon just recognizing kin? Lin Jiangwo displayed unwavering resolve. Remaining silent before his wife and child, gritting his teeth, Lin Hao quickly stepped forward to intervene. Please, Grandpa, cease this at once. That is quite enough. My father is certainly not the rough-and-tumble man that Uncle Xiehu is. If you desire more, you may ask him to practice here a little longer. As Xiehu observed Lin Jiangwo being beaten, he couldn't help but smile, imagining the future when someone would share the burden of the old man's wrath. However, upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Xie wiped the sweat from his forehead, acknowledging that the new whip had a distinct feel to it, a unique experience altogether. Initially, a few strikes were merely intended to discipline Lin Jiangwo, but thereafter, the whip was wielded to refine the sensation. What are you laughing at? This is your elder brother. Is it so amusing to witness your elder brother being punished? You come here and take your turn. Xiehu cast a resentful glance at Lin Hao, exclaiming, how many times has it been now? Lin Hao felt a twinge of guilt. He hadn't meant to put Xiehu in this predicament. It was merely a casual remark. After a round of enlightening discipline, everyone gathered on the sofa in the living room, engaging in light conversation while listening to Xie recount tales from the past. Lin Hao sat beside the elder, absorbing the stories while occasionally being treated to peeled sunflower seeds by Lin Qingyi and Lin Shaoxian. One must admit, the sunflower seeds from the Lin family possess a flavor distinct from the cheap varieties he had previously tasted, revealing a subtle floral fragrance upon closer inspection. Moreover, the aroma of the seeds that Lin Shaoxian and Lin Qingyi had prepared seemed to differ from one another. He himself grabbed a handful from the table, yet found their taste lacking. Suddenly, he paused. Lin Qingyi and Lin Shaoxian had also taken their seeds from the same table. Curiosity piqued, he turned to look at them. Lin Shaoxian picked up a sunflower seed and cracked it between her teeth before deftly peeling it open with her fingers. In contrast, Lin Qingyi struggled somewhat with her clumsy hands, often needing to crack the seed twice, resulting in the kernel still bearing a trace of moisture. Initially oblivious, she thought the dampness was merely due to her own sweaty palms, only to realize the truth behind it. Both Lin Qingyi and Lin Shaoxian focused intently on their seeds, seemingly engrossed in a competition, completely unaware that Lin Hao was observing them. As they finished their seeds, Lin Hao reached out, intending to take some, but to his surprise, both girls simultaneously blew gently on the seeds in their hands. Watching Lin Hao's outstretched hand, their cheeks began to flush with embarrassment. This is mine, Lin Shaoxian exclaimed. Her face flushed as she quickly stuffed all the kernels into her mouth. Lin Qingyi's gaze wandered. She glanced at the seeds in her hand and then covertly at Lin Hao. With a shy smile, she placed the kernels into Lin Hao's hand, saying, Here, brother. Have some. Lin Hao found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, although their gesture had not truly been one of spitting, merely blowing air on the seeds. It still carried an unseemly connotation. Noticing that Lin Hao had not eaten any, Lin Qingyi grasped his fingers and gently blew on the seeds. Brother, they're clean now. Not dirty. Please eat. Lin Shaoxian observed Lin Hao's reaction and could not help but sigh softly, regretting not having held her ground earlier. As the sun began to set, Xie decided against having dinner there, opting instead to leave with Xiehu and Xie Yujing. Lin Shaoxian had switched to the evening shift today. Although she felt a tinge of reluctance, the moment to depart had arrived. Xiao Hao, remember to listen to your mother, she admonished. Lin Hao recalled her earlier insistence that he should visit Lin Shaoxian weekly for a health checkup. He frowned slightly, responding, Third sister, is that really necessary? I am a doctor myself. I am well aware of my own health. Lin Shaoxian let out a light huff. If you don't come, I will inform Mom in the group chat that you are harboring some unspeakable ailment and are too embarrassed to let me examine you. Lin Hao's lips twitched as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, I will certainly show up punctually. The thought of being publicly accused of having an unspeakable condition was too much for him to bear. Seeing Lin Hao raise his hands, Lin Xiaoshuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she nestled into his embrace. She rubbed her head against his chest and softly said, Then make sure to inform me in advance next time, and I will prepare some delicious food for you. Lin Hao gently patted her back, replying, I will let you know before I come next time. As for the food, third sister, please do not overexert yourself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shaoxian released Lin Hao, a faint smile gracing her lips. Xiao Hao, I must head to work now. With a thud, the villa's door closed once more. After bidding farewell to Lin Shaoxian, the once lively room fell into a sudden silence, leaving Lin Hao feeling a sense of loss. Just as he turned, Lin Qingyi suddenly leaped towards him. Clinging to him like a koala, her slender legs wrapping around his thigh as her head nestled against him, nuzzling affectionately. Lin Hao tightly embraced Lin Qingyi, swaying gently as they made their way to the sofa. Initially, he merely intended to rub off Lin Xiaoshuan's mark, yet Lin Qingyi sensed a peculiar shift in his emotions. "Brother, are you feeling sad right now?" she inquired softly. Lin Hao shook his head. It was merely the abrupt transition from the earlier lively atmosphere to this sudden stillness that left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Lin Qingyi glanced around the vacant living room. For her, the absence of company was a source of comfort, as she had often faced unkindness from others. She lifted her gaze to Lin Hao's profile, perplexed. "Is it like not being able to see you, brother?" Thump. Lin Hao's heart abruptly raced. In the dim light, Lin Qingyi's eyes seemed to shimmer like distant stars, and even her lips appeared translucent, illuminated by the glow of the streetlights. Why was it that, despite Lin Qingyi's seemingly innocent demeanor, her words tugged at the strings of his heart? In the oppressive silence, her lips expanded within his line of sight, amplifying his awareness of her warm body nestled against him and the fervent rhythm of her heartbeat. Suddenly, the lights in the living room flickered on. "Woohoo! I'm the only one home now," Lin Xiaolan exclaimed with glee. As she hummed Swan Lake, she tiptoed towards the sofa, and just before reaching it, she performed an awkward leap. Chapter 100. Aren't they in the arms trade? A profound silence enveloped the room, a silence akin to death itself. Lin Xiaolan sat on the sofa, her head bowed, resembling a refined young lady. No way. This is just too awkward. How could they possibly remain in the living room without turning on the lights? And what were they just doing? Did I inadvertently disrupt their intimate moment? Lin Qingyi gracefully descended from Lin Hao's side and sat obediently beside him, her lips gently biting as she cast a forlorn glance at Lin Xiaolan. Lin Hao still rattled. Thought to himself, what was I just contemplating? It must be that I didn't take a nap at noon, causing my mind to wander. Although Qingyi is undeniably beautiful and well-behaved, she is, after all, my half-sister. Half-sister? Lin Hao cleared his throat softly. Qingyi, weren't we supposed to visit your alma mater tomorrow? Shall we first procure a few items? Lin Xiaolan looked at Lin Hao with earnest eyes, expressing her desire to join in the shopping. No, you do not wish to. You only want to stay home and perform Swan Lake. Lin Hao firmly rejected her. Just as he was about to retort, Lin Qingyi had already slung her cross-body bag over her shoulder and silently grasped his hand, her head lowered in quiet determination. Observing the impression the bag left on her figure, Lin Hao averted his gaze. Does she possess such a splendid figure? Surely, she must be using padding. Lin Qingyi took a step to the side, looking up at her brother Lin Hao. Aren't we leaving? Lin Xiaolan rested her chin on the armrest of the sofa, watching the two with keen interest, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. Lin Hao's eyes flickered as he snatched a cushion from the sofa and threw it at Lin Xiaolan. Why are you laughing so loudly? Before Lin Xiaolan could respond, he swiftly took hold of Lin Qingyi and fled their villa. In the night of Jiangcheng, countless lights twinkle. After indulging in luxury cars for 2 days, Lin Hao realized that those two-seater sports cars were indeed quite impractical. Amid the bustling urban traffic, they served little purpose beyond attracting envious glances. When it came to convenience in transporting goods, nothing could compare to the sturdy Wuling. After a prolonged search in the garage and consulting the butler, he finally located a vehicle. He recalled Lin Qingyi mentioning her alma mater, a school situated in the countryside, where children from over 10 nearby villages attended elementary and middle school. The conditions at the school were far from ideal, and the students often had to traverse rugged mountain paths for 1 to 2 hours daily to reach their classes. Lin Hao drove the vehicle to a nearby wholesale market, intending to purchase some notebooks and pens to deliver the following day. Upon seeing the rows of Wuling parked around, he felt a sense of satisfaction. We've arrived. Let's get out, Lin Hao exclaimed with a smile. Although he experienced 2 stalls along the way, the driving experience of the Wuling was genuinely pleasant, evoking a sense of thrill akin to racing on the famed Mount Akina. Lin Qingyi's expression was downcast. She had initially anticipated a charming outing with her brother, much like what Lin Xiaolan had described. However, arriving at a dimly lit wholesale market in a grimy Wuling diminished any romantic ambience. The car's door lock, positioned above the window, required a slight upward pull to open. Leaning over Lin Qingyi's seat, he supported himself with one hand to assist her in unlocking the door. As the warmth of his breath brushed against her, Lin Qingyi covered her face with her hands, murmuring softly, I understand. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lin Qingyi's spirits instantaneously brightened, and she found the great Wuling considerably more endearing. Hand in hand, the two entered the wholesale market. where Lin Qingyi was immediately captivated by a pencil adorned with a mouse motif. "Brother, do you think this pencil is lovely? Let us purchase it." Lin Hao shook his head, reminding her that their business was not related to stationery. "Let us choose something else." Although she was puzzled about the connection between weaponry and pencils, she acquiesced, believing her brother's judgment to be infallible, and began to examine other pencil designs. While Lin Qingyi perused the stationery, Lin Hao busied himself transferring boxes of black pens and universal exercise books into the car. With nearly 300 elementary and middle school students at Lin Qingyi's school, each box contained 100 pens and 100 notebooks, requiring at least 30 boxes of each. After completing the task, Lin Hao rubbed his sore shoulders and sighed, wishing he were a university student, where such quantities would be deemed excessive. By this time, Lin Qingyi had selected the remaining items: pencils, erasers, watercolor pens, and various exercise books, filling the trunk of the Wuling to capacity. Despite the trunk being brimming, she felt an inexplicable void, prompting her to frown slightly. Lin Hao, with an unexpected impulse, pinched Lin Qingyi's cheek. "It's not as though you're severing ties with your alma mater. We shall make more visits in the future." Lin Qingyi noticed her brother's affectionate gesture. Her face flushing slightly, she stepped forward and embraced him, whispering, "Thank you, brother. Let us always be together." Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Lin Qingyi's hair, thinking to himself how endearing this little girl truly was. He raised an eyebrow and jested, "Does your future husband agree?" Lin Qingyi lifted her head, revealing a charming smile that showcased her pearly whites, and replied, "As long as my brother consents, he will too. What could I possibly disagree with?" Lin Hao chuckled. Upon returning home, Lin Qingyi languidly sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lin Hao and Lin Qingyi entered hand in hand. She tilted her head slightly and said, "Xiao Hao, I have been ensnared by the sofa. I can only rise if someone feeds me." Lin Hao let out a gentle sigh, placing the fried noodles he had purchased on the coffee table for himself to eat. He pondered the memories of the original owner. Had Lin Xiaolon been this clingy before? It seemed that she only displayed a hint of sibling affection when the original owner was in trouble. Shaking his head, he went to the kitchen, filled a kettle with warm water, and took a small cup into Lin Jiangwo's room. At that moment, Lin Jiangwo was in a state between dreams and wakefulness, groping for something on the bedside table. Lin Hao sat on the edge of the bed, holding the recently acquired hangover remedy, and poured a small cup of water. Clearing his throat, he grinned mischievously and said, "Delang, it's time to take your medicine."